for years, right? And you get a shitload of downloads. If some new person comes along, they can have a fraction of the downloads that you do, but they'll be right next to you in the rankings because it's new. So they get an allotment for new shows. So it keeps the top 10 and top 20 and top 50, whatever, fresh. You get new shows all the time. And when you have stuff like that, like, it makes it possible. It's possible. All it has to do is, like, you have someone on, say if you had Ian and Ian has a new podcast, and you tell everybody, check out Ian Edwards' podcast. It's called and then people listen to this, go, that guy was great. We've done. Yeah, that's what we've done. Yeah, how did we do that? I mean, all of us have. We all just did it together.
I see the people who deviate and start other podcasts and think they want to be part of it. I stuck with this. This is what I wanted to do from day one. I already had a plan and I stuck with it. Yeah, but your studio, you need to listen. I want people to listen. I'm sick and fucking tired of people not fucking listening. I grew up where you had to fucking listen. People till they don't fucking listen. I get it with the fucking text messages and with the bullshit. You don't listen. I got somebody at the store. Don't text me. The first thing he did was text me. They don't listen. And I was raised with the fucking old interview sheets. Remember when you applied for a job in the 70s? It said 5 lines, your name, address, then there was a box. Don't answer the fucking questions unless there's a check in that fucking box. And my friend Tom was at a sandwich place one time. And I go, you need help, man. Hire somebody. He goes, look at all these people who applied already. I can't hire none of these dummies. Because they all fucking wrote in here that says don't. So if they can't get that right, I don't want to do business with them. When people don't listen, I don't want to do business with them. Like, if I tell you something an hour and 2 hours later you call me with something stupid, I just don't meet you from the phone. Like, I'm done. Like, I'm fucking done. I can't deal with it. So I wanted to make people fucking listen again. It's a great gift to have. I love to talk, but I also love to fucking listen. The other day when you and Dominic were talking for 40 minutes, did I raise my fucking hand? No. Did I raise my fucking hand? No, I'm learning. I wasn't in a place to fucking raise my hand. I'm amongst people who really know what the fuck they're talking about. That's a problem in America today. People want to chime in when they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You think I went to jiu-jitsu because I like smelling assholes and feet? And you think I like choking people? I definitely don't. It's not in my itinerary. But you know what, man? Well, I'm sick and tired of listening to MMA fucking analysts that never even tackled the fucking tackle dummy. How are you going to know what these guys feeling in the ring if you never got clocked in the face? Do me a favor. Shut the fuck up. That's with any sports writer. They sit there and they insult football players. When was the last time you played football, fucko? Do you know what they're doing out there now? No. It happens with basketball. It happens with baseball. There's always these people that you look at them and they've never done nothing in their fucking life. And they want to write about a sport. They don't know. Oh, I was a fan of the game. No, you were a fan, but you never played it.
Do you know Anik started taking jiu-jitsu?
You have to.
You have to.
Yeah. Me just fucking around with you guys, I have to do something. I have to describe a hip escape. I have to know what it's like before I can sit there and judge a guy.
Right.
What the fuck am I? But that goes on a lot in today. Let me start up a blog because, and talk bad about Michael's Bisping not fighting, whatever. What the fuck did you done? What the fuck did you do?
But you do, a lot of it is them just trying to get attention. And the way to get attention is to be negative. And I've been very vocal fighting against that. I don't like insulting writers that shit on MMA in particular.
Don't like it at all. Don't like it. And at any level.
They're not respecting what that thing is. That thing is an insanely difficult endeavor. To be a fighter and to put your emotions on the line. And then for someone to callously disregard that. Look, you can pump up the person who won and you can criticize the technique of the person who lost. But they go way further than that. There's some of them that they make a person look like a buffoon.
I don't like none of that shit.
There's no reason for that.
We learned a lot with Ronda Rousey. We learned a lot about society. There's 2 things that taught me a lot the last year. When Ronda Rousey got knocked out and when fucking Trump won and that fucking mutt went to his house for dinner to try to interview for the job after he badmouthed him. That's Christine. No, not the fat fuck.
Rick Romney.
Rick Romney went to Trump. And then Trump won and he went to his house. And you know why people didn't say nothing about it? Because people do it all the time.
They're just snakes.
They're disgusting. We become disgusting people. So that's why nobody ever said, wait a second, that guy's a fucking mutt. He'll never get it. He should be banned like United. You talked about Trump. I mean, you went out and blasted him. Not just saying
pre-writ speech.
Yeah, pre-writ speech, and now you're going to his house to try to get a job. You should be shot and hung.
He rehearsed that shit.
Yeah, but Americans didn't see it. They just let it go. That's why Lee's right. You know what? We all seen this thing with United. I don't fuck with United's always my third choice. United is my fourth choice. Okay, it's American. I go to Delta. I go to JetBlue. I try Virgin, but they don't fly everywhere. They go to Austin, you got to go to San Francisco first. I ain't got that type of time. So the only time I can use them is to go to fucking New York. That's the only use I got out of Virgin.
They're great in New York, though.
But United, I look at every once in a while, like, should I take the chance? Every once in a while, they come through with like a short flight. It's an hour and a half. You catch United. You don't really want to go on Southwest. But you know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't like you motherfuckers anyway.
You can't wear your yoga pants.
Fuck.
I gotta help you guys with this sound.
I know you gotta figure this out.
Yeah, you need a whole board that takes this and short.
Something's been going on. Something's been going on lately. But don't tell them
compression.
Don't tell them because then they all become sound designs. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll hook you up with Jamie.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
I love you. I love you too, brother.
I love you.
Thanks for everything, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for this weekend too.
No, it was fucking tremendous. We got to eat those wings. That was great. Fuck around. None of these fucking West Coast wings with reds. Suck my dick. I love you guys. Levity Live 420, Temblor. I love you, cocksuckers. Have a great night.
Hello.
Great week. Thank you. This podcast is brought to you by I Hate My Boss, the newest podcast from Wondery. Need workplace advice? Go listen to I Hate My Boss and subscribe to it wherever you're listening to this podcast. Have you ever worked for a boss who can't make up his mind, then blames you for it? It's frustrating and you're not alone. Who do you talk to about that? Where do you get workplace advice? Where can you say those 4 words? I hate my boss. Well, I'll tell you where. There's a new podcast called I Hate My Boss, where 2 workplace heroes help you make the big decisions, sort through the small stuff, and get more fulfillment from your workplace. It's about people who go to work, who are part of a team, who respect their bosses sometimes, and who need to escape. You also meet some characters that you might relate to or know, and will help you deal with them. New episodes of I Hate My Boss drop every Monday, just in time for your work week. I saw the trailer, and it's fantastic, okay? Go listen to I Hate My Boss and subscribe to it wherever you listen to podcasts. I Hate My Boss, workplace drama, comedic relief. Subscribe today. I Hate My Boss. It's a pretty good little show. It's a tremendous little show. Go listen to it. Take a chance, Columbus. You're going to love it. If you like Uncle Joe, you'll like this show. What do you do when you want a snack when all you can find is junk food? Rely on your self-control to resist the temptation? Please. You eat that junk food like anybody else. Start snacking healthy with Nature Box. Nature Box makes snacks that actually taste good and are great and are better for you. Created with high-quality ingredients that are free-form, artificial colors, flavors, or sweetness. So you can feel great about snacking. My personal favorites are the Cocoa Bonds. And what else do you? I like
the salt and pepper cashews.
I like the salt and pepper lentils.
The lentils and the chocolate nom noms are good.
Tremendous. Nature Box recently made their service even better. Now you can order as much as you want, as often as you want, with no minimum purchase required, and you can cancel at any time. It's simple. Go to naturebox.com and check out their snack catalog. There are over 100 snacks to choose from, and they're constantly adding delicious new snacks. Choose the snacks you want, and they'll deliver them. Listen to this, right to your door. You can watch a 600-pound man and join him. With Nature Box, you'll never get bored. If there are new snacks each month, inspired by real customer feedback, and if you ever try a snack you don't like, Nature Box will replace it, ready for this, for free. A snack you don't like, you taste it, you send it back, they'll replace it for free. And right now, you'll save even more. Nature Box is offering our fans 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com/Joey. Again, that's naturebox.com/Joey for 50% off your first order. Let me tell you something. That's a tremendous deal. Naturebox.com/Joey. Start snacking healthy, all right? Bring the bag to work. You knock yourself out all day, you'll be fine. You go to the gym, you'll lose a little weight. It's bikini season. Cut the shit. Number 2, why it's bikini season? You're going to shave that monkey. You're going to get a suntan. But then something happens and it starts reeking or your muffler starts stinking. Guess what? We got a Superman for you. The days are back, bitches. The Church of What's Happening Now would like to introduce HelloTushy.com. Portable bidets that spray your muffler spotless or your monkey, whatever you're into. Or if you switch governments, whatever you hold. You know what I'm saying? It gets ugly down there from time to time.
Whatever you have.
You need a little water down there. Hello Tushy got the answer for you. Listen, it's biological. You don't use toilet paper. All right? It's clean water that comes right out. Let me tell you something. There's an electric shock. How you going to wash your face? With the bidet. All right? You save on toilet paper. You're saving on trees. You're a nice guy. You don't have to go buy a Prius and show your friends you're half a fruitcake and shit. And they give a fuck about the environment. With Hello Tushy, you're saving trees. You're saving fucking jungles, okay? You're just sprinkling water, whether it's got minerals in it or not. You got to get a filter for the Hello Tushy. If not, your asshole will smell worse than it did when you started the program. That's a joke. Go to HelloTushy.com right now and press in church and get 10% off your order. Delivered to your house, whatever you need. They got a 60-day money-back guarantee. You're not gonna listen. You're gonna love it. Trust me. Take it from a fat dude who said mathematically can't wipe his ass from time to time because my shoulders hurt. So listen, HelloTushy.com and get your asshole right. That's a new slogan. HelloTushy.com. Get that asshole smelling right. I love you motherfuckers with all my heart. Have a great week. Thank you for listening.
Junior Boulevard is over to the right, shoulder now. Your drive slowly recovering from Olympic. And as you make your way on the 5 southbound, as you in Griffith Park, just after those Venus Boulevard, pretty slow crawl there. Up until you get to about the 10, that's where the traffic starts to ease up. And if you're making your
Greetings. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Lending Tree. Did you know that depending on where you get your mortgage, you can save $20,000 or more? $20,000 or more. But 80% of people only get one mortgage offer. And if you go with your bank, chances are you'll get ripped off. Maybe screwed. Lending Tree doesn't want that to happen. So what we're going to do is this. Are you sure you have the best deal? We'll find out how much you can save today by going to lendingtree.com/church. Again, that's lendingtree.com/church. Lending Tree, LLC, NMLS, number 1136. Terms and conditions apply. But listen, don't get ripped off. Go to lendingtree.com right now. Another thing, it's summertime. The winter's coming. The holidays are coming. Thanksgiving coming. You're still lonely. You know why? Because you look like a mortovan. Your underwears, you're still wearing tidy whities with skid marks. And they got that yellow stain in the front. Who wants to be with you? Listen, you want to look good in your underwear and be comfortable, right? But that perfect balance is hard to find. Don't sacrifice style or comfort. Check out MeUndies.com and find out why the best pair of underwear, why they're the best pair of underwear right now. Right now, MeUndies is an exclusive offer just for the church family. We'll give you 20% off your first pair and free shipping. And MeUndies is so sure you'll love the underwear, they'll give you 100% satisfaction guarantee. You order, pay, you don't love them, you get a full refund. It's a no-brainer. 20% off free shipping, 100% satisfaction guarantee. What the hell are you waiting for? Go to MeUndies.com right now /Joey and get 20% off your first order. Kick this motherfucking mule, Lee. Oh shit. I want to see nothing but assholes and elbows. It's a church. What's happening now? Wednesday. August 23rd, 2017. Get your shit together.
Sounds like a guy fighting his way out of a prison rape.
We ain't fucking around here. Elbows and assholes. Kick that movie. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Onyx. For all your supplement
Friday
needs,
night with that Nadia Dela Cruz.
Live for what's fun between the Shroom Tech and the Hemp Force Protein.
Hell yeah, bro.
That shit.
That pussy
Go
going.
to Onyx.com right now. Press it. Church. Boom. Get 10% off your order. And don't forget Alpha Brain. You got 100% money back guarantee. And they don't even want the product back. Number two, ever since we started this podcast, every week some fucking buddy calls me and tortures me about who's going to win this weekend. Is it the Cowboys? Is it the
Cowboys came through.
Cowboys? Is it the Patriots? It's always some story. Well, let me tell you this. Where you're betting is just as important on who you're betting on. So that's why I always tell people to go with mybookie.ag. Join now, today, and MyBookie will match your deposit up to 100% bonus of your first deposit up to $1,000. That means your deposit, they double it, and there you go. Use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, to activate the offer.
Here's the lock.
Visit MyBookie.ag today and use promo code CHURCH today. You play, you win, you get paid.
If you get a home underdog by more than 7 points, 7.5 or more, at home, that's the lock. You'll win 4 out of 5 times on that.
That's what they totally hit.
Home underdog.
The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by On It. For all your supplement needs, listen, I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for On It. Between the Shroom Tech and the Hemp Force Protein, I live off that shit. Go to onit.com right now and press in Church. Boom. Get 10% off your order. And don't forget Alpha Brain. You got 100% money back guarantee. And they don't even want the product back. Number two, ever since we started this podcast, every week some fucking buddy calls me and tortures me about who's going to win this weekend. Is it the Cowboys? Is it the
Cowboys came through.
Cowboys? Is it the Patriots? It's always some story. Well, let me tell you this. Where you're betting is just as important on who you're betting on. So that's why I always tell people to go with mybookie.ag. Join now, today, and MyBookie will match your deposit up to 100% bonus of your first deposit up to $1,000. That means your deposit, they double it, and there you go. Use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, to activate the offer.
Here's the lock.
Visit MyBookie.ag today and use promo code CHURCH today. You play, you win, you get paid.
If you get a home underdog by more than 7 points, 7.5 or more, at home, that's the lock. You'll win 4 out of 5 times on that.
That's what they totally hit.
Home underdog.
Oh shit! It's Wednesday, cocksuckers. The 13th of September.
Oh, I remember this video.
Crank this motherfucker up, dog.
Oh, they were so hot.
Oh shit! It's Joey Diaz with the 2 white men. The other one got shot.
I love cooking music. I love cooking food. I love to dance, and I do like myself a nice Cuban cigar. So, if you are in town,
Dude, this guy's so cool.
Oh shit!
I do not recommend this take on a first date because it is not quiet. It is not anything. But if you want to feel like you're in a whole different kind of
Here's all you need.
I suggest that you go to the place.
Oh shit! Here we go, cocksuckers.
Palmer's so fucking cool.
You will learn about culture, and also you want to hear the best part. This part is every hour on the hour.
Go, Lee. Here's the go. Do the wiggle, cocksucker. One of your life, no parole. The Church of What's Happening Now with 2 of my favorite people in the world, Mr. Ari Shafir, Mr. Lee Sayat. What the fuck are you talking about?
Sleepaway camp.
When that song came out.
Jerking off, finding quiet moments when everyone else is out at archery, talking with how to jerk off. One of those.
75, 74, 11.
Maybe. What year was it?
85, 86.
Yeah, 11. Okay, yeah. I did. Oh, it was so hot. It was so hot.
Summer camp coming on people's heads and shit.
It was hot.
A lot of kids didn't know we was doing it. I wasn't whacking off at that age. Scratching it. People were talking about sex and shit. I don't know what the fuck you mean. You trying to make believe me. You were saying you giggle all. But you didn't know what the fuck what they were saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, giggle. Suck the pussy and then you have to go home. Find out what pussy wants and shit. That's somebody fucking home. What's going on? What are you saying?
No, my camp counselor was the first time I saw like an actual porn magazine. And I took, he had a whole locker in the cabin with it. And I took literally one page home, had 4 signs. I took one page home and hid it under the mattress, and my mom found it. And
Is it one over in your little?
so what?
What a waste. What do you mean? Where did the trips go?
I didn't like it.
What about your last trips?
They were going to the jeans. Jeans store.
We go.
There were some as I take off my pants, and my pants smell so fun. I remember going to an AC/DC concert. In fact, yesterday I'm sitting at the fucking coffee shop right there. This kid walks in, and I can't see without my glasses. And he walks to the counter, and then look at his shirt. This is back in black. 1982, and on the back and all this shit. And the kid was sitting. I go, yo, hey, do me a favor, come here for a second. I go to my friend. July the 31st, Spectrum, Philadelphia, August 1st, New York City, Palladium. I go, look at this shirt. You're fucking dead on. I went to that fucking concert at the Palladium. That was
Back in Black Tour, ACDC.
the second night of the tour.
Who opened?
Def Leppard.
Wow.
Def Leppard with the
Wow.
High Ride tour. Unbelievable. Right there at the Palladium.
Wow.
I heard that it's dorms now at NYU.
No way.
They made it into dorms for NYU. The Palladium was like fucking an institution
Yeah.
in the 50s and 60s. That's where all the Jewish men went on the weekends to handle the Puerto Rican chicks. If you looked at anything from the Palladium, or what's the place that
Where's the Palladium?
the Palladium was on downtown, so we were looking at the old Palladium. But you know where else the Jews hung out? I remember the place where Henry Hill takes the chick.
Yeah.
The Spanish club on the Upper West Side.
Oh yeah.
That was another big thing coming from Long Island. Jews pick up the Puerto Rican chicks and cheat on their wives and shit. And eat pork chops and shit.
What happens in Manhattan stays in Manhattan.
What happened?
East 14th between Irving Place and 3rd.
Oh, that's right by me.
Yeah, that's where it was.
Wait, that's where Webster Hall is then. Is that Webster
Right
Hall?
around there. Right
No, he's 14th. No.
That place, the Palladium, I saw Judas Priest.
Yeah, it's gone. That is dorms now.
Yeah,
I saw Ozzy Osbourne there. I saw James Brown there. I saw U2 there. I saw Nazareth there.
Wow.
I saw a bunch of fucking bands in there as a kid. Then they turned into Club MTV. Club MTV was a dance show.
Indian baby.
It came on at 3 o'clock. A bunch of fucking kids from the city. It was like Soul Train without the black people. Just a bunch of like little white kids from the fucking Upper West Side dancing. Doing the fucking robot and whatnot. That was crazy. That was a hot little party town, man. Remember years ago, in the 80s, early 80s, all those places where you guys live at now were just dumps. That's where you went to get heroin. You know, the hot clubs were open up there because nobody would think of going down there. You know, so all the hot clubs. I don't know, I went to this club down there one time on the Lower East Side. But a few blocks away, they had Italian style Chinese food.
You're Italian too?
This was dead. This is 84. This was a restaurant. It was popular at the time. And I went there. That place always had like cool little spots since I was a kid, you know. Delancey Street. Do you know where that is now?
Delancey Street.
Yeah. How close are you to it?
I walked there.
Is it still very Yiddish, very Hasidic Jewish?
Delancey. I feel like it's almost Chinatown-ish.
Yeah, they changed it all up. When I was a kid, Delancey Street was all
No, it's not really that Yiddish. Maybe it's some.
it was all fucking Hasidic Jews. They sold stuff. So if you wanted to get sneakers, like good sneakers, a good deal,
Yeah.
like nobody else negotiated with Young Congress. But Delancey Street, they negotiated with you.
You can give them not the actual store price.
Yeah, you can go in there and go, how about 22.50? They go, fuck you, 24. They got to come on 23. But they had a rule that if you were the first customer of the day, they had to do business with you.
Oh,
So
really?
that was always our goal. We should
Oh,
always
Jewish superstition?
Yeah, like Hasidic Jewish superstition. Chinese have the same thing. If you walk in there first as a customer, they have to do business with you. It just sets the tone for the rest of the day. So I would go in there and get like in those days, I would buy a
How much would you lowball them? It'd be like $5.
What happened was when limousines for the feet came out, they were like a movie theater. They were like a ticket. No, you couldn't get them anymore. So Jersey ran out of it. So me and my friends were into this. So we go to Delancey Street, knock off $2, tack on a fin, and hey, when you're in the
Now you're
grade,
out.
$7 is $7
Huge.
$7 was a pair of Coach Cons. Coach Cons were the ones that were in Converse, not Chuck Taylors. They're the ones that your mother didn't have the $4. Because Chuck Taylors were always $7.99. No, Chuck Taylors.
$7.99?
Chuck Taylors were $11.99.
They're like 35 now. Easy 35. Sometimes 45. If you want the good soles,
When I came from Cuba,
65.
Chuck Taylors were $10.95, and Coach Cons.
What are Coach Cons?
Coach Cons were the ones underneath that.
Under less than Chuck Taylors?
Less than Chuck Taylor.
What are Coach Cons?
And they had stars on the bottom of your sneaker.
Underneath.
So instead of tread,
On the
they had
sole.
stars. Yeah. So you had Coach Cons, you had PF Flyers, and you
PF
had
Flyers,
Keds.
yeah.
And you had Keds. Keds was the big fucking shoe. But Converse was beating the fuck out. Chuck Taylor was fucking people up for years.
They had that song.
Yeah, Chuck Taylors were fucking people up for years. There was nothing like a pair of white Chuck Taylors. And people now would complain about Chuck Taylors because they would say that there's not enough support.
Yeah, I have white
Yeah.
feet. I can never have.
I
Chuck
grew up
Taylors.
with Chuck Taylors.
They got the better ones now with the better soles.
They toughen you up. You can order them online and make them however you want to. Whatever color,
Converse
whatever
All-Stars.
bottom. Yeah.
Chuck Taylor's originals. Those aren't even owned by Converse anymore. I think Reebok owns it. I didn't think Nike had them before. And people eventually just sell it off, and someone else is like, I'll buy it from you because it's always going to make some money. Because everyone wants to
Check out Julius Urban limousines for the feet. So then everybody had Chuck
Pro
Taylors.
Kids commercial.
Everybody had Chuck Taylors.
Yeah.
Everybody had Chuck Taylors. Chuck
I
Taylors
wore
was
those in
the
basketball in high school
shit.
in games.
And then when fucking Julius Urban
Yeah.
went over to the Sixers, the Converse paid him. The Sixers gave him $6 million. Converse gave him like another $3 million, and they devised the shoe around him. He was the first guy that had the shoe around him. So this was the first shoe that came from that. These shoes were sold out. The kick to these shoes were when you bought them, you opened up the box real quick because there was a pass in there for
what? Those things move now? They do little like.
Yeah, right there.
That's crazy.
1981 shoe commercial. See if that's it.
Oh no, it's
To my Converse All-Star basketball shoes. You're the greatest. That's no jive. Your standard equipment on the B Street 5. As I fly through the air doing my famous slam dunk, I'm flying first class. That ain't no bump. My shoes will be wearing the Converse name till they bronze my feet for the Hall of Fame. Converse All-Stars, limousines for the feet.
How's that for you?
Oh my gosh.
How's that for you?
Oh, those background guys are hilarious.
Now look at those now.
Overreacting.
Yeah, click it.
Oh, you want to watch that one? Okay.
Yeah, watch this. See, that's when all that
This
shit
should be
started.
good. I had those weapons, those worthy weapons. I had those a couple of times. They cut off your feet though, but yeah, those
Right there.
weapons.
But I had those way, but I had those when they were. Those were the ones.
My childhood, all the way through. Oh, I remember that.
Look at this. Oh shit!
Associated since 1974. Been there 30 years. It's been happy experience.
Look at that shit, huh?
Every time I step out of the store, it's important that I go out there and I represent the history of Converse.
In 1908, Mark E. Converse founded the Converse Rubber Shoe Company in Malden,
Look at this shit.
manufactured winterized rubber
Everything in
footwear.
Boston.
Moving to satisfy a growing need in the U.S. for basketball shoes, Converse created the All-Star in 1917. Shortly thereafter, a young man approached the company with some fresh new ideas, and history would soon be made.
Chuck Taylor joined the company in 1921. He walked into a sales office in Chicago with really a set of ideas on how he thought that shoe could perform better. One of them was the famous patch, which is on the inside ankle of the shoe. He wanted to protect the player's ankle, so that actually used to be a sewn-on leather patch. Well, Marquis Converse founder was so impressed with what he'd done to improve the product that he put Chuck's name on the product in 1923. From that day on, Chuck sort of became the ambassador of basketball in America. In was kind of a Johnny Appleseed basketball.
Other shoes by other companies existed on the market. The All-Star was a true phenomenon. Outfitting teams from coast to coast, the Chuck Taylor All-Star was the shoe for decades. Although in retrospect, they may not have been the most comfortable for the newly developing fast break style of basketball.
We have to remember that all the shoes are out there.
Fucking Bob Cousy. That bad motherfucker.
Black canvas, high top. Now that I look back at it, they were the only option we had. That's what we wore.
Here in basketball shoe sales, the Chuck Taylor was joined in popularity by the Jack Purcell model, first produced for tennis and badminton in the 1930s. Named for the top badminton champion of the era, the Jack Purcell brand soon became
These are the kind of sports stars they had before they had
The badminton hero.
The brand received a big lift when photos of James Dean relaxing in the low-cut canvas shoe were released, with Dean looking slightly cooler in Jack Purcell's than in his high school Chuck Taylor All-Stars. Back on the hardwood, Converse continued to dominate the basketball landscape. Chuck Taylor spread the Converse word through countless basketball
All-white
games.
players.
Converse basketball yearbook profiled high
Bill
school
Russ.
I mean, it's one of the showing back
around
then.
the country.
Oh yeah,
For his
you could
contributions
put
to the
fucking.
game, Chuck Taylor was inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame in
Hell yeah, Chuck Taylor.
1968, the same induction class as Red Auerbach.
Well
A tour of
deserved.
the hall finds dozens of examples of Converse influence throughout the history of the sport, from college, the NBA, and even overseas.
All the greats were wearing them. Everybody from Bob Cousy, Phil Russell, got all his rings wearing them, and everybody wore that shoe. If it wasn't official, it was
Havlicek.
so much.
With the introduction of leather basketball shoes in the late 60s, the Chuck Taylor All-Star
shit.
in the athletic realm. Although its
But he
popularity
wore
began to
Pumas.
grow,
He
the
switched
casual
over to
Who
Puma.
went to Puma?
became a
Clyde.
fashion staple of the counterculture.
Because
Well,
Clyde
was a
Puma developed the
Chuck
Clyde.
Taylor on the court, Converse's reach expanded beyond basketball. They also had success in the sports of tennis,
I
baseball,
killed this dog.
football,
Yeah, I didn't know Converse been around that fucking long.
That's a long time. Chuck Taylor, I never really knew who he was.
Julius took it to the next fucking level with the limousines for the feet. That's what those were. Those were leather shoes. And then they started adding the color to it, the fucking glitter. But besides that, they're the original limousines for the feet.
I like how they thought a patch would
Jesus
protect people's
Christ.
ankles.
Did you see that, dog?
No. Oh my god, look at those legs. How long those fucking legs are on the stripes.
One second, they show the commercial. You're going to die. Look at that.
Send me the video.
The fuck? Look at this. Oh,
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
fucking hell.
Jesus Christ.
Right in his
Look at
face.
that was Billy Paul.
Unnecessary.
Yeah, he did that to a bunch of
It's an
fucking
intentional disrespect there.
and then
Fuck you with one eye.
Michael Jordan took it from there. You can turn this off now. No, Julius Irving would do some nasty fucking things to you. When we were on the Rogan podcast a couple weeks ago,
Yeah.
I told him to put on Julius Irving's top 10 dunks.
Dude, that behind the backboard, that had to be in there, even though it wasn't a dunk. Going around behind the back and reaching back in, just lifting it back up.
I was against the Lakers. Wow, he was a Laker killer back in the days. He
Put
was
that
just-
one on.
If you watch
It was
just
crazy.
the top 10 dunks by Julius Irving. There was a dunk on here
Yeah.
that nobody ever talks about, but I think is one of the greatest dunks of all time.
What?
And I saw it live.
What?
He done in the Portland against the Portland Trailblazers the finals when they lost that 6 games. In game 6, they were losing like by 11, and they were kind of iffy. And Julius Irving wanted to make a statement, and he took the ball and he drove it, and he slammed it in Bill Walton's face. Like Bill Walton was the big thing then. He just slammed. I'll show it to you. And you see Bill Walton calling for an offensive foul. Okay, put the music on. Go.
Man, I can't believe that dunk.
Okay, that's-
I've never seen one like it.
He's never seen it behind the
What's
back
this
dunk.
one? That's the one you're talking about.
No,
Oh
that's
my
not the
God.
one I'm talking about.
Look at this one. This
Wow.
one's beautiful. Boom,
Right
first
around
step.
Kareem. Palm me the ball. Get the fuck
He
out.
had that first stat, man.
Yeah.
Look out.
Oh, shit.
Wow. Oh, that's Detroit, who was not going to let him score ever.
He is such an exciting. Lakers, again, always kill the Lakers. Look at him.
God, he jumps high.
Look at that move behind the
Yeah, you're right. The first step you take,
His first step.
He went around the back to tongue to that guy's face, and then dunked.
That's against fucking.
When he palms that basketball, there's no getting it out of his hand.
Jesus, that's against the Phoenix Suns. And that was Walter Davis and the Cokeheads.
Look at those two giants next to him. They just look at the right
How
through him.
good you have to be to slam that way. What? Here we go. Here we go against Port. Watch Bill Walton.
1, 2, 3.
Watch. Bam! Look at Bill Walton call for the offensive. Watch. Bill Walton comes up. Look at him. Watch.
Yeah,
Watch. Bill Walton calling for the offensive.
Oh, what a fucking talk.
This is another one against
you ran and jumped into him.
Look at this one. That's in the same game, too. Look at
it.
That's against Bobby Gross. No, he didn't fuck around, dog.
Yeah.
Look at this one. I had this game. Get 1 point and all. And I was at the game.
He windmills in his face. Were you really?
I was at that game. I was getting the point at home. Look at this. That's when you knew they were going to win it that year.
Look up Dr. J around the backboard. Wow. Yeah, he was explosive in that first step. He would just shake you and go
He would
right
hold
down.
that ball on his right hip or his left hip, depending on where he was standing. And he would take that first step and juke you and then bring it back. And
He got a hold of it. Just palm it.
And while you were going back with him, he would take off. He had it perfectly timed. There you go. What the?
They're going to play it super slow motion.
I guess.
Is that what they're doing right now?
Look at that. One hand.
Are you doing that or are they doing
They're doing that.
Who's that in the middle?
Jabbar. Thinking about it.
Oh, Lakers. He goes up, but he's behind the backboard by a long way.
Yes.
And
His
then
head's
down.
almost going to hit it. He ducks his head.
And now he's going backwards.
Yes.
Yes. Backwards.
This is brilliant.
He just reaches out.
This is brilliant. You see that white dude over there with the 60 shirt on?
Yeah.
24, Bobby Jones. That guy was a fucking defensive savage.
Wow. That's crazy.
Look, he was white.
In a
and he was
playoff
jumping
game,
over,
5-point game.
And he was jumping over Kareem, that dude, Bobby Jones, the white dude that was a tremendous fucking defensive player.
Okay, here's the best duck I ever remember being at. I don't know if it'll be there. Dr. J. I'm sorry, Jerry Stackhouse, University of Maryland. Throwing down against the University of Maryland. And he caught an alley-oop pass that, and everybody was like, "Oh, that's just a bad pass." And then he just went up so high to get it and threw it down so hard. If it's like I remember it.
Man, the best dunks I ever seen besides Julius Randle was Michael Jordan in college. It was like Wake Forest on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
Clear one. And he just went down and fucking annihilated that line. I love dunks. I fucking love
They're
it.
great. They make everybody go crazy.
They're 100% percentage.
Why are they hacky?
Dunks?
Yeah.
No.
Was it 95 maybe? Art? For Jerry Stackhouse?
Yeah. It very well might have been. Is it just one dunk? No, not the whole game.
Oh, I know.
It's an hour and a half.
Yeah, someone's playing a recorder or something.
Joe, I know, it's crazy. Wait, dunk on that too. Search.
Yeah, someone's playing. Someone's playing the
Sounds like
recorder.
freaking immigrant dunk. Oh, I mean, music.
Yeah, I think we'd have to find the whole game. Okay.
Go down. Oh, that's all right. I don't know what it is. I'd love to see it again, though.
They're like even for someone who could never play I didn't even know the rules of basketball as a kid. The dunks were the best part.
The best part. They would showtime more back then, too. They would go for it. They'd give the fans a little something. Right? They wouldn't just go in and just dunk it. They would like, hey, I'm going to fucking windmill here. It wasn't called showboating. It was fucking showboating. People enjoyed it. Like, yeah, showboat. We're all fucking fans. Do a crazy dunk.
What happened was,
And then they just start having respect.
the NBA and the ABA opposite scenes. And also, the ABA went like this dunk mode.
Yeah.
They had George Irving, Julius Irving, Marvin Barnes. They went to this fucking other type of mode.
Entertaining.
And the NBA ticket sales started going down. That's the whole story.
The ABA ticket sales are going down?
No, NBA ticket sales started. ABA ticket sales were always bad in big cities. And they were talking about how at one point with the NBA, it got so Chuck and Jive, as they would call it, it got too black. Yeah. Let's be honest with you. It got too black. And white sand. That's when you watch that bird against Celtics. Remember a couple weeks ago they had that series, Celtics against the Lakers on ESPN. It was a whole week long thing. That's why Larry Bird was so important, because the league was, the sales were low. White people weren't going to games, so that's why Larry Bird was so much. You know, you guys were really young when Larry Bird came on the scene. It was like Bruce Lee. It was like Bruce Lee, guys. And you cheered for this fucking ugly looking white dude. They were 9-0. Indiana State was 9-0. I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're Division 2 or 3. They wouldn't get on TV. And everybody kept talking about the white dude, 33 points a game, 31 college team. Nation in scoring. The team is 9-0. They wouldn't fucking show Indiana State. And finally, by the 11th game, they showed Indiana State that Larry Bird. That was it after that. Every Sunday,
I don't do that one.
ACC game. You know, the ACC is a popular fucking Maryland, North Carolina.
Maryland's gone.
Yeah, that's always been my favorite. One of my favorite. That and the Big East.
Yeah, those two.
Those two
for basketball, college basketball. Yeah, for sure.
Brother.
For sure.
It was just a fucking. So Bird came up. It was such a big deal because he was one of the asses in seats again. You know, he went away from the dunk. He was popping 30 fucking footers. So he went back to the game. So that's why it was so important. You know, to Larry Robin, Andrew Johnson.
Do you guys watch Reggie Miller play? I love 3-pointers, but everyone who shoots them for whenever I'm watching seems to miss like 7 out of 10. So it gets annoying because they keep missing them. But Reggie Miller, he's the best.
Look at his lifetime stats. He was fire. He would, if he got an inch, he was the Steph Curry. There was a game against the Knicks where he hit a 3. The game was over. And he hit a 3, stole the inbounds pass. I think went for 2. And then the next inbound pass, he like stole again and just backed up and hit a 3. It was like 8 points in 15 seconds. And then the game just changed. It was over. It was done the other way. Look up that. You remember that? When Reggie Miller was the only thing keeping the Knicks out of the playoffs.
Yeah, he was fucking Spike.
And throwing it in Spike Lee's face. Who chokes now, motherfucker?
And Spike Lee used to say shit to him. He used to say shit back.
3-point field goal percentage, 40%. 39.5%. Yeah, Spike Lee would jump back in his face. You know who I am. You know what I can do to you.
That was this guy when I was coming up.
That was 16 seconds.
Maybe I remember. Lee, see, there's a video for this campaign. Lloyd Free. Lloyd Free. When I was a kid, Lloyd Free. I know Lloyd Free. That's pretty.
Lloyd.
Right there.
World Beef Free?
Yeah, then he changed his name to World Beef Free.
No way.
Yeah. He played for the Sixers. Right. But when he came into the league, he was like Johnny Ghetto. They would only put him in way before he was world. Way before this shit. When he came into the Sixers, they said he could shoot the ball. Him and Andrew Tony.
That way. That's great.
Him and Andrew Tony could shoot the ball in the dark. Watch these shots. Look how he was built. Strong. No, this kid was a savage. But when he was with the Sixers with Julius Erving, that one season when they'd be down 13 points going out for half, he was the sixth man.
Damn.
Yeah. This guy was badass. He'd come off the bench for the
Oh,
Sixers.
you seen this shit?
Look how high the
Oh,
shot.
you
Look at
seen
him.
this shit?
Wow. To get a little
Bam! Yeah, no, this guy was a savage. Look, he was a
Rabbi
sixer.
broke up with you. You seen this
the
shit?
chain on, it's flopping
Yeah,
everywhere.
Oh,
I
you
didn't give a
seen
fuck.
this shit? Tell you seen this shit?
Look at
Tell
that.
you seen this
Selfish.
shit? Heal it. You seen this shit? Tell her you seen
What?
this shit? Tell her you
Yeah,
seen this
dog.
shit?
This guy was
Support, you seen this shit? Support, you seen this shit?
Then he
Support, you
changed his
seen
name
this
to
shit?
World Be Free.
Rabbi,
And it was
you seen
over?
this shit? This
Yeah,
Rabbi
I thought he was a lot better.
he's pussy.
He was kicking white people. He didn't give a fuck. There was two players I thought they were phenomenal. Look at this. And he was tough. Like, he took it to your ass. If you fucked with him, if you didn't respect his defense, like if you didn't go out to play him, he would pop a 40 on you. He could pop a 40 on you.
Wow, cool.
And then put another guy in. This was my all-time favorite. This guy used to come off the bench for the Seattle Supersonics. Oh. He was built like me. Yeah. And he'd drink on the bench. And he'd have a little brown bag on the bench. Coach would yell for him like they were down. 4 points to coach popped his head. You ready to go in? Coach, I'm going. There ain't no defense coming out of it. He was a little chubby dude. I forget what his name is now. He'd take the ball, dribble it twice, and just throw it up in the air. Bam! He'd do that 3 or 4 times. They'd be up, and he'd say, Coach, it's over.
I tired myself out.
I gotta get a beer.
Is it weird for you that like great teams aren't around anymore? Like when you say like the Seattle Supersonics, there's people listening to this podcast who probably never saw them play.
Yeah, they've been gone for a while now.
The Seattle Supersonics had a great team.
Sean Kemp years were good. Sean Kemp Payton years were really good.
Yeah, but before that,
great NBA Jam team. A great NBA Jam team.
They fucking
That's true.
way before that they went to the finals, or maybe even won it with Jackson. A bunch of fucking crazy dudes. I was a kid. I used to love all that shit. That was my world. It was all that basketball, you know.
Who was the best NBA Jam team?
Yeah, with that one.
I thought like Knicks.
Fucking tremendous.
You play as the
It
Knicks?
would work. Was a great defender. Wes Unseld was great.
Yeah.
Wes Unseld said
Bobby
had one of the best first steps of anyone.
Seattle? It depends on the one.
And they had
But Seattle?
and he played with Bernard King's little
The
brother,
Jazz are good.
Albert King. And they said Albert King had such a quick first step that he would fake you out, then go back, and then come back to the original spot, but you couldn't have even reacted to the first fake. So you're still going. So sometimes you fake right to yourself in tougher defense. You know, because like I put you that way, you're supposed to try to go back, but it's like I couldn't even see that.
The Rockets were good.
Bernard King was the better one.
The Spurs were good.
Take something about Bernard King, right? And you have to listen to your fucking older brother here. Yeah. It was Tony Soprano. It was Jackie Gleason.
I can tell you the
It was Lawrence Taylor.
Cavaliers were very good for this game. You had Nick Price, Steve Kerr, something like that.
This kid, oh my God.
They were very good from 3.
Look at fucking red on round ball.
4-5.
Oh man, that's red on round ball. That used to be halftime
No,
of all the
they weren't
NBA
good.
games.
They weren't good.
Red on round ball. He would teach you how to play basketball.
Really?
Light that up. Put that on louder.
I was gonna say.
Look, I get goosebumps, dog.
Oh, he was in one of them,
6 foot
but not
6.
the
Look at
other.
this
He was on like
motherfucker, dog. What?
Sega and not
Brother Bernard.
and not Nintendo or
He's
vice
good
versa.
inside,
Look
right?
at him. Look at him. Boom. Boom.
Oh my God, nice spit.
Oh no.
And maybe it was an
Best man.
arcade or maybe a
He's an
late
older
arcade.
player.
No,
No.
Bernard King was.
I knew him
Was
on
He's
the
mad
way.
at him.
Listen, they did a 30 for 30 on him.
Anybody
They did a
else?
30 for 30 on him recently. If he
Maybe
wouldn't have
from,
got hurt, he's still number 8
Hey,
in all
body
time
Devock
scoring.
and so on.
And he got hurt 3 years, his knees. Like this guy, he was a fucking savage. And he was the king
The Suns are
of
good.
New
They had
York.
Charles Barkley and Dan Riley.
When he played in New York at
Yeah.
that garden on a Tuesday, look who he used to have to cover. He used to have to cover
Houston
savage.
was really good. They had
Look at his face. Look at him. He
some
was
last
a
round
fucking
congestion.
savage.
Tough,
This
right?
kid.
Who's your team?
Tough.
Yeah, I remember him there
Yeah.
with the bullets.
Yeah.
Little
Johnny Fox.
Look
was
at
not
look
good.
best player. On the
Yeah,
team.
look at him against Detroit, against Mark Aguirre. He didn't give up. Look at Kelly Chapuka.
How
Look
about
at Kelly
Sean?
Chapuka. That dude, he played for fucking Jersey, and you know how most players have 1,000 points
Man,
in
he
4
gets
years?
physical.
I think
Yeah,
they had
this guy
Robert
was bad.
Parrish in
He's
that
like,
game,
he's
actually.
supposed to be out in the wing. He's like, what are you
Man.
doing playing the pivot?
Look at him.
He's
Look at him. He
old
didn't give a fuck. He never got the memo. Like most people get the memo, you're not supposed. He didn't give a fuck. And he took it to
He
your
got
ass.
right into your chest
Look at
before
him.
he jumped,
Yeah,
too.
he took it to your ass and always had one. Look at him in New York.
Who
He was
else?
just tremendous as a nigga. Bernard, look at him.
Magic Johnson. Yeah.
He would fuck you up from anywhere. That's Artist Gilmore and Billy Pulse.
Who else was good?
Look at Brother Bernard. Look
This wasn't
at
even a
Ohio
Look
three-point
at
State
Brother
line.
lost
Bernard.
everything.
Oh shit!
It wasn't even a three-point
How
line.
Oh,
about,
that's oh my god.
It was Reggie Miller and Rick Smits, I
So
believe.
now he's getting older.
No, by the time he got to the bullets, he was done.
Yeah.
His knees
Ron
were done.
Harper and Nick Price, I think, or something like that.
They said the night he
For
got hurt
Cleveland.
living in Tennessee, the Bernie and fucking
Something like
Ernie
that.
show, straight from fucking Brooklyn, Jack. Look at
Detroit had
straight
Glenn
out of
Beer
fucking Brooklyn. This
and
fucking
Isaiah Thomas, and they were good. Really,
he went to the Nets and he got in trouble with the Nets. They caught him at a
Anybody
light
else good in that game?
with cocaine on his shirt. So they sent him to rehab in the Golden State Warriors. And while he was at the Warriors, he became the comeback player of the year. And then guess what? The Knicks came a calling for him. And that was the fucking beginning.
I don't remember that.
Oh,
About the
yeah.
Kings
No. That year
Hardaway.
when he got out of rehab, he went bananas. He went fucking
Really?
The
bananas.
Magic,
He went to
the
rehab for a
Heat
year.
had
For
Tim
6
Hardaway.
months, 6 weeks.
Wow.
Nothing
And
about
then he went to Golden State. He won the comeback. Look at the New York
they
City.
have Hardaway.
New York City don't give it to a black dude like that.
The
Ever.
Kings had
Look at him. He didn't
one of
look
the
at those
games,
stockbrokers after work getting fucked up.
Nope, don't defend that.
Who else was good in that game?
Paul Westfall.
The
Oh my God,
Bulls?
I forgot he was a Nick. That dude could shoot the
They
boy.
really should have been the
He
best
could pop a
team in that
30
game
on you
ever.
with both hands. Though. You understand?
Jordan didn't want to do his job.
Yeah, he fucked up
Who'd they have?
He fucked up the Sixers. He fucked up everybody.
Depends.
1 week he scored
When
60
you were
points
Scottie
in 2
Pippen,
games against the Celtics and somebody else in the guard. And that was it. Look at him. He didn't stop. Wow.
Horace Grant, nobody gives a shit about this, but and then the other year,
That's
you
the
could
guard,
get
though.
I
That's
love
New York
looking at the
City.
dressing in the stands.
That's New York fucking City. Ari, for you to get him on
Dennis
their feet
Rodman
like
and
that.
change his haircut.
On a
That was
Tuesday
super
night.
cool.
Are you fucking crazy, man? Come on.
Any other? Who else was good in that game? Who was the best player in the
I
game?
went into that fucking guard just to watch him play. There he goes, 50 points.
Depending on what you wanted to do, but
Every time he gets up at this point, he's just fucking hurting.
What about playing game?
I'm telling you, he had a couple nights he was just popping
He was like,
50s.
just give me the ball.
I don't think there's one player that was better than the other. By one.
Nobody could stop this motherfucker. Not Detroit. Wow. I'm telling you guys, you have no idea. I wouldn't fucking bullshit you guys. This is as good as it gets for a long time.
I hit the spot.
He was fucking up the Celtics.
Something different,
He was fucking
baby.
up the Sixers. He was fucking. And that dude he was hugging, right? That little brother right there, that's Ray Williams. He had a brother called Gus Williams that played for the Seattle Supersonics. That was also a fucking. They used to call him the Wizard.
I need Zipper up there. Girls will go by Zippy. I want to come inside. Some bitches be like, that's my ringtone. My name's Zippy. Some other bitches be like, my name's not. But it's my ringtone. I changed my name to Zipper. Alright, Zipper.
No, tremendous.
Calm down, woman.
Shit. I grew up with this shit. That kid he played against, I remember one night I was
Who had the best year this year? Hi, McCaffrey.
basketball geek.
Who played? Who played? What did they say? Who is that? We got Lamar Jackson. In my opinion,
Yeah.
well, I haven't seen him play. We have best quarterback.
Yeah. Really?
He's consistent. Yeah.
No way.
I drafted
saw him in
him.
high
I
school?
never really did do anything with him. He like played all the games. I think.
Wow.
Who? You know what's amazing? Is I didn't draft Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
I'm surprised more people don't fucking complain about that.
Yeah, eligibility left. He was a fucking savage.
What? The Aaron Rodgers like blew their season. Like, they took him first overall. Would you have taken him first overall? I had the opportunity 25 times. And I think I took him maybe third or something, maybe. He was one of my craziest.
Crazy. Fucking crazy.
Why? Because he tours it.
How crazy were the stands back then? Because now, like even the bleachers are
Ken
kind of
Dawson.
tame. My favorite video that I've ever seen is when they threw pizza at a guy's face at Fenway. That one still makes me laugh. But
When I went to Redskins games or Bullets games, it was like it shook. Like it was like this isn't sturdy. Everyone's stomping. It's
Are you
crazy.
happy
It's
about
like it was not that safe.
I went
how
to
that's
a lot
going?
of games.
Surprised it didn't all fall.
I've been to a lot of games already.
What are you on about?
I'll
What
tell
are
you
you
the
on? No
loudest
one
stadium
cares
I was
about.
ever in. My wife looked at me that way. But I was scared for a few minutes, but it couldn't be there.
But that's pretty cool. I just need to get these things
Fucking Joe Montana went to Kansas City. And they played against the Denver Broncos on Monday night. And Joe, I think it was Joe Montana was about to take him into the fucking. I'd never been in a place as loud as that. And there was a earthquake. There was a fucking earthquake. There was a fucking earthquake, man.
I love that.
I love that.
That's why it's so disappointing when you go to some place and they don't have like a great fan experience. Like that's why it's so much fun. I don't know. Like, it's
on YouTube.
and then like that's why I like older stadiums. I've just had very nice seats. But yeah, I like older. Like that's my one baseball regret is I wish I'd gone to the old Yankee Stadium. That would have been fun to see.
Am I? Dog, you follow this show.
No way.
It was fucking crazy.
I want somebody to be like, oh, dog.
I was always a shit state.
Test, baby, yo. You're welcome. You don't believe how many. Doots. Yoshi. Can't wait the Willie. What's not to love? This guy knows what's up. And he's a beautiful person. Repost is just known as a thing that sucks. What is it? Repost is known as spam? That's stupid as fuck. What's Bolo? Bolo for only the ones?
That's because he made an error one day. My mom lost the bet. So she never forgave that motherfucker ever again. So every time she'd run by, my mother would go, La Ruta, and she's like, yo, throwing chicken wings at him. So
be on the lookout. Oh, it's
my
be on the
mom,
lookout.
listen, you can still come to the games. Just gotta sit on left field or some shit, the opposite side. But people were crazy.
Like I'm
people had fist fights. I went
like
with Jen
America's Most Wanted. Have you ever been on America's Most Wanted? No. Could you? Like literally? Could you? Yeah, I could. I mean, it's a kind of small crime.
They don't take the jacket off.
Really? Oh, fuck. Shut. Yeah. Say the N word. No. Why? Why did you just say that? I don't know. I would actually kind of just have to say I should say something for the sake of Facebook.
Just chucking shit at them so bad.
Right? It has a time and a place, and that's what we want. Don't forget to mention he's Jewish.
That's the shit I miss. I don't like going on this. I don't like when he tells me he's going to a Dodger game in the back of my mind.
Not that one.
I want to do a Dodger game with a Boston Red Sox.
Depends on where I'm sitting.
There's some fucking jerk off says.
I found 9. Counted 9.
I don't think that again. That's
9
not
is
okay.
good.
Ever.
You'll only find 9. You know, harder than that. If somebody's on here, they're like, I found 4 of these accounts.
Hilarious, pissed off kids, mothers with their
You
kids.
need to go back to the drawing board.
Put away the marijuana. Fuck you.
Yo, dog.
That's what baseball games used to be.
When your team is coming back, or when you're like your team hits a home run, it's the same thing
What are you
as
doing
like
now?
when the whole table gets like the dealer bus on blackjack. Like it's the same. Everyone's high
Everyone's
fiving.
Follow back.
Yeah. It's
got
a lot of
some
fun.
people follow me.
It stinks when they lose.
That's really neat.
But it's like
That was really
I don't think there's a better sport than baseball to see live. I don't know.
It's so slow. You can go out, have drinks, you can walk around, you get some sun. It's like fucking, it's just so nice. It's such a pleasant experience. Like right now, nothing matters. If you're up two runs to nothing, you're like, well, we can miss this offensive. Go get some fucking something down below.
And this is the time
Yo.
you go watch baseball.
School's back in session.
Right
Still
now.
warm.
September, the nights here in Los Angeles.
Are you done?
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Nights in New York, evenings in New York.
Look at the Yankees schedule.
How's that?
See, they
Macaroni and
got one
cheese.
more weekday day game.
It's
Weekday day
very
game.
good.
They're fun, bro.
Really?
Nobody's there.
Uh-huh.
You get the steak sandwich there, yeah?
Yeah, 'cause they have
Steak sandwiches are
I
good.
don't think I have. Is that worth
What's
it?
the best steak
Had that?
sandwich? There used to be this place
Steak
that
sandwich.
sold steak sandwiches
Steak go
where Joe to go was.
Really?
I forget what it's called.
I'll
It
go.
just
I'll
sold
get it.
steak
I'm
sandwiches.
scared. Well, maybe to Houston. Maybe
Why
something
didn't
like
it
that.
last?
I'm scared.
My friend used to leave in the 70s.
It was, I
You got a
think, a
steak
little too
sandwich.
expensive.
Oh, I've seen that steak sandwich. They were always hit.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, you have to go
They were
somewhere.
selling $10 hamburgers,
Really?
or $10
And that's
sandwiches,
what
and
Penn
other
Stadium
stuff
food
was
has become.
$5. But it was steak.
Bro, Dodger Stadium.
It was
has
all Dodger
fucking
dog
Chinese.
garbage.
Very nice. Did you ever
They have
have one?
Chinese.
Oh, it's not.
Angel Stadium has Panda Express.
Right.
Fucking
So,
Memorial
what's the best
Stadium.
steak
No,
sandwich
Camden
ever?
Yards. The
I mean,
kosher
Philly
food.
steak. Oh, best Philly steak.
Kosher stand. Yeah, where the Orioles
Yeah,
play.
but didn't I eat a
Mix.
foul
For Riz?
like a
It's right
truck
there.
All
outside?
day,
Yeah.
every
It's
day.
a truck outside, right?
Silent, silent, bia.
This was night.
Inside the gates, though.
Yeah, I had tickets to the game. I went in. I got some. It's like barbecue beef or like brisket or something.
Fantasy football. Wiki, wiki,
Hold
wiki,
the fucking
wow.
face like a red motherfucking podcast, Jack.
Fuck
They're
that.
supposed to call me this morning.
It's pit beef. Boot Pal's pit beef.
Pit beef. That's
Ooh,
right.
pit beef and Baltimore is.
Damn.
So many places have it good.
I miss like a good fucking crab cake.
Really had those.
You know, like crab cake type of guy from
We kept
Maryland.
kosher for too long, so I didn't.
So if you eat kosher, you can't eat crabs.
No
crabs.
shellfish.
It's not even the way you make it. Just
No
crabs at all. No crabs, no shrimps.
What's his name? Barry fucking what's his name? Ate lobster.
Oh yeah, no one keeps kosher.
No, what's his name? The guy that went away and then robbed everybody. HBO.
Oh, recently that guy,
This
Madoff?
Yeah, Madoff. Yeah, he wasn't keeping kosher.
no one keeps kosher.
You're also not supposed to lie and cheat people out of money. Like, that's the bigger issue because nobody's fucking putting it in his throat. It's 1 out of 10, man.
Well, that's why I made the point.
I don't even worried about fucking putting people into homelessness. He cares too much about, like, is this permitted?
It'd be pretty funny if he was keeping kosher.
You just keep it kosher the whole time like God wants it. So you're like, what about bilking people? Well, we followed into a
So
loophole.
no fish at all.
No shellfish, no lobster.
No ham, no pork. So there's none of
No
that.
pork.
No cheese with meat. So there's no cheeseburgers.
Yeah, can't mix.
Well, how the fuck do you eat 20 cheeseburgers a week?
Because I don't keep
He's
kosher.
making up for lost time. He orders twice the cheese. I'll let you know when he's done.
Now, what's
It's
good
about
that's
it.
kosher now? Like, they drink a lot of food. No, you who's
No,
kosher.
you can get
Oh,
kosher
yeah.
food now. Yeah,
Yeah.
Kit Kats are all kosher. All Nestle's kosher. So you're good on the candy front. Most gummies kosher. Technically, because the horse hoof is not even any kind of meat, so they're like, so it doesn't matter.
Is it really horse hoof?
Yeah, it's horse hoof.
Oh,
What's horse sauce?
The stuff that makes the gummy texture. They're shaving down horse. They're just like sanding it down until it's a powder and using that as the mix. So that normally that wouldn't be kosher, but the Jewish board of rabbis is like, that ain't even food. You can eat horse hoof. That's not even about kosher or not. So that's allowed. You can have spaghetti and meatballs, but you can't put Parmesan cheese on there. They do have bacon bits, which are fake bacon or fakos. What are those?
Bacos, yeah.
Fakos, yeah, which tastes like bacon bits. You can put on a salad, tastes like bacon. Work around.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Absolutely not. But you can make fried chicken at home. Keep in mind, you have 2 parents almost every time, really taking care of you. So plenty of time to cook. Make me something nice, please.
But then you have to have, don't you have to have 2 sets of dishes?
2 sets of dishes. You gotta have meat on one side, milk on another. Now, if you're a ball in a family, you get 2 dishwashers. Generally, if you're poor, you have no dishwashers. You gotta get separate sinks ish. You can use the same sink, but you gotta use different sponges for meat dishes or milk dishes.
Now, what's a kosher chicken do?
Kill? No, nothing. You gotta go to a Jewish whatever they're called, butcher. Yeah, they gotta be killed in a certain way, right through a hole in your thing, exactly in between 2 vertebrae,
So
or
there's
something
no
like that.
pain.
There's no pain. Yeah, which is now, by the way, way more inhumane than what they actually just do now. What everybody does. Before they were just beating them to death. And the Jews were like, oh, we should be better than that. But now they're just worse than. They just fucking kill them. They're done with an instant electrocution. But like, so they kill it perfectly. If they fuck up, you can have it. We can't have it anymore. They're gonna sell it wholesale to the goyim. so it's not a total loss.
Yeah, we don't waste it.
Yeah, why waste it? And then if it is killed, then you're fine. But if it comes in contact with milk, you're fucked. Why do you
Milk
do
ain't
that?
kosher.
Milk is fine, just not with meat. Only fish is the universal donor. That can go with meat or milk. Fish is fine somehow. I don't believe fish are real animals. They don't have to kill those. You can just swallow them alive. No rules about it. Yeah, crazy.
I didn't know that much.
Oh yeah.
Now, what about sushi?
Sushi's allowed.
There's not like you couldn't
Salmon
have Philly
sushi,
roll.
totally good. What?
No Philly roll.
No Philly roll.
Why not? Because of the cream cheese?
Yeah.
No, you can have kosher cream cheese.
No, but not with the
Philadelphia brand cream cheese is kosher cream cheese. Not with what?
Oh, with the salmon you
With
could.
the salmon you can.
Oh, you're absolutely
You
right.
can have a Philly roll. You can't have a
that's the
crab
one
roll.
No
You can have that California roll, but you can have the imitation crab meat. That's the California roll, the imitation crab meat, right? Yeah, you could have that. You could have the salmon, the spicy salmon,
See, I didn't know fish and dairy were okay.
snapper. You can have that, yeah. And with the my dad makes it now.
Now, what about
Got into it.
does meat have to be kosher?
Meat has to be kosher.
Also,
Everything except fish. If it's kosher. Now pigs, they'll never be kosher. Giraffes, yes.
We'll get that.
Horses, I forget.
now let me ask you this: where's the Jewish butcher around here?
In the valley, there's a few. You can get some kishka. Dude, I made a cholent. Did I tell you that?
You did with the girl.
Yeah.
Okay.
It came out great. I was up here selling for the kishka because you gotta get that frozen. It came out great. We gotta make a cholent before I leave. You got a crock pot?
I think so. Gotta ask my wife. I don't know.
Ask her. It's a 16-hour dish.
Tell them what it is.
It's like the stew. It's an Eastern European stew.
I don't think I ever had cholent.
Why?
I don't
Who
know.
raised you?
I guess not Eastern. They're Eastern European. I don't know why.
What's your last name?
Syed?
I
Yeah.
don't know what that is. It sounds a little Arabic.
No, it's Lithuanian.
Okay, that should be up here. You should have cholent.
I'm sure we do
Stew.
somewhere.
Beans, barley,
Okay.
potato, like just diced potatoes, all sorts of different things in different regions. Some people put like chopped up wiener dogs, which is fine, whatever, for garbage. Some people put hard-boiled eggs in there, kishka over the top, which is just intestine tubes, and they bake so good. Oh, they bake so good.
No, I think I'm too far down
And you
on
put
the.
water in it, and you put it in a crock pot on low or medium, I forget, for 16 hours. You do it at like 6 p.m., set it, you forget it. Come back the next day at lunch. First, maybe you get a little mixture. Steam keeps it watery. You don't let the top off too much. That's it'll dry out. But you get one for breakfast before you go to shul. Because you're gonna be there for a few hours. So you smell it. So you're like, just get a bite of this. So you quickly eat a little bit, put the top back on, and then at 11:30, 12, they take it off, and it's got this consistency, which is not like wet.
Can we put shredded beef in that motherfucker?
We put also
Instead of hot dogs
we could put anything.
with the potatoes.
They put brisket. Brisket pieces of brisket.
Yeah, that's the
They put these ribs that have the squares on the inside, the bones, whatever those are called, and then they melt off. The bones just come out, and then the marrow goes out into the thing. So you eat these you can bottom out the marrow with these bones. And the meat comes off. Yeah, you can put shredded beef.
That sounds nice with some brisket. No, brisket is kosher, correct?
Yeah.
You can get that from anywhere though, or that has to be.
You probably still have to have it be a kosher butcher.
Like if you go to the
Oh, yeah.
barbecue place up here in North Hollywood, they
No.
have brisket.
Yeah, that wouldn't be kosher. No way. You have to have a rabbi looking over the process, ready to look over the process, so you can trust you that you're actually doing it.
Now, what's the nearest holiday? The first holiday of the Jewish season now.
Rosh Hashanah, New Year's.
Which is September 24th, maybe.
I was just checking. It's earlier this year, huh?
It is
Yeah, it's earlier this year for
the
sure.
20th.
It starts September 20th.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So
That's
there's
next week.
10 days of repentance. So on Rosh Hashanah, first day of the holidays, God opens up his book. It's like Santa Claus. Let's see what you've been up to. And he makes his judgments about you. But he keeps the book open. So you got 10 days. First day of Rosh Hashanah, second day of Rosh Hashanah, then 7 days in between, and then the last day is Yom Kippur. That's all. There's no family get together. Rosh Hashanah, there's family get together. We eat apples dipped in honey. Remember that? You do that?
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
the best part.
Apples dipped in honey, round challah instead of long one. circle challah because the year is round.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Are you a raisin challah or a plain challah person?
Dude, we would go 1 and 1 because I love raisin challah, especially with the honey. Yeah, but so we have for everybody. And if you want 3 out of 4 one way, but you feel like taking a jump, then take the jump.
That's true. That's
1
fair.
and 1. Go 1 and 1.
I think now maybe as an adult I might like the raisin challah, but as a kid I hated it.
Yeah, so don't be forced. I'll see somebody pick out raisins. Can I have the raisins if you're eating those? Anyway, you have that with honey, apples with honey, because that's round. Rosh Hashanah is great. The families come over. You have lunch with another family. Yeah, but it's great meals. And Yom Kippur, the 10 days later, that's just straight repentance. You don't wear leather, anything. You fucking tear your shit, tear your shirt and stuff.
If it has a hole.
You don't sit in a high taped chair.
No,
you're
supposed to rip it. Just
it's like your morning. So no leather shoes. You can't wear leather. It's too nice. You don't say hello to anybody. You just nod. And that day, that's when the books are closed. So God keeps those judgment books open. So if he's like, you know what, this guy's being good. All right. Better judgment. But if he's not, or whatever, he writes it in, slams it shut, into the fast. You can't eat from sundown until sundown the next day. 25-hour fast. No food, no water. You would hate that part.
And then you have to go to temple during it, which is even worse.
Yeah, and then you finish and you just go
Now,
eat.
both of you guys grew up this way?
I know. Well,
I did.
this is the only these holidays are like Christmas and Easter. So my mom would go for these. Do you take an objection with what I said?
No, I just remembered something else.
Okay.
Something fucking crazy. Go ahead.
So yeah, these were the big ones. So we would go during these couple days, and I hated it because they're fucking long. Like Shabbat would be an hour, but these were all for 4 or 5 hours, and I would reform, which is basically a joke to him. So
it's a joke.
Yeah,
not even conservative was like, oh, we fell apart a little bit. Reform was like, let's redo it. And you're like, well, fucking make your own religion then, Mormon. Fucking reformed. Fucking women leading the services. What are they talking about? That's crazy. That's what I got.
I'm not telling people in Israel that I'm reforming, they get so upset.
What the fuck are you talking about, reformed?
And it is ridiculous.
Make a new one.
They have guitars. It's
oh yeah, they get up there and they sing them songs and dance.
And I don't mind.
Don't touch each other, even though that's fucking. You're not allowed. Clearly.
And his the women and the men get separated.
It's separate. Well, it's not their fault. It's our fault. But we're all horn dogs. Fucking pray to God. Don't be sitting there looking at the chick from your class across her legs. Of course, that's what you do. That's a good idea. Separate them. Homosexuals throw a wrench in it. They should probably sit by themselves. But actually, no, because they're attracted to themselves. So sit alone. Homosexuals have to get quarantined. If you really want to show where you can concentrate on God, they would have what I would like to call the hole, where if you're gay, you get thrown in there so you can concentrate on God and not get distracted by sex. Otherwise, heterosexual women, you all sit together. Heterosexual men, you all sit together. Bisexuals, yeah, you gotta go in the hole for sure. I don't see a way around that.
Men aren't even supposed to
You'll be attracted to anybody.
What's it called? I saw it and I forget. It was these guys were walking with a sheet so they could see, but they couldn't.
Talus. You get the towels over your head, Brock.
Yeah. So you can't even see them.
I used to duck down to my dad, who would lift up his wing and get under there. Felt like the safest place in the world. So anyway, you have to sacrifice something. In the old days, Yom Kippur or Rosh Hashanah, I forget which one. And otherwise, you would offer a sacrifice. We did away with that. We just
they still do it.
Yeah. So the one time a year they do it is you say these prayers. You put your sins on a chicken, a live chicken. Put your sins on. It's kind of like confession. You say these prayers, hold this chicken, hold his head. And when you finish that, you hold him by the neck. And you just start spinning him around. You just start spinning him. He's squawking. And you just spin this fucking chicken. Spin it, spin it, spin it. And all your sins are on this fucking sin chicken. And you just spin it and he's squawking. And then he just stops squawking. And you just keep spinning it. And then it's dead. Kill the fucking sin chicken. Your sins go with the chicken. Yeah, let a non-Jew eat it. You can't eat it. Let a non-Jew eat it. Sell it off to one of them. I got this fucking sin chicken. Most of the sins don't count towards you.
I was barely in Israel, but the one time I was there for Yom Kippur, and I was in Jerusalem the night, and the next day they had fucking chickens. They were just all along the alleyways of
it's like tribesmen in Africa kind of behavior. Fucking spin a chicken over your head until it fucking dies. and they're chanting in some fucking weirdo language nobody uses. Fucking nuts!
You're not spinning it. The
Father of the house
rabbi
spins it.
Right.
No, not the rabbi. My dad did it. Everybody did it. Get your chicken. Fucking kill the fuck out of it.
If you're a man, I guess.
Sometimes what you can do is, what you probably did, you put your sins on a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
You did that shit.
Yeah, we
did that sometimes.
We went and put it in the river.
Yeah, then you take the bread, you throw it into the river. It's got your sins on it. Fish eat it. Now they're the sinners.
It's a little.
I mean, we did that a lot of times. We only did a sin chicken sometimes. Some years. I don't know. I think when maybe it was like,
I did a sin chicken 4 times a month.
Just kill it this way.
No, it's different. It's not a sin chicken.
What'd you have?
Okay, let's say.
Just fucking weirdo shit with weird belts and tassels on them. Kill the fucking chicken.
Let's say.
What?
Let's say you came to me and said, chicken.
Voodoo it.
It's Santeria. Same fucking difference, but it's still the same concept. I grab it by the legs, I pick it up, and I offer it to God, and say, Ari Shafi is here. He comes to offer you this. Take care of his confusion. Take care of his watch over him, watch his back. And I take that chicken and turn it counterclockwise. Like pretty much from your head, I wipe your shoulders with your back, your arms, your hands, your feet. The last thing is your hands. Because you want it to clean the shit from your hands. I take that chicken and chop its fucking neck off. I feed it to the saint with blood.
Who's the saint's on the ground?
I would take the saint down.
What saint? A statue of the
That
saint?
saint that you want to.
Pour blood over a stained statue?
Yeah, like it's not a statue, but it's like a cauldron. Beach rocks in it.
And it says Saint Anthony on it or something?
Yeah, maybe it's there, but it's still the same concept.
You
clean your sins, it's still the same shit. You're losing. You can't pick a fucking winner. You come save it. I get a chicken, I wipe your back, I wipe your neck, I clean you down, I kill the chicken. You fucking. Just has some funky shit on it. It's getting into your head.
Look at this athleticism.
Same type of concept.
Yoshi.
Really, but not really. You guys did it.
Yoshi.
forward, you know how we play this, correct? So, yeah, okay. Give me a number between 1 and 6.
69. Those 6 are number, whatever one you want, baby. It has to be out of those. How about 0? 6 or 9, baby. Why that? Because that's my favorite number. You like the 6? I'm letting the 6 right now. And I'm done. Are you done? You are so good with them. I say my much on almost there to see them all time. Really good. No tutorial. What are they supposed to be learning? Are you supposed to be learning for them?
Okay, not a good, give them a clue. Don't give them the answer, give them a clue. I mean, the clue, yeah, when you look over and say, I just gave you a clue. The clue is in the clue. We the clue is in the clue. I know that one. Did you give you a clue and you don't have one that makes you walking away? I know. It is hard going away and help about dress across the finish line. I don't know, honestly, what else you could tell me. I got a clue here.
Is this the one with the thing? Yeah. And which one is this one? That thumbs up woman. There's outdoor woman. Crazy.
Well, that's what right? Got a handle. Well, look at him. Gladiator, and then look at him like now. It's not the same. Oh, no. No. What's wrong with they just about to redo it? I just saw the preview. That's like, and the only other people I saw was Will Smith and the other movie they about to redo. So that's what I do with Brian. I just get the name in my head. Well, Brian, I gotta run. I gotta go to a break. I want to say congratulations. You got a Lady of Hope Kelly t-shirt. You always support the show. We appreciate you and thank you so much. I need a 2X though. I'll see what we can do. What the fuck? We'll get some extra out of it. It's Lady of Hope Kelly 4 from playing that movie called Classic Knowledge. Malika De La Cruz joining me in studio. Thereby in support of the live everywhere. Now, on radio app, now to my phone. Get my phone problem. A national citizen sentenced to 10 years in prison for sex trafficking teenage girls from San Diego to Phoenix and El Paso. An Alaska Airlines flight made an emergency landing in Portland, Oregon after a hole blew out the side of the plane at 16,000 feet. 4 passengers had minor injuries. And a former Colorado officer has been sentenced to 14 months in jail in the death of Elijah McClain, a young black man killed after he was stopped by police while walking home in 2019. I said he was still on the flight in Commerce. That's northbound just before Garfield. It looks like it's been moved out of the left lane. Your drive is recovering from Clawson. And as you travel on the 57 southbound in Diamond Bar, we got a cone zone from Pathfinder Road to just before Thomas Canyon. The right lane is shut down there. That's scheduled to be opened at 8 a.m. And in Palmdale, looking southbound, got a work zone from Avenue N to Palmdale Boulevard. The left lane shut down there. That's scheduled to be reopened at 8 in the morning. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. Pedro Moreno. This report is sponsored by your Amazon Fresh store. Start the year with savings at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Stock up on wellness staples you'll love, from supplements and food ingredients to food storage and skincare. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you. Hosted by true crime author and Hillary storytelling Mary Katie Slayer, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers riveting narratives about killers, families, journalists, and offenders. Drawing from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes. She provided investigators in Mountain City, Tennessee, with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender like yours comes in. Stay control with Reputation Defender. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote to this stuff. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert. Every time the Fed has raised interest rates this year, credit card rates have gone up too, as high as 29%. Yikes! At that rate, how will you ever get them paid off? Here's how. A home equity line of credit with the loan exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com. Not only could you get much lower rate to pay off those cards, but mortgage interest can be tax deductible. Credit card debt isn't. Check with your tax advisor, they'll tell you. Plus, at the loan exchange, your rate on an equity line can never go higher than the first day. No matter what the Fed does, the start rate of your line is also the life cap on the line. Call the loan exchange at 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to find out how to exchange your credit card debt at much cheaper mortgage rates. Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Finance Law. NMLS 1637539. That's 855-752-9944 or theloanexchange.com. We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. The Vige. The Vige provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, the Vige helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, the Vige helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Vige to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and
Navarre at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at navarre.com. Navarre. N-A-V-A-R-E.
Target.
Healthy life.
That's something.
NBA analyst for the Brooklyn Nets, and my podcast, NBA Post, the Syracuse Stop is back. Every Monday and Friday, I'll be joined by a top NBA writer to discuss the biggest stories in the league. And we'll do it in about 15 minutes. So you can stay up to date, keep it moving. Check out NBA Pulse with Syracuse on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
You find yourself asking questions about technology? Rich DeNiro here. Join me for Rich on Tech, Saturdays at 11. What is the latest and greatest, or even not so great? Anything from home electronics to mobile phones. Rich on Tech with Rich DeNiro. Tomorrow morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Your way. What number would you like? You can choose any number between 2 and 8 and 10. 2 to 8. I'm going to choose number 5. Mix it up. Here we go. Wyoming, the Browns. Stay with me. No, I'm going to tell you what, I don't even think you have an idea what that is. I don't think I'm pretty sure I have an idea. You know, I just know the fact that I'm dropping it out there. Okay, this is J-Lo and Matthew McConaughey. No, not Matthew McConaughey.
What are they made in Manhattan?
Instead of giving me like 3 words, 1 word, if you want to get married, you're going to need some help.
And who do you hire?
Oh, the wedding planner.
But you hire that person to help you with your wedding.
Wedding planner. Thank you guys so much. You're welcome. Now, were you familiar with the movie? No, I didn't even tell me what I thought was in a fairy tale. I don't know. I didn't even understand it. The movie is kind of a fairy tale. Yeah. But yeah. I like Matthew McConaughey, but I like him in like True Detective. It's just like that.
Should I get like 5 for my grandson that's larger away? Yeah, that's the other way. Yes. Yes. Oh, you're gonna hang it now or what? You can hang out all you want. I just have to go to some other call. Is that all right? Okay, so good luck and have fun, you guys. All right, good luck. Let's go to Robert from Chino. Robert, thanks for holding on. I know you're eating one. Oh, God. A little bit well. I don't think you're a good fit. No, you got I'm still here. I'm all right. How are you guys doing? Love your show, man. Thank you very much. So we're having a great time in the studio, and you're going to add to just the majestic nature of this evening. It's Friday night. Hopefully, your week, regardless of whatever it was, is getting better now as you go into the weekend. Yep. Going great, my friend. Okay, so are you ready to choose your number? Well, yeah. You could choose 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10. How about number 6? 2 Friday. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Hang on. What are y'all laughing at? I kind of got a little lost in it. That's a good thing. I remember one time my dad took me to this jazz club. That's the last place I wanted to be. But then I see the sound. Like this chorus. And then with a minor, I was like, oh, then he has the inner voice. And it's like he's, that's what the next thing I know is it's like no off the stage. Like I was lost in the music. He was in it. And he took the rest of his life. And I wanted to learn to talk like that. That's what I mean. I was born black. I don't know what I mean. Robert, what's up? Oh, I have no clue, man. Okay, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Pixar movies? No, actually, the last movie I saw in a theater was Forrest Gump. Okay. Hey, why? You're gonna have to drag here. Why? Yeah. I will. Everybody. There was a show that aired on Saturday mornings. It was kind of like American Bandstand, but it was hosted by a guy by the name of John Cornelius. Oh, yeah. You know what that show is? Oh, yeah. Love that show. You know the name of that show is? Yeah, that's the first.
Soul Train.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you want it wrong. How about that? Okay, so just hit us with the first part. Leave out the second part. Okay, so let's go. There it is. And just in case you didn't know, no, that's the end of that. A Soul is a Pixar movie animated feature. It stars Jamie Foxx, and it talks about this jazz musician who in an accident trades places with a cat, and he is trying to get back home and into his body without crossing over to the other side. And it's about, in general, about learning what's valuable and important. And a lot of people may have missed this one because it wasn't released to theaters. This is one that was released directly to the Disney Plus that's during the height of the pandemic. But it is coming back to theaters for a limited time because so many people didn't check it out. And if you love music, if you love jazz, if you love life, you will love the movie Soul. And highly recommend it. You'll cry. You will cry. If you laugh, you will cry. It's an homage to getting older. That's the way I can describe it. Okay. I don't want to give too much away. But Robert, how cool. If you won, congratulations. We have a later with Hotel t-shirt coming your way. Outstanding. You guys, thank you so much. I listen to you guys every day. And you don't have my phone. You don't have my mark, did you? Listen to him. No. I appreciate that. You know what? Well, I'm going to make it rain on you, man. That's what I got to do, okay? Say that after you get the t-shirt, not before.
I sure will. Thank you guys. Have a great weekend, everybody. You too. It's later. We'll both tell it. More of your phone movies on that game. My 641 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. The Marquardt and I spoke to light up on. Send that guy an extra shirt right now. There's something cool on. I will see. Marquardt with the news. A 4.2 magnitude earthquake has hit Lytle Creek just outside of Rancho Cucamonga. The shaking was felt around places like Riverside, Anaheim, and LA. Donut shop owner says he and his customers definitely felt it. Said little brand was like it was like like a survey or something like that. Officials say no damage reported across the LA area, but geological survey says the quake was felt as far away as Ventura County and San Diego. Ruben's Bakery in Compton has reopened after a mob of looters ransacked the place.
It took the Ramirez family 48 years to build the business in the community, and it took just minutes for looters to destroy that business. Ruben Ramirez says a car ran through the front door of his family's bakery during a street takeover, where people flooded the store, taking everything in sight.
We were missing food, meat, everything. I wanted to kill somebody. I was furious.
The store got boarded up with wood where the car broke through last Tuesday, but that hasn't stopped customers from selling out. One woman walked in and didn't order anything. She just handed Ramirez cash. In Compton, Chris Adams, KFI News.
U.S. Labor Department says 216,000 jobs have been added to the economy over the last month, which is well above what officials expected. The unemployment rate also stayed steady through December at 3.7%. Today's job report also showed hiring increase in sectors including government, healthcare, and construction. Jobs were shed in transportation and warehousing. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin recovering following complications from a medical procedure. The Pentagon announced the 70-year-old been in the hospital since earlier this week. He's recovering well and expected to resume his duties soon, but it's unclear when he'll be discharged. Austin is the former Army general who became the nation's first black defense secretary in 2021 after he was nominated by President Biden. Self-made weather from KFI, clear skies today with lows in the mid-40s down to mid-30s in the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. Cloudy tomorrow with a chance of rain tomorrow night. Highs tomorrow in the mid-60s at the beaches, Metro LA, Ocean Valley, IE, down to 60 in the AZ. 54 right now in Fountain Valley, 50 in Los Alamitos, and we've got cones on the 10 in Claremont. Saturday westbound from Indian Hill Boulevard to Town Avenue. The left lane is closed off, scheduled to be reopened at 8 a.m. And as you're making your way westbound on the 16th Industry, right after the Lupa, watch out for a stalled car that's stuck in the carpool lane. Going to want to stay as far right as possible. If I'm going on the 110 north down in downtown LA, that's just after the 10. It'll be a slow ride from there until you get to 3rd Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. Donate today at cardforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. For emergency backup power, go to duffypower.com, duffypower.com.
Why would someone just tell me what it costs to unplug my drone over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. They obviously have a price.
You've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Like Diamond, the smell plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unplug my drain?
$99. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopper. The Smell-Good Plumbers at Mike Diamond can unplug almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website, thesmellgoodplumber.com. Actually, like number 39979.
It don't say. Did you know there's a way to outsmart COVID if you get it? Matter of medicine, if you treat COVID whether or not you get vaccinated, which is great news, especially if you're over 50. If taken in the first 5 days of having symptoms, COVID medicine can help stop the illness from getting serious. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to learn more about COVID medicine. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. iHeartRadio urged this year with little tips for a healthier planet. When dining out or shopping at the grocery store, ask for sustainable features. By choosing sustainable features, you can help reduce overfishing, bycatch, loss of top predators, illegal fishing, and other harmful environmental impacts. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Every time the Fed has raised interest rates this year, credit card rates have gone up too, as high as 29%. Yikes! At at that rate, how will you ever get them paid off? Here's how. A home equity line of credit with the Loan Exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com. Not only can you get a much lower rate to pay off those cars, but mortgage interest can be tax deductible. Credit card debt isn't. Check with your tax advisor, they'll tell you. Plus, at the Loan Exchange, your rate on an equity line can never go higher than the first day. No matter what the Fed does, the start rate of your line is also the life cap of the line. Call the Loan Exchange at 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to find out how to exchange your credit card debt at much cheaper mortgage rates. Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Finance Law, NMLS 1637539. That's 855-752-9944 or theloanexchange.com. High-speed pursuit, all-wheel driver, don't be the last to know. KFI is on this case right now. When news breaks, get immediate alerts wherever you are. When you see the alert that takes you right to KFI, download the iHeartRadio app and follow KFI, and then you will be notified. How's that at you? Here we go. What a chase. So if you want the next alert, you got to download the iHeartRadio app, go to KFI, and click on Breaking News Alert. Only on the iHeartRadio app. And it's free. And only when you follow KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Name that movie so fast because we play 4 later original 70 t-shirts. Let's go back to the phone. Let's talk to Christina from Inglewood.
Are you done? Okay. Kevin, you could. You fucking my shot here, bro. Yeah, look like ROTHSCHILD.
What did you say? Who are you? Well, what's your real name? Super technique observed. I was born a guy to get you. No, even a single one can kill me. But your doctor would know all about that. You're gonna go. No, I have no idea.
Okay, here's the thing.
I do all the other answers, don't know this.
Because that's the way it usually works out. It's Silicone is the star of the movie. It was a long time ago.
Let's check.
I got it. No, that's not it.
There was a clue in the clip. Let's see if I can find it. No. We're talking about being. That's it. Here we go. Couple boy. This is just a sequence.
I'm just going to go on the next one. You know this one? I don't know. I'm trying to either. But okay.
Little Christine.
Oh my God.
You got it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I will get it.
No.
I know. Thank you so much, guys. I want to see your please. Okay. I love you so much. I look so excited, guys. Have a good night.
Let's go to, is it Lima from
I don't know.
Is it going to pronounce that correctly?
Oops. That's bitch. Yo. Hegel.
Alright, you know how we play this game by now, I assume, correct? Yes. Yes, sir. That's my third time. Okay. Let's do number 3. Alright, number 3 it is. We're just on a north way yet? Right out there, Frank. You want to take a dinghy? No, it's a straight up. Doesn't make sense, you know. Good policeman, my future.
What is Naked Gun? Which one?
What do you want? Answer the question. You're familiar with that bridge? Not at all. I never went so great. Maybe this will refresh your memory. I don't know, some kind of age. How about this? Yeah, I remember. I used to swim around. Why do you want to know? I can't tell you that. Yeah, maybe this will help. I really don't think I should. Hey, you still don't think so? All right, his name is George. Do you have an idea? Pretty sure it's Naked Gun? Yes, correct. Trust your gut. You were pretty sure you were damn sure. That's 100%. Have you seen the movie or did you just piece it together? No. I've been a big fan of that genre of teen type comedy movies and Leslie Nielsen. I mean, his voice is so recognizable. Right. That's how you do it. You pick up the clues within the clip. Well done. Well, you've already won it 35 times. You have the shirt already. You know, actually, the previous calls were before you started printing your new shirt. So I don't have a shirt yet, but you can say, well, I think we can hook you up. To all you two, because Hazel played for you. We can't hook up Hazel. Okay, well, I love going to war on the department. So if he has to say no, and I'm not going to allow him to say no. Well, congratulations, you guys. Thank you so much for listening in and always supporting us. Thank you, guys. Please tell a friend, okay? Will do. Happy New Year to your crew. Happy New Year to you as well. It's later with Mo Kelly. We have the lightning round when we come back. So if you're on hold, stay right there. Don't go anywhere. We'll come to your call. KFI 8640. We're live everywhere in the iPod radio app and out of our phone. KFI 25 people. Nigel Lisco stepping down as a judge on Southern Beach in Kansas. He faces sexual assault lawsuits. Lisco said in a statement his decision to step back from this year's series is entirely voluntary, and he's dedicating time clearing his name and restoring his reputation. CDC says a new COVID variant is now accounting for more than half the cases in the U.S. As of January 5th, strain JN.1 makes up more than 60% of U.S. cases and is the most widely circulated COVID variant globally. And a man in Florida is suing a Dunkin' Donuts location for bodily injury and psychological damages after a toilet allegedly exploded on it. That said to a couch on the 2 in La Cañada Flint Ridge. Heading northbound just before this cruise train is going to be in the right lane, so watch out for brake lights as you approach there. B5 northbound in the Legion Park just before Stadium Way. There's a stalled car in the center divider, adding to the side of the traffic. Back up to about Riverside Drive. And as you make your way on the 60 heading eastbound, that's in Ontario, approaching Vineyard is a slow ride there. That'll start to clear up for you as you approach Milliken. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
This report is sponsored by your Amazon Fresh store. Everything's better with avocado, and they're on sale now at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Get 4 large half avocados for $5. That's in January 16th. While supplies last. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you. Hosted by true crime author and killer storyteller Mary Hayden Slayer, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers riveting narrative about killers, scammers, journalists, and offenders. Drawn from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes. We provided investigators in Mountain City, Tennessee, with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to the greatest true crime stories ever told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article? Search engines don't always get it right. So right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender like yours comes in. Take control with Reputation Defender. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert.
Hey, did you know there's a way to outsmart COVID if you get it? Now there are medicines that can treat COVID whether or not you've been vaccinated, which is great news, especially if you're over 50. But take in the first 5 days of having symptoms, COVID medicines can help stop the illness from getting scarier. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255 to learn more about COVID medicine. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. There are many things to love about winter. Cozy sweaters, celebrations, and family time. But winter can also bring many stresses. Extra expenses, seasonal buzz, and so much family time. If you and your loved ones are feeling stressed or anxious this winter, Cal Hope can help. Check out our free mental health resources at calhope.org today.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like 70s Rock Ride, the commercial-free station featuring the best in 70s rock. Just search 70s Rock Ride and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good. Donate today at cardforkids.org. That's card with a K. Your card can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. For emergency backup power, go to duffypower.com, duffypower.com.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. They obviously have a price.
You've got a nice little lump.
Who are you? Mike Diamond, the Snowden plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stuffing. The Snowden plumbers and Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website, thesnowdenplumber.com. Every time the Fed has raised interest rates this year, credit card rates have gone up too, as high as 29%. Yikes! At that rate, how will you ever get this paid off? Here's how: a home equity line of credit with the Loan Exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com. Not only can you get a much lower rate to pay off those cards, but mortgage interest can be tax deductible. Credit card debt isn't. Check with your tax advisor, they'll tell you. Plus, at the Loan Exchange, your rate on an equity line can never go higher than the first day. No matter what the Fed does, the start rate of your line is also the life cap of the line. Call the Loan Exchange at 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to find out how to exchange your credit card debt at much cheaper mortgage rates. Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Regulation under the California Finance Law, NMLS 1637539. That's 855-752-9944 or theloanexchange.com. Google yourself lately. Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article? Search engines don't always get it right. So right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender like yours comes in. Take control with Reputation Defender. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert. Attorney Joe Cortell. Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters. And that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills. 1455 Gracie Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California.
That's the area. We feel fucked. Big Four loses, my world, come on home. Let me kill a chicken for you.
Let's kill the chicken for you. Do you see a Santeria in New York ever anymore?
No. I don't know what you look for.
Yeah, they're on the corners.
What do you mean?
You walk by a corner and you see a chicken in a bag.
Oh, no, I don't
A
see
couple
that.
broken eggs. That's Santeria.
Really?
Yeah, because it's the same concept with the egg.
That sounds like
If you work with somebody and they killed somebody or they committed suicide, something like that, Santeria, they want you to go home and get an egg. And you cleanse yourself with the egg. You don't have a chicken.
Really?
Yeah.
I ate those undeveloped eggs when I was in Cambodia. Yeah.
What are undeveloped eggs?
It's got like a fetus in there.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah. It's got like a fetus. It's foreign, but it's all like gelatinous. And they give it to you, and then some fucking old men came by. It's like, that's good for nighttime. It's supposed to be this fucking aphrodisiac or something, or a boner pill. I don't know.
I've seen that. Andrew Zimmern eat that on Travel Tycoon.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. It gets presented to you, and I was like, all right, let's go right now. Go, do it. Order it. Yeah, it was pretty gross. But it tasted fine.
Did they have bones
It
inside?
tasted fine. They put a little piece of like soy sauce in it or some shit, something like that. Did they have what?
Did they have bones in it? Did it crunch?
No, it did not. Even the beak was soft. And there's like a harder part. So if the egg's like that, there's like a hard part that's like there. It's like all hard. You can't even get through. And the rest is all fucking.
That's my biggest
fear.
fear. That's my biggest fear in travel.
What?
Food.
Oh, really?
I don't like
No one's gonna force you to eat it.
No, but what am I gonna be fucking eating on the road?
What is he gonna instead? He's gonna go to fucking eat cockroaches.
What am I gonna eat? Fucking McDonald's?
Well, maybe
And
you
you gotta
gotta-
eat street food and fucking get sick.
Where was this?
That was in Cambodia.
Yeah, I don't think Joey's going to Cambodia, but you could go to like Japan. That's my favorite. That's the one I really want to go to.
Japan?
Yeah, that seems like fun.
You could eat the sushi. It's
Yeah.
not like here.
But I'm sure
They just chop the head off and it's still swimming and shit like that. It's a different experience. The food. I don't know if it's China, Japan, where you go eat balls.
Dude, I had that in Israel, bulls balls, in a mixed grill. I'm like, what does kaduri mean? Because I thought I knew. I thought it meant balls, kaduri, salt, or whatever. And they're like, balls. I'm like, yeah, but what does it mean, like, here, in terms of, like, a mixed grill? It says kaduri. I'm like, yeah, balls. What do you... They're like, balls. I was like, yeah, bulls testicles.
Were they good?
Delicious.
Would you eat them? Like, wow, they
Mixed grill. You get a bunch of stuff. Little, liver,
chicken heart.
Maybe. Balls. Pieces of, like, beef. Chopped, onion shit. Mixed grill.
And did you ever find good Chinese food in Israel? Because I was
No,
I was
and the
barely
jump
there.
sauce was red.
Yeah, that's it. It's like sweet and sour sauce.
Yeah. That is good. But they opened up a Pizza Hut near Jerusalem, a mall. Yeah, Tuesdays all you could eat. We would eat an early dinner on Monday, like 6 p.m., and then not eat anything until 4 to 5 p.m. the next day, and go in and eat an entire pizza, and then order another pizza, and eat one bite of that, and go, yeah, I'm full, grab us up, please. We would kill them.
How was it? I like it.
It's great. It's just pizza.
Like, but they had like when I was there, they had like corn on Domino's. Like that's some weird.
Oh, yeah. That's like that in every country. It's sticky rice. They have brown sticky rice at Burger King.
Really?
In Chiang Mai, yeah. Yeah. Dude, I had some questionable shit though. I had some oysters just in a cooler, but just like out in Vietnam, down an alley, and they were like cooking them, and I was like, oh, I mean, they looked great, but like no freshness, and it's just like just seafood, just like shellfish, just open oysters or clams out for a while, and I was like, yeah, give me an order of that. And then it's like, let's take the ride. That time I didn't get sick.
I can't do it, guys. I don't give a fuck.
You would never take like fresh oysters,
I don't even like oysters here.
clams. They had shit on them.
I went to Jamaica one time. And I
Did you
saw
really?
those chickens on the side of the road. Shit. I went back to that hotel, and that food tasted so fucking bad. And those eggs tasted weird to me. The orange juice tasted weird. I cannot do it. I am too much of a fucking skeeve. I skeeve fucking food too much.
But I thought you loved food. My favorite memory is when I've been in San Francisco, going like, I want some authentic Chinese. Telling that guy, he's okay. He goes, no, but authentic.
And then he took us to a good place, and you were like, there's crawfish with eyeballs in it. You're like, a little too authentic.
A little too authentic. Yeah,
I need to pull back a little bit.
This Dave Foley took me to a place that had some fucking tremendous. They had the potato pancakes. But again, I'm sold on the East Coast Chinese food. That's what I grew up with.
The egg roll's the best. You can't
So
find
that's
like
where
that
your
here.
fucking mentality is. You eat good Chinese in New York, you go right to the village, right? You go right to Chinatown.
Yeah, but honestly, Chinatown doesn't have the best Chinese. Same thing as Little Italy doesn't nearly have the best Italian. And it's not open the best. Only Wool Hop's open late. You would think they'd be open all hours. 11, you got
You
down
like
like
Wool
two
Hop?
choices. Well, it's fine. It's gross. It's dirty. It's not good food. You have places in the East Village like till 10 or 11 or like better, Szechuan food.
George, you would always torture me about Wool Hop. And I would tell
It's
him,
just the one that's open.
I got Chan's till 11. I'm good. Once I eat Chan's, I'm good. I don't need to go into the village and let my friends know I want to do a village to eat Chinese.
But you're already in New Jersey?
Yeah.
What time is the last call in New York?
They don't know what you're talking about. That's business by business. Whenever they want.
It's not at all?
Is it 4 or is it 3?
No, it's neither.
When I was
I've
growing
drank
up, it
till
was
sun
3.
has come up. I've been in bars and seen through the
Oh,
cracks.
yeah.
But I'm like, oh fuck, it's fucking sunlight
How
now.
great. How great.
They just don't kick you out.
How crazy is that you're in a bar and you walk out and you get sunglasses?
It's crazy, but it feels so cool.
So cool.
You're like, I stayed up all night. It's the air is like clean, especially if it's like 6 instead of like 9 or 10. 9 or 10 people are already out, but if you get out like 6, it's like still kind of quiet, and you're like, oh yeah, I feel like if I could accomplish something.
I pulled my first Coke all night when I was about 17. But to go into a bar at 2 in the morning and do blow and drink beer and walk out of that bar at 7:30 in the morning when the sun's out.
Yeah.
You have this weirdest feeling the first couple times you do it. You think you're fucking Sinatra.
Yeah, it feels like
You
that.
really do. The first 3, 4 times that you stay out all night with your friends and you walk out at 7 and you're like, where are we going to go eat? Or maybe you can't even eat because you're so fucking coked up. You feel like, look at me. Yeah, I'm getting places. And you wake up the next day and you tell everybody, dog, we stayed out all night. Where the fuck were you? It was a blast. It was no blast. It was 5 guys and 1 broad looking at the same broad. They're all fucked. And a bartender with a glass eye. And everybody's looking at this one chick. To fuck this shit out of all coked up. And at the end of the night, she don't go home with nobody. 5 guys got to go home and bang it out on their own. Like shit like that. Like we'd leave a bar at 7. But then there was a club in the city I would go to in 83, 84. They would give me sunglasses on the way out.
Really?
They would give me like $3 sunglasses.
Oh, really? So you could go home in peace?
Yeah, peace. I couldn't even imagine
Yeah, me and Mark Norman sometimes stay up.
pulling all-nighters anymore. Like I couldn't.
Sometimes it's just hanging out talking for a while. What's the difference?
Like going to a bar and just bellying up and drinking Bud Lights with a bag of potato chips. All those bars in New York used to have potato chips.
Sometimes they serve pizza in there, in the room. Or you can order pizza to Brooklyn. You can order pizza to a bar. And just be like, yeah, and then you just eat it there.
You've got pizza delivered to the
I've
bar?
seen it a bunch of times.
Holy shit.
They don't care. We don't serve food here. Yeah, get a pizza. Yeah, it's so fucking cool. Those back patios and like Brooklyn. God damn.
It's like when you're in LA and you get coked up till 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
You're driving home on Sunset at 4. There's not a car out.
It's peaceful.
It's peaceful. Like you're like, what the fuck am I doing? What is wrong with my life? But in New York, you walk out of a fucking club and you're high and the sun's out. And you're like, look at me, dog. This is Rolling Stones type shit.
Yeah, you feel like John Lennon.
Staying out all fucking night.
Yeah.
Then after a while, you just become a loser.
Right. So you
You
just
just-
want every night. Stop it.
It's funny, man. I listen to this thing, and you guys might not like it, but I listen to it for the stupidity. And I gotta tell you something. I listen to it every Sunday. I usually take a ride while it's on, and I know if I'm gonna like the people on the show within the first 7 minutes.
Yeah.
But you catch good people on there, and I listen to Studio 54 radio on Sirius Radio. On Sunday night, some lady who was what is that shit?
Cook check in it?
No, you know what I'm talking about. The lady who does the appointments,
Yeah.
the VIP list. She is the host of the show. She was the official lady who made the VIP list for Studio 54.
Oh,
every
really?
night.
And what'd she host?
this show called Studio 54. Two people go in there and talk about their life when they were going to Studio 54. Like she knew him. Like this week they had a fucking tremendous woman who hung out with Andy Warhol and just said that he ran with 16 deep. And how in New York Andy Warhol didn't do drugs. So Studio 54 those nights Andy Warhol didn't do drugs. But in the daytime he would go to milkshake bars in the village. That's where men went to eat men. They went and had milkshakes. Milkshake bars. And if you knew the bartender, he put gin in there for you.
Really?
Have a vodka, whatever you want, a milkshake. But they just talked about their lifestyles, Harvey.
Who?
These people talk about their lifestyles at that time, like how they were living.
Oh yeah.
Like the best one I ever heard.
Oh, these are the interviews.
Like the interviews.
Okay.
It's like a podcast, but of people who, like, it's like us when we're 60.
Yeah.
And they call us and they go, do me a favor. Talk about this store from like 2000 to 2005.
Yeah.
And we're still talking about Mitzi. And, this guy worked the door, and there was this other guy that worked the door that was missing a foot. And you were fucking the chick upstairs. I had that chick with the dirty fingernails that would suck my dick from the spot. This is what's going to happen. 30 years from now, when you're sitting there in your bed thinking your life is over, some young 28-year-old kid's going to call you, Doris, you're being high. My name is John Smith. No, don't hang up. You go, what do you want? He's going to listen. We are part of this new radio station called the Comedy Store, the Wonder Years. We love the Wonder Years, and we'd love for you to call in and discuss your relationship with Joey Diaz, rest in peace, Joe Rogan, rest in peace. You're the only one that's left from that crew, Harvey. Can you call in tomorrow night and tell us about your life and times at the Comedy Store from 2000 to 2010? All right. This is the first time somebody's called you in 3 years.
All right.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
What aren't you going to tell that guy?
Yeah, I tell everything.
You're going to go, listen, can I fly myself to you?
It's going to be a while.
Yeah,
In
so
multiple days.
these are people that probably, Studio 54 was the 70s.
Oh, they had stories.
So this is 50 fucking years ago. So these people are in their 70s. So they come on this show. But about the first time I ever heard this was like on a Sunday night. I needed weed, and I got in the car at 6:30. We just had dinner, and I had Studio 54 radio on, and I caught this husband team talking about their life. They were Jewish, nice Jewish couple. And they were talking about how their kids were growing up. But let me tell you our lifestyle, what it was in 1975. And then he goes, shoot. And he goes, number one. For years, Liza Minnelli thought we were like real estate agents. They didn't know that we were dentists. So this husband and wife team were two dentists.
Yeah.
And they had somebody else who worked in the office. They lived in the brownstone, and their mother lived downstairs. The wife's mother lived downstairs. So this was their itinerary. They would get home from Studio 54 at 6 in the morning, have breakfast with the kids. And then one of them would take the kids to school, and they'd sleep till 11. And they'd get up at 11, get ready, go to work from 12 to 4, go home, pick up the kids, cook dinner. They would have dinner, help the kids with homework, take a nap till 11. And then go to Studio 54 5 nights a week.
Wow.
And the lady was like, I remember those days. You guys were there. People were like, Tuesday through Saturday, we were at Studio 54 till 6 in the morning. And they started talking about who they saw there. And they talking about how they tied up Bob Hope one night.
What?
Bob Hope went in there one night. The owner of the Studio 54 said, go get him. And a bunch of hot chicks went around Bob Hope and started tying him up with toilet paper. And then after the toilet paper, they brought out a rope and shit. And then Bob Hope was turning red. They just started telling stories about John F. The one Kennedy, and how Paul Castellano went. Like everybody at one time had to go to Studio 54 to see what the fuck was going on. And it's just interesting that those people live like that. Like I read the Lenny Bruce book before I got into comedy. That motherfucker did comedy till 5 during the week at jazz and strip clubs. And then he would go home and shoot heroin at the Chelsea Hotel. Get up about 1 or 2 and go eat breakfast. That's the life I wanted. Like that's it. That getting home at 6 every night and picking up a Daily News and a fresh squeezed orange juice, taking it upstairs, turning on the news, a little smoke a joint, pass out like by fucking 7:30. I loved all that shit.
I loved working nights. That was my world. I dreamt of that shit. Walking in while you're walking out. I always loved that idea. I'm walking in while all you humps are walking out. You humps are going to work, I'm going to sleep. I loved working nights. That's why I always knew that I had to do something at night. I hated the day jobs.
Oh, right.
I fucking knew. Listen, everybody, who the fuck wants to work during the fucking daytime? I like the idea of being a mason, working construction, an electrician, but suck my dick. I wanted to work fucking nights, so I could have the days to myself. It's so weird because my mom had that type of business. She worked nights. She was able to go to a baseball game, at her bar. So she was able to go to a baseball game. She was able to go to a racetrack at 1 o'clock. You're still able to enjoy the day. Is what my point is.
How come I haven't really heard of another bar like Studio 54? That's like really like the only famous club like that. Are there other ones? Or do I just not go to
Well,
clubs?
after that time in New York City, they had like an area, and they had the one that's the church that's still there on the 20th and west side. It's a church, but now it used to be a church. They turned it into a club. And they had all these spots. Lee, I was not a club guy. I would go, like if Ari would call me and go, Joey, come with me tonight, whatever. I got like an 8-ball of blow, a cigarette over the way, 2 Quaaludes. I went to the studio one time, and it was not Big Dragon was hanging out there. It had to be like 84 on a Thursday night. Like a friend of mine took me. I used to go to a place, the Rooftop, because it was a cocaine place. All those places were basically cocaine places. You look at me like, what's a cocaine place?
Yeah.
And we could pay $12 at it. Was like,
all you can snort?
No, it was shit. It was a Rooftop. It was $17 if you walked in at 11, and it was $12 if you walked in after 4. But it was all you could drink. All right, so you, me, and Lee sit down.
$17?
Yeah, this is 1983.
How much was the drink back then?
Whatever. It was all you could drink. So it was watered down alcohol, but you didn't give a fuck. By the time you walked in there, you dropped a loot or a 2 at home, and you had a half 8-ball in you, and you had 30 cocktails somewhere else. You just went in there to continue the party and be able to drink.
Yeah.
So what you did was you went in there in those days in 1983. You got an 8-ball, and I had an 8-ball. It went on the table.
Really?
Yeah, in front of 200 people. And we would be having a whole conversation, snorting, talking about baseball.
You get yours, I get mine.
Yeah, we'd be all doing it together. Here, try this, do this, do this. You need a bill? Yeah, that's what you paid for. In the mid-'80s to about 1990, when you went to those clubs, that's what you paid for.
Wow,
to be able to go to the bathroom and snort, in studio, like most clubs that you went to, all the bathrooms are like the main room bathroom, with those chairs, with the mirror in front of it, with the light over it. And you could go into the women's bathroom at those discos, sit down and snort coke, and women would go pee. And they didn't say nothing there. All right, as long as you didn't fuck with them while they were peeing and
Whatever you're using.
you could just snort coke in there. Like every place in the club was.
How much is an 8-ball?
At that time?
Yeah, like no, not how
Today?
much. How much did it cost? How much coke do you get?
$3.5 grand.
Show me on the bag. Let's just say that was full of coke. How much would that?
$3.5 grand is.
Not the weight of it, but the look of it. Let's say it was all coke. That down there?
That's it. Wow.
Wait, it's getting us more.
That. This might be like $5 grand.
Oh, so listen to that. How many lines you get out of that? How many lines you get out of an 8-ball?
It depends how big you make the lines.
Little
Tiny things like this.
Like
You should get
from there
8 grams out of a half gram.
8 snorts out of a half gram?
Yeah.
8 snorts out of a half gram?
Yeah.
Oh, so there you go. That's a long time then.
Yeah.
And that's it's an eighth?
Yes.
3.5 grams. Oh, so if you get 8 out of half a gram.
Yeah, because your
16
lines.
grams.
Okay, your lines are going to be like this. Okay.
Your line's 50.
When I say lines for a half gram.
56 snorts. You get 56 snorts out of that. That's a lot. That's a long night, right?
I don't know.
How many snorts do you need? 3? Oh, that was so wet.
That's what you need, guys.
That was so wet.
That's tremendous. That's the protein powder.
All right, this is a line. You're showing me a line.
This is the protein powder. You can get 8 lines like this.
This is perfect knowledge. 8 lines like that. So that's 1, 2.
Okay, so I got 5 there. I'm gonna take a little piece off each one here.
Oh, you take a little piece off. You might get in text.
I got 6 there. So
All right.
clean it up a little bit. You take that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I can see.
Lines like this.
Yeah. How long does that get you high for? If you do one of those lines.
I'm gonna have to do 3 of these to get the party started.
Okay.
Wait about 10-15 minutes and bang out the other 3.
Wow.
We'd be talking shit.
For how long?
An hour and a half.
An hour and a half. That would get you going.
With alcohol.
Yeah.
You don't even need this much with alcohol.
But really, it's that alone. Get it started, then go back to it. An hour and a half after that. You're like good high.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's nice. That's a nice long time.
Fucking up all night.
And how much would one of those be? Those 8 balls back then?
Back then it was probably 250 to 300. Now it's 1 1/4.
It's less because it's not even cocaine anymore.
No, it's cocaine. It's just we're fueled with it. It's everywhere.
So it's oversaturated.
Oversaturated. That's what I meant.
It's too easy to get.
Yeah, like that's what they do. They flood the streets with it. Or now remember you have Oxycontin to compete with.
Yeah.
And you also have regular AIDS to compete with. So the problem there is that there's a lot of competition. It's not just you can't sell in '84 when all that shit you guys are watching on Narcos.
Yeah.
They're talking about that shit now. Now it moved into like 87, 88. But when we first watched the 2nd season of Narcos, even this season they said something very interesting. Remember when they couldn't get the ether?
Right, yeah, absolutely.
In the 80s, there was a part like 85, 86 where your coke started tasting funky. And it was because they couldn't get ether smuggled into Colombia anymore. They needed ether to wash it. We were talking about this last week. They were washing it with gasoline and paint solvent and shit, so your coke tastes fucked up. That was the big issue.
But they couldn't get any ether.
Then they sent troops down there like 85, 86, and that made them move. That made them go to Cuba and process it. It skyrocketed. Cocaine skyrocketed. By 86, man, cocaine. There were some people who were getting 1,800 to 2,000 of them.
Wow.
And they would put a little tiny bit of cut in it. They saved it. So you paid top dollar and you didn't get the top quality. What you did with it was your business. So on coke, that cost 1,800. Kind of like, 10 grams on it. And now you started with 28. Now you got 38. If you keep 3 for yourself and sell 35 grams for $100 a piece, that double your money. That's like a hustle like yourself. You don't grind up the coke, you leave some coke rocks, and you just chunk them the other rest and mix it with the cut. So you basically mix it maybe 15 with 10. You keep the other rocks out so the customer sees the rock and that's what gets their card. You get $100 all day long. I don't know what we're talking about this shit. Who's thinking of becoming a drug dealer here? This is drug dealer 101 this afternoon. What the fuck, kid?
It's expensive. Like people complain about like the price of like weed at the dispensaries. They're like, oh, it's expensive for a gram. But $100.
$125 for 3.5 grams of cocaine is a fucking gift.
Really?
Oh, I know people give you half eighths for $65. That's a gram and 3/4. That's perfect.
So you're really good at the metric system, huh?
Who?
You. I have no idea what
I
any of these
figured it
words are.
out. You figure. See, 30 years ago, they were telling you in the school system already that in 10 years there was not going to be no more inch or gallons. It was all going to metric.
You remember that?
That was the fear. They were telling us that
it was going to.
They were threatening.
They tried it.
That. Yeah. So when cocaine came along in the 80s, I go, oh, here it is. It's changing with drugs. It's changing with drugs. And shit. Quarter ounces, eighths, half ounces, half pounds. Remember when you bought fireworks? They told you, remember what's a lot?
What's a lot?
Yeah, 144.
Oh, a lot of them, yeah.
No, a lot is like 124. Like a mat.
12 by 12?
Yeah, something like that. 12,
144?
Yeah, 144 packs. It was crazy. We bought like $5 grand. That's how you learn to do fucking meth.
All right.
Quickly, on the run. On the run, bitch.
As a criminal?
Sure, that's how I did my best fucking math. You gotta do math quick in your fucking head. You call me up, you corner me in a fucking bar Friday night, and you're all coked up, and you give me an beat. And Ari is the coke dealer, but you don't know that. You corner me at the bar. If fucking Ari opens his mouth, Ari will stab him because you're my commission. You follow me?
Are you going to be fantasy?
So
My only question to you is, are you going to be fantasy football champion?
Right.
Talking about
In at least one league.
And you looking for
What's the goal? 5. You want 5. Well, at what would you be shot? 8 or more? But 5? 5 titles?
Yeah.
I mean, I at points didn't even know if I get 1. At what point did you think you were doing really well? I really didn't think I was doing that well until the playoffs came and I had like 11 teams in it.
But I'll never let him get rid of
10 teams.
Next time he gets to you, you'll say, Jesus Christ.
11 teams and 10 in the championship or something.
Joey, I got a light package.
Dude, try Office, ladies.
I get the full fucking amount here. What's the matter, Doug?
And just do them in
Oh,
order.
yeah. I'm not wandering.
This weed is tremendous.
Yeah.
It's just, we ain't fucking around here.
Why?
Would you have
Church
sex
of what?
with Angela? I have sex with both.
You want to start?
Individually, whenever they want, just everything, all about it. I have sex with their butt. I have sex with their
It's an
food.
excuse for every day of the week, by the way.
It's Tuesday. It's the Lord's. It's the Lord's Brother's Day.
Why do this sexy bitches?
I can get some food. I definitely want to get some food at some point.
There's a taco place down the
Who
corner.
is that?
Fucking Jersey Mike's.
I'll bet $1,000 you're going to end up at that taco place.
Who is
And
this?
you're gonna be there too, cocksucker.
Yeah, but you said Morton.
Parks
You always
and
try to
Recollection.
get us with a good one first.
We'll call Morton, but look at the shit.
Some
They're
writer.
gonna let us 3 fucking.
Parks and Recollection. That's a really cute name.
Oh, I did. When you
Yo.
when you give us that gift card last Christmas,
Yo,
we went,
why
I went in
isn't
there
it like
at
a thing
lunchtime, high
where
as
you're just
fuck. I
like,
was
oh,
laughing
dog,
in the waitress's
here you
face.
go,
No, Paula was there, but I was the only one high. Sure.
dog,
We only had, what, 3 of them?
dog,
Like that.
dog,
Like this looks like Larry.
dog,
Those two stuck together.
dog.
You don't even care.
We ain't got
You guys
time.
just
Here you
like
go,
the gummy.
dog.
We ain't got time to
Dog.
I'm just hoping there's no horse.
Did you
I
know
love
that
these
the
people who
bold,
do all this
smooth
fucking
taste of
investigative
Dunkin'
work.
cold coffee can be brewed on
You're
pure
driving me crazy.
flavor and enjoyed enough? You heard
The
that right.
WebMD. What the fuck
Dunkin's
is
cold
this
cake
thing?
pods
Look at this.
are
Delicious.
can enjoy cold. Each Dunkin' cold K cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold
Stick it in
coffee
my
at home
mouth.
whenever you crave
How much
it.
do you normally
Just
do?
Stick my big
rice and
toe
7
milligrams.
seconds.
That's perfect.
in.
Really?
Take a
Dunkin'.
35.
You do the spot at the store.
Sugar.
Right. No.
Pull it.
Just my shoulder bone.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate
I
Office
know.
Rewatch
That was what half
podcast.
those
Why did they
spreadsheets.
ever-
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were
Just
there
trying
can
to
tell
make
you.
a comeback.
We're the Office ladies.
Each one was 100. No, so 50 milligrams.
Hello,
50
everybody. This is Jenna Fisher.
30, I'm
Hi,
already
this is
risking it, not
Angela
getting caught.
Kinsey.
But
And this
sometimes
is
now
our
I
very
get high on
first
that. It's
Office
50,
Ladies
50 is my line.
podcast.
Half,
I'm
half,
so
those
excited.
brushes were 100 back
I'm
then.
a little bit
Half
freaking
was
out. I'm
50.
freaking
That was
out.
like
We
good
hope
dose.
you guys like
To get
it.
fucked
We're
up.
working really hard. This is
And by the way,
a dream
Joey Diaz
we
also
had
got
for
fucked up
years
back
of
then
getting
off
to
the
work
same
together
amount.
again.
No.
Yes,
I
because
see
we became
them, but the
best
breath
friends
shit
while
used to
working
stick
on The
together.
Office together. We did.
Everybody
We ate
said put
lunch
them in your
together
wallet when
every
you
single
travel.
day.
Yeah. You put
Every
them in your
single
wallet.
day.
There
And
was
I think
3
the hardest part
There was
for
2
me
to a pack.
about
There was
the show
only
ending
ever
was
always
not
2
getting
to a
to
pack.
see
So
you every
sometimes
day.
I think it was either 2 or 3
It
hours.
It was for sure 2.
No, no, no,
Never
no,
2.
no, no,
Never
no,
stopping 2. It always
Dog.
started at 2.
Dog, 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 dog,
Three,
dog, dog,
two
dog,
of them
dog.
got stuck
You
together.
gotta,
I
you
just
gotta.
love this moment so much. He said to Jenna and I, no matter what happens with the show, this is what you two will take from it. Yeah. And he was so right. It's true. And we've been trying to figure out some way that we could work together again ever since. So here it is. It's a dream realized. It's a dream realized. We thought, what a better time. The 15-year anniversary is coming out. And I had like 3 Rubbermaid bins of photos in my shed. And I was going through them and I was getting really nostalgic. And I was telling
This
Jenna about it.
athleticism.
I was like,
This-
Jenna,
this
we had
book-
such an amazing time on that show. I mean, it just was one of the joys of my life. And you know,
Oh, shit.
I hadn't watched most of the episodes since they aired. So this has been a real treat for me to go back and finally rewatch them.
Okay, well, why do we gotta
And
be a
it's
slut?
so good. You guys, I mean, we become kind of nerdy fans of our own show. We become nerdy fans. And here's the thing: when we were filming it, you're kind of living and breathing the day of it. And I watched them all when they aired, but now I'm watching them just as like an audience. And it's just so fun. It's just been so much fun, and I feel like. Here it is. It's The Office bringing us back together again. Yes, it's so special. It's so special. Okay, we're geeking out. We're geeking out. And listen, you guys, we just want you to know we're so excited that you're gonna like join us in this journey and rewatch every week with us. Listen to us chitty chat about being best friends. And there are going to be times that maybe we forget something, right? Or we miss something. Or we miss something because we're not experts. We're on the show. We're on the show, and we love the show. You are actually probably the expert. You guys are the experts. So please watch along with us. Send in questions, and let's just rewatch it together. And we're going to start from the beginning. We're going to start with the pilot, and we're going to watch it in order. Oh my gosh, that brings us to the pilot. This is it. This is it. I feel like we're going to talk about today. Okay, so just so you know how Jenna works, you guys. She has like her list, she prints out, she has her laptop, she has 2 notepads, and then I just bring a whole bunch of colored note cards with a Sharpie. That sort of paints a picture of how we process information. It is. I'm a little bit more. I don't know, Jenna. You're more organized. It's okay. You can say it. And you're more colorful. Oh, well, okay. Well, I guess I'm going to take that as a compliment. All right, so let's get started. We're going to talk about the pilot. This is season 1, episode 1. This episode is written by Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant, and Greg Daniels, and directed by Ken Kwapis. Let's start with a synopsis. I think that's a good place to start. Great. All right. So in this episode, we're going to meet the employees of Dunder Mifflin Paper Company as introduced by their manager, Michael Scott. This is just a normal day at an ordinary workplace, just people living their lives. Yes. A pilot episode is usually introducing each of the characters and also the convention of the show. And in this case, the convention of the show is that this is a documentary. Right. This is the world you're going to see every day is this paper company. Yes. Now, I had an idea. What? I think for each episode, we should have something called Fast Facts. What are you even talking about? This sounds crazy. A fast fact. What is a fast fact? Okay, stay with me here. A fast fact is a fact about that episode. Mm-hmm. And then we talk about it. Not necessarily fast. Wait, do I have to talk quickly? No. Here's an example of a fast fact. Okay. The show The Office is actually an adaptation of a British show of the same name, The Office. That's right. It was called The Office. It was written by Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant. It's fantastic. It is amazing. I was a huge fan of it before I even went to the audition for the American version of The Office. Same. I had watched the entire series, and then I got a phone call that they were doing an American version and asking me to audition for the receptionist. And I about pooped myself. Yeah, yes. I was excited and nervous because I loved the British version so much. And I was like, oh, I hope they do it justice. And I mean, come on. Years later, I think we did it. Well, we got a lot of critical attention when we were making the pilot and not a lot of love because people really thought we were going to mess it up. People were worried because the British show was award-winning, critically acclaimed. It's considered still to this day one of the greatest television comedies ever made. And it deserves all of that. It is. Because it is amazing. Yes. And so there was a lot of pressure on us when we were going in to make this. And something that I think is often said is that we did a shot-by-shot remake of the British pilot, which is not true. That is not true. It is not a shot-for-shot remake, but we did use their script as a template, yes, and there are some adjustments. There are elements, though. There are elements that are the same that if you watch it and watch this one. Yes, for example, in general, each of the characters and like the fact that there's this buffoonish, silly boss in their version named David Brent and ours, Michael Scott. But if you look at the talking heads, there are some differences. Yes, and also like the way the story is told is a little different. I mean, some of the points are the same that happen, but it's told differently. But Greg Daniels was the person who was tasked with Americanizing the British show. Yes. And Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant kind of oversaw that process, but they, for example, they were not on set when we were shooting the pilot. Nope. No, they came and they visited with us. I remember sitting and getting to have lunch with Ricky Gervais.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, because I was such
Were you nervous?
Oh yes, I was a super fan of the British version.
Me too.
And I had been cast in the pilot, and they came and they listened to us do a table read, and afterwards they asked me, John, Rain, Steve, and BJ, and Greg to join them for lunch to discuss the show. And I remember thinking, if I get fired tomorrow, at least I got to have lunch with Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant. At least that happened. That was, to me, just huge.
Was it a fun lunch? I was not at that lunch. I was not invited.
It was so much fun, Angela. And I remember Ricky saying something in that lunch that was really important. He said, you know, in England, you can be really, really bad at your job for a long time and you never get fired. He's like, in America, that's going to frustrate people. So my one piece of advice is that Michael can be a buffoon, he can be silly, he can be irritating, but you should, I suggest, he said that you show glimpses of him actually being a good salesperson. And we do that throughout the show. You see in future episodes that he is actually good at sales. And he said that's going to be an important, I think, piece of the puzzle. And Stephen Merchant said, my piece of advice would be to lean a little bit more into the Jim and Pam relationship. He said,
he knew the heart of it.
He said, that's really going to be the heart of your show. Because the British version, they did 6 episodes for their first season, 6 episodes for their second season, and 1 big Christmas special. And they knew that for American television, we were looking to do years, and we ended up doing 200. So he said, you need to keep the heart beating on the show. And so that's the heart of the show.
That's Jim and Pam.
Okay, I have another fast fact. We filmed the pilot 6 months before the rest of season 1. And we shot it on the 2nd floor of a real office building in Culver City.
So it was an actual office building. And a lot of times on sets, they build the office. So if they want to film and get a certain camera angle, they can move a wall, they can move a window, they can move a door because they built it.
They actually say wall flying out, and they move a whole wall.
They move a whole wall.
It's insane.
On our show, because it was in an actual office building, you just had to work with it. And it sort of really lended itself to the documentary style that all the shots weren't going to look pretty. They weren't going to be lined up just right because they had to work around actual walls and windows. They couldn't just pop them out.
I remember speaking to Ken Quapis, our director, about setting certain rules for the documentary style of filming. And he said it was very important to him that for all of the actors and the crew that the set felt like a real working office and a real documentary was happening. And so one of the rules that he came up with was that he cleared the entire set of all crew members except for a camera operator, a boom operator, and himself.
Yes.
And that was it.
That was it.
He also made all of the actors come in every morning, go through hair and makeup, and then sit at our desks starting at 7:30 a.m. and we had to pretend to work. Yes. And he walked around with the documentary crew and filmed us for 30 minutes.
Yeah, just us quietly working.
And little shots that you see, for example, of Pam doing whiteout, that is a piece of B-roll from one of those working mornings that we did. And we did that every day on the pilot. Something else about this episode that I noticed is that there is a random exterior shot of a building.
Oh, Jenna, let me tell you. Well, wait. Let me grab one of my colorful note cards, as you call them. Exterior shot at 9:29, 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Not our building.
With a huge exclamation point. This is a big discovery.
This is a big discovery for me.
Not only not our building, it wasn't the building we were filming in. I don't know where they got that shot.
It's like stock footage or something.
I think it was stock footage, and then we never use it again. That was it. They should go back and take that out.
See you later.
And put a shot of the real Dunder Mifflin exterior.
Jenna's getting sassy on you.
Yeah, I'm gonna call someone.
Someone get it right.
All right, here is my last fast fact for this episode.
Okay.
Meredith is not Meredith.
She is not. She's Henriette.
Not.
It's Henriette.
Yes, Meredith is played by Henriette Mantel in the pilot episode, not Kate Flannery. Henriette Mantel was a comedy actress who had just broken out because she had played Alice in the Brady Bunch films. And she was there for the pilot, and then it was 6 months later that we got picked up, and then we started filming the rest of the episodes. And I guess the rumor was she was not available.
She was
and we
busy.
had to recast her.
And so Kate Flannery came in. Here's my fast fact. Kate Flannery and I met years before The Office. We were in a all-female improv group called Bitch Planet. Woohoo!
Aw, Bitch Planet.
Sunday nights at like 10 p.m. That's when you want to.
That's exactly when you want your comedy.
When you want to watch improv. Kate and I had known each other for a really long time, and also Oscar Nunez and I did a sketch comedy show together called Hot Towel.
Where do you get these names, Angela?
So it was really fun for me because here I am, like I was so nervous the first day. I didn't know Oscar had been cast. He didn't know I had been cast. You guys, this was before smartphones. Like it's not like you like texted someone you got a role or you put it on your social media. There was none of that.
So you walked in and were completely surprised.
Completely surprised when I saw Oscar. And not only did I see Oscar, but Ken Kwapa sat us next to each other. So I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be okay.
That's amazing.
My buddy's here. And then Brian walked in as Kevin, and I was like, here we go. We're off to the races.
You guys were amazing in accounting.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you so
true.
much.
I'm giving you a compliment.
Thank you so much. So I was so excited to have these friends that I had performed with for years before The Office sitting in my little corner back there.
I remember meeting everyone for the first time. Do you remember your first impressions of people? I remember my first impression of Rainn Wilson.
Tell me.
Well, I met Rainn Wilson at a live test audition. So for all the leads of the show, they brought us into screen test and they mixed and matched us. There were 4 Pams and 4 Dwights and 4 Jims and 4 Michaels.
Yeah.
And we spent an entire day being mixed and matched with each other. And I remember I met Rainn Wilson, and he was in character, but I couldn't really know that because I didn't know Rainn yet. And I thought he was the weirdest person I'd ever met in my life.
He was in character the whole time?
Yeah, he just was
Oh,
white.
so
he had his
method,
hair
Rainn.
like that.
So method.
But you know what? I kind of did the same thing. I did my Pam hairstyle. The hairstyle that I wore on the show, I sort of invented through the audition process. That sort of half up, half down, scrunchy, air dried curl. And so I was very quiet. I didn't talk to people in the waiting room because I just thought Pam was sort of not a chatter, and I didn't want to get out of character.
I remember one of the first things, this is so random, but it's true. That first week of filming, Rainn's wife came to have lunch, and this is the main interaction I remember from Rainn during the pilot episode.
Okay.
Rainn introduced me to his wife. She was pregnant at the time with their son.
Yes.
And he said, "This is my wife, Holly, bearer of my seed." And I was like, what? And she started laughing. But that was just Rainn being Rainn.
That's Rainn.
That is Rainn. But wouldn't Dwight say that?
He would
This is
also say
Angela,
that.
bearer of my seed.
Yes, it's amazing.
She's carrying my seed. I'm like, oh my God.
I feel like we all have little parts of our characters in us. But I don't know if that's true of you because you are so opposite from Angela Martin.
I am. I was thinking about how you were saying, like, you stayed in character and so did Rainn in between your auditions in the lobby. I would not have. I would have been like, chitty chat chat,
For
chitty
sure.
chat chat. And then I would have just turned into a bitch when I entered the room.
Well, you know, I didn't have any scenes with Rainn in the pilot of substance. I didn't have any one-on-one scenes. So for me, when we were shooting the pilot, the people that I really bonded with were Steve, John, and you, because you were over the little part. You were my closest seatmate in the office. So you and I bonded. And I remember after we finished the pilot and we all left and we didn't know if we were going to be picked up or make any more. Shortly after that, I turned 30 years old. It was a big milestone birthday for me. And I really wondered if I should invite any of you guys. And I didn't.
Aww.
I didn't invite you guys because I thought, well, I'm probably never going to see them again.
Should I throw you another 30th birthday party and invite everyone?
Would you?
And then we could just say happy 30th.
Will you?
Okay.
Because now you guys are some of my closest friends and you aren't at my milestone birthday.
Aww. Okay, we have to throw you a 30th birthday party. It won't be weird.
All right, guys. So next up, we are going to break down this episode. We're going to really get into the nitty gritty. We're going to talk about scenes and memories and stories. So stick with us. All right. And whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
We're back. We're talking about the pilot episode of The Office, and I think we should talk about some of our favorite moments, Jenna. Yes. Well, one of my favorite moments is the dynamic between Pam and Michael. I mean, selfishly, I'm in that moment, but I really loved working with Steve Carell. I really loved how much he let me be silent and just look at him
and just react.
Yes, I loved that. But I especially love whenever Melora Hardin, who plays Jan Levinson Gould, got in the mix.
She's so commanding. Just like Melora's presence is like, I'm scared of her.
Yes.
I get it. I get why he was a little scared of her.
And I love the scene where Michael tries to throw Pam under the bus about why he doesn't have the agenda that he's supposed to have. And it's because he told her to throw it in the receptacle, the trash can that is a special filing cabinet for corporate memos. And I remember shooting that scene, and I just remember every time that Pam said, "You told me to put it in a special filing cabinet that is a trash can," that we would giggle. And so I just remember the matter-of-factness of that moment and how fun that was.
Pam totally stood up for herself in her own little way in that moment. Here's the thing about Steve Carell. He is one of the nicest people you will ever meet. He is so nice. I know it's almost even become like a joke, like Steve Carell's the nicest person ever, but he is.
I know, and people ask me a lot, what's it like to work with Steve Carell? Are you just laughing all the time? And no, you're not laughing all the time because Steve isn't on all the time. He's not one of those.
He's a real person.
He's a real person, and he's I've worked with comedians who are on all the time. Yeah, walk around and you can just, they can't turn off their joke making brain. I drive my car, so it's a little insane. Steve is not like that. You and Steve and I would sit and have long conversations about the best frozen yogurt in the San Fernando Valley. Oh, I will never forget the morning. On Monday mornings, Steve would come out of his office, out of Michael Scott's office between scenes. He would walk over to Jenna and I, and we would talk about our weekends. And one Monday morning, he walked over. He was like, "Ladies, guess what I did this weekend?" We're like, "What?" He goes, "I went to Target." He would talk to us about his Target run. It was really, really sweet. You know, recently I was in a Michael's purchasing some supplies for a crafting job, and the checkout guy said, "Oh my gosh, now this is getting crazy. This morning, Oscar Nunez came in here, then Steve Carell, and now you? What do you guys all live here? We love crafting. We love crafting. We're all here. We're all sort of, I guess we all live around this one Michael's crafting store." Yeah. I texted Steve and I said, "Steve, the checkout guy at Michael's told me you were buying some crafting supplies today." And he said, "Oh yes, I needed some glue sticks." He sort of told me what he needed. He's like, "What were you there for?" But that is Steve. That is Steve. Yes. That's the kind of stuff we would talk to him about. And so to have that man then shift into this scene where he's just being awful to my character. Awful. Like throwing you under the bus in front of the big boss lady. Yes, when our real dynamic was just like so much love. So in the scene, Jan tells Michael there's going to be downsizing. Yeah. This is big news. Big news. Important. Michael should be paying attention. We've already established that he's thrown away the agenda for the meeting. Yeah, he should take this seriously. But instead, he takes a phone call from his friend Todd Packer. Todd Packer, his party buddy. Yeah. He clearly covets. He thinks this guy's amazing. Another interesting fact about this scene is that the voice of Todd Packer that comes on the phone is not the voice of the real Todd Packer. What are you talking about? Dave Koechner ends up playing Todd Packer. When we meet him in season 2, this role is played by Dave Koechner. But Dave was not hired when we shot the pilot. What? He's not. Wait, so I was thinking, it sounds like Dave Koechner. Who is it? But I'm thinking it can't be Dave Koechner, right? All this time I thought it was Dave Koechner. It's not Dave. Who is it? I texted Dave Rogers, our editor, knower of all things. I mean, he is knower of all office facts. He is. Okay, what did Dave say? Dave said that the voice is played by Toby Huss. Toby Huss! Yes, very famous voice actor. He was on King of the Hill for years. And friends of Greg Daniels. Yes. Toby Huss is so talented. I know. How about that? That is Todd Packer's voice in the pilot episode. Yes. Well, here's one of the things I loved about the pilot, and just sort of the brilliance that was Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant and Greg Daniels and their collaboration building this world out, is that so many truths about the characters were established in all these subtle ways. And one of the things I loved is that Michael is clearly thrilled that the camera people are there. Oh, he is so excited. He could not have signed up for this fast. I mean, he jumped at the chance of this, and he thinks he's one of the world's best comedians. Oh yeah, in the world. Well, he has the funniest people in the world. He has that amazing talking head where he talks about who his heroes are. Yes, and they are Bob Hope, Abraham Lincoln, Bono, and God, probably. He said probably God. And here's a little tidbit. Steve wrote that. He did? Yes. Oh my God, I love that. I didn't know that. Yeah, Greg asked him, would you mind writing a list of who you believe are Michael Scott's heroes? Oh, so brilliant. And it made it in. Yes. Well, and he just, every chance he gets, he's like looking to the camera and doing these comedy bits. And this sort of sets up just Michael's love of being liked and being appreciated. And he wants everyone to think he's like the fun boss, and he thinks he's legitimately talented. Well, there's that scene where he does the $6 million man where he's walking away from Pam's desk. Yes. I could not get through that scene. And in fact, in order to get my reaction shot, they had to make Steve leave the set because I couldn't get through it. So that reaction of me was not while Steve was actually doing anything, because every time he did it, I started laughing. Yeah. Well, he's so giddy to do his $6 million man. I timed it because as I watched it, I was like, wow, this is a long time to commit to this bit. Because he's like,
He did it. It started at 9 minutes 40 seconds, and it doesn't end until 10 minutes 2 seconds. Oh my! That is 22 seconds of the slow mo bit. I think that's a ton. When you think of like the whole scope of an episode, for 22 seconds, he went. I mean, that's probably why I couldn't get through it. That's why they couldn't get a reaction of me, because I couldn't hold it for 20 seconds. I couldn't hold a straight face that long. And he was so desperate for you to look at him and have some kind of reaction. Oh man. Okay, what else? What else?
There's the conference room scene.
Oh yes.
Where Michael officially announces that there is going to be downsizing at Dunder Mifflin. This is a big theme of the pilot. This is the news that Jan gives him when she comes into the office, that Dunder Mifflin can no longer support both a Scranton branch and a Stamford branch, and that they're going to have to prove who is the branch that should stay. But even if Scranton gets to stay, there might be downsizing of employees.
Yeah, the company's hurting, and they have to make some cutbacks, and they have to fire some people.
Yes, and so Michael goes into the conference room, and this is the first time we see Michael in the conference room, and of course Dwight won't give him the space to do that.
It's their first power struggle, which you will see for years to come.
It's the first time he refers to himself as the assistant regional manager,
Yeah.
which is great. And I noticed something about this conference room scene.
What? I bet I have it on my note card.
I bet you have it. That there are some extras in this scene that are never to be seen again. There are two women.
Do you want me to refer to it? Let me just tell you what I wrote in my note card.
Okay.
Conference room faces, semicolon.
So in the background, there are two women, and they are the real production company accountants for our show.
Yes, we needed more people to fill out the space, and they pulled in our actual accountants from our production office.
Yes, Ken Quapis, the director, walked into the production office and asked if anyone would like to be in the background of a scene, and those two women came and sat there for that couple of hours. They were so giddy. They loved it.
They loved it. They loved it. And then also in the conference room, some faces you might see sprinkled through the first season, but then they don't go past that season, are Luann Kelly, who worked in the annex.
Yes,
Someone that you see a lot. I get asked a lot, who is the lady in the annex?
yes, she was sort of over where Mindy ends up sitting.
Yes.
By Kelly's desk.
And then also, of course, Devin and Creed, who ultimately do have a storyline.
But not until season 2.
That's right.
So for an entire season, you just see Devin and Creed in the background of scenes. They don't get any lines until the second
But
season.
that is the only scene our actual accountants are in, because then they had to go back to work.
They did.
They had to actually go back to being accountants for the show.
I think this is an interesting tidbit. Phyllis Smith, who plays Phyllis on the show, she was the casting associate for The Office. So when I auditioned for The Office, she read my audition scenes with me.
Everyone, I read my scene with Phyllis. That's who I read my scene with.
Yes, and Ken Quapis, the director, was so taken with how she did her readings with the actors.
So earnest, you guys. She is so earnest.
And so real that he said to Greg Daniels, I want her on the show. Can I give her a part on the show? And so Phyllis went from being a casting associate, which she had done for years with Allison Jones, the casting director, worked with Phyllis, to having a part on this pilot. And I think because we all thought this show was going nowhere, it was fine. And after the pilot was over, she went back to being a casting associate.
She went right back to work. Phyllis has a great story that she tells, that the way she found out that she got Phyllis is that she got sides and they said Phyllis. You know,
and so there was a character, and they named it Phyllis.
And Ken was like, that's you, you're Phyllis. And she was like, what?
We wrote a part for you based on the numerous readings to actors.
You're now in the show, Phyllis.
Which is just so cool, because Phyllis had wanted to be an actress. She had been an actress. She had been a burlesque
dancer. No one can shimmy. No one can shimmy like Phyllis. Like, she has a great shimmy. She had an amazing photo on her desk, because Ken Quapis wanted us to personalize our desk for the pilot episode and moving forward. So we all brought in something from home. I have a photo of myself and my grandmother in a frame that says I Heart Grandma. And my eyes are closed in the photo, but my grandmother framed it anyway. And so I have that on my desk, and it just kind of like tickled me and made me think of my grandmother.
I had a picture of me and my sister swimming in Lake of the Ozarks.
Yes, and Phyllis had a picture of herself in her full burlesque outfit with a red feather boa draped over her shoulders.
Angela, let's take a quick break.
Okay, Jenna.
You gonna get a snack? Why? Because you always get a snack during the breaks. I do. So then we get to that crazy scene where Michael is walking Ryan the temp around. So he's just been told that we need downsizing, and then he hires a temp. He hires him. It's the opposite of downsizing. It's the opposite. Can I just say one thing I love too is when Dwight has his talking head and he said, "I've been talking about downsizing for years. I brought it up in my interview." like who does that? He was like interviewing for a job and it's like, "You should downsize." I would like this job. I suggest you get rid of 3 other people. Yeah. So here's a little fun fact. It's not a fast fact, but a fun fact is that BJ Novak was the first person cast on the show. He was? He was. Greg Daniels saw him doing stand-up comedy, and he thought he was like, this guy. I want this guy. And so he offered BJ a role as both a writer and the role of Ryan the Temp on the show. So when I came in for my audition, BJ was already cast. He was the very first person. And he was also the first example of that synergy of having people who were both performers and writers for the show, which was so great. Something that we haven't talked about, but we will talk about it many times as the show goes, is that what a wonderful creative collaboration we had between the writers and the actors. And that was because of Greg Daniels. He sort of set the tone that he wanted this creative collaboration. He wanted to hear our ideas, and he wanted writers on the set. And I think we were just so much the better for it. I've been on other shows now where the writers and actors are separate and there's not a lot of collaboration, and it feels weird after having experienced something else. You know, Greg really trusted us to be the experts of our characters. So whenever he was trying to mull something over or justify something, he would come to us and ask us, just in the way that he went to Steve and said, "Hey, do you have any thoughts on who Michael Scott's heroes would be?" Yeah. He trusted us to have done our homework and know our characters so well that we could contribute. Yeah, it was great. It was really special. So also in that scene, that is the famous stapler and Jell-O. Yeah. Stapler goes in Jell-O. I've seen so many people recreate this. How? Because I am blown away. Every time I see a fan tag me in a photo where they put something in Jell-O, I'm like, I'm very impressed. Way to go. I know. Something we haven't mentioned is the flirtation between Jim and Pam in this episode. And it goes on through the whole first 2/3 of this episode, or 3/4 of this episode. Little things. What did I write on my pink note card, Jenna? Mixed berries. In quotes. He's on to me. Yeah. That is one of the cutest things. It is so pure. It is. Like that's flirting for them. That he knows your favorite yogurt. But up until the end, you are just sort of following this flirtation between the two characters, and then all of a sudden, Roy, David Denman, carrying that weird trash bag. We never know what's in that trash bag. What is he carrying? I loved it so much when John and Jim was like, "What's in the bag?" And Roy's like, "Yeah, just tell her. Yeah, tell her I'll meet her in the car." Yeah. But I think it is such a. I remember watching the pilot with people and having them be shocked. Yeah, like, oh wait, oh crap, she's been engaged 3 years. 3 years. Holy moly. Yeah. And then Jim has that heartbreaking talking head. Do I think I'll be invited to the wedding? Jim. Breaking hearts. He's breaking right out of the gate. He's breaking heart. He really is. So another really cute, flirty moment between Jim and Pam. After the conference room scene, where we all find out there's going to be downsizing, the camera cuts to different groups of people talking about downsizing. But when it cuts to Jim and Pam, we are not talking about downsizing. We are talking about your cat party. Oh, you remember this? I do. Okay. I do. So I feel like this is really significant and kind of goes on the heels of what we were talking about with Greg wanting to collaborate with actors. So Ken said, "Listen, I'm just going to roll the camera. You two just talk to each other. Don't push it. Just talk. Make each other laugh." And so here's something you should know, is that earlier in the scene, Ken had asked me if I would pass out papers in the background. Yeah, I only had 3 lines in the episode. They were, otherwise I was just background, basically, for that, pilot. So he asked me if I would pass out papers, and I had just doodled a little drawing of a cat, and I said, "You're invited to Sprinkle's birthday party." I just sort of made up that my character had found a cat in the parking lot. I don't know, I was just sort of bored, and we all made up backstory. Yeah, I just made up backstory that my character had found this cat in the parking lot. But I think it's really significant because you, in your character actory prep work, decided that your character was a crazy cat lady.
I guess I did.
Because you kind of decorated your desk with cat stuff.
The prop department that set my desk had a paperclip holder that was a cat laying on its side, and it holds paper clips.
Okay.
I took it from my desk. I still have it. I might have stolen it as a memento. And so I think I was just looking at that, and I was doodling. And truth be told, there's only about 3 things I can draw in real life that look like the actual thing.
And one of them is a cat.
One of them is a cat. I can draw
kind of true for me.
I can draw a palm tree. I can draw a cat. And I can draw Snoopy.
Hey!
There you go. And I guess I had just doodled a cat, and so I've written on. And so maybe my poor skills at drawing is also what gave birth to this moment. But I drew this cat, and I wrote, "You're invited to Sprinkle's birthday party in the parking lot."
And you gave it to me.
I handed it to you.
I remember. And
earlier.
And it was weird. I remember getting it in the background of the scene and thinking, I don't know what this is, but I stuck it to my computer monitor.
Yeah, it was on a Post-it, and you stuck it to your computer.
So when Ken Quappas asked me to talk to John about anything, to do this scene, just talk to each other, I noticed that Post-it note. And I said, are you going to go something like, I can Angela's cat party on Sunday? And he was like, oh no, it's ridiculous. No, definitely not. And then we giggled. And that is the bit that they left in the episode.
And that's the birth of Sprinkle.
That was the birth of Sprinkle. That turned into this cat birthday party. Greg honed in on that. He was like, what is the cat birthday party? And I said, well, Angela gave me this Post-it note about her birthday party for her cat or something. And he loved it. And then for 4 seasons,
yes,
we discussed Sprinkle until his untimely death.
Oh, okay. Yes,
but
that's another episode.
I won't make you think about it.
One of my favorite Michael moments too. So that was really fun. How just these little elements of us in the background, sort of being bored and improvising, made it into the show.
Yeah,
that's so special to me. All right, so I have something that I am so curious about. And Jenna, I don't even know if you know this. Fans out there, I don't know if you know it or if we need to text Dave Rogers, our editor extraordinaire. So my Angela fans, did you notice in the pilot episode that Dwight is singing Little Drummer Boy as he unpacks his desk?
Angela.
He's singing like, come, they told me, and then in season 3, I karaoke Little Drummer Boy, and Dwight joins in and sings with me. Now, that story is that I was very nervous to sing. I don't like singing in front of people. And Rain, as Dwight, just jumped in and kind of like supported me, so I wasn't up there alone. And he kneeled down and he held the microphone for me. And I'm just like, oh my God. I mean, what?
That's weird.
Crazy.
I feel like that has to be a coincidence.
I think it's a coincidence, but how? And so many fans say to me, like, what amazing synergy it is that Dwight is singing Little Drummer Boy in the pilot, and then in season 3, I sing it to him. Now, did a writer remember that? Was that something that was that just in the subconscious of the show? I don't know.
You know what I found? I found this article, and I can't remember where. I apologize. I found an article that was all about secret messages in the pilot episode. And one of the secret messages that someone points out is that in the scene where Roy comes in the door for the first time, the boom mic dips into frame, and someone wondered, was that a nod to the boom operator Brian that we will meet in season 9?
No, it was just an accident.
Was it foreshadowing to let us know that there are 3 men in Pam's life, Jim, Roy, and Brian?
No, that was just a boom operator accident, and they left it in because it's a documentary.
Yes, we left that stuff in all the time. That was the thing that we coveted that.
Yeah.
We loved it. If the camera person fumbled or if the boom accidentally wasn't shot, we still used it, and we could, and that was actually great because sometimes you're on a set and your best take is ruined because of some, technical accident on the set, but we were able to use all of it. We didn't have to put it on the cutting room floor.
Okay, so no conspiracy, but I don't know if Dwight singing Little Drummer Boy in the pilot and Angela singing it in Benihana Christmas in season 3 is just a crazy coincidence, but it's cool, right?
It's a pretty cool observation. I actually really love these fan theories because I like to think that these accidents or coincidences, if they are accidents, are part of a fun collective unconscious thing that kind of lend itself to the magic of the show. Wow, Jenny, that was really deep. It was. I got real philosophical there. Oh my gosh, I feel like I just had like a vision of what you were like in college or something. Yeah, like you sat around, like maybe like you wore like black turtlenecks and like I don't know. I was kind of like Art Show Pam. Art Show with my turtleneck. Yeah, my jumper. Well, I like it. Filling philosophy. All right, Angela, what have you got for us? I only had one speaking scene in the pilot, and so did Brian. It was back in accounting when Angela and Kevin are trying to figure out who's going to be fired for downsizing. We were really nervous about shooting the scene. It's the only time we speak. And it was at the end of the day. Kim Quappas, who's, we've said the nicest guy, said, go ahead. And I said, somebody's going to be fired. It'll probably be me. And Brian, as Kevin says, yeah, it'll probably be you. And Ken came up to me and goes, hey, Angela, can you do it again? And like, just give it like half. Give it half. So I guess I was like, was I too big? Was I like, somebody's going to be fired. It'll probably be me. Like, and then so I was like, somebody will probably be fired. It'll probably be me. Someone's going to get fired. Is that the exact line? Somebody's going to be fired. It'll probably be me. Then he came up and he goes, half of that. I said, oh, okay. Then I was like, somebody's going to be fired. It'll probably be me. And he goes, half of that. Oh, and I said, oh my God, I'm going to get fired because I'm like an improv sketch comedy actor and clearly I'm too broad. And so ultimately, the take they used, by the end of it, I literally was like, somebody's going to be fired. It'll probably be me. And then Brian's like, yeah, it'll probably be you. And Kid was like, we got it. I was like,
Do you want to point out what you noticed about this scene as well?
Yes,
about Kevin?
Here's my tidbit, guys, is that when I watch this, and Brian, I want to call you about it, you just sound like Brian to me. You don't sound like the Kevin voice. Okay, can we play it? I bet it's me, probably.
Yeah, it'll be you.
Oh my gosh.
That's Brian.
That is Brian's voice. That's not, because Kevin would have been like, yeah, it'll probably be me.
Yeah, that's a horrible Kevin.
We just really did not do that one.
Oh my gosh, I want to call Brian about it. But when I watched it, I was like, wait a second. It's like, that's Brian. But I think in the pilot, we were still sort of like figuring out our characters and who they were.
However, I have to say, Angela,
What?
I went into the deleted scenes
Oh my
on
God.
the DVD,
Oh,
season
Lord.
1 DVD,
And
and this is something we did on the pilot. Some of it was an acting exercise where they called us each into the conference room separately and they just asked us unscripted lines about our characters and about our relationship to other characters. I remember this.
It wasn't written.
It was not written.
We just improvised.
So this was sort of, I think, an exercise that Ken wanted to do, that Greg and Ken came up with. In addition to that thing where they filmed us all just working, they also filmed us being interviewed in character. And I think Greg thought, this will be great. Maybe I could use some of these little tidbits here and there. Well, there is a series of interviews with each of the members of accounting.
Oh my God.
Where you guys are all trash talking each other very subtly. And Angela, you have this incredible deleted scene talking head where they ask you about Oscar.
Is this where I compare him to a stapler?
Yes. Sam, can you pull that up so we can listen to that?
Oscar, how do I describe him? He's like a stapler. Do I need a stapler? Yes. But I'm still the one that has to push it down. I improvised that because I was trying to think of like what, like how does Angela see Oscar? And he's just like, he's necessary, but he ends up being more work for her.
Yes.
He's annoying.
What was so clear to me when I was watching them was this accounting dynamic had already started.
Yeah.
This little pod that you guys formed, this little trio, it was there from the very beginning. Also, I do have to point fans, all of the deleted scenes are fantastic. Rainn Wilson has some talking heads. There is a long, extended deleted scene talking head of him talking to Ken Quappas, who played the documentarian for us. He would ask us the questions, our director, all about where the boom microphone was.
Rain as Dwight was very distracted by the boom. Oh my God. And he was saying, I really need you to move that. Ken says we can put it in your blind spot. And he says something like, I don't have a blind spot. I've been trained. So it's especially distracting for me. You need to understand that I'm highly trained. And it's just this little like non-presentational conversation between Dwight and the documentarian about how to be mic'd.
I just want to say one thing. So many great things that were established in the pilot that you go on to see for years to come. Of course, one of the big ones is the Jim versus Dwight, like sort of their battle, right? And the pranks that Jim is going to do on Dwight. And I love that it just started out so simply with Dwight pushing all of Jim's papers back to his desk and then Jim making the pencil wall. It's just ridiculous. Like,
well, that was borrowed from the British show. In the British show, they have the same desk war, but instead, the Jim character piles up a bunch of boxes. He makes a box wall between the desks. And we did that when we filmed the pilot. We had Jim make a box wall. And in fact, you can see it in the background of conference room scenes. You can see a bunch of boxes piled up on Jim's desk.
My lady, I'm going to go back and look.
Later, when we got picked up, we reshot that scene and turned it into a little pencil thing. And you can also see that Rain's hair is a little bit different in the pencil scene compared to the rest of the pilot.
It's not as poofy.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Rain as Dwight went through poofy hair phase, which looks like they used a little miniature like rolling brush to blow dry his hair. And then he went through flat, parted down the middle phase.
Well, Rain created the hairstyle for Dwight, and he said before that it is based on the hairstyle that he wore when he was a 16-year-old boy. And so he did his own hair for the pilot.
That makes me laugh. I've seen those photos of Rain. They're crazy.
You wore your own clothes in the pilot.
I wore my own clothes in the pilot.
All right, so the last sort of thing I think we need to talk about is this big prank on Pam, quote unquote, the scene where Michael fake fires her.
Well, he's so excited because Jim has had a very successful prank. And Michael he wants to be in the spotlight. He wants to be the funny guy.
So he's going to show off for Ryan the temp, and he's going to fake fire Pam. And it, of course, goes horribly wrong, and she ends up in tears. And we shot that scene probably 30 times.
Wow.
And at the beginning of the scene, you can see everyone in the background kind of getting ready to leave for the day. And all those people had to wait for hours. They would have to start in the background, and then we would do this whole scene.
I know, Jenna. I know. I was there. I had to grab my jacket, my coat, and my purse, put them down, my coat and my purse.
I think of any scene in the entire history of The Office, this is the one that I've done the most, because we did about 30 takes of it that day, but it was also my audition scene. This was one of my audition scenes, and so I auditioned for months for this role.
I did that scene one time when I auditioned for the role of Pam, and I didn't get it.
This is such a crazy bit of trivia.
Yes.
Your first audition for The Office was for the role of Pam.
It was for the role of Pam, and I wore a pink sweater.
What?
Yes.
We both had the same instinct.
I wore
Pam wore pink sweater.
My hair down, and I was told to look, like not too fancy, so I didn't do too much with my hair and makeup. And I went in and I did the scene, and it was for a room full of people, the producers. And when we got to the point where Michael fake fires you and you start to cry and you call him a jerk, when I called him a jerk, everyone started to laugh. And I thought, I did something wrong. I don't think they're supposed to.
Yeah.
The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime the spiritual warrior Bill Dean. His latest book is called My Life, Transformation from Victim to Victor. And we'll be back with you and his co-host next on Coast to Coast Radio. 2024, what kind of year is it going to be for us, and how will your hard-earned savings fare? We're already seeing the impacts of inflation at the pump, gasoline prices going back up again. Grocery store, the dollar continues to lose buying power quicker than wages can increase. But how are you protecting your situation and your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from the Bush Gold Tool. For decades, gold has been the choice of investors and central banks to hedge against inflation. Now you can own it with tax-sheltered accounts with it. First Gold, just text the word post on 989898, and First Gold will send you a free info kit. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold without paying a penny out of pocket to make that switch. With an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, thousands of satisfied customers, you can trust First Gold too. That's Coast to 989898 for your free info kit. That's Coast to 989898 right now.
Real people, real food. A cost and a costly choice of 24 hours a day. That's the reason that across my door without literally coughing until I was gassed. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that Urban Reagan has taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped since I've taken the carnivore. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "Nothing, why are you not coughing?" I told him what I'm doing, and he said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it." Well, 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
And welcome back to your story along with the demonologist Bill Dean. It's the latest book. It's called My Life, Transformation from Victim to Victim. Bill, what did the demons want? What do they want with us? They want to kill Bob, destroy George. That is the mission. The devil hates human beings, and he sends those demonic entities into the lives of people to kill, rob, and destroy. And how successful are they most of the time when they don't have people like you involved? Pretty successful. All we have to do is just take a look at what's going on in America and other places around the world, and you just scratch your head and say, how in the world can this be happening? Yeah, is this really happening? How could this be happening? And now we have something else that I believe is being introduced to mankind. What does it mean? I don't know, but we keep hearing these stories now, just like the thing that happened on January 1st down in Miami. You know, a lot of people say, oh, it's just a bunch of kids fighting. Well, let me tell you something, Joe, those other groups, from before I was doing it. Yeah, before I was a spiritual warrior, I was a physical warrior. I was a bar bouncer for 22 plus years, and I was involved in a riot one time. And there were, I believe, 16 police cars that were dispatched, or 14 that were dispatched to the scene. There were 30 people fighting. I was right in it. I was out there. This was in a Miami mall. Right? No, this, but what I'm saying is, there was only 14 cars dispatched for 30-some people fighting. Now, what I heard, you know, if there was a small group of these kids fighting or whatever, there were nearly 100 police cars dispatched to that scene with helicopters and all kind of stuff. There's something very strange happened down there. I don't know exactly what happened, but supposedly there are eyewitness accounts now say that they saw these non-human looking beings present at the scene. Now, was I there? No. Do I know it to be true? No. But for that type of presence, something really, really serious happened. with glass doors. And these non-human beings may not be aliens, they could be demons, right? Correct. And that's, that's why I'm saying that is perhaps, and I don't pretend to have all the answers, but perhaps this could be another phase of demonic attacks launched against the people. And again, the mission is to go around and destroy. So we see society being just completely destabilized. Everything is upside down and backwards. And there's a reason for that. And in my opinion, it's the devil's fingerprints all over it. Where do people get your new book, My Life Transformation from Victim to Victim? They can visit BillDaking.com, and the cover is right there. Click on it, and if you want a personally signed copy, then you'll see the PayPal button there. You can click on that, and I will personally sign it and send it out to you. And if you want to just get it from Amazon, the Amazon button is underneath there. So either way, whatever you choose, you can get a copy. Go to the phones. We'll start by going west to the Rockies. Pat is with us, truck driving in California. Welcome, Pat. Hey, George, thanks for taking my call. My pleasure. Thank you. I just wanted to say God bless you, and truly from the bottom of my heart, I pray that you continue to stay strong in your fight. And I got a similar background myself. I got saved, from a life of just not living very well. So I can kind of relate with the stuff that you were speaking about. Bill, I just wanted to ask you and get your take on, so you just briefly touched on it, the state of the country and the direction that we're headed. And if I could use those, so blunt to say, do you believe that maybe even COVID and homosexuality and some of the things we're struggling with in this country, do you believe that those are maybe minor human attacks? And thank you for your kind words, my brother. God bless you as well. In my opinion, and these are strictly my opinion, and I can say this through personal experience of God having worked through me to deliver people that were under various types of afflictions. I do believe those things are demonic strongholds. Now, I'm not speaking out against anybody because I love all people and I know all people from all walks of life and will continue to do so. But I do believe, and I can say this, that God works through me to deliver people out of many different types of situations. And why would any country want to make some kind of virus like COVID-19? Or again, this would be my opinion only. I believe, George, that there's an agenda. This agenda goes so far. It's such a rabbit hole to go down. I believe, now this again is strictly my opinion. I believe, for whatever reason, God has allowed the devil to have this short time to sort of have his way in this world, especially when it comes to America. And I believe that the devil is giving direct orders to the power elite on this earth. It could be via the reptilian entities that are part, in my opinion, part of the satanic kingdom. And so they're giving the orders to the power elite to carry out these things, and that's why the world is upside down and backwards. So this is a poisoning, and if we further this, now I said from day one, when this COVID jump started, I said, people, they say, oh, it came from a lab in Wuhan. I said, yeah, okay. If you want to believe that, go right ahead. I believe this is all a pre-planned event, and they have been spraying the people and continue to do so from the sky, from the chemtrails. So an interesting thing started happening in 1996 on a regular basis. These chemtrails all of a sudden popped up everywhere, all over America and the world, and now it is worse than ever. People are being sprayed every single day, and I really believe that there are some toxins and poisons that are in that spray, including this COVID thing. What do you do to protect yourself? It's all by the power of God. I'm telling you, George, I would have been dead a long time ago if not for the power of God protecting me. I think the devil has tried to kill me so many times from
I know if he did not, I'm gonna try to. It's a threat you're making with electronic. Go fuck yourself.
I had a major head injury as a 2-year-old. I think that the devil was out to destroy me before I could get to where God wanted it needed me to be. So it is all by His power. He protects me. I beg Him to praise Him for it, and He also empowers me to help others. You've interviewed me so many times. We're good friends. You know me. That you've never ever heard me claim to be anything special or brag about anything. I always give Him praise and thanks and glory to God for everything that He's done and for everything that He continues to do for me in my life. It is all. What do you mean you never knew that so back? The show was severed, and they severed time on as an infant. Yeah, so that's a bizarre story in itself. I write about it in the book, and I was given an account of that. I thought it just doesn't sound right to me. They said that a hair from a nerve had
to laugh at this moment. And of course, like Jenna, you were so brilliant because you brought such a vulnerability to Pam that even though this job sucks and she hates it, she needs it. She needs this crappy job. Yeah. And you really felt her in that moment. My heart broke for her. And when you call him a jerk, it's just like you're really wounded, and it checks Michael in his place of like, that wasn't cool.
Well,
right?
it's funny because this was a somewhat controversial scene about whether or not it should be included. When Ricky and Steven were counseling Greg, I understand that they told him that he should consider cutting this scene because they said that it's in their pilot and they felt like they always had to fight to come back from it, that it made the boss a little too mean and not. And so later they really leaned into his buffoonery, but Greg fought to keep it in. He thought, no, we're gonna try it. We're gonna let her cry. We're gonna let Michael be mean to her. Now there was an alt line where I think that sometimes instead of saying you're a jerk, I said you're a sad little man. And they said that's harsh. That's too harsh. You can't come back from that.
That is harsh. So here's a little fun tidbit, Jenna.
Another tidbit, not a fast fact.
A tidbit from Angela Kinsey. When Michael wants to prank Pam in front of Ryan the Temp, Michael, as Steve turns to Ryan, BJ, and says, have you ever seen, do you like prank shows? Have you ever seen Punk'd? BJ was on Punk'd. He was on season 2 of Punk'd. So I thought that was a nice little nod that he's looking at someone who was on Punk'd and says, do you like Punk'd? And BJ's like, yeah, like as Ryan. Anyway, that's a Kinsey tidbit for you.
So the end of this episode, Pam is been crying and Jim wants to cheer her up. So he puts Michael's World's Best Boss mug in Jell-O. Now this was exclusive to our show.
Yes.
So it's
not in the BBC version.
That's right. The mug itself is set up in an early talking head, and then this convention of ending the episode with Jim doing something sweet for Pam by putting the mug in Jell-O. That was all Greg Daniels' idea. And I think it's such a sweet way to end the show.
Yeah.
And that's the last shot.
Oh my God, Jenna.
That's it.
We just did it.
We did it.
We did it. We were
did
really
our first
nervous.
podcast. You guys, we were really nervous.
We're
We
really
actually, in the middle of doing this, I was getting so nervous that Angela made us turn off the microphones and have a dance party.
I did.
To loosen me up.
I did. I put on Taylor Swift's Paper Rings and I made her dance around and get out of her head.
I was spiraling.
You were. But here's the thing. This is why we're nervous. It's because the show means so much to us. And we are new, obviously, to the podcast scene. And your support has been overwhelming. I literally teared up when we let you guys know we were doing a podcast, and just the immediate support from all of you out there, I got a little emotional.
Me too.
So I just thank you guys so much, and just know how much it means to us that this show that is so special to us keeps finding an audience. It just really means the world to us.
It's changed our lives.
Forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, first one.
Send in questions.
Yeah, you can send us questions at officeladies@earwolf.com. If you have any questions about an episode, put that episode title in the subject line, and we'll read them all.
We'll read them all, and then they also said if you want to leave us a voice memo, we would actually play you asking your question in the podcast, which would be
actually
cool.
this week we received 6,500.
Right. You can also find us at Office Ladies Pod on Instagram and Twitter.
Yeah, we're setting all that along. And we're going to have a website called officeladies.com. gmail.com. You can find
They're
out
all
everything about
from
what we're
one
doing with the
email.
podcast. That's a lot of ways to find us. That is. Is it too many?
It's Viral Rabbi.
You're gonna be like, we get it.
Here's
Next
the question.
Since we're going in order, we're going to be talking about Diversity Day. So much fun. So if you want to watch it with us, just watch
On
Diversity Day
YouTube.
by next Wednesday and we'll talk about it. And you hear that? That's our theme music by my neighbor, Creed Bratton. It's his song, Rubber Tree, with Mr. Ed Helms on banjo. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. Remember, you can listen to ad-free versions of Office Ladies on Stitcher Premium. For a free month of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE. Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you. We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everyone. This is Jenna Fisher. And this is Angela Kinsey. And today you're listening to Office Ladies, and we will be breaking down Diversity Day. It's a good one. Season 1, Episode 2. This was written by BJ Novak and directed by Ken Kwapis. It was. This was the moment for me. I was like, we have a hit. This is great stuff. Yeah, this was... Oh my gosh, it's happening to me again. What's happening? I have so many things in my head to talk about this episode. It's like the little cards in my head are filtering and I don't know which one to pick first. Oh, like a Rolodex? Yes. Like yes. That? Yes. I that's know. What's happening. This also and then I freeze up. Then you freeze up. And you kind of look like deer in headlights when I look at you. Yeah, I just stopped talking. I sort of shut down like a computer screen. You know what? The same thing happens to me at a buffet. I love a buffet. I can't decide. Too many choices. Too many choices. I'm like, do I want pancakes or do I want like the crab legs? Or there's sushi. What buffet has crab legs and pancakes? Like, go to a buffet in Vegas. I love a Vegas buffet. Touche. Okay, let's do it. All right, I'm going to start with a synopsis. You love it. That seems good. Mm-hmm. All right, in the episode Diversity Day, the staff of Dunder Mifflin must complete a diversity training seminar due to some complaints to corporate. Mm-hmm. But manager Michael Scott feels the training was insufficient and subjects the staff to his own training. Yes. That's it in a nutshell. That's it, folks. And my gosh, I mean, it's just when I rewatched it, like it was so awkward. It's so awkward. This is like Michael Scott at his most cringy. This first season, I feel like. Yeah, they really leaned in. Okay, Jenna, go. All right. Shall I start with some fast facts? I am waiting. I can't wait to see what you got. I see. All right. So my first fast fact is that this was the first totally original script of the American version of The Office, because we talked about in the pilot that this was based on a British television show of the same name, and the pilot episode was an adaptation of their script. This was not. After the pilot episode of our show, we started writing original storylines for our version of the show. That's right. Unique to the American The Office. That's right. And the writers referred to this episode as the pilot after the pilot. Ooh, that's good little insight, you guys. That's a little insight. The pilot after the pilot. Because they felt like this was establishing what is the American version going to be like. Oh, wow. Diversity Day. Boy. that's the pilot? That's it. Oh, my God. I think when we think about this episode, Angela, we both talked about this. It is absolutely brilliant. It's brilliant. People love it. And in rewatching it after all these years, I couldn't believe how remarkably it held up. Yeah.
I mean, it's just a stunning piece of comedy, in my opinion. And it was written by BJ Novak, who plays Ryan the Temp on the show.
Also, you guys, is like really smart.
He is
So
one
smart.
of the smartest people I know.
One time, him and Mindy were having a conversation, like, and I walked up and I was just like, "Hey," and they were talking about sort of like some kind of advanced economics kind of conversation, and I was just like, "Okay, bye."
I think it's why Mindy and BJ became best friends was because they are just two of the smartest people in the world.
They're
and they're
so
the only
smart.
people they can talk to.
Well, I just knew in that moment I had nothing to add to their conversation, and I just did the slow fade because I was like, "Wow, these are two really smart people."
Well, let me lay something on you about BJ Novak in this episode. He was 25 years old when he wrote it.
Shut the front door.
What were you doing when you were 25 years
Oh,
old?
Jenna.
I'll tell you what I wasn't doing. I wasn't writing a brilliant piece of television comedy.
I was an operator at 1-800-Dentist.
Yeah, I think I was working in a medical office as a receptionist.
Yeah.
Transcribing medical documents.
Well,
which is interesting work, by the way.
Ew, it sounds a little gross.
Well, it was a psychological office. So what these psychologists did was if you were applying for an executive position at an important company, you had to go through a psychological evaluation, and then these psychologists would determine whether or not they could recommend you for the job or not.
And you wrote it all down?
I transcribed all of the sessions, all of the therapy sessions.
Oh my God.
With the executives.
Jenna, this sounds like a HBO series.
Oh my gosh.
You should pitch that. Okay, sorry, we're getting off topic.
Well, I want to say in my time doing it, there was only one person who was not recommended, and it was because they felt he had some violent tendencies.
Okay, well, this is taking a turn.
Can you imagine how suspenseful it was for me to be typing out that information? I was like, what are they?
25-year-old Jenna was like,
yeah, well, that's what I was doing when I was 25. When BJ Novak was 25 years old, he was writing this television show, and this was his first job writing for a television show.
I know.
And his first script was Diversity Day. What the hell is going on?
BJ, just settle down on being such an achiever, okay? Can you just relax?
I had to reach out to BJ because I wanted to ask him, BJ, what was it like? Because here we had the British version of the show that was so acclaimed, and you are now tasked with writing the first original episode.
The pilot after the pilot.
Pilot after the pilot. He explained the original writing staff for The Office was Greg Daniels, the executive producer showrunner, Paul Lieberstein, Mindy Kaling, Mike Schur, and BJ Novak.
What a room, by the way.
Right?
What a room.
I know. And then they had Larry Wilmore and Lester Lewis who were consulting. This room full of writers broke down the plots and storylines of the 5 remaining episodes of season 1. And they did this as a group. So they created outlines for each of these episodes, and then a different writer got assigned a different outline, and he got assigned the Diversity Day episode.
So wait, I just want to make sure I understand. So they would take storylines and outlines and break them down as a group.
Yes.
And then you would get assigned which storyline was yours.
Yes, and then you had to fill in the dialogue and different story points, and you know, you do a good amount of writing on your episode, but the idea for the episode comes from the group collective.
From the room. Okay.
Right. And also at that time, they didn't know what order they were going to air. So he did not have the
pressure.
Yes.
Because that's what
writing
I was
the
thinking.
first one.
Yeah, that would be so much pressure. I would freeze up.
And I remember that. I remember that when we came back after getting picked up and we were going to shoot these 5 additional episodes, we had 5 completed scripts. And then they decided which one they were going to shoot. If they didn't come out weekly, they did it collectively before we started the season. Which I guess that takes some of the pressure off.
It would.
Yeah. And I have another fast fact.
All right, you do your fast facts because I've got some delicious note cards waiting for you.
All right.
Some Kinsey tidbits over here.
I enjoy digesting your note cards.
Oh, okay.
Digest this first, though.
What?
A lot of people want to know, where did the idea for this episode come from? This episode is based on the real life experience of our writer's assistant, Tom. So when they were in that writer's room, they throw out ideas for episodes, and Tom told this story about how when he was in college, he took a class, and in the class, they did this exercise where they had to put note cards on their heads that said different ethnicities, and then they had to go around and regard one another as that ethnicity using stereotypes.
Where did he go to school? Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
Holy moly.
But that happened.
Okay.
So let that sink in.
Yeah.
That happened to people.
That happened. Well, here's the thing I feel like about the show, and listen, you guys watch it, you know, there's a lot that happens that you're like, oh yeah, that something like that kind of happened at my job. And yeah, I mean, when I worked at 1-800-Dentist, we had to go to these human resources meetings, and they would act out skits for us about inappropriate behavior.
Well, you know what? Remember, we used to have to sit through those sexual harassment seminars on The Office.
Yeah.
The whole cast and crew would gather in the warehouse, and once a year we had to
NBC made us do it.
Yeah, it made us do sexual harassment training.
And then we signed papers saying we'd all behave appropriately.
Correct. But do you remember what happened, like in season 4 or 5? The video package that they showed us
was our show. Was what not to do.
Yes, were clips from The Office.
Yeah.
We were sitting there watching clips of our show as examples of ways not to behave in a workplace.
I've had actually a lot of people tell me that it comes up in different ways in their either college or work, that our show is like what not to do.
All right, I've got one more fast fact, and I also have a fan question.
Well, okay, good, because then I have some Kinsey tidbits.
Very good. What would you like first, the fast fact or the fan question?
Jenna, what is happening? Are you going out of order? Who are you?
You're right. What am I saying?
I want the fast fact.
Of course. Finish fast facts.
And then go to fan questions.
I'm sorry. I'm feeling very loosey-goosey today, obviously. All right.
Gosh.
Final fast fact. In this episode, we introduced 2 new characters.
Yes, we do.
Toby Flenderson and Kelly Kapoor, played by 2 more members of our writing staff, Paul Lieberstein and Mindy Kaling.
Yes, I do have to say, I love the name Toby Flenderson. I love when a character's name sort of describes the character. But like the name Toby Flenderson, like when you see Paul on screen as Toby, you're like, oh, of course that's Toby Flenderson. That's who that is.
Absolutely perfect. A lot of people ask why were so many actors on the show, and that was Greg Daniels. Greg believed that it would be a good idea for writers to have the experience of acting because it would give them a deeper appreciation of what an actor does, which I have to say is so brilliant. And I think there are a lot of directors that I know go take acting classes just so they can better speak to actors and understand actors. And it completely worked on our show that the writers were immersed with us because they really got to not just understand our jobs, but they got to see us being our characters firsthand. They got to see our little improvisations that they would never see if they were just stuck up in the writer's room. And all of that ended up becoming a part of the show.
I think it was so great. It really made us a cohesive show between the 2 departments, sort of the writers, the actors, this creative partnership. It always felt like a partnership to me and made me feel safe, like I could try things, you know?
Yes.
But, you know, BJ and Mindy were really great performers. They were crossovers, but Paul was not a performer. Paul had only just been a writer. So I know this was like a huge sort of like step out of his comfort zone.
And I think he thought it was going to be just this one little line in this episode.
Right. Well, Jenna texted him this morning.
I
was
did.
Like, Paul, tell us the dish on how you became Toby.
And he just said, Greg kind of made me do it. He said he remembered walking in one day and it had been decided that he was going to play this role of Toby. And he really thought it was just going to be this one line.
Right. He didn't think he was going to be
a series regular.
Right.
No, he did not think it was going to grow into what it was. But Kevin Riley, who was the head of NBC at the time, saw this episode.
He loved it.
He loved the dynamic between Michael Scott and Toby Flenderson. And he said, I want more of that.
I want more Toby.
And so then Paul officially became an actor on the show.
Who was not a performer, who was kind of a quiet person in real life, all of a sudden became a full-time actor and writer.
I think something we have to talk about too is the transformation of Kelly Kapoor. A lot of fans wrote in asking about this, and I'm sure you've got a note card about it, Angela.
I do. First of all my note cards today are green, and Jenna has already said they're whorish, but whatever, Jenna. So I have a note card that's just written Kelly's outfit.
Yeah.
Exclamation point. Because this is hilarious. Anyone that knows Mindy knows that after this episode, she was like, yeah, I'm not going to dress like that, okay? Because she had on this like sort of paisley blouse and those pants.
That went all the way up to her neck.
I know, and her hair up in like an updo, and it was just so funny.
Very fussy.
Very fussy and sort of like just like buttoned up. And right after like this episode, I feel like she was like, yeah, I'm gonna come in for a real wardrobe fitting and we're gonna change up the way Kelly Kapoor looks.
I think when she realized, same as Paul, that this was going to be more than just a one-off, that she would be appearing regularly on the show, not only did her wardrobe change, but the whole conceit of her character changed.
Yeah.
And she started writing herself more into the character, the love of Beyonce, and you know, the clothes and the fashion show at lunch.
And
that's all Mindy.
The romance with BJ.
Yes, exactly. Correct. All of those elements sort of weaved their way into the show, but it is true, in this first incarnation of Kelly Kapoor, she is
very different.
Not the Kelly we eventually learned to love.
And I love the Kelly she became, though, because she was so fun and just added so much, like, sort of like, just sunshine to like whatever scene she was in. I don't know how to say it, but like there was always, she was just all so bubbly and everything, and everyone else was so drab. So I thought she added much needed energy.
She added literal color.
Yeah,
she was the only person who dressed literally colorfully. So, do you want my fan question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck yeah,
Heather
bitch.
from Twitter asked.
Heather, you a hoe.
Hi, Heather.
Have you been
Heather
shadow
asked,
banned?
since
Heather,
it
have
was
you
only
been
the
shadow
second
banned?
episode, what was the atmosphere on set like filming? And I thought that was a really good question because we shot Diversity Day about 6 months
Very lucky,
after we
bitch.
shot the pilot. We took this
Maybe
really
we're
long
very
break because
lucky.
we were waiting to find
What if
out
I
if we were going to
maybe
get
he might
picked up
come
or
over
not.
here?
And it was so thrilling to be reunited again. I remember when we were watching Diversity Day, people have asked me, when did you feel like you had a hit? And I said, it's the moment we were all in the room and we all had those note cards taped to our foreheads. And I was just looking around at all of us, and Steve was being Michael and he was being so hilarious. And I thought, oh my God, if we could just get anyone to watch the show, we're going to be a hit. If anyone sees it, it's so good. And it really was in that moment. I was like, oh wow, this is lightning in a bottle. Now how do we get the world to watch it? Aw, I love that, Ange. Listen, should we take a break? Yeah, let's take a break. I have lots of note cards. Well, perfect. When we come back, we will really break down Diversity Day and get into the scenes and tell you all our stories. You say diversity. I say diversity. What? Yeah, it's just been bugging me. But anyway, diversity? Okay, let's go to a break. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I've made it. Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. Yeah. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know,
you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. And we're back. Hello. All right, so the Diversity Day episode starts with Michael explaining that today the office is having a mandatory diversity training. Yes. We also learned that today is the day that Jim is going to make his biggest sale of the year. He explains he only has to make one phone call and it amounts to 25% of his total sales for the year. But Dwight keeps making it impossible for him to make that call. And so the first way that Dwight makes it impossible for him to make this phone call is that he must shred paper at his desk. Oh, Dwight. Which I always thought was funny because, you know, Pam has that industrial size shredder behind her desk. Pam has a shredder like the size of a Xerox machine behind her desk. Which we never use. Ever. I never shredded a single thing in it. And it used to get in the way when the camera, and it was a big argument over whether or not they could move it, like the integrity of the documentary crew. Would they have moved the industrial shredder or not? And so I remember a day we were on set and they wanted to get this shot behind my desk. And they said if we could just move the shredder, we could get the shot you're asking for. And it was like a 30-minute argument over whether or not they could move or not move the shredder. Right, because they didn't want to like ruin the integrity of the documentary. Yes, this was a big thing all the time. They decided, you know, you can't move walls, you can't move windows, you can't move furniture. They did agree you could move this one plant around. Also, the ficus. You could move the ficus. They clearly agreed that you could move that conference table out and put chairs, and then all of a sudden the conference table would be back. Where did the conference table go? I know. I have had so many people write to me like on social media, be like, "What happened with the conference table? It was there and then it's gone. Where does the conference table go?" And I told them, I said, you know what I would have loved at the end of one episode? All it would take is one episode and the whole 9 seasons. If at the end credits it just showed like Kevin and like Jim breaking down the conference table and Dwight and like stacking it in some storage thing and then having to go get it and put it back together. But just as the credits rolled. Yes, I would love to see them carrying the conference table down to the warehouse. Like in places. Where is it? I don't know. There is nowhere for it to be. I don't know. That is one of the great mysteries of the show. Where is the conference table? Every time Michael was like, conference room meeting, that they were like, ugh, because they knew they had to break down that table. Okay. Well, do you remember that shredding scene where Rain is shredding the paper? Yes. And he's shredding paper. So then Rain notices that there's a special slot on his personal shredder for a credit card, and he kind of stopped the filming and he said, "Guys, I think I should shred a credit card." And we were thinking, well, okay. And he said, "No, there's a special slot for it." I know, everyone was like, "Is it gonna work?" And so he did it. They got him like a fake
like credit card kind of thing, the props department, and he did it, but it almost broke that shredder. It started going like.
I remember sitting there and thinking, what's happening?
What's happening? But he was so determined. I also think Rain is like a gadget person a little bit. So he was like, oh, there's a thing on here. I need to do it.
Yeah, I need to work this part of the
I
machine.
need to do it.
Angela, would you like to do a card?
I would, Jenna Fisher. Okay, so this card applies to the opening shot of the whole episode. There is a great establishing shot of the Homer Simpson doll. The camera is going past Phyllis's desk, and it's sitting right there. And, you know, it just makes me smile because I know that Greg Daniels wrote on The Simpsons, and this was his little, like, nod to, like, the first part of his career, right?
Yes.
And it sat there all 9 years, that Simpson doll. So I love that. That's just, like, kind of a dorky moment. You guys know I love the things in the background.
Well, you know what he did for the main cast. I'm sorry.
I do know this.
You do know?
Are you saying I'm sorry because I didn't get one?
Yeah.
Because you're calling me not main cast?
Well, we called you supporting cast. Is this as a gift?
You guys, the rest of us didn't become series regular till Booze Cruise. That's a story for later. But in the beginning,
there were just 5 of us.
Well, there weren't just the 5 of you, but you were the 5 that were the quote series regulars.
That's right. There were just the 5 series regulars.
And the rest of us were just trash in the corner.
No, but we had to do a lot of extra stuff.
You had to do press.
We had to do press, and we had to do these crazy photo shoots, and we did all this stuff as the show was launching.
Listen, there is no debating. You guys were the core main cast, and the rest of us filled out the picture. And then it grew, and then the cast grew, and then we had all of these series regulars. But I'm gonna give you a little. You can leave that in, Sam. I'm gonna give you a little shiitake sometimes.
All right, listen. So, as a gift, Greg had the illustrators over at The Simpsons turn us all into Simpson characters. And it was me, John, Rain, and Steve huddled around a computer. Now that I'm saying it, I realize I think BJ Novak was left out of this photo. Sorry, BJ. But we were Simpsonized, and he gave us these illustrations in like a frame.
It's really cool.
It's really cool. It's in my living room. It's like a treasured item from the show.
Jenna is a Simpson.
I have a Simpson version of me. All right, I want to talk about Pam's free cell, and so does BNG Chris on Twitter.
Well, let's hear it, BNG Chris.
All right, he asked if we were actually good at free cell. And the answer is, oh yes, we were.
You want to know why? This is one of my note cards too. We didn't get Wi-Fi until July of 2006, and it was such a big deal on our set that a memo went around, and I saved the memo.
It was because, to give you some context, we shot this episode in 2004.
Yes. And so it wasn't until 2006 that we got internet. So for the pilot, they were nothing. They were literally like pieces of plastic.
I have to tell you something, Angela.
What?
My computer on the pilot was real.
Son of a
I'm so sorry. Main cast got real computers.
Shut up! Are you serious?
Yeah.
You and John and Rain had actual computers?
Yeah.
No internet, but you had games for the pilot?
Yeah.
Will this ever end? Will it ever end? All these things I'm learning. Well, back in accounting, guys, we had a piece of plastic that they made look like
you
a
just
computer.
had to stare at a plastic
Piece of plastic that did nothing, so we passed notes.
I haven't known when to tell you this because you've told the story before that our
And you have sat silent?
I have. I haven't known how to tell you that all along I had a real computer.
Oh my God. What else is going to come out in this podcast?
I don't know.
Holy crap. Well, we passed a lot of notes, and I saved those too. Oscar can draw. He's a really good drawer, and he would draw me and Brian as Kevin and Angela, and I saved them all. So
That's what you were doing while I was on my actual computer.
Whatever. The answer to that story is yes, we were very good at solitaire because it's all we had to do for like 2 years.
It's true. And we had on-set free cell competitions, and we would compete with the cast and crew. In between scenes, the crew would sit down at a desk, and they would play free cell. And Kate Flannery held the title for a very long time. She was really very good.
Master.
Phyllis was also very good.
Kate is so good, though. Yes, with the free cell, the competition was who could do it in the fewest moves. And yeah, Kate was really good. I never made the top 10. To lose patience. Okay, all right, get going. What else you got over there, Fisher? What else are you hiding from me that you're not telling me? What other perks did you have?
Well, this wasn't really a perk, but this was a little sneaky. So during this episode, off camera, there was a whole thing going on, and it involved me and Phyllis. So Phyllis and I are from St. Louis, Missouri, and during this time, the Cardinals were in the playoffs.
I remember this.
They ended up in the World Series against the Boston Red Sox. And in between scenes, Phyllis and I would sneak back to my trailer and watch the Cardinals games.
Yes.
And we were rooting hard for the Cardinals. And it was very difficult for us because basically everyone else on the set was from Boston. Steve, BJ, John, more people. Everyone was rooting for the Red Sox except for me and Phyllis. And
I
really
rooted for the Cardinals with you. Do you remember
did?
that? You don't remember that?
No.
You and I are
the end of our
you know what?
friendship.
You and I are going to have a talk after this, lady. Well, I did. You brought me onto your side. Listen. One of the things I remember so distinctly about that World Series is that at the end of work, we would stay.
Yes.
And we would all go into John's trailer and we would watch the game.
Angela, if you were in John's trailer, you were rooting for Boston.
Oh.
Phyllis and I watched it in my trailer.
Wait, I didn't know that. Wait, you weren't. Oh, right. You didn't go in John.
No.
Oh.
We were an island, Phyllis and I. We were an island.
Well, John's trailer was really fun. A lot of people were in there. So
Of course they were.
I think I probably stopped by your trailer and was like, brr, brr.
It's a little sad in here.
And I went into the party trailer where everyone was gathered.
Well, also, Boston swept the series 4-0, so it was a particularly depressing.
I mean, I remember there being snacks and like laughter.
Oh, Phyllis and I were just in my trailer crying.
Okay, maybe I didn't
No
realize
big
that.
deal.
Okay.
All right, we should really get back to the meat of this episode.
Oh my God, you guys, I'm sorry. We've gone on so many tangents. This is what happens when we get together. Okay, back to Diversity Day.
All right, so Mr. Brown comes into the office to run the diversity training, and once again, played by one of the members of the writing staff.
So brilliant. Larry Wilmore.
Larry Wilmore.
So smart, so funny.
He originally read the part during a table read.
Yes.
Just because they hadn't cast the role yet.
They were going to cast the role.
Yes.
Just hadn't gotten to it yet.
That's right. Greg loved how he read it so much that he asked Larry to audition because this was a big part. This wasn't just one line. So you had to audition for a role of this size. So they went through the paces.
Poor guy. But what I loved about his delivery is it was so straight. He did it like so straight.
He put nothing on it, no spin on it, and that's why it worked. But this was not the first time that Larry Wilmore has performed. He was a writer-performer.
Yes.
Did you know he had a recurring role on The Facts of Life?
No.
Yeah, as a police officer.
Somebody did a deep dive on the internet.
I did. Want to hear what else the internet told me?
Yeah.
He created the Bernie Mac show, for which he won an Emmy, and he was a Daily Show correspondent.
He's very funny, and I actually emailed him, and he wants to come on and chat with us. So,
oh yes,
I know. He couldn't do it for this episode, but we're gonna get Larry on. I'm so excited.
We should, because I want to get more of that story of exactly how he wound up as Mr. Brown and what it was like for him to do those scenes with Steve.
Oh, with Steve, just like he was just messing with him all day,
and he stayed so stoic.
I know.
He was amazing.
I have to say this one story about Larry Wilmore. When this show was going to air, he invited the whole cast over to watch it at his house. And I had like an apartment at that time. So like anyone that had a house, I was like, oh my God, you're like the real deal.
Yes, you're an adult.
You're an adult.
Well, that's something we used to do. We used to watch every week together as a cast these viewing parties. I hosted everybody for the pilot. It was before it aired. Greg came over with a DVD of the pilot, and the cast piled into my living room.
We couldn't figure out how to make it work at first. Do you remember? Like your sound wasn't like the DVD wasn't working, and we were all freaking out.
And we had, well, I also remember we had to like move furniture out of the way, and people were on the floor. I have a picture of that, and there's Steve Carell just sitting on my floor He didn't get a spot on the couch, ready to watch the pilot.
I have one just like that, and I remember telling everyone, okay, so my building doesn't have parking, so here I am telling the cast, you have to street park. Also, I'm the unit way in the back. It says 824, but I'm 824 and a half. And everyone came. It was so sweet.
And Paul Feig used to host a lot.
Oh my gosh. And
Paul and Lori Feig, they would put out a fantastic little buffet.
They would. They are great hosts.
But yes, we used to watch the episodes together as a cast, which is something we did really for years.
Yosh. See.
Looking for savings? At the Monitoring Center, we've been delivering wholesale alarm monitoring rates directly to our customers for over 20 years. Out the middleman. Get monthly monitoring rates that start as low as 33 cents per day.
Oh my gosh. And
Paul and Lori Feig, they would put out a fantastic little buffet.
They would. They are great hosts.
But yes, we used to watch the episodes together as a cast, which is something we did really for years. Should we take a break?
Yes, I think we take a break. And when we come back, Jenna, I have a question about something that's in the background. You know how I love things in the background.
You've really been the background spotter of this podcast.
I am. You guys,
as people will hear.
As you will hear, because we've done a few of these. Jenna knows I love things in the background.
And we're back.
Hello, everyone.
Angela, give it to us. What's your observation?
Well, I have two. First of all, at 6 minutes, around 46 seconds, I can make out the yellow Post-it note sprinkles invite that I drew on the partition in Kevin's desk.
Really?
Yes.
We talked about this in the pilot.
It's a little yellow Post-it note, and I can just see the side of it, and it just made me happy because it was there all 9 years, as you know, all 9 seasons. And then Brian gave it to me, and I have it, and I love it, but I can spot it. And that just made me happy. So
all right,
there you go.
Good
Sprinkles Post-it note. And here's the second thing I observed. At around 8 minutes, 30 seconds, there is a cartoon taped to Michael's door.
Oh.
With like a notepad with like some writing on it.
Okay.
That's all I got. What?
What is the cartoon?
I don't know. I did take a picture of my TV and I zoomed in as big as I could. I don't know what it is.
That's it.
That's it.
Your observation is that there is a cartoon on Michael's door. The end.
Okay, well, the way you're looking at me is a little judgy. They're not all going to pay off.
I thought you were going to tell me what it was or how it got there, but no.
I don't know. But I bet someone else is looking at it being like, Angela, I saw that too. I don't know. I don't know what it's about.
Thank you so much for that one.
Moving on.
I need to talk about a scene.
Okay.
That contains one of my favorite lines of all time from the show.
I know it because it's one of mine. I know it.
When Steve does his own diversity training, he makes a video.
Yes.
And in that video, he has a line where he says, Abraham Lincoln once said, if you are a racist, I will attack you with the North. I love that line so much. And I asked BJ who wrote that line because I know there's a collective element to the script writing. So the process is they break down the plot and then a single writer goes and writes it, but then they bring that script back to the group and people can pitch jokes.
They do joke punch up.
Yeah, they can do joke punch up. And BJ said it was Paul Lieberstein.
Oh, so smart.
And he said that the people in the writer's room thought it might be like too heady of a joke or that it might not really land. But not only did it land, it is one of the most quoted lines from the show and inspired a fan site called Northern Attack. Yes. And
Which
it
was
is
great. So
just
smart.
so great. I also asked BJ about diversity today and diversity tomorrow. And he said that he wrote diversity, that it was called Diversity Today, and then, Michael calls it Diversity Tomorrow because today is almost over. But he said his original pitch, which he was very sad to have to lose, was that it was actually called Diversity 360. And Michael said in his video that he was from Diversity 365 because diversity should never take 5 days off. But unfortunately, there was a real Diversity 360, and they couldn't clear it because it would have seemed like we were making fun of a real business. So he had to change it to Diversity Today, Diversity Tomorrow.
That is so funny. I have a little note card here for you, lady.
Give it to me.
So there's a moment in the conference room where Jen and I are seated next to each other, and yeah, so we were rarely seated next to each other because we would just start laughing. This is what we discovered pretty early on.
But this was an extreme reason.
This was an extreme reason why. So Steve as Michael, we knew he was going to sit into the scene, but we didn't know exactly how. He hadn't done this in any rehearsals. So here we are, the camera's rolling, and that conference room is small. And so he was right in front of Jen and I.
Yeah.
And he turned, as Michael, he turns his chair around and straddles it.
And it's like an office chair that was very bouncy.
Like it bobbed up and down. And he kept bobbing forward and back, kind of
very groiny.
Kind of grinding into the chair a little bit, leaning forward. And Jen and I were we're like, oh my God.
Well, you can see my hand is up by my mouth through most of that scene. And it was because when I started to break, I would cover my mouth.
It was so hard not to just laugh through the whole scene because he was so brilliantly being this cringy boss who's so inappropriate but is trying to do something good for the office, all of his intentions,
That was the scene that I think I broke the most in for this episode. It was that with him just grinding into that chair, but you were making it worse because you were right next to me. And if you notice, for the rest of the episode, we are separated.
We're separated. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but I tried really hard not to look at you.
Yes.
I was I couldn't look at you, but I could see your shoulders shaking.
Yeah.
Or I could sense you shaking, and then I would just start laughing, and I didn't want to laugh because I was like, oh God, I was still every day please don't fire me, please don't fire me,
yes,
please don't fire me.
We were trying to be professional.
We're trying to be professionals, and Steve was so professional. But I want to challenge you guys: if Steve Krill turned a chair around backwards and started kind of
leaning into it,
close to you, it was so close to us.
It was very close. I feel like the scene itself doesn't properly communicate how close.
It doesn't.
Well, I did a little bit of background looking.
Oh.
And there is a reflection of us in the television screen when the shots are on Steve. And I think if you look really closely at the reflection, you can see me break one time.
Oh my God. You and I have become obsessed with our own show. It's so ridiculous.
It's a little odd.
Okay, I have a quick story about those note cards we had to tape to our foreheads.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so here's the thing, guys. Imagine taping a note card to your forehead because it had the double stick tape, so it would stay in place. Imagine putting that on at 7:30 in the morning and not taking it off till 5 p.m.
Which is what we did.
I mean, we did take it off at lunch for 30 minutes, but then we had to put it back on. At the end of the day of wearing that double stick tape on my forehead, when we took that note card off, it had peeled off all my baby hairs on my forehead.
Yes.
And I had a strip, like a bare strip on my forehead. And so the next morning when we went into hair and makeup, the makeup would not adhere to my forehead.
It was like you had waxed your forehead in one tiny rectangle spot.
And a few of us had that. A few of us, I'm so fair that my skin shows everything. But I had kind of this rectangle hickey on my forehead of where that note card had been there all day.
Well, I remember us walking around backstage, getting snacks.
They didn't want us to take it
off. No, because then they'd have to. It was a continuity thing. Even they didn't want it to be in any way different.
Yeah, they took photos of us to make sure it was always in the exact same spot. It wasn't too high or too low. And once they taped it on, they were really guys, please don't take your note card off your forehead. So imagine being we have a 15-minute break. I'm gonna get some pretzels and a cheese stick, but I'm eating the cheese stick and pretzels while wearing, you know, a note card on my head that said Jamaica. That's how we walked around. That, like we went to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. Okay.
A lot of people asked about the note cards. Like, did we have any say in what our note card said? No. It was all scripted. It wasn't random. A lot of people asked questions about how much improvisation happened in the scenes with the note cards. All that was scripted.
All scripted.
Dwight saying, "Oh man, am I a woman?" That was scripted.
Mm-hmm.
There was even a deleted scene in there where Jim pranks Dwight after Dwight figures out what his race is. Jim gives him a new card and he's like, here, you should have this new card. And Dwight tapes it to his head. And what Jim's written on it is Dwight. And so I remember filming scenes where he's walking around the room and we're all saying things like, oh man, you're annoying. You're difficult to be around.
Yeah.
And he's guessing all these different things. And then really it just says Dwight on his forehead.
Okay, so I heard there was a deleted scene, and guys, I bought the DVDs, okay? I bought the DVDs at Target, but I don't have a DVD player.
This is your problem. You're very close to being able to enjoy this DVD.
I know.
You're one major step away.
Major step. I forgot we didn't have a DVD player anymore. So I have them, but I read that there was a deleted scene where Devin, who sat in the background with Creed, has a note card on his forehead, and you see it. I think he's outside, and as Michael walks in, he's outside, and his note card says West Nile.
I don't know that.
Is that true?
I don't know. That's so funny. If you get a DVD player, will you come back and tell us?
Yes, I've got to get to the bottom of that.
I do want to talk about one scene because when I put it out on Twitter that we were recording this episode, the most frequently asked question was about the scene where Mindy slaps Steve.
Oh, yeah.
People had a lot of questions about that scene. And I remember filming that, and the reason I remember filming it is because Mindy could not stop laughing. She laughed every single take.
And we were all standing there watching.
Yes.
And
every time it was time for her to slap Steve, she would laugh. But then right after she slapped Steve, she would laugh. One thing we should say, and a lot of people wondered, was the slap real or fake? Well, I remember we shot that so many times, and the majority of the time, it was fake.
It was fake.
She made no contact with him because people wanted to know, oh my gosh, did he have a big red mark on his face or anything like that? And no, and thank goodness it was fake because she kept breaking every time. It was like unusable.
I feel like I do remember Steve, and I don't know if you remember this, Jenna. I do feel like I remember him in one take saying, I think you just go ahead and hit me once.
Yes.
Go ahead and hit me one time.
Right. So I think there was one where she made contact with him, and there was also one time she didn't laugh, and that's the time it's in the episode.
That's it.
But I think if you look really closely, you can see, I mean, we know Mindy.
Yeah.
I think I can see her eyes are laughing a little bit.
Or she does a thing where she doesn't close her mouth all the way, and that's because she's about to laugh.
Yeah.
She's trying not to. Here's the thing. We got to know each other all so well that I know everyone's tell before they break.
Yes.
Like, it's just so clear when someone's about to laugh.
Another thing more than one person asked, I guess there's a controversy, is Steve saying cookie or googie?
He's saying googie.
Googie. Yeah. Yes.
Well, I'm glad we could solve that.
We cleared that up.
I have some note cards, my lady.
Let's do a note card.
Okay. All right. This is a very sort of dorky actor moment, so just bear with me. But I thought John, as Jim, did such a fantastic job on the phone with Mr. Decker when he loses his sale to Dwight.
Oh, it is one of the hardest things in the world to have a fake one-sided phone conversation.
That has hills and valleys of emotion.
Yes.
Where you're reacting like this. He's excited, then he's disappointed, then he figures out what happened.
And there's no one on the other line.
No one.
There's no one speaking to you.
John is just doing that on his own. And
Yes.
I just sat there and I rewatched it. And John, I just want you to know, you crushed that phone call.
You
thought
are
did
so
such a great job. Yeah.
Now, I have done films or I have done things where someone is on the other line. For example, in season 9, when Pam breaks down crying at her desk, they figured out a way to wire in John Krasinski live so I could hear him in my ear. So there are times when there's a really emotional scene, or a scene that really requires you to speak to the other actor, but like 90% of the time, you are just pretending someone's
There's no one there. Yeah, exactly. And so John was just talking to Mr. Decker, who wasn't there, and I just thought he did such a great job. So anyway, I just had to give a little love to JK.
Yeah. And after that scene, when Jim finds out that he has lost the sale, that Dwight stole the sale, that is 25% of his income, he goes back into the conference room where Michael is wrapping things up and everyone is bored to tears. And that is when Pam falls asleep on Jim's shoulder. And we filmed that about, oh my goodness, like 15, 16 times, that scene, because this was our Jim Pam moment of the episode. This was it. And they really wanted to get these little Jim Pam moments just perfectly. I looked up this scene in the script, and there is a piece of stage direction that BJ Novak wrote that I want to read for you because I think it is so perfect. He wrote, Jim reacts to Pam falling asleep on him like a butterfly has landed on his shoulder. Aww. Isn't that so poetic?
That's so poetic. That is so sweet.
And so that's what John had in his mind, that was his, inspiration for how to react to that.
That is so
like how
sweet.
Special to have a butterfly land on your shoulder and you don't want to move and
yeah,
you want
don't want to
savor
disturb it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so sweet. Well, I wrote, this is equally as just insightful, you guys. I wrote on my note card, what a great jam moment at the end, and Jenna's skin looks flawless.
Well, thank you, Angela, because I did notice in an earlier shot, there is a shot of my skin that looks just terrible.
Well, we didn't have like any makeup on really, like at all, like barely any makeup.
Powder, blush, and a little mascara.
Right, and I had one strip of powder that wouldn't stick to my forehead anymore. So I don't know, Jenna, I thought your skin looked flawless.
Well, you know what, to wrap it up, why don't we do one last fan question, okay? Alexia asked if there were any scenes that were taken out that we wish had made it in. And I picked this fan question because my answer is yes.
Okay, which one,
And
Jenna?
I was in it.
Well, what is it?
All right, so you remember earlier in the episode when Mr. Brown starts his training, he explains what a hero is, and it's an acronym. And then Dwight explains what he thinks a hero is.
Yeah.
Well, after all that happened, there was a scene where Michael stands up and creates his own acronym for sensitivity. And his words are inclusion, new attitude, colorblind, expectations, sharing, and tolerance. And while he's saying these words, Dwight is writing them on a whiteboard. And I look at the whiteboard and I say, Michael, that spells incest. And then Steve tap dances and says, but it still works because incest is bad and discrimination is bad. But also incest is something that happens in your family and the world is our family. Like it just this
so
crazy
bad.
ramble.
Just back away from it.
Yeah, but he won't let it go. And then Pam has a talking head that says if he just rearranged the words, he could have spelled insect. And I just remember shooting that scene, and every time I had to raise my hand and very matter-of-factly point out that it spells incest, then there was just this silence in the room as everyone took it in. And I was sad. That went on the cutting room floor.
That's very funny.
So thank you, Alexia, for your question.
All right, everybody, that was Diversity Day.
And next week, we're going to be talking about healthcare. Angela, what do you think about when you think about healthcare?
Hot dog fingers.
Hot dog fingers. We're going to talk about hot dog fingers with our first special guest, Rain Wilson.
Yes, that tall drink of water is calling in, and we are going to talk about the episode with him. So be sure and tune in.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. Remember, you can listen to ad-free versions of Office Ladies on Stitcher Premium. For a free month of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold
mild, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hey, welcome back to Office Ladies. It is Angela Kinsey
and Jenna Fisher.
And we're going to be talking today about healthcare.
Healthcare, one of my favorite episodes from season 1.
I love it. I love this episode because to me, it's The Office at its best, because it's ordinary people doing ordinary things and it all goes south.
And it's big stakes because having a job that has good healthcare is everything. So yes, today we are talking about season 1, episode 3, healthcare. It was written by Paul Lieberstein, who plays Toby Fletcherson. Yes. And directed by Ken Whittingham.
I love Ken.
And we love Ken.
Ken is the tall, gentle man. Like, he is just, like, so sweet and kind.
Oh, you and I would talk to Ken all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
Probably, like, too much. Like, he probably at some point was like, ladies,
I have work to do.
I have work to do. And we're like, hi, Ken. He's just so lovely.
We had Ken back a lot. Over the entire 9 seasons, he directed 9 episodes of The Office, including Phyllis's Wedding.
Yes, you just had a little bit of St. Louis there.
I
hear it every once in a while, but you said over.
Oh, is that a St. Louis thing?
I don't know, but you say some words like different. I think it's St. Louis.
The biggest St. Louis thing that I don't do, but that Phyllis does, speaking of Phyllis, is farty far.
Oh.
So we have a highway there called Highway 44.
Yeah.
They call it farty far, and you eat with a fork.
Yeah. Sometimes Rain and Phyllis sat back to back, you know?
Yeah.
And every once in a while, Rain would just turn around to Phyllis and say, Phyllis, say 44. And she would like, Phyllis, like when she gets really tickled, she snorts when she laughs. So she'd be like, farty far. Okay. All right. Keep going.
All right. Well, let me do a summary of healthcare. It's pretty simple. Jan tells Michael that he needs to pick a cheaper healthcare plan for his employees to help prevent downsizing. Michael gives the job to Dwight and then hides in his office all day because he knows no one is going to want their healthcare slashed.
This is classic Michael passing the buck.
For sure.
We're going to see over and over and over in the lifetime of the show.
So after Dwight picks a plan that slashes almost all the benefits and the entire office revolts, Michael promises us a surprise. Very big.
Yes, which is what you do with your children when you have to give them bad news, but there's gonna be a surprise.
It's so true. And what I think is interesting is that everyone is skeptical, but also like, well, maybe there is a surprise.
It's so sad.
There could be a surprise.
It's a little bit like Charlie Brown kicked the football, like, you know, when Lucy kept doing that. I feel like they're like, there's no way he's gonna come through. But maybe because we hate our job so much, so maybe there'll be something nice
gonna happen. But then Michael has to spend the entire rest of the day scrambling to come up with something.
Yeah.
And what he comes up with is
just nothing.
A lot of nothing.
Just nothing.
Yes.
All right, Jenna, do you want to do some fast facts?
You know I do.
I know you do.
You know it. All right. So my first fast fact is that after the pilot episode, which we talked about was pretty much a word-for-word adaptation of the British pilot, because this was a British television show before it was an American television show. After that, we started writing all original episodes. So Diversity Day was all original. It was our story. And this is all original with the exception of a little wink, a little nod to the British show.
What? Trivia master? What?
Oh. So in an episode of The British Office, their Dwight character, whose name is Gareth, he gets to lead an investigation into some dirty emails that came into the office. And so he takes over the conference room and he even puts a little sign on the window. And that is the little thing that we stole for this episode, is that Dwight is going to do that same thing.
He's going to take over the conference room.
Yes. But in this case, it is to pick a new healthcare plan for the company.
Right.
So we did that from time to time. We just do like these little
nods to the British show, which I always think are kind of fun, especially because there were people who were huge fans of the original who were then watching our show, and that was like a little treat.
Well, I like it. I like where your head's at. Starting out this episode,
You
with
like
some
it?
really good trivia, Jenna. I like where you're going. I like it. I've got my note cards ready, lady.
Do you want to hit me with a note card, or shall I continue with fast facts?
No. Do your fast facts. I got some note cards waiting for you, though.
All right. Well, this is a fast fact, and it's actually something, Angela, that you pointed out.
Oh, is it a Kinsey fast fact?
It's a Kinsey fast fact.
Okay.
That this is the first time we see Devin and Creed at their desks.
Oh, yes. I love spotting little things in the background.
You are. I'm going to label you our background expert.
No, don't. I'm not the expert.
You are, but you notice those things. You really notice continuity stuff. Was it because you spent so much time in the background, Angela?
Is that a dig?
No, we all did.
I'm totally kidding.
No, we did, but I'm like,
all right, Miss Front Reception, let me tell you something. Back in accounting corner, we noticed shiitake. Okay, we noticed things.
No, but you were always lurking back there. So I thought, well, maybe
now I'm a lurker.
I thought maybe, you're noticing more of what's happening back there.
Some real truths coming out today. You know what I noticed in this episode? That Jim has an ET on his desk. An ET doll.
A little extraterrestrial.
Yes,
See
ET.
what I'm saying? This is a Kinsey background observation.
It's got a little ET on his desk, and the ET is wearing like a blue coat.
I have never noticed.
I know. It's at for you guys watching, it's at 14 minutes, around 35 seconds. There's an ET on Jim's desk, and I'm like, what the heck? I don't remember that ET. Okay, anyway, see if you see ET at 14 minutes.
Wow. See what I'm saying? You did have a note card.
I have a ton of note cards.
There you go.
I have more. Okay, go.
All right, Angela. Here's my last fast fact. And this is something I learned when I was doing my prep for this episode and I listened to the DVD commentary. So this is the 3rd episode of season 1. However, we shot it 6th. What? Yeah. So I remember we shot the pilot and then we waited like 6 months to see if we got picked up.
Yeah.
And then when we did get picked up, the writers had turned in, like, they had all their scripts ready for season 1 because there were only 5 more to do.
That's right. We only did 6.
We did not shoot them in the same order in which they aired. So when we finished this episode, we all said goodbye.
Oh my gosh, you knew
that? And I remember that now.
That puts a whole different filter on it now, like rewatching it, because I feel like we were really loosey-goosey in this episode. I mean, we're going to talk about it, but a few of us just full-on laugh, and it's in the episode. But
we were a tight-knit group by the time we were filming this.
Yeah, we were all pals.
And I think it shows in the episode. And I think that might also be why I have such like a warm place in my heart for this episode, because when we were filming this episode, we really believed that this was the last one we would ever do.
Oh, for sure. I thought we were not coming back at all. And I had my name, like, they printed out our name like on paper, but then laminated it,
for our trailer door.
Yeah, with a little bit of Velcro. That was on our trailer door. And I took my little laminated piece of paper that said my name.
Me too.
I still have it.
I still have it. You know what I did?
What?
I made a mixtape.
Oh my God.
I made a mixtape and I called it something like Scranton. Sounds of Scranton.
Sounds of Scranton.
And I gave it to John, Rain, Steve, and BJ, along with a tiny homemade scrapbook of some photos.
And then you said, "Hi, 1994 called. They want my mixtape back."
I'm sure those guys were like, "This is,"
and you were like, "This is
the girliest present I've ever been given."
I just picture you giving that mixtape to people, and some people, like, they don't even have a tape player in their car.
No one. It was a CD.
Okay.
It was a mixed CD. I call it mixtape.
Okay, I pictured an actual.
No,
mixtape.
it wasn't a cassette. It was a CD. I am certain, if I had to bet money, I am certain no one ever listened to it.
Oh.
I listen to it all the time.
You listened to it in your car ride? Because it was the Sounds of Scranton.
It was the Sounds of Scranton. This is real. So my commute to where we filmed the first season of The Office was very long. It was over an hour because I lived in San Fernando Valley and we shot in Culver City. And if you live in Los Angeles or have ever been here, that is a very long commute in the mornings. And I wanted to quote unquote get in character. So I wanted to pretend like I was driving in Scranton. So I wanted some sounds of Scranton.
Did you like
I had a
research what people were listening to in Scranton?
I
Like,
didn't.
How do you know the sounds of Scranton?
You know what? I really don't. I want to say I made a lot of assumptions. And I kind of went back to my college days, and I had some classic rock and a little bit of Garth Brooks. But now that I'm saying it, I realize I don't really know what East Coast people listen to. I was so whatever. It put me in a headspace.
Okay, well, I just want you to know. I want the Sounds of Scranton on our website.
I'm gonna look for it.
I want the.
I bet I still have it.
Also, I want to know if
It's gonna be embarrassing.
If it was a CD, I want to know, did you make a little cover and write out each song, or did you type them out and print it? Is there a photo? What's the cover of the CD?
The cover of the CD is a collage of different pictures that remind me of Scranton.
Wait. No, wait. Please stop. These aren't photos of people on the show.
No.
They're images of Scranton that you got from the computer, you got from the internet,
and it's a collage.
And so they're photos of Scranton.
Yes.
And it's called Sounds of Scranton.
Right.
You
and
are
I
the
would
biggest
listen to
dork
it,
I know.
and I would listen to it on my drive to get into the character of Pam.
Oh my God.
And then I would go to work.
This is all why I love you. This is why I love you. Because I want to be best friends with the person that prints images of places in Scranton and makes a collage.
Well,
makes up a CD.
As I'm telling this story now, it's occurring to me that when you live in a city, you don't make a tribute CD of the city you live in.
Well,
like I lived in St. Louis my whole life, and I never drove around with a CD called Sounds of St. Louis.
Well, I'm going to now. Sounds of Los Angeles.
Ooh, let's make it. I didn't know what to give as a wrap gift. That's a thing. Do people know that when you finish a series, when you finish a season of a show, it's sort of customary to give out little presents to your cast members or to some of your crew members? And so I really did not know what to give out. You know, Kate Flannery, I give out Sounds of Scranton. Kate Flannery had these Dunder Mifflin candles made. Do you remember that?
I have it.
I still have it.
I have it.
Yeah, and she gave out like a Dunder Mifflin candle, but we really gifted. We were like, we're done.
I got everyone to sign my script. So I still have that, and that's really cool. And Kate gave me a photo of her and I standing at our trailers because we shared a trailer. Kate and I had a trailer, and just the only thing between our toilets was like a plastic accordion door. So if I sat on my toilet and she sat on hers, our knees touched. So we made a vow to never use our toilets. We were like, we just can't. We can't. That's just not going to happen.
I remember that.
You remember our plastic accordion door?
I do.
It didn't even really shut. So we just opened it and just shared basically one room with two toilets.
Well, when I think back to that time, I remember having anxiety about, I've just had the most thrilling experience of my acting life. I'd been a struggling actor for 8 years before I got my job on The Office. I'd never had a regular role on anything. I'd done pilots, but they never got picked up. So this was my first series. And I thought, well, what do I do? If this show gets canceled, I guess I just go back to the beginning. We could have all had to go back and get day jobs again.
So Kate Flannery and I we did not quit our day jobs for the first season of The Office.
Oh, I remember that.
Kate Flannery was still a waitress at Kate Manalini in Beverly Hills. And so she would work on The Office and then she'd go wait tables.
I remember that.
Yeah. And I was working at iOS, which is an improv theater, and I was helping run The Office. And I stayed on and would help. Yeah, I just would have gone back to helping run a theater and improv classes, and I ran the intern program. I fired someone who's now famous, one of my interns.
Who? Can you say?
He's a lovable person, and I love him.
Tell me.
So this was my intern who was always late. He was always late. The higher-ups said, okay, you can be late 3 times, and then you get fired. And so
as an intern, his job was to keep the restroom clean.
Or he had to come early, set up the box office.
Okay.
Like, we needed him there early. And he was late a lot, but I really liked him. And then finally, they were like, you're going to have to fire him. So he walks in one day, and his name is Derek Waters.
Creator of Drunk History.
And he walked in, and he was really late. And I was like, hey, Derek. And he's like, hey, Angela, are you gonna fire me today? And I was like, I am. And he goes, okay. Oh my gosh, Angela, he told me this story. I wrote a book. Everyone plug The Actor's Life, a Survival Guide. Check it out.
Nice
local
flex.
books,
Nice flex.
local bookstores. Check it out. I wrote a book and I interviewed Derek in the book, and he told me this story of being fired from IO. I did not know it was you that fired him.
It was me.
But it's still very much on his mind because he mentioned it in an interview.
I know, but anyway, I would just go back to running a theater, basically. I have something, so I know healthcare is about the office, finding a good healthcare plan, and the downsizing. I know the overall arc of this episode, but I just want you to know I have started calling this episode the Pam Sass.
The Pam Sass?
And it's going to come up throughout this episode where Pam is super sassy.
Well.
It starts off right away when Michael comes up to you and you say, I'm not making any copies. Like, you're sassy out of the gate, lady. And then you say, oh, do you want me to repeat the messages for the, and like you look to camera? I have many more as we go through this
Oh my God,
episode.
what were you? Did I piss you off before you watched this episode?
No.
And then you're just looking for sass moments?
I am not. Hey, listen, you rewatch it and right away you're just like, you are here.
I feel
you are not
I'm
here to
sorry.
mess around.
You try having a boss like Michael Scott and see what kind of mood it puts you in.
Well, you were sassy in this.
I was matter of fact.
Pam Sass. Okay, go on. What's out? What else is there?
That's it.
All right, lady, I think we should take a break.
I think we should, but I think we should tell everyone that when we come back from our break, we're gonna have a special guest.
Well, I think you just told them.
I did. It's gonna be a tall drink of water. Mr. Rainn Wilson.
Yes.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the pine mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy.
It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
It's time to break down the healthcare episode.
Let's do it.
All right, we're going to go a little rogue here.
Okay.
We're going to do a phone call with Rainn Wilson.
With Rainn Wilson.
Yeah, there were just too many things about this episode that were Dwight-centered, and we had a lot of questions from fans that I think we needed to go straight to the source. We agreed.
And Rainn said yes, and we're so thrilled. So we're going to talk to Rainn.
We're going to call him. Let's call Rainn.
Hello.
Is this Rainn Wilson?
Hey, Rainn.
It's Rainn Wilson.
Rainn Wilson, it's Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsey.
What's up, Bella?
How are you? Thanks for doing this.
I'm great, guys.
Yeah?
I'm really good. I'm launching a podcast this week called Metaphysical Milkshake.
Oh!
And I'm doing that with Reza Aslan.
And is this in coordination with Soul Pancake?
It is, yes. And it's life's big questions of, philosophy and psychology and spirituality and sociology. We're talking to some of the world's greatest minds with some super interesting stories.
I love that.
That launches very soon.
That is so you, Rainn.
That is so
you.
that
You
is
are
so
the
great.
person I go to with all of those questions in life. If we can tell people, I have called you on occasion sobbing. You are my person that I trust with those big life moments. So this makes total sense. It's true.
That's so sweet.
Yes.
I call you anytime I have an issue in the kitchen or anything with cooking or bread. Age related.
I will say this though,
whatsoever.
Rainn, you know what I love is that you do reach out to Jenna and I in times when you're definitely like wanting like love and support, and I love that we are all there for each other like that. It's true.
Oh,
Yeah.
you guys are like the sisters that I never had.
You're too. We've talked about you a little bit, like how you would look at us and say, like, look at them. They just like they're two pins, like click, 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 click.
They will not stop talking.
I mean, if the listeners could only know what those conversations were like about, I mean, it's just like, I made the best lasagna you did. I love lasagna. One time I went to Italy, I had lasagna. You know, to Italy, I've been to Spain one time.
I mean, Rainn.
You like ham? I love ham.
They weren't even that interesting, Rainn. They weren't even that
That's
interesting.
way more interesting.
That is like way more fascinating than anything we ever talked about for hours on end.
It's so
Okay,
cute.
well, we have some questions for you about the healthcare episode.
We do. All right.
Go.
So we're talking to you about the healthcare episode, which is appropriate because this is a Dwight A storyline.
Big storyline. Your first real big one, right?
Wow, thanks, guys. Thanks for the support. Yeah. 2004? Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, you did some great stuff a decade ago.
All right, so I want to ask you, Rainn, just what comes to mind for you when you first think of the healthcare episode?
That was the first episode that I remember that we spent an inordinate amount of time in the conference room.
Yeah.
And I remember saying hot dog fingers.
Hot
That was
dog
very funny.
fingers.
Which totally made us break, and they left it in the episode. Rainn, I full on start laughing, and then Brian breaks character and points to me and starts laughing, and it's still in the
That is
episode.
your real laughing. And
That's me really laughing.
It's true. They left in the edit you guys breaking, you guys cracking over these diseases. And it's truly hysterical. But I do remember saying to Kate Flannery, didn't I say, like, you had your vagina moved? And she's like, it was a hysterectomy. It was my uterus.
I still have a vagina.
Yes, that was in the conference room. But when you first come out, this is a frequently asked fan question, which is, did you guys improvise the fake diseases or were they scripted? And I remember that there were scripted fake diseases, but then at a certain point, just Paul and the director and other writers came down and they were just handing you a piece of paper with improvised fake diseases. And none of us knew you were going to say hot dog fingers. It was a complete and utter surprise. That was not in the script. Do you remember that?
Yes, so that's exactly. There were some very funny ones that were scripted, and nano robot, micro invasion, or whatever that one was.
Right.
That was in there, and a lot of great ones were in there. But yeah, they kept feeding me other ones. It was very hard for me to keep a straight face. I broke all the time.
I know. I remember thinking, how are we going to have any usable takes? Because we all kept laughing.
You know, you get to a certain point in laughing where you just go out the line, where you just get too much and you just can't bring it back.
Yes.
That happened. Yeah, that happened maybe like, I won't say every episode, but every 2 to 3 episodes that kind of happened for me, and it absolutely happened in this one. My friend Kevin Isola, who's an actor in New York, he was visiting the set, and he was the one who actually threw out hot dog.
Oh my God. Amazing.
Kevin!
His claim to, I hope he has a shirt that just says hot dog fingers.
I mean, I feel like
I am going to buy him that shirt right now.
Send that to
him. It will be a really good shirt.
Yeah, hot dog fingers. Rain, you have one of my favorite talking heads in this episode. I mean, there's so many. You have so many good ones over the years, but this is like the one, definitely season 1, that is like,
it sort of is like the quintessential in for Dwight.
Yes, it's the lion. Your whole like your whole rant about in the wild there is no healthcare. In the wild, healthcare is like, ow, I hurt my leg.
Should we play it? Do you want us to play it, Rain? We have that ability here. We're really high tech.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
You want to listen to yourself deliver a great talking head?
I do.
In the wild, there is no healthcare. In the wild, healthcare is, ow, I hurt my leg. I can't run. A lion eats me, and I'm dead. Well, I'm not dead. I'm the lion. You're dead.
I love that so much.
Oh my gosh.
The only thing I'll say about that one was, we were really establishing Dwight and his logic and how seriously he took himself, and these kind of rules that Dwight started to develop, where he's very hierarchical and status, and like, this is how things must be done. But he has a completely different set of rules than other people do. Just how he sees the world. So one of the things I think that has given the character enduring appeal is he sees the world in a very clear way. These kind of stratum hierarchy, rights and wrongs and moralities and how things work and how they should work. I mean, they're very severe. And this is one of the first talking heads that kind of like delved into that world of Dwight. And it's all Paul Lieberstein. He wrote that, and he was very happy with it. He was so excited to kind of help. He really helped direct. He wasn't directing the episode, but he was right there kind of giving a ton of notes on different inflections and ways to say it.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay, this is totally random, but Rain, in rewatching this, during that talking head, you're passing out the new healthcare plan. You're tossing it to people. You're handing it around the office. And it looks like you have a lollipop in your mouth. There is a white stick sticking out of your mouth as you're passing all these papers out.
You should know something about this podcast, Rain, which is that Angela is constantly picking up on these weird little details.
Well, I'm just like, what the heck? When I rewatch, I'm like, does Rain as Dwight, are you sucking on a lollipop as you're passing this out? Because that's brilliant.
I have no memory of that whatsoever, but I think maybe I was. Yeah.
Well, look, around 4 minutes, 50 seconds, you like have, it looks like a lollipop in your mouth. As you're sort of
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
No, 50, around 50 seconds. You're just like flippantly passing these papers, though, sucking on a lollipop. I thought it was really cool and powerful. I don't know. I loved it.
Well, this leads us into the scene with Jim and Pam confronting you about confronting Dwight about picking a horrible plan where he slashed all the benefits. You have all those other great Dwightisms where you say you've never been sick, that you have an amazing immune system, to which we ask you, how can you have a great immune system if you've never been sick? And it's just, you have great genes. And that's when you say that you can raise and lower your cholesterol at will. And I say, why would you want to raise your cholesterol? And you say, so I can lower it. I remember shooting that scene with you, and I remember that was the couplet that I couldn't get through. Why would you? That was the one that got me. And that was a question from a fan, actually. Christopher said, how many times did it take for you and Rain to get through the cholesterol scene? And I can't remember how many times, but it was a lot, Christopher.
Yeah, it's funny how in history, looking back on The Office, there are these quotes that pop out that become like the classic quotes of the character. And it's interesting that, for Dwight, there's like 15 or 20 kind of Dwightisms that stand the test of time, and that fans love to, identity theft is not a joke to Jim, some of these ones. And the cholesterol one is definitely one of them.
I feel like another one of those phrases that people talk about is the Count Choculatus. This scene when you are confronting Jim, but also something that ended up on the cutting room floor from this, where you actually had meetings with a bunch of people in the office. You shot something where you confronted Oscar. I think you had a meeting with him, didn't you, Angela? It was very short. Probably. He asks you if you wrote the fake diseases, because he goes through and like interviews people. Well, in your interview with Jim, you say Count Choculatus. Why did you write that down, Jim? Is it because you know I love Count Chocula? I love the idea that you love Count Chocula, that's what Dwight has for breakfast in the mornings, or maybe late at night while he's watching TV. Maybe it's a snack.
Maybe he models himself after Count Chocula. Maybe he has an affinity for Count Chocula, a character, a person behind the cereal.
Yeah, not even the cereal. It's not the cereal. That's right. He loves Count Chocula, the cereal.
He's more connected to the actual Count Chocula. He relates to him.
Yeah. Well, you brought it up earlier. There's also the conference room scene when you start announcing ailments, and you tell us that if we want it covered, we have to fess up and admit that it's a real disease. And that's when you have that bit with Meredith where she says, you say inverted penis. And she said, do you mean vagina? Because if so, I want that covered. And then you bring up, I thought you didn't have a vagina, you had a hysterectomy. And then she has that great line. I still have a vagina.
I think I improvised that. And this was early on, we started to kind of like
Wait, you improvised that she had a hysterectomy? Did you improvise that? Because that pays off later in another episode.
No. That was in there, the hysterectomy, but the line that I thought you didn't have a vagina.
Oh, because you... Oh, okay.
That sounds like you. Isabel has been wanting to watch The Office, Rain, and I haven't let her yet, but now like all of her friends have seen it in 5th grade, and so I let her watch this episode with me.
5th grade?
Her friends, oh my God, they're obsessed.
Yeah. Oh, that's when it starts now.
That's when it starts.
5th grade.
5th grade.
5th grade is young.
5th grade is young, and so Isabel hasn't seen The Office, and I didn't have her watch it because I didn't think it was age appropriate, and also I just need to be mom, but she's getting more curious now, and so she loves the bloopers. So we've watched the bloopers because they were on YouTube, and then I was rewatching this episode, and she wanted to watch it, so I let her watch it with me. And it's so her introduction to The Office is healthcare.
Oh my goodness!
And so
anal fissures.
That's it. Okay, so that scene came up, and she was like, "Wait, Mom, that's not a real thing, is it? What is that?" And I was like, "Oh God, it is a real thing." And then she's like,
"If you ride on the New York subway, they have ads up for anal fissures.
There you go.
Read all about them."
Well, Isabel turned to me and goes, "Does Brian have anal fissures?" I'm like, "No, Brian doesn't. Brian does not.
Kevin does.
Kevin does." And anyway, it was just sort of funny to watch the episode with her.
Well, this is a little bit off the topic of healthcare, but a little on the topic of just how we're friends in real life. People ask that all the time. We're friends in real life, right, Rain? Rain?
Yes, we are, Jenna.
Okay, we've gone to lunch. We text.
Do you need affirming?
Can I get this in writing?
Affirming?
No. Okay. No, that we're all friends in real life, and that we shared so much of our lives doing this show for so long. I remember that your wife Holiday was pregnant with your son when we were shooting the pilot.
Yes.
And then I remember he was born during an episode, but Rain, I couldn't remember which episode it was we were shooting.
So Walter was born during the Hot Girl First Girl episode.
Okay.
Right.
So they shot me out the first 2 days. They just were like, oh, we'll just shoot all rain scenes on Monday and Tuesday. And then sure enough, late Tuesday night, Walter was born, and it was horrific, really difficult birth, and we were in the hospital emergency room and all that kind of stuff. You can read about that in my book.
I did read about it in your book. I did.
Now, no, I wasn't talking to you two. I was talking to all the listeners.
Listeners, if you want the full story, go to read about it in
Get
The
Rain's
Bassoon
book,
King.
The Bassoon King.
It's a very good book.
So that was kind of crazy, and then I had a couple days off.
But we shot out of order. Yeah, so because that Hot Girl is the last episode that airs for season 1, but we shot it in the middle. Healthcare was actually the last episode that we shot, and you had a little tiny Walter while you were shooting this episode.
Yeah.
And I remember you had to come back to work Monday. You only had what?
We're so tired.
5 days off after he was born.
We spent the whole weekend in the hospital. My wife was in the hospital for like 4 or 5 days, so we went home from the hospital maybe Sunday night or even that Monday morning, and I came to work on Monday.
Came to work.
Oh my God.
And I remember being worried. Just being concerned
I hope that you guys are okay.
Yeah, just emotionally with them.
Yeah, everything worked out great. She's great. Walter's great. All aces.
It's all aces. I remember the first time I met your wife was on when we were filming the pilot, and I remember how you introduced me to her. I'll never forget it. You said, "This is my wife, carrier of my seed."
That's such a Dwight thing to say.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, nice to meet you. And she was like, yeah, hi, I'm Holly.
A line blurs. Yeah, it definitely blurs between me and Dwight. And I think the line blurs between all of us and our characters.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Rain, thank you so much for talking with us on our podcast.
Hey, this was great. I love the healthcare episode, and I'll let if you'll invite me back, I'll come into the studio and we can sit down and have high fives and iced tea.
Yes,
let's do that.
And you guys, we have to all check out Rain's new podcast, Metaphysical Milkshake.
Yep.
And Rain, that is on what? Where do we find that?
It's on Luminary.
Luminary.
Download the Luminary app, and it'll be right on that Luminary app.
Well, I can't wait to listen, Rain. I love you so much. Thank you.
Love you.
I love you guys, and miss you. I'm so happy you're doing this podcast, and the fans are just going to love it.
I hope so.
All right, Rain. Okay, come back. Okay, we love you. Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks, guys.
Why is it every time we talk to someone from the show, I want to start to cry? Like I'm like tearing up a little.
I don't know. I think it's just that those relationships are so fundamental to us.
Yes.
They are like family. And it's a crew member, it's a cast member.
It doesn't matter. It's just such a special chapter in our lives. And just hearing Rain's voice and him laughing at you and I being chatty, it just brought me straight back. Rain, thank you so much for coming on. That just made my day.
Angela, I want to talk about something that was one of our other most popular questions, and it came from a fan, and it's something I was wondering about as well. When I watched this episode, it has to do with the accounting department.
Okay.
So this is for you.
Okay.
Paige O'Murphy asked, I love how you get to see the start of the dynamic between the accounting department and healthcare. And this is when you're leaving the conference room and you say, you let him walk all over you. And
I'm like, did you talk to him?
Did you talk to him?
What was that? I'm like, it was pathetic.
You let him walk all over you.
And Kevin's like, what are you guys talking about? I'm like, nothing, Kevin.
Okay, so her question is, how much of that was you guys improvising and how much was written? This is to me like the quintessential accounting department dynamic.
Yes, this is on my note card because to me this really defined our corner this moment.
Yeah, so let's watch it and then I want to hear
I want to hear the real story. Okay.
This is not good.
Did you talk to him?
What was that?
You let him walk all over you. It's just pathetic.
What are you guys talking about?
There it is. There it is. Okay, so we improvised that. And here's the thing that I learned really quickly on this show, and I learned it from our V camera operator, Matt Zone. Okay, Matt was like, Ange, if you guys have bits, make them quick and they have a chance of getting in the show. And so we had this moment where we were all walking back to our desks, and Oscar and I kind of improvised this moment where I'm like, did you talk to him? And he's like, what was that? And then we kind of just had this chit chat on the way, and our B camera operator got it. And he was like, guys, if you tighten that up, it's going to make it, it'll make it in, I think, if you tighten it up. So we did. We had this back and forth. And then, of course, like, I had no idea that Brian was already walking up behind us. And so he was like, what are you talking about? So I was just like, nothing, Kevin. And it just sort of crystallized that, like Oscar and I have this like weird sort of like office like dysfunctional marriage in a way, Yeah. And that Kevin is like our child, that we're like, just stay out of it, leave him out of it. And it was just so fun that it made it in for us. That was really fun.
How did that dynamic come together? Because I know you guys would have to get stuck in the background. We've established that, but for real, you did. And I know you guys are all comedic improv performers.
Well, Oscar and I had done a show together. We met well before The Office. I've talked about this before. We had done a sketch show together called Hot Towel, and we'd known each other a long time. We'd done The Groundlings together, and I think we just naturally fell into step with one another. I knew my character was always annoyed. That was your default. My baseline is I was always annoyed, and then just the way that Brian did Kevin, he seemed a little bit like the idiot.
Yeah, he was.
So pretty much if I had anyone I could go to about something, it was Oscar. And I was always annoyed, and I was always going to him, and he never had the answers I wanted. And then I just didn't want to even talk to Kevin. So that just sort of like came about naturally, I think. And Oscar and I just picked up on all those cues.
Well, I love that Greg and the directors gave our camera operators the license to pick up moments that they hadn't even been directed to pick up. Yeah, like they would keep one eye open on everything that was happening in the background, and especially Matt. His job was to catch reactions and to catch these little moments that were happening off of the main action. And Matt went on to direct episodes in later seasons.
Yes, he did. And our director of this episode, Ken Whittingham, was so great about letting us have that creative opportunity. So when he saw us do that as we walked away, he was like, yeah, keep doing that. Yeah. So he encouraged us, and then, we used to joke that we would have just kept going and going. And so I'd would say all the time to Brian and Oscar, it's not our show, guys. It's not our show. It's not our show. And then we had this whole like running bit that we did for years, that there was an actual spinoff called Los Cantadores, Oscar, Angela, y Kevin, and it lived on Telemundo. That was our spinoff.
Angela, that is actually a really good idea for a spinoff.
Just
The Accountants.
The Accountants.
And Creed.
The Accountants and Creed.
Well, I just think Creed has to work in every office.
Yes.
Somehow, right?
Yes.
Like he's always there.
I actually would like Creed to be in every project.
Phone number. I need to call someone at
Who are you calling?
I don't know. I think this is gold.
I actually would like Creed to just show up in every project I have for the rest of my life. Also, he texted me this morning that he really wants to come on the show. So
he's coming on the show.
Yeah, that's happening.
I know exactly what episode too.
Oh, you've got it all figured out.
Yeah, he needs to come on for the Halloween episode, which is the first episode that he speaks.
No, Jenna, that is not the first episode that he speaks in.
What?
Yeah, lady, look at my note card. He has a few lines in this episode of healthcare.
What? Creed does not speak in healthcare.
Yes, he does.
No, he does not.
Lady, you have to listen. Okay, so you know the scene when Michael calls the Lackawanna coal mine?
Yes.
For he's calling because he's like, hey, is there some kind of ride there? And there's a voice that's like, well, it's an industrial elevator, goes 300 feet to the ground really slowly.
Yes.
And Michael's like, what is there, a laser tag down there? And he's like, nope. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
It's Creed.
What?
Yes.
The voice of the coal miner guy is Creed?
Yeah.
No way.
Well, between the two of us, I'm sure someone out there caught this, but I was watching this episode with my daughter, and she was like, Mommy, that voice sounds familiar. And I was like, it does. The voice of the man that works at the coal mine sounded familiar to us. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's Creed. It's Creed. And I texted Creed and he said, yeah, I was so excited. He said that Ken Quapis, who was a friend of his, who was our director, he said, Creed, why don't you read this? And Creed did, and they were really happy with it. And he really felt like that helped him sort of down the line for Halloween because they already thought he was funny.
And he is so funny.
He's so funny.
His timing is perfect.
Perfect.
Yes.
But I want you to know, I said, Creed, oh my gosh, so that was your first speaking part on The Office was as that coal miner guy.
Yeah.
And he goes, no.
What?
I know. I know.
Episode 3.
I know. You don't know this. And I'm bouncing in my chair because you don't know this. Okay. The actual first time that Creed ever spoke was in Diversity Day.
What?
Yes. So at the time they needed some banter, and our first AD did not realize that Creed wasn't a series regular and didn't have a contract.
That he was just a background player. And you're literally like that. The contract for background player is you are not allowed to speak. If you speak, there's a big bump in pay.
And they have to pay you.
Yeah.
Creed said the AD said to him, can you fill in some banter with Phyllis? And Creed was like, you know me, Ange, I'm not shy. So he has this banter with Phyllis, and it made it in the episode. And then they realized they wanted to use it, but Creed wasn't officially under contract. So then they paid him, and that is actually his first line.
Well, my mind is blown.
Your mind is blown because Creed actually had an improv line in Diversity Day that made it in the show, and that is the first time he spoke. The second time he spoke was the elevator shaft operator guy on the phone with Michael. And then Halloween, as we will get to, is his big moment.
Yes. Oh, that is some good stuff.
That was a good note card, lady.
Very good note card.
Okay.
Okay, Angela, well, I have trivia. I have trivia. Why are you looking at me like that?
I don't know.
I have trivia.
Feeling very smug with my
You are.
my Creed trivia.
Well, it was really good. All right, here's mine. You know the scene when Michael goes to the travel agent where he wants to try to get us the all expense paid trip to Atlantic City? Yeah. Where he says the thing about like, isn't there like a bus that takes you there and then you get all your meals comped? Everything's free. Everything's free. And the travel agent is like, yeah, I don't really know anything about that. You might want to just contact the casino directly. Do you know who played the travel agent?
Is it his friend from college, Charlie Hartsock?
Damn it, Angela!
I remember that. I remember Steve was really excited because his friend from, like his good friend was going to be on set that day.
You weren't there that day.
I wasn't, Jenna, but Steve is my friend and he shared with me.
Yeah. All right. Well, what else have you got? You got more note cards over there.
You know what, Jenna, when I was watching this, I was like, oh my gosh, this episode in particular, I felt like we really saw that peep shot. And I know we're going to talk about it.
The spy shot, Angela?
I call it the peep shot.
Well, hey, please don't call it that to anyone else. It's called the spy shot.
Well, you just call it
spying. We're not peeping.
Excuse me, you call the background actors lurkers. So we're lurking and we're peeping. Okay, but it's just that shot where you go through the blinds, right?
Yeah.
And we saw that a lot in this episode because Michael is hiding. He's hiding in his office. And one of my favorite ones, when you're being sassy,
oh my gosh,
the Pam sass.
And a sass.
It's a peep and a Pam sass. So we're looking through the blinds, and Michael is just playing with his truck. He's rolling the truck.
And he's claiming that there's many calls coming in.
Busy. And Pam goes, still no one calling.
Yeah.
Still no one calling.
It's matter of fact. You find matter of factness to be sass.
No, I think there's a little bit of sass on it. But yeah, so I love that you got to see how we spy on people through the camera, that we get to see these moments they don't know that we're seeing.
Yeah.
And you'll see it over and over. But when I watched the BBC version of this show, and then when I watched our version, those are the only shows doing that at this time.
We were really trying to employ what you would do on an actual documentary where you want to like catch people when they're not aware they're being filmed. And we behave differently when we know we're being filmed or not. And so we would use the spy shot when we needed to catch people.
Or the peep shot. Okay.
Or the peep shot, as Angela is calling it.
Moving
All right,
on.
Next card.
Two observations about John in this episode. The first one has to do with his hair. John has a full-on bowl haircut in this. What? Yes. Sam, can you pull up a picture of John in this to show Jenna? I grew up in a small town, and some of these farm boys, they would just put a bowl on their head and cut their hair around it.
What was that about?
I don't know. Look at that!
Oh,
Look at that!
it's
a
14
bowl.
minutes and 19 seconds.
That's
full bowl.
Full bowl. Okay. And then the other thing I noticed about John is that John says D. White. He does say, he says D. White. I say Dwight. I say Dwight.
He said, well, he doesn't say D. White. He says Dwight.
Dwight. Okay.
Dwight.
John says D. White. D. White.
Dwight.
Dwight. Oh my God. John says Dwight. And I say Dwight.
I say Dwight. Dwight.
I absolutely love it now because it just makes me miss John. And every time I hear him say Dwight, it just makes me smile. So there are my two John observations.
I have an observation about Jim in this episode, which is, and actually a fan pointed this out as well. I had noticed it, but I will give some props to the other person who noticed it, except I don't have their name written down. I'm sorry. Person out there, you know who you are.
Yeah.
Which is that all of this could have been avoided if Jim had just taken 15 minutes and picked a plan.
No, I know. No,
the way he was asked in the beginning of the episode.
Yes.
I mean, he ends up having this fun, playful day with Pam, but if we're going to get real here, it cost him and everyone else in the office decent health care. On the other hand, in his defense, I will say, the task was to slash the healthcare. So I'm not sure he could have done much better than Dwight, but maybe he could have.
Well,
does that make him kind of not as charming? I don't know.
Well, I think what
this
happens,
is an argument.
I think what happens in this show is that Michael passes the buck to Jim, and Jim passes it to Dwight, and it happens over and over.
It does.
It does. And Jim is just like, listen, I don't get paid enough to do this.
Yeah, well, and I think the argument really can be made that Jim knew it was inevitable. Like, what we ended up with is what we were going to end up with. Although the other argument can be made that Dwight made it worse than it needed to be.
Okay, I have another note card.
Okay.
Okay, here it is. So one of the things I love about our props department is just all the little details in the back. And a great example of this is all of the motivational posters that you see around Dunder Mifflin. There's so many.
They're brilliant.
They're brilliant. I like to think that like Michael Scott really thinks they're going to get everyone to like feel affirmed in their day. So, there's one behind you in reception that just says teamwork.
Yeah.
And it's a bunch of people that jumped out of a plane and they're all locking arms.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. These are all over the office though. At 15 minutes, 50 seconds around there, it flashes to the clock on the wall. And under the clock, you just see it says self-affirmations, self-esteem. And then you can't see what else it says, but I'm like, what is under the clock? What are all these self-affirmations?
The detail work in our set design was incredible. And that was Michael Gallenberg. He was our set designer.
He was so amazing.
And so many details. And then the props department would, anytime there was some sheet of paper that we had to look at as a prop, it was a fully formed idea. If there was a memo, they wrote out like a whole real fake memo, and they were funny.
Stationery.
There's always funny little jokes hidden in them.
And also all around the office, if you're in the break room, and the menus, the magnets on the fridge, they're all from Scranton.
Yeah.
They reached out to local businesses in Scranton, and they all sent their items, and they're all throughout our office. Also, of course, Froggy 95.5.
Yes.
Local Scranton radio. That's what should be your playlist. You should have just listened to some Froggy.
I really should have.
All right.
This episode ends with Michael coming out of his office. He's successfully hidden in his office until 5 p.m., after 5 p.m., and the entire office is waiting to confront him, both about the horrible healthcare plan that Dwight picked and to finally find out, please, what is the surprise? Because he's come in attempting to surprise us with ice cream sandwiches.
Oh, he about hit me in the head with an ice cream sandwich. I mean, Steve actually, like the look on his face after that take, he was like, Ange, so how close did that come? I was like, Steve, you pretty much almost hit me in the head with it. And he also announced so proudly, Operation Surprise.
Yes.
And so we're like, okay, what is it? What is it?
And it's all he could come up with in his whole day was ice cream sandwiches. So now it's the end. And then he says that's not the surprise. It's surprising, but it is not the surprise. So at the end of the episode, you confront him.
I do. I love it. I loved being the person that confronted him because Steve is so funny, and he turned to me and he's like, "Yes, Angela."
Like, thank you for reminding me. So you ask him point blank, what is the surprise, Michael? And then he says the surprise is. And then he short circuits. He just stops talking.
He just stops talking, and it just starts to have like upper lip sweat.
Yeah.
And we all are just looking at him. It is so awkward. It's so awkward. And I remember when we did it, like timing it out to that moment where we start to like slowly leave each person.
Yes.
And how long that felt.
Yes,
It felt so long.
it really did as we were standing there. And they had choreographed the order in which we would leave. And of course, we did many takes, so we would have to come back and reset. And I remember thinking, are we going to leave this? This is a giant pause. Like, no dialogue. Is this going to be able to stand? Because that was not something you did on television shows. In fact, on television shows, especially comedies, it was pretty traditional to have like set up, joke, set up, joke. And this was like a whole different rhythm. And so, yeah, I remember this. And I remember he just had to stand there.
Oh, it was so awkward. And then when you watch it, it's so like cringy, but it's perfect. It's perfect.
It's so good.
And there's so many times, like when I watch episodes of The Office, where I'm like, how does Michael come back from that? Like I say that to myself. Like, how does he come back the next day and be
We
like,
all knew there was no surprise.
we all knew, but man, we made him suffer through that pause.
And then, best last line ever. After that suffering silence, Rain says, "Oh, Jan wants you to call her." So good.
So good.
Oh, that's healthcare, guys.
That is healthcare. Thank you so much, Rain Wilson, for calling in, and it was just so great to hear your voice.
And guys, if we missed anything, remember you can write us at officeladies@earwolf.com and just put the episode name in the subject line so that we can easily sort through things.
Put the episode in the subject line, or Jenna's going to be ticked off.
I won't be ticked
You're going to
off.
get some Pam
You're gonna
sass.
get some Pam sass. You might get Pam sass.
Oh, I'm just going to go listen to the sounds of Scranton. I'll be right back.
I'll see you guys next week. See you next week when we do The Alliance.
The Alliance.
Oh, there's so much good stuff in that one. Not to be missed.
Not to be missed.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer.
And our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. Remember, you can listen to ad-free versions of Office Ladies on Stitcher Premium. For a free month of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hey everyone, it's Jenna Fisher.
Hi, I'm Angela Kinsey.
We have a great episode. It's The Alliance.
It's so good. I was tickled. Can I tell you, I was tickled watching this.
Same.
And I made my note cards to it. I'm real excited about it.
There are so many inside jokes from this episode for the Office gang. We will get to that.
Angela, I'm sorry. I think we have no time for chit chat this morning. We have no time. No, we have no time because this episode is too good. There's too much to talk about.
But Jenna, I love chit chat.
I know. Well, you're gonna have to save it.
Oh, well, I have really good day 2 hair for the ladies out there listening. I got a blow dry last night.
This is what I said. We don't have time for it. This is literally what I just said. We don't
I
have
can't
time.
tell you how great my hair looks today, and I didn't even brush it. I mean, the back of it's a hot mess. But that's kind of my go-to.
You are so proud of your hair that you had to get it in there, even though I said we didn't.
All right, Jenna, get to your dang fast facts.
All right, The Alliance, Season 1, Episode 4.
I'm listening.
This is written by Mike Schur and directed by Brian Gordon. A little bit of trivia. Mike Schur plays Mose on our show.
He does. He plays Mose.
Yeah, not yet, but
not yet. And he's also just insanely talented. I mean, look him up on IMDb. He's like writing everywhere. He's everywhere.
Yeah, he produces a million amazing television shows. If you're watching a television show and you love it, Mike Schur probably
doing it.
Yes. So I'm going to start with a synopsis on this episode. We usually start with our fast facts.
Oh my God, what are you going rogue?
I'm going
with
rogue.
you.
I know. I'm refusing to allow any chit chat. I'm starting with a synopsis.
You're like in a black shirt with a black hoodie. You've got camo pants. What's happening? Are you taking a kickboxing class or something?
I took my kickboxing yesterday.
I know.
So
you're
I'm feeling
very
very
tough.
tough.
I know you're very tough. Okay.
All right. Synopsis. So this episode has 2 basic storylines. One, in an attempt to raise morale, Michael insists on throwing a birthday party, even though it's no one's birthday.
It's no one's birthday.
The closest birthday is Meredith, so it's next month, but he insists on throwing her birthday party. And then at the same time, Jim and Dwight form an alliance. Dwight is worried about the rumored downsizing, and so he goes to Jim and suggests they form an alliance.
And this is like candy for Jim. He's like, oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is such a great opportunity to mess with Dwight.
Both of these themes are because people are afraid that the office is being downsized. This is a big theme of the first season of The Office. And so Michael thinks the answer is to throw a party, and Dwight thinks the answer is to form an alliance and spy on his coworkers.
Yes. It's not Meredith's birthday, right? But we sort of forced this party. But it is Ryan the Tip's birthday.
Oh, yes. That's a little nugget at the end of the episode.
Such a great reveal at the end. Okay, I didn't mean to jump ahead. Okay.
That's all right. Well, I'm going to give a little fast fact. So fast facts for anyone who's new to listening. These are just a few fun facts about an episode that sort of are overreaching. They apply to the whole episode rather than just one scene.
And for those of you just tuning in, Jenna came up with the idea of fast facts.
That's right.
And she really loves it. And I call her keeper of the notes.
And
she is keeper of the notes, keeper of the records. She loves a list.
Yes,
she loves a list.
Anyone who has been listening regularly knows these 2 things.
Oh, Jenna just cut some eyes at me. I'm telling you, the lady is sassy today.
Well, and now we also know you have good hair today. Okay. The first fast fact is that this episode was inspired by the television show Survivor.
Yes.
Yes. The writing staff watched a bunch of episodes of Survivor, and they did this so that they could properly satirize the way people talk about alliances and this idea of,
ganging up against other people. And also, though, you have to mention that our cameraman, Randall Einhorn, and Matt Sohn, their background was Survivor.
Yes, they were camera operators on Survivor, which, for me, as a huge Survivor fan,
you're a huge Survivor fan.
You guys, Jeff Probst officiated my wedding.
Now, this is something that,
this is true.
Now, here's the thing. If you know Jenna, and she's like from St. Louis, she's a good Midwest gal, and I remember when you were planning your wedding, and you're like, Jeff Probst is going to officiate. I was like, the guy from Survivor? What is happening?
So here's what happened. My now husband Lee and we were at an Emmys party. Now, I know out there people think that when you go to these parties, you become friends with people, but you really don't. Like, you kind of hobnob, you maybe take a picture, and then you never see them again. And you sort of stick with the people you already knew.
Oh my gosh, I just would always sit next to Brian and Oscar and you. And I was terrified to go meet people. You're better at it. I think you're better at it.
Am I?
Yes. Remember when you made me go up to Meryl Streep? That's a story for later.
Yeah.
And Amy Adams, and I said nothing. I looked like such a dork. I just walked up and was like, we had to meet Meryl Streep. I'm sorry, if you have a chance to meet Meryl Streep, you don't let that go. Well, anyway, that's a great story, but we'll save it.
Well,
Okay,
put
go
a
on.
pin in that. So I ended up approaching Jeff Probst at this party.
See, you would approach Jeff Probst. I would never go up to him. Okay, go on.
And I told him that I was a huge Survivor fan, and I was. And we ended up really hitting it off, especially Jeff and my then fiance Lee really hit it off because they had tennis in common. They played tennis together. They were tennis pals. Yeah. So after this party, they ended up becoming tennis pals, and then we started going to dinners, couples dinners. You know, Jeff's wife is so lovely. Her name is Lisa. So we just ended up becoming great friends with them. And at one of our dinners, Jeff said that he was nervous because that upcoming weekend he was going to be officiating a friend's wedding.
And you were like, ding, 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 ding.
Jeff Probst is the type of guy where he is really caring, and has a sort of just like a spiritual soul. Kind of like Rainn Wilson, right?
Yes, I'll tell you one thing. When you talk to someone like Jeff or Rainn, you feel like you're the only person in the room.
Yes, and they're truly interested in you. They really want to know you. They care about what you care about. Like, they're interested in you. And I thought that's the kind of person you want to officiate your wedding. You want that kind of soulful, caring person. But then also, he's a host, so he's comfortable sort of commanding attention from a group of people.
Well,
and it was awesome. You were there, Angela.
It was awesome. I was there. Here's my one story from your wedding. Jeff Probst, before your wedding, called me. He got my phone number from you and was like, can you tell me any stories about Jenna that you know from the years? And I was supposed to give a speech at your wedding, a toast. I was going to give a toast. You had asked me to give a toast. And I sort of told Jeff some of my stories about you that I was going to have in my toast.
Oh, no.
And he stole them. He took some of my bits. And so then, like, when I got up to give my toast, I don't know if you remember, I'm like, I'm going to say a few things. I mean, Jeff Probst pretty much stole all my stuff, but whatever. And I, like, called him out for stealing my bits.
So as you were watching the wedding, all you were thinking was, like, that he kept stealing your stuff.
Yes. Dang it, Probsty. I told you. And I called him Probsty. I made up a nickname for him. I'm sure he loved it.
All right, next fast fact.
What?
The original cut of this episode came in at 40 minutes, which is way too long because for a show to air on television,
on network TV,
it can only be 20 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well,
Because
that's
you need
crazy.
room for the commercials.
Hey, network TV people, I just have a little tip for you. And I know you want me, to weigh in on things. Change up your format.
I know, because they had to cut out like half of what they wanted to cut. And Greg considered splitting this into 2 episodes.
I wish they could take all the stuff they cut out and re-release it all. Wouldn't that be so fun?
I will tell you, on the season 1 DVD, they have the deleted scenes from this episode, and they are delightful.
Okay.
I watched them, and most of what was cut out were really funny, kind of general office life scenes. So there was this great bit between Jim and Dwight where Dwight is changing his password, where he's going on and on about how his password on his computer is the best, and Jim keeps guessing it. He's like, is it Frodo?
And it is.
And it is. And then there's another really great one of Dwight just cleaning out the fridge in the break room, and he throws away Jim's tuna sandwich. There was also a really great scene that when I was watching this deleted scene, I remembered shooting, and it was so funny, of Michael coaching Pam on how to answer the phone with a smile.
Oh, my Lord.
He said that she sounded really gloomy. And he then stands by her desk and waits for the phone to ring. And there's just these long pauses.
Awkward pauses.
And then he does this funny thing where he puts his hands in front of his face and he says, tell me if I'm smiling or not.
Oh, my Lord.
He's like, Dunder Mifflin, this is Michael. And she's like, yes, you're smiling. And then he's like, Dunder Mifflin, this is Michael. And I'm like, not smiling? And he's like, you hear the difference? And then I have this line where I'm like, that's a really great example. Thank you. But so there is a place, if you're interested, the season 1 DVD has all of these deleted scenes on it.
And, by the way, the reason Greg couldn't split this up into 2 episodes, he thought of doing one episode that was just about throwing the birthday party and one episode that was just about the alliance, the big prank. And then you could have filled it out with some of these general office life scenes. The problem was at the end of the episode, we all have birthday hats.
We all have cake and birthday hats.
Yeah, and so the end of the alliance part ends with birthday hats, and so he couldn't do it.
Jenna, I have some trivia on my note cards, but you need to tell me when you're done with your fast facts. So
Okay, well, I have one more
I
fast
don't want
fact.
to mess up your list.
I see.
Don't look at my note cards.
I can see one of my fast facts on your note card.
Stop looking at my homework.
Well, my goodness. Wow. Excuse me. Here's my last fast fact.
Okay, do it.
Near and dear to my heart and yours. This is the first time we meet the party planning committee.
The PPC.
The PPC.
Oh my gosh, just years of just lovely memories of us planning ridiculous parties.
Oh my gosh, I remember that because I remember that there was just a tiny bit that was scripted.
Yes.
And then Greg told us, Greg Daniels said, guys, just keep planning the party.
Yeah, just
We're going to record you.
yes.
And that's when Phyllis was naming colors, like what color streamers.
And then we did this whole, we did a whole other tangent about, do we say happy birthday or do we say surprise?
Or do we say happy birthday surprise?
Well, who
or
would say happy birthday surprise? Who would say that?
You're right, we should start with surprise.
You say surprise first.
And then Pam's just caught in the middle of you and Phyllis. And I love the dynamic of your subtle bullying of Phyllis.
Yes.
Your famous line, I think green is kind of whorish, is in this episode.
Yes. And Phyllis is, of course, wearing green. And then I throw her under the bus at the end. I blame her for the lame streamers, the red streamers. I just love all of it. And there was so much that was there that got cut. And I know why. I mean, no one wants to watch 20 minutes of us trying to plan a party, but it was so fun.
I felt like there could be a spin-off, like a web
special
called The Party Planning Committee. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What if there was this cool thing where they uncovered all of the unused footage of us planning parties?
Oh my god, that's got to exist in a vault somewhere.
I would totally want to see it, but we did. We had so much fun, and we took such long pauses, and it was so boring.
It was so
And
boring.
Pam was dying inside.
My take on that scene was that I should speak very little. Like how I got roped into being on this committee, I feel like I was forced onto it by Michael. I don't think I volunteered. And I just wanted the meeting to be over. And it didn't, but you have that. Have you been in those offices?
Oh my God, yes. I mean, come on, you and I both temped and we worked in offices. And
Yes.
I mean, yes, you've been in those meetings where it's that famous line that people say this whole meeting could have been one email. that's what it is. I have to point out my hairstyle in this party planning committee scene because that hairstyle was bonkers crazy. It was I don't know, we took 2 pieces and we twisted it back to the back of my head, and then we did a low ponytail that connected it, and I had so many rubber bands and pins holding it, and then I had one piece that kept flopping out, and it drove me crazy. And by the end of the episode, I was like, I don't ever want this. I can't do this again. I can't have this hairstyle again. You can do whatever you want, but this weird multiple rubber band, I can't do it again.
Angela, I feel like we've come full circle here. We started by speaking about your hair, and now we're speaking about your hair again. It's almost perfect.
This must make you so happy, Jenna.
Well, it does, and I take it back. I think that you were right to have that banter.
I will take that, Jenna Fisher.
Let's take a break and then we'll come back and we'll start to really dive into this episode, scene by scene.
Oh, let's do it.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jenna and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. Well, welcome back.
Welcome back.
We are talking about the alliance. Let's get into it, Jenna.
All right, the very first scene in this episode is Dwight waiting outside of the bathroom to confront Michael about the downsizing rumors. And I just have to say, we do this a lot to Michael, and it always makes me laugh. First of all, how much time does he spend in the bathroom? And whenever people want to talk to them, because this already happened when Oscar waits outside the bathroom to confront him.
Yes,
we're always bombarding him outside of the
restroom. I think it's because Michael is always avoiding us. He's like, he always is avoiding work, right?
Yes, unless he has a joke to tell or unless he has good news.
Yes, otherwise he hides. And so people wait for him outside of the bathroom and he's always startled.
I have a lot of empathy for him because as a mother, I feel like every time I go to the bathroom, someone is literally waiting outside the door for me.
Always.
I don't understand it. What is that?
I don't know.
Why can't mothers go to the bathroom without someone outside the door?
I don't know. I have such empathy for my parents now in a different way. I remember my dad going to the bathroom one time and I was outside the door I think I was messing with the door. I was doing click, 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 click on the door, click, click. And my dad was like, I'm just trying to go to the bathroom. And I was like, hey, Dad. He's like, he just needed 5 minutes.
Just 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
My kids slide things under the door.
Always. Slide things under the door.
Like that drawing couldn't wait.
No. Or they just open the door.
Or
they just come on in.
I know.
Okay, sorry. Okay, anyway, poor Michael is accosted as he comes out of the bathroom once again. I have a fun little Dwight thing that I noticed in rewatching this.
What?
So it is such a joy for me to go back and rewatch these episodes. I know you're having a lot of fun with it too. But I always thought the first bobblehead that Dwight ever had was the one that my character gave him for Valentine's.
Really?
Himself.
I knew that wasn't true.
What?
Yes, the reason your character made him a bobblehead of himself was because of his love of bobbleheads. It's just maybe something you want to look into for your character, man.
Really?
Yes.
Was it a known thing that Dwight loved bobbleheads?
Yes, he has them on his desk.
Oh my God.
Wow.
How did I miss that?
I
Jenna
mean,
is now looking at me like I'm having, like I might need to take medication for something. Oh my God.
that just occurred to you
That
now in the
just occurred
rewatch.
to me. I thought he was so excited because I gave him a bobblehead. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. I am a dingbat. Okay. I wrote on my note card. You have to hear what I wrote. I was such an idiot. Dwight has a bunch of bobbleheads! Exclamation point. Baseball team. I counted 6 bobbleheads. Are they from the Phillies? Oh my God.
Because
How many times did I walk past his desk and I didn't notice that?
Because he collected bobbleheads,
I had
your character makes him a bobblehead of himself. That's where your character got the idea. It's a good thing. It's a good thing you don't write the show.
I hit my head on the microphone. Oh my God. How did I miss that? I mean,
So this, I think, is an example of how
What?
fans of
What?
the show might know it better than some of the people
oh
on it.
my God.
As Angela is pointing out a fact of the show that landed on everyone else
I
but
was
her.
so excited. Look at my note card.
So many exclamation
I
points,
put
guys.
so many 6 bobbleheads. They're all baseball players. I do have some other good note cards coming up. And
Let's see another note card.
Okay.
We'll decide.
All right, sassy pants. I put an asterisk by this one because I thought it was so good. Do you know that there is a continuity error? Aha! Oh, look at your face now, Jenna Fisher.
All right, I
There's
don't
a-
have this in my note.
Oh, I know. There's a continuity error.
What is it?
And it's in accounting at 7 minutes. At 7 minutes, Michael is talking about what he's going to write on the birthday card.
Yes.
And he says, and you know what, guys? I have set the bar really high. Oh, Sam, pull it up on the screen. Sam is here in the booth. He's going to show Jenna.
All right.
I'm at the copier at the beginning of this talking head behind
Okay.
Michael. I'm in my beige sweater that I wear through the whole episode with my crazy ponytail.
All right.
And then it cuts to me at my desk during his talking head, and I'm in a white t-shirt, a white button down with a black sweater vest, and a different hairstyle. They edited in a different piece of footage to cut to, and I'm completely...
You're in a different outfit.
Completely from a different episode. I'm in a white button down and a black sweater.
I'm looking at it now. I see it.
Beige sweater
Okay, over Michael's shoulder through the window.
at the copier.
Jim wrote, Meredith, I heard you're turning 46, but come on, you're an accountant. Just fudge the numbers. I bet. Pretty funny.
See me at the copier?
I don't appreciate condoning corporate fraud, though.
Now I leave the copier. I go to my desk.
Go to your desk. This is apparently when you're changing clothes.
Yes.
So what are you doing back there? You're putting on a...
People out there are expecting. I've already set the bar.
See?
Hi.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! I'm in a completely different outfit. Ha ha!
Whoa, I have something else to talk about in this scene.
But okay, can you just say though? Okay, maybe I fumbled the bobblehead moment, but I did catch a continuity error.
Okay,
So
I will not.
suck it.
Okay,
Right.
I'm giving that to you. I didn't see it.
Thank you.
You saw it.
I saw something. I did it. So you saw something too. What'd you see?
Well, I'm not going to take credit for this.
Okay.
This was from Is Rosis on Twitter.
Okay.
IZ Rosis, capital IZ Rosis on
Okay.
Twitter,
Okay.
mentions that in this moment, when Michael's reading Jim's comment, Jim references that Meredith is an accountant. Yeah. Wait, we just watched the scene and you didn't catch that.
Because I was looking at my outfit.
You were looking at your outfit.
Oh
I
my
was
God.
listening to the words and I
Just
heard
a
it
dig.
too.
That's just a dig.
I heard it as well. So, her question was, what's up with that? I thought there were 3 accountants. Why does he say you're an accountant? Just fudge the numbers. This is another continuity error. Another. So here's something that I have at home.
Okay.
That is an amazing thing. It's called the Show Bible.
Okay.
Do you know what a show Bible is for a TV show?
I do.
Okay, you know.
Yeah.
Let's explain it to people. A show Bible is a giant document. I mean, like thousands of pages.
It looks like a phone book.
It looks like a phone book, and in it, it lists every character and every fact about them. And every episode, if we learn something new about them, it gets put in the Bible.
Yes.
So it says our job, it says our relationships to people. I have a copy of the show Bible for The Office.
Wow.
How I got this, I don't know.
I mean, there's probably only like 2 or 3 of them.
Yes, I know. And I think I borrowed it,
Jenna.
because over the summer.
You didn't give it back?
Yes, I think this is true. Over the summer from season 8 to season 9, Greg Daniels came to John and I and asked us if we had any ideas for our final character arc in season 9. And he said, if it helps you, you can borrow the show Bible.
So wait, Greg, I think Jenna has your show Bible.
I've got,
if you've been looking for it.
a show. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this out loud because I really love my show Bible. I could probably make a copy before I return
I think you
it.
should make a copy.
According to the show Bible, Meredith's job is customer service rep / supplier relations. She is not an accountant.
No, she's not an accountant.
No, and Isrosis said, what is her job? Because I know she's not an accountant. So that's your answer. Also, Kelly is a customer service rep. And I remember there was a bit of a story where we put her back in that other room in the annex back by Toby because she talked too much. She was too chatty and she was bothering Meredith. So they moved her back there. But really the reason she sat back there was because she was a writer and they didn't want her to waste her writing time doing background work.
Yeah, so she had to be like separated so she could get out to write.
But they made it a story point.
You know what Greg said one time? We had a new writer one season and he was talking to me. They were gonna be giving like food in the episode, and they handed me like this steak or whatever, and I was like, well, my character's a vegetarian, and he was like, oh, I didn't realize that, and I was like, yeah, my character is a vegetarian, and then Greg was like standing next to me, and he was like, you know what? Anything you want to know about each of their characters, just go talk to them. They know their character. They know sort of like the canon of all. They've lived every episode, and they know their individual character stories so well.
I didn't know your character was a vegetarian. When do we establish that?
It's established early on, and then like it's throughout all the years. Like at Diwali, I was like, I guess I'll just eat naan. If naan, like there's like a whole thing.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna look it up in the show Bible.
Okay, look it up in the show Bible.
Maybe we should. Well, let's get back to this episode a little bit. We got on a tangent.
Oh, me and you on a tangent? Get out of town.
Hard to believe.
What are you even talking about?
All right, so there's this scene early on where Pam and Michael are stuck in the office together, and I remember I could not get through this scene. There's this never-ending drum roll where Michael wants me to announce who has a birthday coming up.
And he also calls you his assistant in this,
I
which I think is hilarious. Like he has such a grandiose view of his job and who he is. You are his assistant. You're not front reception for the whole company.
Right.
You're Michael's assistant.
His personal assistant.
You're his personal assistant.
It is not true. And he does this never-ending drum roll on the desk that was making me laugh. And he wants me to announce whose birthday is coming up. And I say, there's no birthdays. And he's like, well, next one. Just who is it? So then I say, well, Meredith's birthday is next month. And then I am just giving him nothing in the scene, and he starts swooping his phone across my face to see if he can find signs of life. Yes, I cracked up.
Oh my gosh.
He was so funny when he was doing that. I just remember when I was rewatching this, I just remember losing it. But that's sort of where we set up that storyline, is that we now have to throw a party for Meredith, whose birthday is next month.
This is like a real dork thing, but when I watch these early scenes of Michael's office, it looks so different over the years. You know, like there's that shelf in the corner. He doesn't have the tall standing shelf with 2 doors. It's a different lower shelf. I don't know if you like look at all that and I'm like, oh, like the furniture in his office keeps changing. This is a super nerdy thing for me to notice, but I mean, I don't notice bobblehead.
The entity called Satan has many names. Satan, Lucifer, the devil, Beelzebub, we name it. We've got all these names. Yet the common denominator is that the entity was a fallen angel cast out of heaven by God. Do you accept that story? I personally do not believe that, no. You do not? No, I believe that my Satan, the Satan I worship, is TMI. Babylonian deity who represents chaos. See, then that whole comes from the Illuminati elite, which predates the Bible. Okay. Is there evil in this entity that you accept? I do not believe in a universal good and evil. I believe it's all subjective. And I mean, let's say to a farmer, all right, and a mouse. Let's say the mouse sees a cat, and the mouse will say that cat is evil. But the farmer will say it's good for taking care of that mouse. That's right. So what I would like tonight for our listeners to get a better understanding of who Satanists are, what they do, what they believe in, and then of course to educate all of us in this, because I've got to be honest with you. When I hear the word Satan, I was raised a Catholic, did not spend a lot of time going to church, as I got older, but I'm a believer in God. Sure. My impression is that there's good and bad in this universe, and the bad part is Satan. That's how I was raised. That's how I went around before college. And I guess you're saying that's not the case. That's not what I do. Okay, but you do believe in good and evil. It's subjective, yes. What I may see as good, you may see as evil. You don't believe in heaven and hell? No, I don't really believe in heaven and hell. I believe that there is a form of an afterlife, but I don't believe in heaven and hell. If you believe in Satan, then you have to believe in the other force that you called it. You called it force, I call it God. So that is what I call Satan. So you think we're dealing with the same entity? You are and I am? Yes. One and the same. The creator. All right, now this is an interesting thing. Right. Why do I think the creator is God and magnificent, and yours is perceived to be the evil? Not from your perspective, right, but from all. Yeah, from the mainstream. But sure, because that's what people are taught. I mean, that's what the thousands of years the ancient religion has been corrupted and turned into something different than what it was. And, they demonized Satan and Satanism, and this is what it is. So now everybody believes that these entities are totally evil, which is not true. Some Satanists have been accused of doing some horrific things. Yeah, and Catholics have been accused of doing some horrific things also. Okay, got me there. It's true. I mean, it's no matter what. You got to think about it. Every group of people, you're going to have people who do, good things or bad things. Like I said, it's the way you look at it. I do think raping people and murdering people is bad, obviously, because that goes against people's freedom. My whole thing of Satanism is all about freedom and individuality. So to hurt somebody else for no reason at all would go against my whole system. Tell me about your church. What do you do there? My church, basically, we exist as a foundation, and we reach out to Satanists all across the world. We give them the resources and the tools that they need to start their own legalized, church organization. And basically, we go into the public and educate the public about Satanism. I'm going to be giving my first lecture at the public library here on Halloween. Well, that's the perfect time to do it, I guess. Yeah, Do you generally dress differently? I mean, are you in certain kinds of garb? What's a Satanist look like? Whatever they want to. There's really no uniform in Satanism. I mean, sometimes I may look like stereotypical Satanist just because I grew up into punk rock music and heavy metal music. I've been in many bands. So you got that gothic thing. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, there's other times basically I wear flip-flops, a t-shirt, and shorts, So it's like, whatever I see on the floor, or, open up my drawer, that's what I put on. If somebody saw you walking down the street and someone pointed and said, "There's a Satanist," would most people say, "What are you talking about? That's just a normal-looking guy." I don't know. Would they say that? It depends on the time of day or what I'm dressed like, I guess. Around here, I haven't really had too many I haven't had too many bad experiences in this city. Yeah, I was gonna say, do you get accosted by people if they find out what you believe in? Yeah, sometimes I do, but I haven't had anyone in this city, in my old city town where I used to live in. If people did persecute me, and I got a lot of negative attention. That caused a lot of PTSD issues and social anxiety issues that I have now. But in this city, no, I don't really have that many issues with people. They're pretty accepting. When's the last time that you were in the church? The Christian church? Yes. Let's see here. Probably 2005 when my father's funeral. We had a funeral at a Catholic church. Sorry that you lost it. Yeah, cancer. When you were in the church, did you feel strange? No. Not at all. I felt comfortable. I like going inside Catholic churches. I like the art. I like the architecture. So if somebody tossed holy water at you, you're not going to pour it up, right? No, I've gone into churches before and washed my face with holy water because it was hot outside and I needed refreshment. In your book, Safety Bible, what's the message that you want people to grab from that book? I want people to realize that Satan really is not the bad guy. Over the years, as I've already said, it's been corrupted, turned around, and I want people to realize that, I believe that things have been turned around so much that the majority of people who are worshiping what is called God, in my opinion, is considered evil ones. I mean, if you look at it, the Christian God has killed millions of people over the years, and I mean, that's just what it says in the Bible. It's the great flood, according to the Bible. Yeah, according to the Bible, the great flood, and he's always going out and saying some people should die for this, and cause slaves. What else did he do there? He killed the firstborn son, I believe, things like that. So I mean, in my opinion, that to me is evil. I can't argue with that part. Yeah, that was the baffled at how a loving God could do horrific things. Right. I mean, how could, the sort of loving person, God, the creator or whatever, kill his own, creation just for a little disagreement? It's kind of petty. What about the story of Adam and Eve and the devil visiting them, Lucifer, and that case? Well, I don't really, like I said, I don't agree too much with all the stuff, and I like the mythology of it. Do you think it happened? I believe that there's stories like that. I believe that something similar may have happened. So some kind of visitation. Yeah, there's always been visitations all throughout history by higher forces that I wouldn't really call maybe spiritual, but I believe that were. I was going to say, could Satan be reptilian, some kind of something like that? Definitely. That's what I believe. Tell me more. Yeah, okay. So, since my belief in Satan comes from Babylon, of course, you know about the Anunnaki. So, Tiamat, the dragon of chaos, is the creator of all things. And that creator is the reptilian. And she created all things, she created all those beings, and ever since then, we just, they've been higher powers. Those higher forces have ruled the earth. But there's an issue with it. The problem is not all of those reptilians all agree on the same thing. They all have different agendas. And they use religion and they use politics and things like that to separate problems. Some perform very bizarre rituals, which could include animal sacrifices, maybe human sacrifices. Some people will claim to be Satanists do those things, but they're what I call Marduk worshippers. And Marduk is the soul account that succeeded Tiamat. And I really honestly believe that is where the corruption comes in. Marduk later becomes, Moloch and various other creatures and deities, and also known as the Jewish deity. And over time, he has corrupted society to think that the devil, not the devil, but Satan,
Aliens in my garden, and I never knew there were aliens on my roof. I got shadow people, and they're living in my basement. Got a funny feeling, Bigfoot's gonna puke. I was so blind before I was so nowhere. But now I swear I'm seeing Sasquatch over there. I turned on my radio in the middle of the night. I heard things I need to know. Now I can keep alive, and I hope to see how it goes. I'm listening to Coast to Coast. Well, you never knew that your baby was a hybrid. But as you grew, you've been to see the clue. Now you know the signs, 'cause you learned to find your home. Even while you sleep, you got questions, what did you? I turned on my radio in the middle of the night. I heard things I need to know. I can feel alive, and I hope to see how it goes. It's Coast to Coast. Good morning or good evening, wherever you may be. Whichever doesn't mean whatever they do. Your voice is always welcome here on my radio. So if you're sick and scared for your telephone, I turned on my radio in the middle of the night. I heard things I need to know. Now I can feel alive, and I hope to see how it goes. It's Coast to Coast. It's Coast to Coast.
For Dan Vellante, Don Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Loner, Sean Ladashore, Stephanie Smith, Chris Kroll, Tim Bonello, George Knapp, Richard Serrett, and Lisa Garner, and George Norton. So we're up here on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone. Well, at least you decided to listen to KFI. The eager make a project. She suspected the wife. Yeah. Now, at that point, because of her behavior, I know if I had any inclination that my wife would poison me, I would just leave. Yeah. She's a monster human being anyway. Very and this might just be sweet release to move into an apartment somewhere. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I'm a Second Amendment guy, that's all. That's all you're going to ever hear me say when it comes to any kind of control. I'm a Second Amendment guy. I vote no. This is a horrible legal argument. They're not going to be able to practice law. Losing your license because you're a legal idiot is perhaps a good idea. Bill Handel. Let me tell you, I would have lost my license so long that time ago. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
You know what I can't stand? Agency on agency fighting when we've got dead children. Pointing fingers which agencies were wrong or what we did right is all a moot point. It's all baloney. It's all BS. They screwed up. Everyone there screwed up.
Jerry and Shannon.
You've got dead kids on your hands.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. A minimum of 5 years in a lock-up, secure location where you are guaranteed to be sodomized 19 times a day. That is what should be given to people who vandalize national parks. Okay, maybe we're going to rethink this one. What do you think, huh, George? Bill Handel. Hey, if you know the name of the guy, why haven't you reported it? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I've heard stories of people that
boyfriend, his name was Howard, in her 70s. Howard was shady as by the way. Shady. When you're like 70 and it's just a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you put a ring on it, really you do. Or you're just like, I don't want to bother.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Girardi Confidence. I'm Rich Walker in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A Los Angeles federal judge ruled this week that Tom Girardi is competent to stand trial on federal fraud charges. According to court documents, until Friday, the disbarred attorney was exaggerating symptoms of Alzheimer's, perceived as partially feigning mental illness to avoid prosecution. The 84-year-old Girardi, estranged husband of three housewives of Beverly Hills, Dawn Erica James, is facing multiple counts of wire fraud, a crime carrying a potential prison sentence of up to 20 years on each count. The Los Angeles Metro bus driver is now recovering at home after being brutally attacked at a station in downtown Burbank. The attack left the bus driver in the intensive care unit. This bus driver says attacks are common, and he's been attacked more than 10 times. People throw alcohol in my face, spit in my face, push in my face. The suspect, identified as a 32-year-old homeless man, has been arrested and charged with felony battery and elder abuse. A plane made an emergency landing in Portland, Oregon after a hole opened up in the plane's fuselage. Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 from Portland to Ontario, California took off. They lost climbing to cruising altitude. Part of the fuselage opened up. The plane was at around 16,000 feet. The hole was at the side of the plane near passenger seat. The cabin lost pressure and the oxygen mask struck. The pilot turned around and made an emergency landing. Firefighters met the aircraft and treated 4 people for minor injuries. The NTSB and FAA will be investigating the fuselage failure. Brad Ford. Singer Michael Bolton has revealed that he's recovering from a recent surgery to remove a brain tumor. The Grammy-winning singer posted that he discovered he had a brain tumor just before the holidays and needed immediate surgery. The outcome of the surgery was a success. He will be taking a temporary break from touring while he recuperates at home. Southland weather from KFI, clear skies this morning. LA and OC lows in the 40s. Valley lows in the 30s to around 40. It's sunny later today with highs in the 60s. Right now, 45 in Fullerton. Hampton at 46 and 42 in Norwalk. And 44 in Brooklyn. We leave local. In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Brooke Walker. Sorry for your ticket. This page into Hollywood. It's an injury accident. 101 South on San Juan Boulevard. The two middle lanes are wrapped, and we're on the right to University Boulevard. You might have problems over Santa Monica Freeway, Big City, LA. Motorcycle accident still taking up the right lane and taking left before Springfield Boulevard, but I do know the Seagull. And Goodness and Greenwich Park, 5 North California, Stewart Boulevard, a Goodness track at Green Station. Yeah, I'm sorry, let's get to that faster. I'm Aaron Wool. This week's Marketers Report, Dana Nutt, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. We have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I was the guy true crime author and killer storyteller Derek Hamish Rayer, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers riveting narrative about killers, scammers, journalists, and avengers. Drawing from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes. It provided investigators in Mountain City, Tennessee, with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
There are many things to love about winter. Cozy sweaters, celebrations, and family. But winter can also bring many stressors. Extra symptoms, seasonal bugs, and so much family time. If you and your loved ones are feeling stressed or anxious this winter, CalHope can help. Check out our free mental health resource at calhope.org today. Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. So right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Nielsen comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of the Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert. That's 800-948-6033. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Gateway to the West. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, the those open lines. Here's what's happening. Well, apparently Russia is utilizing North Korean-made missiles in its invasion of the Ukraine. We found that out. The National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby made that claim during a White House press briefing. Wow, what a mess. U.S. labor market closed out 2023 in great shape as the pace of hiring was even more powerful than expected. December's job report showed employers added 216,000 positions for the month, while the unemployment rate held at 3.7%. Payroll growth showed a sizable gain from November's downwardly revised 173,000. October was also revised lower to 105,000 from 150, indicating a slightly less robust picture for growth in the fourth quarter. John Truman Wolf with us, author of the 99 Strongest Banks in America. John, what does this all mean to us? Well, George, Happy New Year to you, first off. Thank you, sir. Secondly, listen, the labor market has actually been strong for the last half of the year of 2023. There's a lot of political rhetoric out there, but the economy looks good for 2024, George. The equities markets are up, gold is up, cryptos are up. I think it's going to be a good year, George. Wow, does that sound good for Joe Biden? Well, don't get me started on that guy. But yeah, it certainly won't hurt him. That's a fair point. Interesting taking. So how do you see the rest of the, let's say, the next couple of years? Can you forecast that? Well, the thing that's the big bug, George, is the fact that the national debt just passed $32 trillion. George, the interest on the national debt is $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion a year. This can't go on. And while the investment markets look strong, I think that the soaring debt is going to come back and bite us in the you-know-what. As far as the next couple of years, here's where my eyeballs go out about 6 months. I think they're going to be strong. After that, I think it's anybody's guess, and I think this huge debt market is going to hurt us badly. It just Thank you, John. Talk to you soon. John Truman. Actor David Soul, best known for his role as Detective Kenneth Hutchison on the 1970s buddy cop series Starsky and Hutch, has died. He was 80 years old. Final preparations are underway at Cape Canaveral in Florida for a milestone mission to put a U.S. lander on the moon, an achievement not seen in more than 50 years since the end of the Apollo project. Last-minute glitches aside, Peregrine Mission 1, named after the fastest animal on Earth, will roar into the sky on Monday, fingers crossed, after looping around the planet. Will then head onto the moon and slip into lunar orbit before attempted landing soon after local sunrise on February 23rd. We'll keep our eyes on that. This is Kevin Randall with his weekly UFO report. Lieutenant Colonel, hello, sir. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, George. How you doing? I'm great. Looking forward to your report tonight. So today, well, we all know that testimony gathered within hours of the event is probably more accurate than that gathered weeks, days, or months later. Scientific research is proving this in various experiments. Dr. Elizabeth Watson has shown how easily our memories of an event can be contaminated by simply attempting to remember exactly what happened or by several outside influences. I mention all this because of the actual files which just became available to researchers and it produced a unique investigative opportunity. In the material about the Hickson Parker abduction of October 1973, David Meyer found recordings of the interviews of the two men made within hours of the abduction. These tapes include the sheriff's secret recording of the men taken within hours of the abduction, interviews with the sheriff made within hours of the event, and a hypnotic regression of Parker made on October 14th. This discovery could radically alter what we know about this case. Moving to more recent sightings, those of you who have been following my reports know that I try to find sightings that last more than a minute. Anything less is open to misinterpretation. Mundane and terrestrial objects can appear strange in a sighting that lasts seconds. If the witness has a longer opportunity to watch the UFO, the better the chances there was something truly strange. However, on December 18th of last year, the witness in Kelso, Washington, reported watching a disc-shaped UFO for 30 seconds. The UFO was black, moving smoothly from side to side, then flashed away. The witness said it was about 600 feet in the air and was traveling about 500 miles an hour. I'll caution that these estimates are probably not as accurate as they could be. According to the report on the National UFO Reporting Center website, the witness took a photograph that provided a second chain of evidence. The UFO was disc-shaped, black, which seemed through the branches of a tree and overhead wires. There was a third chain of evidence as well. According to the report, there was an electromagnetic effect and that animals reacted to the UFO. But this is an important case, and I'll attempt to follow up on it, and I'll post the photographs on my website. Following also from the National UFO Reporting Center caught my attention for a couple of reasons. First, however, I need to note that I worry about sightings that last for hours and worry about repeaters, meaning here that they saw the same thing the next night. The witness in Greenville, North Carolina, said that at the beginning of December 12th of last year, he saw a bright, intense light hovering over the tree line. It was moving right to left for periods between the hovering. He said it was pyramid-shaped with what he described as tentacles hanging from it. There was some sort of blackness around the UFO, something like a cloud. He wanted to get a picture, but said his cell phone was dead. He did get another cell phone that said the UFO wasn't in focus and couldn't get a good picture of it. He did say there was additional witnesses, and one of them was on her way to work, and she said she saw the same thing, and there was a reported animal reaction to the UFO. In both these cases from last month, the reports of EM effects or a cell phone failure and a reaction by animals. These extra points add some credibility to the site. Both cases can be viewed on the National UFO Reporting Center website. That's what we have for tonight, George. All right, my friend. We'll talk to you next Thursday. That's Kevin Randall with his weekly UFO report. In a moment, demonologist Bill Dean joins us. His latest book is called My Life, Transformation from Victim to Victor. We'll talk about demons next on Coast to Coast AM. There's no better time than the new The results is protect your identity and finances. Identity thieves can take out loans in your name, take over and drain your banking and investment accounts, and more. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity and financial future. LifeLock monitors your accounts and credit and detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim of ID theft, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Plus, all plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning you can reimburse up to your plan limits for funds lost due to identity theft. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year. That's lifelock.com, promo code George to save 25%. Use that phone number again for you, 1-800-LifeLock, 1-800-LifeLock, or go to the website, lifelock.com.
Real people, real stories. I cough, and I cough until I choke. 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I was gasped. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan has taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped since I took into carnivore. Everyone that would come in to our school would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told him what I'm doing. He said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it." So 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Murray with me, nothing like a Friday night. If you don't have to work tomorrow morning, just stay up all night long listening to us. We've got a great program for you. Bill Bean is with us for the first couple hours. World-renowned exorcist and spiritual deliverance minister. He's known as the spiritual warrior. He has helped thousands of people in America and 65 countries worldwide. He's also an international author, lecturer, supernatural expert, and addresses anything from personal blocks, attachments, to obsession, oppression, and possession. The greatest book, as I mentioned, is called My Life, Transformation from Victim to Victor. Mr. Bill Bean, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, my friend. It's always great to be with you, and I truly appreciate you having me back on.
It's always a pleasure. How was your new year? Has it kicked off well?
Well, busy. That seems to be my moniker, George. It's just unbelievable. Almost like a 24/7 operation because there's so many people out there, and I don't have to tell you this, you know. There's so many people out there in the world that are in need and that are suffering. And it never ends. I get to bed between 6:30 a.m. and 7 a.m. every morning, and I help people from all over the world, but I thank God and praise God for working through me to be able to help these people. And my new year started with a UFO sighting as well. So the first sighting for me of the new year took place on January 1st, and it was raining out. It was like a low ceiling in the sky, you know, low cloud cover, and yet this object was under the cloud cover. It's an eastern sky, and it looked like it was an electric blue type of color. And I was out there for probably, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. I watched it, and then I watched it. It was really strange, and I've seen this many times before. It was like it was weaving and bobbing around, you know, and bounding, and it would go to the south for a second, and come back to the north, and just back and forth like that. And then it finally just headed away to the north. But I saw it clearly for several minutes, and it's awesome, of course, George. I mean, these things have been going on with me really since childhood, and I read about it in the new book called My Life, Transformation from Victim to Victor.
Are you like a magnet when it comes to UFOs?
I believe that I am, and I don't know why. I cannot tell you why. Same thing with this calling that God has put on my life to help people to become free from evil. I don't know why, but I do know this. I believe it 100% that God has demonologist. I didn't choose it. God chose me for it. You know, as you know, if you've been there with me from the start of all of this, when I was just a guy telling the story, I suffered horrific things as a child. My family was destroyed by divine forces. I nearly was as well. And through it all, a miraculous transformation took place to where God not only saved me, but that transformed my life. And it took effort on my part as well. So I had an epiphany one day that because for many years, George, and we talked about this before, I was seeking death. I wasn't a spiritual warrior. I wanted to be the death warrior. I was seeking death, and I did not want to live anymore. I lived my life on the edge for a very long time. And then one day I had an epiphany that I didn't want that life anymore, that I could do better and be better. And I decided, it was the greatest decision that I ever made in my life. I decided to make God first in my life, submit before Him, repent, and ask Him to help me. And He really did. And a transformation started to take place. Now, it wasn't instantaneously, because I know in my case, I had developed very bad behavioral patterns and habits due to the trauma and all of the untimely loss of life, you know, in my family, including my parents and other family members. I was very bitter and very alone. I was like a man on an island, and it ruined my life for such a long time. But I started to change when I was sincere about wanting a better way of life. And it was a process, George. 3 steps forward, 3 steps backwards. But once I got there and got on the other side of it, so trading the fear-based, trauma-based way of thinking and living in for what I call warrior mode, which is faith, strength, and courage. And when we can achieve that, and it's very, very difficult, but not impossible, we have to have the real will and desire to do so. But once we get there, I was so far removed from it, and I am to this day. It's almost like it happened to somebody else. And you keep moving forward. Now, in your opinion, what is a demonic possession? What's your definition of that? Well, I guess my best definition of that would be, and I'll try and be brief because I know I take the long way around on some of these answers, but you're on for sure. All life operates on frequency and vibration. Why is that? Because if Yahweh, God, spoke the world into existence, He did so through the frequency and vibration of His voice. And if that's true, then all life operates on that principle. So, if that's true, if our frequency and vibration is on high, then life is good, life is positive, we're moving forward. But if our frequency and vibration is on low, and there's a variety of reasons why we can be on low, through trauma, tragedy, you know, and many things, drug use, alcohol abuse, whatever it may be, then we're in a very bad place. And that leaves us wide open and susceptible for demonic infiltration and attack. So in a lot of my cases, not all, but in a good percentage, it involves child molestation or rape or some type of wicked and heinous act that created a level of trauma. So when that high level of trauma is established, the demons that are obviously on the perpetrator or perpetrators to commit such wicked and heinous acts then will come on to the victim. And they will stay with the victim until someone like me comes along by the powers that are working through me. It's not that I'm anything special, but God has done extraordinary things through me, and I praise Him for it. Then they can be evicted. But until that takes place, they will stay on the victim, creating havoc for that victim throughout their lifetime. And I know for me, George, it was like I had a black cloud over my head, you know, back then. Nothing ever went right. There was always a catastrophe, a calamity, you know, always a problem. Just seemingly cursed in everything that I did. And I once had a life that was so bad that I was truly seeking death. I lived my life on the edge. I've been in many life-threatening situations throughout my lifetime. I had a life that was so bad and cursed, and yet now I have a life vibration is lowered in that way. And in most possession cases, it is due to some type of trauma that has taken place. So that sort of, in a way, gives the devil legal rights to send those demons in, and so then they start to work on the target, the victim. And the game plan is to isolate, number one, and then create a variety of what I call parlor tricks with all these little, whether it be manifestations or voices or things moving or something designed to get the person into a state of fear. That's the number one tool for the devil, his number one food that he chews on. To keep people in fear, that's low frequency, low vibration. And then the attack commences to wear that person down. And so they want to wear that person, that target, down until the person gives us the will to fight and the will to live. And once that takes place, then they have carte blanche to take over in a full demonic possession. When you try to rid the demon from the individual, how do you know you're not being tricked by the demon and it just lays low for a while until you stop release? Well, you can feel it, George. Just imagine someone grabbing you by your shirt collar and holding you up against the wall, and you're like pinned to the wall and you can't break free. Well, when a spiritual deliverance exorcism takes place, and those demons have departed from the individual, the target, they will flump as if someone had let them go, and then they will start to cry, and then they come back, to their normal way. Because when these possessions take place, in most cases, the person doesn't recall or remember anything because these external demonic forces unclog the person's mind, and then they focus. So they're just using that host body, and they're absolutely disconnecting the host from the body. So again, in most instances of demonic possession, the victim does not remember anything. So with Bill Bean, his website is BillJBean.com, linked up at coasttocoastAM.com. Several of his books include The Connection, Stranger Than Fiction, Dark Force Revisited, Strangers in Fiction 2, and his latest book that we're talking about tonight, My Life Transformation from Victim to Victor. Have you ever been hurt doing one of these things, Bill? I never have, but I'll tell you this. My life has been in danger while doing these things. I've had people that wanted to shoot me. Real people? Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. People that tried to physically attack me, people that did. Thank God I was able to remain in control of situations. People have tried to fight me, spit on me. They have spit on me, vomited on me. You just wouldn't believe it, George. You would have to have been there yourself to see it, and then you would rub your eyes and go, did I just see that? Did I just see that person's eyes change? Did I just see that person's lens twist in a way that a human body can't? Did I just see that person, someone else's voice coming out of that person now and speaking in another language or saying things that there's no way that person would know to say? We'll be back in a moment with more with you, Bill. Reporter in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An investigation is continuing after a black San Diego family home was vandalized with a racial slur, swastika sometime after Christmas, an incident that left the family in fear for its safety and local elected officials horrified and outraged. In a statement, LA Councilman Tim McCosker, whose 15th district includes San Pedro, said he was mortified to learn of the disgusting biovandalism that occurred. Google is revealing how robots can be trained with videos and large language models
24-hour newsroom, I'm Brooke Walker. There's a random actor from San Diego Beach in Long Beach at the Solo Western right lane, southbound 710 right at the full-time day agency with a traffic flood over from TRUMAN to the beach there. Could you always be what's going to pass? Well, Southbound Hudson Boulevard is in contrast is clearing out of the middle lane, getting slow up to the beach there. And CHP doing with a long turn now to about San Marcos to the beach to LA, but right is split long total crash heading right around Crenshaw. See if I can start up 50 minutes after I'm there before. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Hosted by true crime author and killer storyteller Mary Kay Prayer, the new podcast that creates true crime stories ever told delivers vivid narrative about killers, scammers, criminals, and offenders. Learn from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes. It provided investigators and mountain police from the streets with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to the greatest true crime stories ever told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. In this week's Marketing Report, we hear about the importance of local radio with Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that it's local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. KFI, AM 640. Even a moderate amount of alcohol can be linked to brain changes. Stop it. What are you doing? Cognitive decline. I don't want to hear about cognitive decline. 7 or more units of alcohol per week. Stop it. Is associated with higher iron levels in the brain. Well, iron's good. Jerry and Jared. I forgot. What are we talking about? Cognitive decline. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Oh my gosh, that is a choice. That is a choice. Oh, well, they're drug addicted, so they kill people, but it's because of the drug. No. Becoming a gang member is a choice. Staying in a gang is a choice. Stealing from your grandparents, all decisions. Jerry and Jared. Nobody forced this guy to make all those decisions. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Listening to Coast AM with George Story. Next hour, we'll take your calls with Bill Bean, a demonologist, so make sure you're a part of the program. Ask a question or two. And of course, the Paranormal Podcast Network up and running, and we'd love for you to listen in. Yes, we sure would. Free shows, they're absolutely free. Just download the iHeartRadio app on your phone. If you have a PC, go to iHeartRadio.com and search. Put in Coast to Coast AM. All our shows will pop right up. And we really love you listening to great shows in there. Sandra Champlain, Joshua P. Warren has a show. So check it out. The iHeartRadio. Coast to Coast AM. Paranormal Podcast Network. Back with Bill Bean in a moment. But first, we'll get to the news.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Allie Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products with exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptogene together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking Adaptogene and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptogene along with it, and most can feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptogene and ImmuStem and your pre-gift relax ball is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Personal safety for you and your family is a year-round priority. If you haven't developed a plan, define burn on less lethal pistol at the top of your 2024 resolution list. That's BYRNA. A burn pistol is a reliable self-defense weapon that has formidable stopping power and is very easy to use. Burn provides different ammunition options such as rounds filled with tear gas mixed with pepper and rock-hard kinetic rounds that can incapacitate attackers for up to 40 minutes. Do you work the night shift? Make sure you have protection to and from. Florida is the solution everyone can get behind. Legal in 50 states. No permits or background checks required. Must be 18 years or older. I personally own the Byrna SD launcher, a great complement to my firearms. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using my firearms. Byrna is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Byrna.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's BYRNA.com/George.
Real people, real food. I cough, and I cough until I choke. 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I was down. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan has taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped since I've taken the carnivore. Everyone that would come into our store would say, why are you not coughing? I told him what I'm doing, and he said, well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing? I said, I can't answer that. It just stopped it. So 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. So visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back. George Story along with Bill Bean, our demonologist. His latest book is called My Life, Transformation from Victim to Victor. And what do you mean by the victim, Bill?
suffered far greater than I did. Just absolutely went through hell. And neither my parents lived to see the age of 50. My mother died from a cerebral hemorrhage at age 44. My father was shot to death at age 48. And many of my other family members died under tragic and mysterious circumstances as well. So what I was told, George, is that over 100 years ago, two family members actually conjured up these evil forces through ritual, invocation, and once that door was open, the demonic entities and forces came in and created a variety of damage on both sides of the family. And so my life started out very much as a victim, being victimized and living in the fear-based, trauma-based way throughout my entire childhood, even into my adult years. So, stemming from the attacks that took place in childhood, and then having to endure the tragedies that I did, put me in such a bad place that, again, I did not want to live. I grew up on the streets. I hung out with some of the worst people. Many of those people, most, are either dead or in prison. I could have been there as well. And I lived a I had to lie about my age and quit school in the 8th grade. I went to work for a construction company, so here I was, this skinny kid that was now thrust into a world of hardcore guys that made me a hardcore guy. And I was working very, very hard and just, it was a very difficult and challenging way to live, to say the very least. And at the same time, I still had that demonic stronghold over my life. And that did not end until I submitted before God and was sincere in making Him first in my life. And then my wife and I got baptized together. How did you do that? What practice did you take to get rid of this? Yeah, so what I did, I just got real. I got real with God and I got real with myself. I did not want this, so I was either going to get busy living or get busy dying. You know, and the dying part wasn't working out because God saved me from so much tragedy and so many life-threatening things. So then I had an epiphany one day that I could do better and be better. I decided to make God first. My wife and I got baptized together. It was the greatest decision that we ever made because part of that was a spiritual deliverance, and I felt like all that was broken off of me. And I was able to, I felt like I was set free. I was able to move forward. And then an interesting thing happened. I felt that God was putting a calling on my life because at that point in time, around, I would say, probably 1996, I started talking about my story and going on shows and giving accounts of the story, a guy telling the story. But after God saving me and transforming my life, I felt like He was putting this calling on me that because I had received tremendous response after my story was featured on the Haunted series air on September 7th, 2006. That's what put me on the map. And then when you got in contact with me and had me on your show, I mean, without those two things, nobody would know anything about me or my story. So that's where it all really began. And a lot of times, whether it was on your show or a haunting or whatever, people would message me for help. At that point in time, I was not the spiritual warrior. I had no intention of doing anything in that way to help anybody. I just wanted to be free myself and just wanted to have, a normal life. But God had another plan for me, and it took me committed beforehand in that matter and took the steps to become an ordained non-denomination minister. And I started accepting, when people were contacting me for help, I started accepting that and booking these things to go to them and help them. And I'll never forget it, from the very first time that I went to help someone, I knew I had this automatic knowing that this was what I was supposed to be doing. This, I could go and do a lot of things to make a living, and I have in the past. But this is my way of life. This is what God has called me to do. This is my mission. This is how He works through me. And so really, I don't want to do anything else because this is what God has called me to do. And it's the greatest thing in the world for us to know that God has really actually worked through me to deliver a person from evil and then do the positive change. So after the exorcism part is over with, I often baptize the person after that. That way it's complete. They're presented to God as blessed, healed, sanctified, purified, cleansed, and made holy before Him. Then I have to sit down with the victim, the former victim, and we sit down and put a game plan together for that person's life in moving forward. So I'm every bit as much a counselor or an advisor as I am an exorcist, spiritual warrior, whatever you want to call me. It is a process. So it's not like the movie where you walk in and the exorcism performed and it's all over with. There's a lot more to this, including when the exorcism baptism is completed. Before I sit down with the client after it's all taken care of, I have to go to the home. I have to make sure that all the demonic entity is gone from that home and from that space. And let me tell you, I have encountered demonic entities face to face while going through and binding, rebuking, and casting out and cleansing the home and space. I'm going to tell you a story, Bill, about you that I've never told you before. But when I first met you and shook your hand, I felt a surge of some kind of energy force coming from you that I've never felt with anybody else in my life. And I said to myself, this guy has an ability way beyond what anybody even knows. There's something within you that gives you this force. But I never told you that. I never knew that. Yeah, you never told me that before. I don't know what it is, but it's there. And maybe this is, again, I don't know the answer, but I can speculate and say that if you believe that God signed this to me before I came into this world, why? I have no idea. But I can believe it because of all the experiences I've had in so many different aspects with the paranormal, supernatural, and the surveillance that I've been under as well for many, many years. And I don't talk about that too much, but it is true. And there are those out there, and they know who they are, that have had me under this form of surveillance for a long time. So somebody is interested in whatever gift God has bestowed upon me, and I don't know if they're studying it, monitoring it, or whatever, George, but it's all very real, and it's just been an amazing journey. Do you think you had to become the victim first in order to get to where you are today? Yes. I could not be where I'm at right now and helping others had I not been there to suffer. So it was all a necessary part of the journey. God knows what He's doing, and He chooses people that have suffered, that have been down the long and hard road in life. Do you get help from the angelic realm? Yes, I have seen angels manifest in full form. They have hugged me. That has happened. I have had clients that one lady in particular comes to mind. This was probably, I want to say, maybe 2015, somewhere around that area. Her and her husband, they were scientists. They were doctors and scientists, so they really didn't believe, they didn't have faith, but they were having demonic, supernatural problems in the house. They called me. I went there, and God worked through me to take that from the household and from them. But in the process, performed a spiritual deliverance over both of them. And the lady said to me, after it was over with, what she is. I went through the house, making sure that everything was clear. I got up to the attic, and she said it again, and she was exasperated because she really wanted to believe, but she just couldn't. And so I did something that I rarely do. I said, Father, I ask that you please show this woman that you are real, if you can manifest an angel, if you can do something to give this woman blessed assurance that you're real, that you really love her, and you're with her and you're for her. Please. So I did that. Nothing happened, George. So now, I've got the husband and wife there with me. We're in the attic. And I said it again. I said, Father, please show this woman a sign. Show her something that she can develop faith and know that you are real. Nothing happened. So now I'm thinking, dear God, this is the ultimate test of faith, because if I fail in this, for this woman, she'll never ever develop faith, and she'll think all of this is just a waste of time. So I said it again. I said, Father, I beg you, please show this woman something that show an angel, show her something that will make her faith. And George couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe it. To our right, I would say probably 15 feet to our right, in the attic, these angels appeared, and the lady jumped. She said, I see them. The husband jumped. It was one of the most magnificent moments in my life that while it appeared, God gave her the confirmation, and it changed her life. What is your success rate? What percent? What do you think? Well, it's 100% that in that God will work through me to remove the entities. That's 100% because the power of God never fails. However, and you don't stop until you get rid of this thing. But here's where the failure aspect would come in. If the person goes back to doing things or opening doorways that allowed this to happen in the first place, there's 7 more wicked than the original will come back, and they'll be 7 times worse off. I've gone back to people, a few people over the years, 3, 4, and 5 times before they finally understood that they couldn't do certain things anymore because they were opening the door for the devil to send those demons in, and God will allow it because it's a legal right, and then they're really bad off. So I've encountered that throughout my career. I've also had a couple cases that it pains me to tell you this. One that I'm thinking of was a soldier. I've worked with a lot of soldiers that returned from war. There's a great deal of PTSD that takes place. Yeah, and some of these soldiers have witnessed demons on the battlefield. They have had demons attached to them, and when they come home, those demons are with them. In this one particular case, such a good guy. I went out there in Sacramento, and I helped the soldier and his family. He was trying to escape reality through substance abuse, and so I performed spiritual deliverance baptism over him and other family members, cleared everything. He was doing well for a while, and then I got a terrible message from his wife, and this was like a couple of years after things had taken place. So he did so well, but then all of a sudden he reverted back to using alcohol and drugs, and he ended up committing suicide. And I'll tell you, George, that pains me to this day because I want to see everybody safe. I want to see everybody saved. I want to see everybody doing well. I want to see everybody blessed. And something like that happens, it's just, a real kick in the gut. Truly remarkable what you went through. When this was happening to you as a kid, when it happened to your family, your mother, did they understand it? I guess they did, didn't they? Yeah, well, my parents, they believed in God, but we didn't have any faith-based upbringing. We didn't attend church. We were not baptized. And my father himself, he was a great man, but made just horrific decisions. As this started taking place, he came under demonic attack, and I think my dad was a very rugged, man, tough guy, and he was used to being in control of every situation. So he found himself in a situation that he couldn't control, and I think that it contributed to
We'll come back and chat more and take phone calls with you next time. Today's marketers take photos, chief brand officer of America, weighs in on the speed of audio production.
In this day and age, and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy, and that's what I really like about it.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. We'll help you figure it out. It's kind of what we did.
Keep your urine to yourself and contain your urine.
I don't know if you know how men's bathrooms work. They're crazy.
No, that's not a secret. You said it's a crime scene in there, like blood spatter.
Well, he needs to do a better job of squinting his eyes when he walks in. You can see the fine details. Jerry and Shannon.
Like a hotel room in the daylight, you just keep your lips closed later.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's not a liberal conservative problem. Decriminalizing it, you should come with some forced treatment. Start doing that. We've all seen the show Intervention on A&E. The people who love them the most force them into treatment.
Jerry and Shannon.
If you're a politician in LA and you love the homeless so much, why are you letting them kill themselves?
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I don't buy that organic crap. First of all, it's not organic. They put the celery from the $1.29 bin into the $2.99 bin. You think the guy goes, hey, is this organic? There's never been an organic piece of fruit or vegetable in any market. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. They're just crazy people buying that crap. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know, when they let you rent a car when you're 25. Accidents, quote, with assault weapons are very different things. I mean, if you just look at the number of shooters in average age of school shootings since 1966 has been 18. Bill Handle, what does that tell you? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Think panhandlers, unbooked welfare in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Irvine Police Department is warning people to be cautious around panhandlers, saying they might actually be part of an organized crime ring. Irvine Police Sergeant Terry Davies says one panhandler who was recently arrested was not actually in need of money.
She had a sign in her car that she used to solicit money from people standing on the freeway off-ramp or in the parking lots of Ralph's or other supermarkets.
The cops say the woman was arrested last month after trying to use fraudulent card to buy 30 cans of baby formula at a Target. Officers found over $4,000 in cash and a sign that read in part, "Please help the dude's mom of 4 kids." Detectives believe she is part of an organized crime ring known for panhandling, skimming ATMs, and making fake EBT cards. A conservative activist group is suing the U.S. government over the alleged wrongful death of Ashley Babbitt. Babbitt was shot and killed by law enforcement during the 2021 attack on the Capitol. The lawsuit was filed in a California court on Friday on behalf of Babbitt's estate and her husband for wrongful death and assault and battery. The suit claims U.S. Capitol Police Lieutenant Michael Berg was negligent when he shot Babbitt once in the shoulder after she joined a mob breaking into the Capitol building. The lawsuit also alleges Babbitt posed no threat and that Berg violated use of force protocols that led to her death. I'm Brian Shook. Well, the holidays are over, but a big jolt is coming.
The festive time of the holiday season is over, and we're getting back to pre-holiday life. The American Academy of Family Physicians says it's normal to feel a little blue in January. Shorter days, less sunshine, and no merriment. But they say get ready. A jolt to the system is coming on January 24th. That's the day most people will get their holiday bills. $1,300 on average in holiday debt. Hang in there. I agree, Kevin.
Southwest weather from KFI. Clear skies this morning. LA and Orange County lows reporting valley lows in the 30s to about 30. Sunny later today with highs in the 60s. Some valley locations will have wind advisories in effect and a 20% chance of rain returns in the wee hours Sunday morning. Right now, 40,000 unicorns, 44% in 37 in Santa Clarita, and Eagle Rock has 44. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brooke Walker. The San Industry in Long Beach is a solo crash 4-5 north on Atlantic Avenue that has taken down the carpool lane and the left lane. Also, firefighters working in the white lane. But a real slow from Fourth Avenue on the 4th northbound. For the Monterey Park and San Bernardino Freeway, got a solo in-out blocking on crash headed from northbound County Boulevard, and also to the San Bernardino Freeway in Claremont, and west of the Boulevard crash on the lane. Hey, if I can tie up to their bathroom, I'm cool.
Hosted by true crime author and U.S. Joey County Mayor Katie Slayer, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers vivid narrative about killers, scammers, journalists, and avengers. Drawing from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes. It provided investigators from Mountain City, Tennessee, with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You gotta go to college. You have to have the degree. And why? Because you're an elitist snob. That's why. And you want to go and say, my kid went to college, as opposed to my kid didn't. It's all about you, Bill Handle. Has nothing to do with your kid. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. How a homeless woman and her emotional support duck survive on the streets of LA. It's a 7-page article. He's holding a Starbucks Frappuccino, the drink that costs $5.67. Gary and Shannon, a duck. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I gladly have that conversation about the reformation of criminal justice, making sure that it's not based in race, that everybody gets equal treatment, that everybody has an opportunity. But it doesn't mean to stop enforcing by law. Full stop. You're ignoring those individual victims of harm. Gary and Shannon, they deserve justice. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Anytime I hear something rustling downstairs or outside the bushes, my first instinct is to lean over and go, hey, Jack, can you go downstairs? Just see what's going on. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. If I hear you scream twice, I call the cops. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If it sounds better, I'll just say, doesn't it sound better with a female voice? Except the times when you say the word about stuff. That was so hard. I didn't say that for you today. Oh, yeah, I did. I said it a lot. Gary and Shannon, live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The people want the sovereign in this country. We don't have a king, we don't have a queen. How do we get our officials? Who runs this country? Those that are elected by the people of the United States. Bill, why have a commission if we just get overridden by the court system? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We're talking to the spiritual warrior Bill Bean. His latest work is called My Life, Transformation from Victim to Victor. And we'll be back with you and his calls next on Coast to Coast AM. 2024, what kind of a year is it going to be for us, and how will your hard-earned savings fare? We're already seeing the impacts of inflation at the pump, gasoline prices going back up again. The grocery store and the dollar continues to lose buying power quicker than wages can increase. But how are you protecting your situation and your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been the choice of investors and central banks to hedge against inflation. Now you can own it in a tax-sheltered account with a Birch Gold. Just text the word COAST on 989898, and Birch Gold will send you a free info kit. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold without paying a penny out of pocket to make that switch. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of satisfied customers, you can trust Birch Gold too. That's COAST 989898 for your free info kit. That's COAST 989898 right now.
Real people, real stories. I talk, and I talk before I choke 24 hours a day. That's pretty and walk past my door with that literally coughing until I would gas. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped since I've taken the card for it. Everyone that would come into our store would say, what happened? Why are you not coughing? I told them what I'm doing. And he said, well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing? I said, I can't answer that. It just stopped it. Or 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. So visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
And welcome back. George Norrie along with the demonologist Bill Bean. And some latest work is called My Life, Transformation from Victim to Victor. Bill, what do the demons want? What do they want with us? They want to kill, rob, and destroy, George. That is the mission. The devil hates human beings, and he sends those demonic entities into the lives of people to kill, rob, and destroy. And how successful are they most of the time when they don't have people like you involved? Pretty successful. All we have to do is just take a look at what's going on in America and in other places around the world, and you just scratch your head and say, how in the world can this be happening? Is this really happening? How can this be happening? And now we have something else that I believe is being introduced to mankind. What does it mean? I don't know, but we keep hearing these stories now, just like the thing that happened on January 1st down in Miami. You know, a lot of people say, oh, it's just a bunch of kids fighting. Well, let me tell you something, George. Before the story. Yeah, well, spiritual warrior. I was a physical warrior, and I was a bar bouncer for 22 plus years. And I was involved in a riot one time, and there were, I believe, 16 police cars that were dispatched, or 14 that were dispatched to the scene. There were 30 people fighting. I was right in it with another bouncer. This was in a Miami
but what I'm saying is, there was only 14 cars dispatched for 30-some people fighting. Now, what I heard, if there was a small group of these kids fighting or whatever, there were nearly 100 police cars dispatched to that scene with helicopters and all kind of stuff. There's something very strange happened down there. I don't know exactly what happened, but supposedly there are eyewitness accounts that say that they saw these non-human-looking beings present at the scene. Now, was I there? No. Do I know it to be true? No. But for that type of presence, something really, really serious happened there. Yeah, it's a bizarre story. And these non-human beings may not be aliens. They could be demons, right? Correct. And that's why I'm saying that is perhaps, and I don't pretend to have all the answers, but perhaps this could be another phase of demonic attacks launched against the people. And again, the mission is to kill, rob, and destroy. So we see society being just completely destabilized. Everything is upside down and backwards. And there's a reason for that. And in my opinion, it's the devil's fingerprints all over it. Where do people get your new book, My Life Transformation from Victim to Victim? They can visit BillJayDean.com. And the cover is right there. Click on it, and if you want a personally signed copy, then you'll see the PayPal button there. You can click on that, and I will personally sign it and send it out to you. And if you want to just get it from Amazon, the Amazon button is underneath there. So either way, whatever you choose, you can get a copy. Let's go to the phones. We'll start by going west to the Rockies. Pat is with us, truck driving in California. Welcome, Pat. Hey, George, thanks for taking my call. My pleasure. I just wanted to say God bless you, and truly from the bottom of my heart, I pray that you continue to stay strong in your fight. And I got a similar background myself. I got saved, from a life of just not living very well. So I can kind of relate with the stuff that you were speaking about. I just wanted to ask you and get your take on, briefly touched on it, the state of the country and the direction that we're headed. And if I could be so blunt to say, do you believe that maybe even COVID and homosexuality and some of the things we're struggling with in this country, do you believe that those are maybe minor human attacks? And thank you for your kind words, my brother, and God bless you as well. In my opinion, and these are strictly my opinions, and I can say this through personal experience of God having worked through me to deliver people that were under various types of afflictions. I do believe those states are demonic strongholds. Now, I'm not speaking out against anybody because I love all people and I help all people from all walks of life and will continue to do so. But I do believe, and I can say this because God has worked through me to deliver people out of many different types of situations. And why would any country want to make some kind of virus like COVID-19? Well, again, this would be my opinion only. I believe, George, that there's an agenda. This agenda goes so far. It's such a rabbit hole to go down. I believe, now this again is strictly my opinion. I believe, for whatever reason, God has allowed the devil to have this short time to sort of have his way in this world, especially when it comes to America. And I believe that the devil is giving direct orders to the power elite on this earth. It could be via the reptilian entities that are part, in my opinion, part of the satanic kingdom. And so they're giving the orders to the power elite to carry out these things, and that's why this world is upside down and backwards. So this is a poisoning. And if we further this, now I said from day one, when this COVID jump started, I said people, they say, oh, it came from a lab in Wuhan. Yeah, okay. If you want to believe that, go right ahead. I believe this is all a pre-planned event, and they have been spraying the people and continue to do so from the sky, from the chemtrails. So an interesting thing started happening in 1996 on a regular basis. all by the power of God. I'm telling you, George, I would have been dead a long time ago if not for the power of God protecting me. I think the devil has tried to kill me so many times from childhood. I write about it in the book that I had a toe severed as an infant. I had a major head injury as a 2-year-old. I think that the devil was out to destroy me before I could get to where God wanted and needed me to be. So it is all by his power. He protects me. I thank him and praise him for it. And he also empowers me to help others. He would never, you have excused me so many times. We're good friends. You know me. That you've never or ever heard me claim to be anything special or brag about anything. I always give the praise and thanks and glory to God for everything that he's done and for everything that he continues to do for me in my life. It is all. And you mean you never grew that toe back? The toe was severed, and they sewed it back on as an infant. Yeah, so that's a bizarre story in itself, and I write about it in the book. And I was given an account of that, and I thought it just doesn't sound right to me. They said that a hair from a nerve had wrapped around the toe, and somehow, how is it possible that it wraps around the toe, nobody notices this, and then it actually severs the toe off? A hair? Yeah, I don't buy that. And that's the story I was told. I have a scar to this day around that toe where it was reattached. And so we'll never know the real story, just like we'll never know the real story about why and how. In 1963, so my sister was born in 67. There was another child born in 63. And that child died under mysterious circumstances. And Johns Hopkins Hospital sent out representatives to retrieve that body for study. And I never got to the bottom of it. I contacted Johns Hopkins, and they told me they don't keep records like that anymore. They don't have any record of it. Wow. Let's go to Annette in Virginia, first time caller. Hello, Annette.
Hello, thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
I want to thank Brother Bean for sharing his story because I've been considered a conspiracy theorist for 40 more years, coming from Vikings and football. So I'm a grandmother, a mother, a homeowner, and a voter. So I just want to make it clear that I feel like our country is going backwards. We're afraid with addiction. We're afraid with alcoholism. We're afraid with mental illness. We're afraid with children, killing children on the streets, and children overdosing in schools now. Because generations of people are living in denial and fear. I quit drinking 23 years ago, and I've had my battles with prescription drugs. And I just want to know, where does our government draw the line? Where does our doctors draw the line? Where do our preachers draw the line? And where do our siblings draw the line of, if we're such friendly, godly people, when are we going to learn how to act? Because we have now filled the world with drugs and guns. And now our world is turned upside down.
Does anything draw the line there, Bill? Not now, George. Unfortunately, in my opinion, we're under the spirit of rebellion and the spirit of selfishness. So when you are under that, then it goes right back to the Aleister Crowley credo of do what thou wilt is the whole of all. Do anything you want. And there's no recompense for it. And those who try to stand up for good and right are vilified because they're the poison pills that are trying to bring things back into God's order. And those that are, it always comes back to Isaiah 5:20. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil. And that's what we're living in right now. So if you try to stand up for good and right, you're going to be canceled, you're going to be vilified. And if you embrace darkness and promote wickedness, then you are going to be the greatest and hottest thing going. That is the way of the world right now. Unfortunately, this is why I believe that the devil has this short time to be in control because he has literally captured the hearts and minds of many, especially the youth, to where they're desensitized to the point to where they can commit murders and step over the dead bodies, eat sandwiches, and just think that there's nothing wrong with anything. I mean, look at that case out there, I think it was in Arizona, where the two kids ran that retired police officer down on his bicycle, and they laughed and joked and said they'd be out in a month, no big deal. This has the fingerprints of the devil all over it. That's what he wants. He wants everything to be upside down and backwards because it is the devil who does everything in reverse. Next up, Tom in Buffalo, New York is with us. Hi, Tom. Go ahead. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I appreciate the time, and I'm not going to thank you for taking my call. I have several questions, and George, you might wish to grab a pen and paper because you probably might rattle them off. Number one, when your guests discuss being under surveillance, as somebody who was victimized by experiments in self-personnel technology by military contractors, research institutions, and members of the American military, I'm very curious, number one, as to which intelligence agency your guests believe put him under surveillance and why. Number two would be taking it away from the spiritual realm. Given the fact that the military has been working on something called phantom bogey technologies, which I have captured, by the way, photographically and videographically, is there a chance that this might not actually be a spiritual situation, but a military technology testing situation involving phantom bogeys, where people in a battlefield situation will see what they believe to be enemy troops and draw fire, but they're not really troops. They are projected images. That would be an alternative theory of the crime that I would like your guests' comments on. And in terms of breaking down the people behind it, has he considered any countermeasures? For example, writing down license plates if he believes that he's under vehicular surveillance and seeing which plates are around him, how often, where, what time of day. Because I'm happy to tell you that I was able to, number one, break this technology, or several kinds of self-personnel technology. It started way back in the 1980s, and they've got it very well developed now. I was able to identify the perpetrators by having plates run of people who were around me different times of day, different places, different areas. And George, this kind of goes back to one of your guests, Robert Duffy, the author of Chameleon, and his short, Mr. Schellenberg, who worked many years for the United States government, confirmed the work on self-personnel technology because he was involved in it. He confirmed my work and my investigation. So, forgive me for being so long-winded, but my question is there a possibility that this is not a spiritual situation, but is actually a military psyop and self-technology experiment situation? What do you think of that, Bill? Wow, that was a mouthful, Tom. You're obviously a very educated man. Yes, it's thoughtful what you say, but here's the end game. It's all spiritual in nature. Where do you think they get that from? This came from the Nazi scientists that came over that decided they were going to engage in these types of mind ops and psyops and all these types of things, the monarch mind programming and all these different types of programs that came out of that. It is demonic in nature because these people know the truth, that it all comes back. It's all spiritual in nature, and it's all about manipulating, and you can do that spiritually. And so this is why we have what we have in the clandestine operations of the people operating in the shadows, and they know who they are, and more importantly, God knows who they are. And I don't care about writing down license plates. I don't live in fear, so I wouldn't care anymore. I have black coppers around me on a regular basis, and that happens even when I'm traveling out of town to go and help somebody. It could be somebody in California. It could be somebody in Seattle, Washington. It could be somebody in Maine, at any coast, any place, or in some part of the country. They're there, and that's okay. I wouldn't care if they landed. I wouldn't care if one landed right now. I would engage them. How can I do that? By the power of God working through me. So I know that this came for me, therefore nothing or no one is going to stand against me. I would have been dead a long time ago, my friend, if it wasn't for the power of God. working through me and keeping me safe and protected, so I don't worry about any of it. And I find, and I've been there, to where when this all started in 1995 with this level of surveillance, I felt like I was losing my mind. I felt like I was going to have a breakdown. And then when I stepped into this level of warrior mode, faith, strength, and courage, I don't worry about any of it now. None of it.
Any specific agency watching you, Bill?
Well, I can tell you this. Somebody approached me one time and said, I will never talk to you again. You'll never see me again. But you're being monitored through Forceed and NSA. So that's what I heard from someone that walked up to me and approached me one time and said that. And probably other alphabet agencies as well, because one time, it's so bizarre, George.
Hold on, Bill. Tell us that story when we come back. We're going to take a short break and come back with final phone calls for Bill Dean, the spiritual warrior. His book is called My Life Transformation from Victim to Victor. Next hour, we'll have open lines for you on Coast to Coast. And as you know, you're allowed to call the guest and open lines now. We'll be back.
To find out where George Norrie is speaking, go to the coasttocoastam.com website. Scroll down to the bottom and click George's calendar.
I'm Bill Walker in the KFI 24-hour news zone. One woman was killed and 3 others were injured in 2 crashes in Anaheim Friday night, and the driver is on the loose. The first collision occurred at Harvard Boulevard and Casella Avenue near Disneyland, where the driver hit 3 pedestrians and sped away, according to KPLA. The second occurred at Harvard Boulevard and Convention Way, where the driver struck a woman. She was taken to a hospital where she was later pronounced dead. A 27-year-old Pasadena man who brandished a loaded ghost gun near South LA High School and pleaded guilty to possessing machine gun parts was sentenced Friday to 2 years behind bars. Southland weather from KFI 3 this morning. LA and ootd lows in the 40s. Valley lows in the 30s. There's going to be a wind advisory in effect. Sunny later, highs in the 60s right now. So today has 43. Placentia has 44, 45, and Culver City and Santa Monica has 47. These local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bill Walker. Clearing up. We have 2 car crash blocking all lanes, north and southbound just before the same time. The cars are pushed over the Black Service. All lanes are open. Also in downtown LA, the connector road from the 150 northbound to the eastbound 10 freeway. Cars were blocked by a solo driver in the last night. And keeps me filled in with a crash run in the car. There's a next up on the 10 westbound before Hill Boulevard. Can't find the track that's fixing there faster. I'm Eric Rule. Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert. That's 800-948-6033. This week's marketing support, Roger Madar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer of MasterCard, talks about measurement. Basically, chronic minding, the parámetros que your measure. We measure, and what we measure is on this print is based on itself and included. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Most people don't think about a lawyer until the cuffs go on, but you're smarter than that. I'm attorney Gary Capino, founder of 1-800-NO-CUFFS. People in Southern Cal know to put 1-800-NO-CUFFS on speed dial now, because no one wants good handcuffs, so what's into that sort of thing? 1-800-NO-CUFFS. KFI, AM 640.
The woman next to me was probably in her 70s, sitting there all prim and proper and quietly talking to her husband and what to do, and then all of a sudden Trish comes on stage and she's freaking 24 and she starts talking song. She put her panties to the stage and I'm like, who are you, Jerry and Shannon? It's just very cool to see people reclaim their youth at a show.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Next hour, we begin open lines here on Coast to Coast, and we'll come back in a moment with Bill Bean, the spiritual warrior, and St. Paul Fellowship in Coast to Coast. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? It's a great deal. It's today. Hi, this is Jerry from Pearland, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996. I love you to Coast to Coast Insider. Download Coast to Coast, listening where it's from our guest speakers to the knowledge of Big Ben.
Hi, I'm Pam from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many, many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into art skills the show guide. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider, and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before anytime with the show archives. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did. You sure will. A couple ways to sign up. Our website, coasttocoastdave.com, right at the top of the home page. It says Insider. Just click that. The other way is to download our free app from your app store. Put it on your phone. And once you've loaded it, look for profiles and subscriptions. You get 2 weeks free with the app, by the way. And if you live in Canada, you're eligible now to become a Coast Insider. You should also take advantage of that. Now, here's something for you to lose some weight. If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to weight magic drops and capsules. Here's product creator Dan Hunt to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss is focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things to control insulin levels. When we keep it in a first place in the liver, then
those masks and shed those masks. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code George. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. George's Weight Magic from healthylooking.com. Personal safety for you and your family is a year-round priority. If you haven't developed a plan, quit buying Burn on Less Lethal Pistol at the top of your 2024 resolution list. That's BYRNA. The Burn on Pistol is a reliable self-defense weapon that has formidable stopping power and is very easy to use. Burn on provides different ammunition options such as rounds filled with tear gas mixed with pepper and rock hard kinetic rounds that can incapacitate attackers for up to 40 minutes. If you work the night shift, make sure you have protection to and from. Florida is the solution everyone can get behind. Legal in 50 states. No permits or background checks required. Must be 18 years or older. I personally own the Burner SP launcher, a great complement to my firearms. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using my firearms. Burner is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Burner.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's BYRNA.com/George. Hi, I'm again. I want to turn you on to a path to feel better, have more energy, and less sickness. That's all the way website. CriticalHealthNews.com. The audio lectures, videos, and articles about health will captivate you. You'll see. CriticalHealthNews.com features content from world-class alternative health experts who make a lot of sense, and they'll earn your respect and admiration next to take their advice and try the recommended unique products designed to work in concert with your body to provide all the nutrition it needs. Log on to criticalhealthnews.com and take advantage of all the free health information available there. Remember, education is your best defense against sickness and misery. Get inspired by visiting criticalhealthnews.com so you can purchase modular nutrition packs and see for yourself how good you can feel. Call 1-855-949-RADIO or 1-855-949-7234. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with Bill Bean. Bill, before we take final calls, you were going to mention a story about the surveillance.
Yeah, that's amazing, George, how all that began. It really manifested in 1995, January of 1995, just to be exact. I started having frequent sightings of UFOs, now called UAPs. And I couldn't understand why. I mean, I had pre-exposure. The first sighting I had was as a child in 1977. But it really started on a regular basis in January of 1995 for some reason. And this level of interest or surveillance, or whatever you want to call it, came along with that. And this went on for quite a few years. From 1995 to 2008, it was just absolute. I shot over I guess 15 hours of video footage, taking a few photographs, and had as many people, 50 people in a group with me that witnessed these things. I had Robert Bigelow contact me through Dr. Eric Davis, and they were involved in my case, and Stephen Greer, individual. There was a lot of interest. I was covered by every major TV news station in the Baltimore area. Some even came out and started organizing these sky watches, and people would come out. The local news came out, and it's absolutely amazing. But all this is going on simultaneously, and whether it was the vehicles, vans, or cars, or helicopters, my phones were tapped. There was a level of surveillance going on that was just off the charts. And I really feel that, and maybe I shouldn't say this, but let's just say that due to certain people being involved, I think that it increased the interest taken somewhere else, by a non-human being. That happened in 1997. We could make a whole show out of that. I mean, the things that I've seen and experienced and I read about in this book, some people are going to go, there's no way this guy could have all these experiences. How is it possible? Well, it is possible. It all happened. And I still have these sightings to this day. January 1st is the last sighting that's most recent sighting of a UFO. And the copper stuff continues to happen from time to time as well. And it's directed towards me. I mean, there have been times, George, that these things have come down so low and pointing the nose down, like right towards me. What am I wanting? What are they trying to do? I don't know the answer. My speculation, my opinion on it would be that they must know something about me that I don't know. And they're interested in that. And or perhaps it's as simple as what I said earlier in the interview, that they somehow know that God bestowed this calling upon me, bringing me into the world, that he would work through me to be this spiritual warrior to help people, and they were trying to understand it. I guess that's my best guess on the whole thing. I sort of have given up trying to understand it. I have had many black experiences. I had an encounter with a shadow figure that was running from me because it noticed, I guess, was aware that I'm watching it, that I see it, and all of a sudden it started picking up. It looked like a shadow-esque figure, and I glanced over, I saw it, and it realized that I saw it, and all of a sudden the steps started going very quickly, and I jumped out of my chair, and it disappeared through the wall, and I was binding and rebuking and casting out and stealing. I've had just about every type of experience that you can imagine, including the Bigfoot Sasquatch experience with those beings as well. It's all happened. It's all for a reason. I don't know what the reason is, but I'm just thankful that God has a level of favor on me that he does. He keeps me safe. He's keeping me empowered. He's keeping me blessed. And he's keeping me in what I call warrior mode. Let's go back to the coast now. East of the Rockies, Roberto in Florida. Hey, Roberto. Hi, I was wondering there, my vision is there person, and I was wondering if you see anything in my life that's keeping me from getting out of the victimhood and getting into the victory training, and because I'm trying to feel like I'm spinning my wheels when it comes to trying to get ahead, looking for a job. Could it be because I could be to the prospective employers that they could give me a job? Well, my brother, I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for your call. God bless you. I'll certainly be praying for you. And I would like you to reach out to me. When you visit stilltaking.com, you can email me directly from the site. I want you to reach out to me, and I will do everything that I can by the power of God working through me to help you. And it sounds to me, without really knowing the answer, it sounds to me like there's been some type of trauma in your life that has opened the doorway and kept you in this demonic stronghold. It's like a block that keeps you from moving forward. So please reach out to me and let's have a session. And I am 100% certain that God will work through you to remove it all from you. But then we have a game plan for your life and moving forward to where you step out of that fear-based, trauma-based way of thinking and living into the warrior mode, having that level of faith, strength, and courage. What do demons look like, Bill? Well, I've seen many different types, that's for sure. I've seen anything from like a black, pretty figure with glowing red eyes to other figures that sort of look like monsters that and had these teeth that I guess the best way to describe it, George, would be almost canine in a way, very sharp and pointed teeth. I've seen some that one case in particular I'm thinking of right now, 2014, looked like one of those Mothman creatures, and I came within probably 6 to 10 feet of that entity, and it was only by the power of God that I could withstand it, because most people, now just think about what I've said, I've talked about this before.
A lot of people would have fainted. They might have soiled themselves. They might have turned around and just ran as fast as they could. It was only by the power of God that I could stand there face to face within 10 feet of this being. And I had a Bible in one hand and a holy mixture of holy water, holy oil, holy salt, and frankincense in the other hand. And I recall saying, by the mighty power of Yahweh's mighty and holy name, in Jesus' name, I bind and rebuke you and cast you out and command you to depart at once. And I shook. This was in like a type of holy shaker, and I shook that thing 3 times, and this substance came out and hit it. And that thing let out a screech like I have never heard before or since. And it was so loud that it rattled the windows in the house. And this is a very large home. And it departed, but I'll never, ever forget that as long as I live, George. And I've had many other encounters as well with demonic entities. Let's go to Rick in South Carolina. Hey, Rick, go ahead. Hey, Bill, it's Rick in South Carolina. How are you? Great, Rick. Thank you for calling. How are you, my brother? Well, I just want to give a testimony to people that are listening that what you do is actually real. It's not something made up. And you said something earlier that it's easy to put back. What you say, you know, my problem is pharmakia. Yeah. It's easy to get scared and say, well, I can't do it without it. But through the power of God and through the help and through prayer, I'm a totally different person. I'm not where I want to be, but I'm getting a lot closer. You're on your way, brother. You're a success story. George Rick is one of my clients, and we have been together for a while now, and it's been a process. And Rick, you know, very much like my own story, was 2 steps forward, 3 steps backward until I got there, and he's on his way now. We praise God for it. It's a testament to your abilities, Bill. He's a good man, and he deserves to be happy. And it's so sad because he's had a lot of tragedy in his life, a lot of trauma, and a lot of abuse. And so when a person sustains that, it really makes them feel unworthy to the point of where they feel there's no hope, there's no help, and they're just going to escape reality through substance abuse. And there is a better way, and God is working through me to provide that better way. And so we can get on the other side of these things. And for anybody out there that's listening right now, there is a better way. You know, when you're in that type of life, it is certain death. You're either going to die, overdose, or you're going to be in prison. It's one or the other of both, you know, at some point. And so there is a better way. And the better way, obviously, is to step out of that fear-based, trauma-based way of thinking and living into warrior mode, having complete faith and trust in God. And I can assure you of this because I'm a living, breathing, walking, talking miracle from God, that He saved me and transformed my life from victim to victor. Will do the same for you. If you really want it and you don't want that life anymore, and if you have that level of faith and trust, He will deliver you from it. I don't care what it is. We'll take a few more calls with Dean. Let's go to Jim in Connecticut. Hey, Jimmy, go ahead. Yes, George, thank you very much for taking my call, and thank you for having Bill on tonight. Before I pose my question to Bill, I'd like to thank him. I met him last summer at a seminar in Connecticut, and I recalled him as a retired police detective. Yeah, myself and my wife and son had gone through some difficult times related to work, and I just want to let you know, Bill, like George said, I had that same sensation with you, and the highest compliment I can tell you you, sir, is that you are genuine and authentic. And I'm on a process thanks to you. And I was on your show tonight. I was listening earlier
a.m. I think it was somewhere around, I think it's around 5 a.m. From 5 a.m. to 5:12 a.m. it lasted. And I tested it. I said, by the mighty power of Yahweh, his mighty and holy name, Yahshua Jesus the Christ name, I'm binding with you, Jewish command you to depart at once. They did not leave. So then I stood there. I said, Father, I thank you and praise you. And every time I was thanking and praising him, the object would respond with bursts of light. It was one of the most amazing experiences that I've ever had. Every single time I praised him, those objects burst with light. Now, this goes back to Psalm 68:17, where it says the spirit is 20,000. So I do believe, and why, I have no idea, but I do believe that the origins of the flying craft do come from our Creator. And I also believe that when Satan and a third of the angels were cast out of heaven, they were cast out in those flying crafts. And they came down here and took human women and had unnatural sexual relations with them, producing a hybrid offspring of giants called the Nephilim. I believe all that's true. And so that is such a great question. And George, I'll tell you, it really makes my day, night, morning to have this call and to know that he's okay and doing okay. And I do recall meeting him, good man, and I've kept him in prayer. And he had some serious trauma, job-related trauma that was, with him for a long time. And so I'm very thankful to hear that now he is leaving that behind and moving forward. Well, like you said, you're the real deal, bro. And I want to thank you for everything you've done for our close listeners over the years. Well, you know that I'm here for you anytime. You're my dear friend. Tommy D's my dear friend. I would do anything for you guys. And I would do anything for anybody that is in need. Again, I'll do anything and everything by the power of God working through me to help you. It is not me, it is the power of God working through me. And I'm thankful and I'm blessed to be in this position. Bill's website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com, and his new book is called My Life, Transformation from Victim to Victor. Up next, Altered Lines on Coast to Coast AM. Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Hosted by true crime author and human storyteller Mary Katie Slayer, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers riveting narratives about killers, scammers, journalists, and avengers. Drawn from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes. He's provided investigators in Mountain City, Tennessee, with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My father had the same barber as Vin Scully, and my dad says, hey, can my kid get your autograph? And the guy says, absolutely. And he takes my baseball and he signs it. He signed it, Chief Daryl Gates. For Tim Conway Jr. Show, my dad thought Vin Scully was Chief Daryl Gates. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. There's nothing more irritating than going through self-checkout and the second item you put through, call for attendance, and the lady comes over and goes, excuse me, you should have rolled up separately. I'm like, no. You should have more people here. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. What I should have done is put them in my pants and walked out and picked it for free. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. My grandfather convinced me to always have it full. Because I'm one of those paranoid idiots. If there's going to be an earthquake, we got to get out of LA. And I don't want to be the a-hole who stops on the side of the road, telling my wife and my daughter, yeah, I was going to get gas for Tim Conway Jr. Show. And I went and got tacos instead. They're really good. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. My grandfather bought the Chevrolet Caprice, and it was the first one that beeped if you didn't wear the seatbelt. And we cut him out of the car. We got the seatbelts out, but he cut all the seatbelts out of his car. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. And he put the little clasp into
including other class to the ballot stuff ringing live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Valley Monorail. I'm Bob Walker in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. No, it's not Disneyland in Anaheim. Rather, residents of Sherman Oaks heard from a company that hopes to build a monorail system between the San Fernando Valley and the west side of LA. The monorail was presented as a quicker and less expensive solution versus tunneling through the Santa Monica Mountains for a subway line.
The Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council favors heavy rail fully underground and strongly opposes the elevated train in the valley.
Lindsay Imber, the president of the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council, she says the monorail system, which would follow the path of the 405 freeway, will be considered as one of 6 potential options. But she adds that an underground system, though more expensive and longer to build, might be a better option for commuters well into the next century. American democracy is on the line in the 2024 presidential election. That's what President Biden stressed to Americans Friday during a campaign stop near the famous Revolutionary War encampment at Valley Forge in Pennsylvania. Choice is clear. Donald Trump's campaign is about him, not America, not you. Donald Trump's campaign is obsessed with the past, not the future. While marking the 3-year anniversary of the attack on the Capitol, Biden slammed Republican frontrunner Donald Trump and his allies for their attempts to keep Trump in power following his 2020 election loss. Biden called Trump's actions on the day of the Capitol attack one of the worst derelictions of duty in American history. Olivia Rodrigo is a major fan of alternative music. She said the first time she heard Floyd's Royal changed the trajectory of her life. During a recent interview with the Hollywood Reporter, Rodrigo said hearing Lloyd's debut album, Scare Heroin, was incredibly impactful, and she said she was blown away by the lyrics. Scotland Vegas and KFI clear skies this morning, sunny later, expect highs all the way around in the 50s. There are some wind advisories in effect for some areas of the Southland. Right now, 43 in Los Alamitos, 44 in Anaheim, Bell Gardens, 46. It's 42 in Van Nuys. We leave local. In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Brooke Wilker. There is a minor glitch signal getaway on the 605 freeway in Whittier area. Solo injured crash right shoulder, southbound 605 at the Federal Boulevard, North Philly, Falls. For the downtown LA, what I was doing is the Santa Monica freeway that connects us from the northbound 110 Fountain Park was blocked by a solo crash in the right lane. And on the San Bernardino freeway in Claremont, CSP still finding apart a car and a cement truck and what's on the east hill. They find the sign just fix their faster. I'm at school. This is Marketer's Report. Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio. We use audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. What happens here if I say anything for 2 minutes? Does the alarm go off? Should we test it? No. Yeah. No. Let's do it. No. Look, if I tune into a station and they're not on the air, there's no way I'm leaving there until I come back on the air. Absolutely. You'll never get more listeners than dead air. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. It's the only business in the world where you get more attention if you don't do anything. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Bottom line is you're not that instant. And you're on vacation, you're on vacation. I'm on vacation, no one touches me. Although I've had a few interrupted. There isn't a story on the planet that should keep me from having a vacation. I don't care if it's World War III. If I'm at the airport, I'm at the airport. Bill Handle. I'll catch you 200 million deaths from now and we'll start talking. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
When my husband and I first started going out, you know when you like show the highlight reel and it's not who you are, but you're pretending to be interested in what they're interested in? It's what you do in your mid-20s to impress a guy that I should have never done. Because then you're stuck sitting through 3 movies of Lord of the Rings and pretending that you're interested.
Gary
with us when we leave and bringing it back in the morning.
I think I'm going to go to Mars and I'm going to steal one of those little kid carts that they allow you to push around. Baby cart. And we have that to store our stuff in.
I don't think you should steal a shopping cart though.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. She said, hey, you work at KFI? I said, yeah. And she said, my boyfriend listens to you all the time. I said, well, that's cool. What's his name? She goes, it's my ex-boyfriend. Whenever we got in the car at night, he wanted to listen to you, and I wanted to talk, and I got pissed. Whoa! I broke him up. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Wow. Now that you're single, 20 more minutes. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. To talk to George Dory, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nori. Well, welcome to the open line portion of Coast to Coast. Great to be with you. Lots to talk to you about, so you get ready to make the call. And I'll do a program note for you. On Wednesday, in the second half of the program, for the last 2 hours, we're going to have a special tribute show to the life of our late co-host and host, Ian Conant. He passed away at the age of 63. We're going to have special clips from Ian's shows. His wife is going to join us for a little bit, and we'll have a few little surprises for you. But the special tribute Wednesday night, second half of the program, the life of Ian Conant. Do miss that night. So we're going to come back and take your open line calls in just a moment. Coast to Coast AM. Well, will this year be a roller coaster? And how will your hard-earned savings fare? You're already seeing the impacts of inflation at the pump, the grocery store. The dollar continues to lose buying power quicker than wages can increase. And how are you protecting your own savings? You might want to consider diversifying with gold from reverse gold proofing. For decades, gold has truly been the choice of investors and central banks to hedge against inflation. Well, now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA account with the help of Birch Gold. It won't cost you a penny to make that switch. Just text the word COAST to 989898, and Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and again, without paying a penny out of pocket for that. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of satisfied customers, you can trust Birch Gold as well. Text COAST to 989898 for your free info kit on gold. That's COAST to 98 right now. Personal safety for you and your family is a year-round priority. If you haven't developed a plan, put Find Burn on Less Lethal Pistol at the top of your 2024 resolution list. That's BYRNA. Burn a pistol is a reliable self-defense weapon that has formidable stopping power and is very easy to use. Burner provides different ammunition options such as rounds filled with tear gas mixed with pepper and rock-hard kinetic rounds that can incapacitate attackers for up to 40 minutes. If you work the night shift, make sure you have protection to and from. Burner is the solution everyone can get behind, legal in 50 states. No permits or background checks required, must be 18 years or older. I personally own the Burner SB launcher, a great compliment to my firearms. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using my firearms. Burner is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Burner.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's BYRNA.com/George. And welcome back to Coast. Great to be with you. And we know we stay as non-political as we can, but in a couple weeks, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to be a guest on your program. He wants to come on and chat about everything he's been working on and his career and everything else. And as you know, he has announced he wants to be president, and he switched from the Democratic Party, where his family traditionally was, to an independent. So we're going to chat with him, and then we'll take calls with him and let you feedback join in. Let's go to the phone. Let's go to first-time caller Jane in New York to get us started. Hello, Jane. Welcome to the show.
Happy. I was listening to the gentleman talking about possession and things. I had moved, we had moved into a home many years ago when our daughter was like 4. And I always got an uncomfortable feeling that my husband would have killed to own the house. And one day, I know that there was a room that was painted all black that went through a closet into her room. And one day I put her down and she started dancing. And I said, "Oh, what's that? Where's that?" She said, "Well, Lisa taught it to me." Like that. And I said, "Oh, well, who's Lisa?" She lives in my closet.
Oh, boy. And of course, you checked out the closet, right?
Oh, you know what happened? I had a neighbor who approached me and said, "Please don't put water in your pool." And I noticed many dog houses had abandoned the property because every dog who has lived here has died in the pool. And my daughter kept talking to this person, Lisa, and one day, I'm trying to make this quick. One day, I had put her down for a nap, and I always took walks off of doors when she was young. So, you know, and I started to go out of the room, and the door wouldn't open. And I kept pulling, and I looked back, and she had this look. She could have stared right through me. And she said, "Can't get up, can you, Mommy?" And like that. And I said, "What? Okay, what are you doing? Please, what are you doing?" And I started taking the hinges off so I could remove the door. And the door released at that point, and she just went into like almost like a coma in her crib. And I took her to the doctor in town, and he said, "Could you tell me which house you live in?" And I told him. He said, "I think we need to arrange to have stress come to their home."
Wow, the doctor said that.
Yes, and the gentleman came to the house, and when he walked in, he said, oh my God." I said, "What?" He said, "There are 7 to 8 entities in this home."
Now, had he been to the house before, Jay?
He had studied the house before he came there. He had looked up the records. And he said, "What exactly is your daughter been doing?" She's been talking talking to another child who's been acting very strange. And every time my dog goes outside, I didn't put water in the pool. I said my dog winds up in the bottom of the pool, and then I have to go carry her out. And he said, I don't know if this child mentioned the name Lisa.
You said that?
Yeah. And he said there was a mother that in a little room down the hall, he said, where a little girl Lisa was taken to bed by her mother.
Oh my God.
And I said, I told him what was happening. He said, please, pack your things up, get everything together, get your child out of this house tonight. He said, it is that there is evil here, true evil. And I got her out, she started growing up, and she has regret acting to this almost vicious human being who is a Christian charity.
How old is she now?
She's 40 now. And
is Lisa back in her life?
You know, I'm not sure because I can't get her to talk. I would ask her, you know, what's going on? Why are you like this? And she would look at me and say, I don't really remember things, do you? And she is very, it's almost like she's possessed. She will talk.
Was the house a rental, or did you own it?
No, we bought the home.
What did you do with the house?
But, well, you know what? We found out when we were looking at the house that all of the men who didn't own the house loved it and would have chose to own it. But no one, not one family ever stayed in that house for a full year.
Did you end up selling it then?
Yes, we did. I got out that day. I took her, and he said, take nothing that is in the house when you take it. Only take your things.
Your things. And where did you go?
I went to my mother's house. And,
but you tell Mom, my house is possessed.
I didn't quite know how to break it to her. And even our dog was affected.
What do you think to this day there's something affecting your daughter?
You know, I hate to think that, but yes, I do believe there is. No one can get through to her to a kind side anymore. She's cold and distant, and she will just stare.
She's not loving to you at all?
Not anymore, no.
Is she married?
She got married, and she strangely, she turned on him also. And now she has moved into her own apartment.
Kids?
Huh?
Kids?
Yeah, well, she left her kids at the home where she lives.
With the ex?
Yeah, and I asked her, I said, do you have children? She said, I do, when it's necessary. Yes.
Oh, this really affected her.
It has, and it breaks my heart. And what I was going to ask him, what do I do?
I suggest you go to his website, BillJBEAN.com. Set up an appointment with him. I mean, it's very conceivable that she's still possessed.
Well, you know, and I just don't talk about that, but it's so real. It really is, and it's concerning me so much.
Would your daughter consent to a session with him?
That's what I don't know. He won't respond to me right now, and I keep thinking, okay, so one thing I can do, I can write something nice every few days, say hi, how are you doing, I love you, all that. Never, just never a reply. So I don't know.
Would you let us know what happens as this moves ahead?
Absolutely, yeah. It's creepy. It really is.
All right, thank you, Jim. Thank you for that story. Incredible. Let's go to Ohio. Joe's with us on Coast to Coast. Go ahead, Joseph.
Hi, George. Thank you so much for taking my call. You're such a patriot. I was hoping to still talk to your last guest, Bill Bean. Don't you feel the energy that comes from him? He's such a he's amazing.
Well, like I mentioned when I first shook his hand years and years ago, I felt a burst of energy come in. And I never told him at the time, but it was like one of those wow that's why I really wanted to talk to him. But, George, we've talked in the past before, and this is really important. I'm glad that I have a minute to talk to you here. I'm all about solutions. I don't fear anything. I don't have anxiety because all that does is deplete your copper. And we and this planet are so much depleted. Human beings are copper, and we have way too much iron in us. And that's what's causing a mitochondrial dysfunction. Okay, and while I'm able, I want to be able to spread the word. I want to save lives, and I want to awaken people. And I wanted to talk real briefly about the jab or the shot. You're familiar with CRISPR technology? Yes. Okay, you understand about gene editing and what that does? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay. You understand that our body, it runs on, it has a software system. Correct? It's been programmed, that's for sure. Yeah. And a virus is nothing more than bad software that's being put into us. The CRISPR technology is able to edit gene editing and stop our genes, shutting our genes off. What that does is that means our immune system cannot work. There's synthetic artificial mRNA in it, human diploid cells, host cell DNA. I mean, the graphene oxide gathers up. We have something that could strip the graphene oxide out. I'd like to plug a doctor who I would love for you to get on his show. I brought his name up to you before. He's been on many a show. There's nobody better, George. His testing is 98% accurate. You know, an average blood test is only 20% accurate. I didn't know it was that low, really. Yes, it's that low. You could look that up. 20%. He's 98%. This platonic signatures in this in the COVID shot. There's a lot of bad stuff. The doctor, who I highly recommend, he's out of Ohio. His name's Dr. Alfonso Manzo. He's actually a minister too. He's an electrical engineer and doctor. He's an amazing person. That's his real name, Alfonso Manzo? Yes, it is. Alfonso Manzo. From Medina. And he's such a wonderful soul. If you talk to him for 2 minutes, you will hit it off and you will thank me. But it's not that. I just want to save lives. That's all I want to do. Put the right people. You had a prior guest in 2012. I brought his name up to you. He passed. He killed. He died in January of 2020. He was taken out. He was the first one that told me about this nanotechnology in 2014. I thought he was crazy. His name was Michael Chapola. You were looking him up, but he was one of your guests in 2012. I got Dr. Manzo and Michael Chapola to talk. 2 weeks later, he died. Either he was taken out from electronic warfare or poison. And so anyway, long story short, I had looked him up. He was invited at the Retro Expo. I know you're familiar with the Edward Griffin. Yep. Good guy. Would you send me an email, Joe, just to back it up? Yeah, if you could put me on hold, and I'll give you the information to your guest, because I've tried to reach out to you before, and could I hold on when you hang up here? Oh yeah, just email me, George@coasttocoastam.com. George@coasttocoast what? am.com. Okay, I will. Thank you, Joseph. We take texts and tweets. Tom, what do you have for us? This one is from Denise in Oklahoma. She wants to know what you think about the animal overpopulation and what might be a solution. Well, now let's talk about that for a second. Do you mean like pets? Too many dogs, too many cats? Or are you talking about mountain lions? I only get limited information, but I'm assuming she's meaning like the shelters, because those are really overpopulated right now. Well, I think the shelters are doing a wonderful job taking care of people, and taking care of animals and giving them away to families as much as they can. I mean, you adopted a dog, and you saved his life. How many years ago? Oh, Trey, 10, 12. A while back. But I mean, the overbreeding of some of these animals, That's the problem. Yeah, I think the governors just have to give more money to the shelters because some of them are not doing well right now. I ran into the guy in St. Louis a couple days ago, and he has a friend who breeds Rottweilers, and he told me he sells every Rottweiler breeds. Guess how much he sells them for? $600, $800. $20,000 a puppy. Seriously? Yes, and he gets it. Somebody else is breeding them. I mean, it's amazing. Yeah, that is amazing, but people love Rottweilers. All right, next one. We'll take another couple texts next hour. Let's go to Talia in Jacksonville, Florida. Hi, Talia. Welcome to the show.
Hi, how are you doing?
Okay, hope you are too.
I have one quick review. I missed you guys, but he was giving a prediction, and I wanted to know what yours are regarding the direction the country is going in and what you see happening with former President Trump and the relationship with China and happening in the Middle East. What do you see happening in the near future?
Let's go one at a time. Ask me a question.
Okay, in the future, with China and how basically Biden in their pocket, they're getting land here, their military bases, all these people are coming in, terrorists included. What do you see happening on that front as far as American security?
Well, first of all, I think we built China because they were just really a third world nation back many years ago. And with our technology and our input and our companies that moved there for cheap labor, they helped create this Chinese problem that we have today. Will we ever go to war with China? I'm not sure. I see one stumbling point, and that's Taiwan, where I think China wants it. We won't let them have it, and that is a sticky point with me. I think that could be a problem. Other than that, I think we could build on relations with China pretty well, but Taiwan is going to be an issue, mark my word. What else you got there for us?
Definitely. More on that front, they are also having to fund terrorists possibly in the Middle East, but at the same time, they are also terrorizing and attacking Muslims. So now they're talking about kind of what's going on with America. What do you see on that front? Why are they funding them more and also the people they don't really want to be aligned with?
Nations have historically funded both sides of the party on many, many occasions. I think the situation in Iran is deplorable with what they're funding, and China's doing the same thing. It's going to backfire on them, in my opinion, in the long run.
The upcoming presidential election, what do you foresee as far as the Supreme Court's possible decision or the most likely decision? And should they vote towards him on his side and say that he has a right to still be on the ballot? Do you foresee them ever really letting that happen?
Yeah, I think it's possible to get back on the ballot. I think he's got some immense legal issues that he's got to deal with, which could have an effect on him. But I'm baffled how he continues to be such a strong frontrunner. The problem is the candidates that we're showing right now overall aren't really that exciting. They're not that good. Now, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. may be the standout, but, I'm not sure an independent can win an election. So I'm going to ask him about that when he's our guest in a couple weeks. But I'm also not sure that Joe Biden's going to run for re-election yet. This is a very strange year. So I'm going to hold back a little bit on my predictions until we really see what happens and who gets it. We'll be back with more on that.
The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Brooke Walker, the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A Los Angeles judge delayed any decision on whether Cher should be granted a conservatorship over her 47-year-old troubled son. The judge says she wants to give Elijah Ullman's attorney more time to present their side of the issue. Cher says his court papers that her son is unable to manage his finances. The judge pushed her decision to later this month. Actor David Soul, that's known for playing Hutch in the popular 1970s television series Selfie, has died at the age of 80. The actor's wife, Helen Snell, released a statement Friday saying Soul died Thursday following a valiant battle for life in the loving company of family. Stop by way from KFI clear this morning. Right now, 42 in Anaheim, 45 still east, 46 Inglewood, and Burbank has 44. We need local. It's KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brooke Walker. There's a crash in Corona on the Riverside Freeway at the second car mixed it up on the westbound 91 before Main Street. That has done in the right lane. Good news, part of it is there's no slowing. A solo crash on the Santa Ana Freeway heading towards East LA. No time behind the Fifth Avenue. The second on the last over. And we also have a solo injury accident on the 605 freeway in the Winter area. This is on the southbound 605 before Federal Boulevard. Those are the stuff. We'll find this guy that's taking there faster. I'm Errol Poole.
Hosted by true crime author and killer storyteller Mary Kay Slayer, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers riveting narrative about killers, scammers, journalists, and avengers. Drawing from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes. It provided investigators in Mountain City's industry with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Marketer's Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Ventry, weighing in on building loyalty to customers. Capital One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customers. We will do down check parties that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart. As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I'm attorney Gary Cavanaugh, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COPS, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COPS. KFI, AM 640. A minimum of 5 years in a lock-up, secure location where you are guaranteed to be sodomized 19 times a day. That is what should be given to people who vandalize national parks. Okay, maybe we're going to rethink this one. What do you think, huh, George? Bill Handle. Hey, if you know the name of the guy, why haven't you recorded it? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I've heard stories of people that go to like senior care retirement villages or whatever, and they bang around there. So it's a relationship. My grandma had a boyfriend. His name was Howard in her 70s. Howard was shady as by the way. Shady when you're post 70 and it's just a boyfriend or a girlfriend. You put a ring on it, or you're just like, I don't want to bother.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. Only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. To talk to George Norrie, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we've got open lines for you tonight. We're going to have open lines for you next hour as well on Coast to Coast. So let your fingers do the walking. Of course, paranormalday.com keeps cruising along. 848 people. They get 182,000 signed up members at paranormalday.com. Absolutely, paranormalday.com. Now, what happens if you need that date or friendship? He's a bit more mature. We have 60-plus folks waiting for you at paranormalday.com/seniors. So we're giving you a little bit of a choice. Paranormalday.com. That's for everybody. You can go to paranormalday.com/seniors if you'd like those with things like these needs that are 60-plus. Michael Thomas, and here are the wonders of stem cell technology.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Ray brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Ray with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of kidney stems and adaptogens together, supporting the body to be protected.
Dr. Morrow, how do I feel after taking my adaptogens and kidney stems?
The immune stem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. If you put adaptogen along with it, you most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Ray protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
I know you're going to want them after hearing this. This is an amazing story. We've got Stephen and Malachi Gregory in Nelson, New Zealand. I understand that Malachi, who's 8, almost 9 years old now, was suffering with not just 1 or 2 warts, but I mean a significant outbreak of warts all over his body. So significant it impacted his ability to really function. Yeah, he was having trouble getting all the utensils right at the time look at, so they got me thinking about it. And that's the fun. It is an amazing immunomodulator, and so I can see that it would work. And so at what point did you see that there was actually improvement really going to work? So what we really noticed that around 12 weeks, his baby things actually getting smaller and smaller, and then going down to just little red knots that open to gone. We're talking about one the size of a walnut. I thought, no way that's going to fly off this thing, right? So seeing get into a pair of shoes, yeah. How wonderful. It's great to see him so happy and confident. Absolutely wonderful. That's into the thing. That's fun away. Right, this is awesome. Yeah, this is awesome. Another amazing story. Why? We're talking about carnivora. Call them to awaken your immune system and protect yourself now. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. CARNIVORA. Carnivora.com. As we head into a presidential election year, get ready. 2024 will be tumultuous. How are you protecting your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from Virtual Group. For decades, gold has been the choice 9898, and Rich Cole will send you a free info kit on gold. That's Coach to 989898 now. And welcome back to Off Online. It's George Norrie of Service for you as we get it rolling into 2024. It's truly remarkable. It really is. You know, as you know, when I do Open Lines on Fridays, we end the program with an incredible song given to us years ago by a fellow by the name of UFO Phil. We'll be playing that again tonight. And UFO Phil is on the line with us. Hello there, Phil. Welcome.
George, happy New Year.
You too, my friend. It's been a long time since we've spoken.
It has been a long time, and I had to call you tonight because an alien came to me in a dream last night and told me something that is absolutely going to blow your mind, George.
Uh-oh, what was it?
Can you keep a secret?
Sure can. No one's listening.
Okay. It was Zach's song. Now, he's 9 feet tall. He's got great skin. He's blue. He's a leader. So I know I can trust what he told me. Now, he said that 2024 is the year that the aliens will come to Earth and reveal themselves.
This is it.
100%.
I believe you, brother. This could be it. This could be everything we've been talking about.
I wanted to tell you first because he's going to be coming to me in dreams as we get closer to that date, and he's going to reveal more and more information. What I know so far is they plan to land in Las Vegas on June 10th. Okay, and there are official preparations that need to be made. And Jackson has appointed me the official mothership ambassador and guide. And he says he's going to give me further instructions soon. So I'm going to need your help, George, and I'll keep you informed as I get more information.
You got it, Phil. Whatever you need, my friend.
All right, George. Thank you.
Thank you. UFO Phil. And again, we'll end the show tonight with that incredible song that UFO Phil gave us many years ago. Let's go to Cornelius in Alexandria, Louisiana. Hello, Corny. Tough act to follow, huh?
George, you really got one there, UFO Phil, but if they don't land in this, I don't know what to say about Fort Phil, but anyway. George, yesterday was my birthday, and I want to thank Ruthie, and that's Ruthie on the West Coast. She sent me a message for my birthday yesterday, and I was telling Tommy, and he's just like, oh, it's your birthday.
Happy birthday. We'll sing you a song.
This is the best show on earth, and I'm so glad you're going to talk about the communist Chinese on Monday, or whatever show that is next week, too. And I'm glad you're giving a great tribute to him, and I would love to hear his wife and stuff. Hope you'll let us call in, too, and stuff.
If we have time, we may take a couple of calls every once in a while.
Oh, okay. But I went in and talked to the audience, because I told you my feet were giving me problems. I know we got a praying audience out there. My feet feel a whole lot better, and not 100%, but they were hurting like I don't know what. I guess it's arthritis, and I got to go outside and talk to you. It's cold out here, so I'm going to be quick with it. I was listening to Frank Gaffney, he had Securing America on American Family Radio, and NCM Central Time to love him. Still on James Lindsay, who has the marxification of education. And this book is about how the communist Chinese have come over here and droves, and like the immigration problems and all like that. So we're slowly being taken over. And that lady from Florida, I'm glad she's listening to a program. That's why I tell everybody, get your God, guns, and birds, Bible, bullets, and beans, and just get ready. But my dad, before he died, y'all know he was a Korean War veteran. He said we needed to line that bird with nothing but 50 caliber. Shoot them above their heads first, shoot them at their feet, and then you know what to do next. But, you know, I don't know what to say, George. It's just like Bill was saying, too. It seems like the country's been taken over by demons and stuff, and I just don't see a good end to this until Christ returns now. I used to believe in the rapture, but I don't now. But I think the Antichrist is
bumpy road, life is bumpy. But in the long run, Cornelius, I think everything's going to work out for us. Let's go to Jim in Delaware. Welcome to the show. Hey, Jim.
Hey, George, in Revelation 13, verse 18, the last verse, it says something about let him who has understanding calculate the number of the feet. And his number, it's a man's number, and it's a man, and his number is 600, 3 scores, 6. Already did Elon Reed Musk. I tried to calculate his number in the Greek alphabet, which has numerals, and also the Hebrew alphabet. Not either which, if I did it correctly, come up to 666. But anyway, I called you. I'm glad you're having Robert Kennedy on, because I was going to ask you that. I think that he threw his hat in the ring because he sees his party going so far to the left. If the earth was flat, like someone said on there, they would fall off the edge. But anyway, I emailed you to have Dr. Patrick Moore on, co-founder of Greenpeace. Did you get that?
Yeah, we got it. We'll check that out.
There's also, he wrote me a letter also reading a few pages about the CO2 coalition, because we got to pay for our CO2 footprint. CO2 ain't even poisonous, it isn't carbon gas at school.
We had more CO2 during the dinosaur era.
True, there you go, and it's talking match between man and plant, because we exhale percentage of CO2. Plants love it and give us back oxygen. God made that, and they made it that way.
Exactly. Well, you keep sending the information our way, Jimmy, and we'll keep looking at it, my friend. Next up, let's go to Audie in Virginia, east of the Rockies. Audie, welcome to the program.
George, sir, it's so awesome to talk to you. And first, I just want to thank you guys, you and the crew, for always being there. I've been listening since I was 19.
Wow.
33. So,
well, thank you for hanging in there so long with us.
Yeah, the ups and downs you guys have kind of gone through with me. It's crazy to look back and just see all that. But the novelty of you guys being there all night, there's not much for us night owls out there anymore. And
how do you feel about us? Let me ask you out of a programming question, the fact that we go live on holidays. Do you like that?
Oh, that's probably one of the coolest things you guys do. And I know it means so much, not only to me, just a regular listener for so long, but the guys that are, serving time and stuff. I have a friend who made some bad life decisions, and he ended up in prison. And he would listen, and then at the end of the week, we would talk on the phone, and we would just talk about toast. And it was something that could bring him out of that, gloom he was in. And he was a really good guy, but just made some small bad decisions in his life, and I never got him through that. But yeah, you guys are like an all-night diner for us night owls, somewhere we can go to cozy and warm and always, friendly faces. And I'm pretty stoked I got to follow up UFO Phil and Cornelius. That's really cool.
Well, that's great.
I have one question for you.
Sure.
So, you guys always do, at the beginning of the show, the 15 minutes of news. And I was wondering, I hope you never retire, ever, because that would just break my heart. But I'm sure, that idea doesn't sound that great to you, not to ever retire. But
actually, I plan to keep going until the big end.
Well, that's awesome. I hope that, I really, that's what I would. So, I'm on board with that. And if you do that, if you could always just continue to do the 15 minutes of news at the beginning of the show,
yeah,
you never miss that. And it's just so cool.
We'll do it with
I kind of come to depend on.
I like doing that. Years ago, we talked about how can we do something a little different. And we just decided to do news with my angle, my twist. And I'm glad you like it.
Everything you do, George, is just, perfect in my book. So just keep up the good work. You're awesome. And we love you and really appreciate you and the crew.
All right, my friend, Audie. Thank you. And I'm glad you hit the go to Brian in Kent, Washington. Welcome to the show. Hey, Brian. How are you doing? Good, my friend. How are you? Oh, pretty good. I had a question on, of all the psychic communities you have in your program, George, maybe you solve it. Who would you recommend to have a rating off of? I would not recommend anybody singularly. I think the ones that we put on the test, and we like them all. So everyone you put on the air, they're all fine. Now, some of them are friends of ours. Joe Jacobs, for example, who was on during New Year's Day. He's a great guy, and he's very spiritual and understands people. But we like them all, Brian. Just take notes whenever they're on, and the ones you like, go for it. What are you looking for? What kind of question? Well, I don't know. I just some like future, whatnot. You on disability Parkinson's disease, so I'm wondering about my future, whatnot. Yeah, try Joe Jacobs. 1-800-C-SELF. 800-C-SELF is his website. Okay? All right, thanks a lot. Okay, Brian. Text and please. Tom, what do you have for us? Hey, George, from Roger in Orange County, California. He wants to know if you think gas prices will ever go down to, quote, sane prices. Well, what I wish we could. You know, I'm leaving $3 a gallon gas in St. Louis, heading back to LA in another. What are you spending out there now? You really want to know what I need to take? Yeah. $5.45. For regular? No, for premium. $5.45. That's almost $2 a gallon more than we're paying out there. It's so insane here. It's unbelievable. And you use up a lot of gasoline in LA with all those, traffic jams and everything else. And everything's so far apart. So yeah, you can if you don't be careful. But so I think it's cyclical. They answer the email in the text. It goes up, it goes down. It'll come. It went down for a while, then it's starting to trail back up again. It'll go down. I don't think it's ever going to go down to like when it was like $2. We'll never see gasoline prices like that. I think that's what they meant. All right, what are you going to do? Go for it. Next up, let's go to George in Detroit. Sounds like I'm talking to me. Hi, George. Hello, how are you? Great to see you. I'm good. Well, Mr. Murray, I had heard a couple times, maybe or so, that you had mentioned that you wondered how all the creation and how everything ever got here. Yes. Well, I have an answer. I don't know if it's the correct one, but when I finally got there, I did come to peace with myself because I've been wrestling with this question myself. How did you get the answer? And then what is it? Well, it was many years ago. I seen a movie, TRUMAN, wasn't it? And I never heard him saying that the greatest power of all creation, of the greatest power of everything, is the power of goodness and the power of love. And I believe that's what our God, our Creator, is. And then the opposite is the power of evil and the power of hate. And I think that's what angel got into because it's a great way to live life for. It's a great way to live. That's a great way to live by. I'll tell you that. I like what you just said. Well, I just wanted to relay that to you. I don't know if is there any maybe somebody else could ask you that. Maybe sometimes it's more like it's good. But I think there's something to it because our Creator, the Bible thinks God is the Spirit. And are you Detroit Lions fan, by the way? I don't know. You're playing great. Am I a Detroit fan? Oh, yes, I am a Detroit fan. Well, that's very cool. Were you born in Detroit or did you move there? Well, I was born in Signdale, Ohio. And I was only about 4 or 5 years old when we moved to Detroit. What got your family to move to Detroit? Well, my dad, he got the farm that my grandpa had, but my grandpa passed away, and he
260 acres or so. We couldn't get within 10 feet of poison ivy, and he would get it so bad. And my grandpa used to grab the poison ivy and rub it on his own stomach, and he never repaired it. He said, "What's the matter? Why do you get?" And because of that, he couldn't run the farm, Now, whereabouts was the farm in Michigan? It wasn't in Michigan. It was in southeastern Ohio. Oh, really? I mean, how'd you get to Detroit then from there? Well, with my dad and my uncle, my dad, like I said, he couldn't work on the farm. And my uncle, he was my uncle because he married my mother's sister. And they decided that they needed to get a job. He couldn't work the farm. And my uncle, he had a hard time getting a job. And most of the people in that area of southeastern Ohio, they go to Pittsburgh or Cleveland. But my dad and my uncle thought that they figured that Detroit was a better place for a job. They ended up working for the automobile business, right? Yeah, my uncle worked 48 years for Chrysler. So my dad, he started out with Briggs and Stratton, I think, at Briggs. Oh, yeah, engine company, of course. We're going to come back and take more open lines in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Sign up now for Coast John, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
There are many things to love about winter. Cozy sweaters, celebrations, and family time. But winter can also bring many stressors. Extra expenses, seasonal bugs, and so much family time. If you and your loved ones are feeling stressed or anxious this winter, Cal Hope can help. Check out our free mental health resources at calhope.org today.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. I got way behind on a bank card right out of high school. The $5,000 limit. Hit that out of high school? Yeah, I hit that in about a month and a half. And the guy called me every morning at 8 o'clock. I said, "Tomorrow, I got to catch a plane. Can you call me at 7 as a wake-up call?" And he said, "Yeah, I'll do that. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Hope you get this job because you owe us $5,000. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app." I wanted to be an undercover cop because of Johnny Depp. Doing the TV show.
And what happened with that? You didn't see it through, did you?
I could mix in with the high schoolers and hey, fellow kids. Jerry and Shannon.
I think you could.
Not with this airline. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Phone, car radio, smart toaster, we don't care how you listen, just that you do.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Serenity Competency. I'm Brooke Walker in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA federal judge who ruled this week that Tom Girardi is competent to stand trial on federal fraud charges found that the disbarred attorney was exaggerating symptoms of Alzheimer's disease and partially gaining mental illness to avoid prosecution. That's according to court papers in Field Friday. The 84-year-old Girardi, his strange husband of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Erica James, who's facing multiple counts of wire fraud, a crime carrying a potential prison sentence of up to 20 years on each count. Los Angeles Metro
attack devastation in downtown Burbank. The attack left the bus driver in the intensive care unit. This bus driver says attacks are common, and he's been attacked more than 10 times.
People throw up in my face, spit in my face, punch in my face.
The suspect has been arrested and charged with felony battery and elder abuse. A plane made an emergency landing in Portland, Oregon after a hole opened up in the plane's fuselage. Brad Ford reports.
Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 from Portland to Ontario, California took off, and while climbing to cruising altitude, part of the fuselage opened up. The plane was at around 16,000 feet. The hole was at the side of the plane near passenger seats. The cabin lost pressure and the oxygen masks dropped. The pilot turned around and made an emergency landing. Firefighters met the aircraft and treated 4 people for minor injuries. The NTSB and FAA will be investigating the fuselage failure.
According to tradition, January 6th is the official end of the holiday season.
That tradition is laid out in the 12 Days of Christmas song, with the 6th ending the celebration on the Day of Epiphany with a big feast. It's actually considered unlucky to take down that Christmas tree before the 6th of January, but Home Decor reports that 51% of us are in for the down on New Year's Day. And if you need something new to celebrate, January 6th is off to the start of Carnival season. I'm Bree Tennant.
Suffering weather from KFI clear skies this morning, sunny later. Expect highs in the 60s throughout the region. A wind advisory is in effect for some valley locations. Right now, 43 in Huntington Beach, 41 in Grapevine, Compton at 45, and that's 40 in Lee Local. In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Brooks Walker.
The Riverside Freeway stopping is fast in Corona. Imagine on westbound Main Street as ET is temporarily closing all lanes north to move a pickup truck and car out of traffic. You'll come to the stop back up to 15 on that westbound 91. East LA and the Santa Ana Freeway, solo wreck on the right shoulder, northbound traffic distance Avenue. And there's also a crash on the Antelope Valley Freeway to Palmdale. The left lane is blocked close to north of Avenue S. KFI Inspired Healthcare to their faster. I'm Eric Rule.
Hosted by true crime author and killer stories by American Prayer, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers riveting narrative about killers, scammers, journalists, and avengers. Born from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes. He provided investigators in Mountain City, Tennessee, with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. At Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance, you can save up to 60% on select mattresses. Plus, store free adjustable base on qualifying purchases. Choose to better sleep in 2024. The right mattress matters, and Mattress Firm will find yours.
My name is John Clay Wilson. I'm the CEO of GiveMeTheVin.com, and I love to buy cars. And I love the system we built to buy your car. It is quick. It is fast. If you've got your license plate number, you just go to GiveMeTheVin.com, stick it in there, 45 seconds, you're in and out. You'll have enough. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buy, where we love to buy cars. Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com.
Many economists believe 2024 will produce a recession from mild to severe, and that means job losses. But if you have good credit and own a home with significant equity, the Loan Exchange can help you prepare for whatever might happen. The Loan Exchange now offers a home equity line of credit with the security of a fixed-rate mortgage. Your rate can never be higher than it is on day one. That's right, your rate can only go down from day one, never up. You can use the money for whatever you need, even if it's just a peace of mind of having cash at the ready. Call the Loan Exchange at 855-752-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com to see how easy financial protection from 2024 can be. Don't wait, because banks won't make loans to folks who are unemployed, no matter how good their credit is.
Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Financial Law, NMLS 1637539.
Again, call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com today.
It's not a liberal conservative problem. Decriminalizing it should come with some forced treatment. We can't force them into treatment. Well, we should start doing that. We've all seen the show Intervention on A&E. The people who love them the most force them into treatment.
Jerry and Shannon.
If you're a politician in LA and you love the homeless so much, why are you letting them kill themselves?
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And it's Open Line Friday for you, and we'll be back with your calls in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM. If you're worried about identity theft, you know you're not alone. In 2022, the Federal Trade Commission reported more than 1.1 million reports of identity theft scams. Common signs of ID theft include strange emails, phone calls, text messages, unexplained banking or financial activity, being declined when applying for credit, and receiving unusual medical bills or debt collection calls. It is so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. If your personal information getting exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spawn on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you, and if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. It's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. And you call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com. And again, use promo code George for 25% off. Personal safety for you and your family is a year-round priority. If you haven't developed a plan, put Brian Byrne on less lethal pistol at the top of your 2024 resolution list. That's BYRNA. A Byrne pistol is a reliable self-defense weapon that has formidable stopping power and is very easy to use. Byrne provides different ammunition options such as rounds filled with tear gas mixed with pepper and rock-hard kinetic rounds that can incapacitate attackers for up to 40 minutes. Do you work the night shift? Make sure you have protection to and from. Byrne is the solution everyone can get behind, legal in 50 states. No permits or background checks required, must be 18 years or older. I personally own the Byrne SD launcher, a great complement to my firearms. As a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using my firearms. Byrne is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Visit Byrne.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. That's BYRNA.com/George. Lee Cigars is going to be hosting Coast tomorrow night, and I'll be back on Sunday. We've got emerging artists for you, and those of you who are emerging artists and want to get on the program, just go to our website and the highlight reel that Lex has posted and Sean. Click that and send the information into Tom, and Tom sorts through it and puts them all on, and we highlight them on the first Sunday of every month. But I'll be on Sunday night. We've got a great program in store for you. Then we'll get your week going again. And it'll be my last week in St. Louis for a few months before I head back to San Diego. And see what's going on there. Let's go to Edward in Tampa to get us started. Hello, Edward. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, George, thank you for taking my call. I wanted to bring up this thing because it might be a big issue economic-wise. The commercial real estate that New York is 9.8 billion, Chicago 2.1, LA 1.8, 40% underwater. And as you know, after COVID, a lot of people are working from home. That's right. And so we hope that Congress is going to address it because they're saying this might be something that maybe might even lead to a recession. So we'll see what's going to happen with it.
I think you're right, Edward. It could be a huge problem. And what do you think the percentages of people since COVID worked at home and they're staying at home because companies are downsizing their real estate rental?
Yeah, I think it's higher than 50%, although now they're getting them into hybrid. So that means they're doing half and half.
Yeah, it's still not like it used to be then.
No. And I
Times have really changed. Thanks, Edward. Appreciate you being on the program. James in Virginia, take it away. Hey, James.
Listen, me early tonight. I usually wake up a quarter early, you know. Hey, George, I appreciate your show. Could we all address a couple of things? I have the book. I always ask if you always say yes, so I may as well just get out of the way. West of an Angel and a Rainbow, and I asked the Holy Spirit to help me write the book, and I believe I have a lot of times that happened with a lot of 3:16 showing up from John 3:16 and some other numbers that came through with the book. But anyway, partly in the book I called one night about animals, and my cat was, they said, that's till Monday, they thought, and I couldn't afford it. So I found in the Bible, I think it was Proverbs 17, compliments are medicinal. So I put that in my brain. When you read that, it doesn't say compliments are medicinal, but that's what it amounts to. And the cat lasted another 2 years. He went to 24 years old.
That's amazing.
Yeah, well, compliments are medicinal. It said something about the bones dried up, and I wouldn't have gotten that, but the Lord put that in my brain when I read it. So even as someone with my intelligence would understand it. And it really, and the cat, about a month later, 3 weeks, a month later, his fur was looking just like he was a young cat. It was amazing the transformation that he went through with just telling him how beautiful he was every day and what a wonderful cat he was. Every time I saw him, you know. But there's a Raptor song called Are You Ready? By Pacific Gas and Electric. It's an oldie song. It's a real good song. It's a real, we got a real fantastic oldies beat to it and everything. So Are You Ready? And I don't think Cornelius is ready because he said he doesn't believe in the rapture anymore. But this book, Blessed of an Angel and a Rainbow, I put in here the rapture at the beginning, and just the fact here that Cornelius is listening, Revelation 3, but the faithful church, because you have kept my command to persevere, I will keep you from the hour of trial which I've come upon the whole world to test those who dwell on the earth. So that's one of the main ones, but there's other ones in there about the twinkling of an eye, the dead shall rise first, and then the living shall follow, and meet the Lord in the air. Those 1 Corinthians 15, maybe if Cornelius read 1 Corinthians 15, and then he could call the show sometime and say, well, he doesn't believe that part. Well, final victory is called.
How did you get so spiritual, James?
Well, I got this because when I was a young, when I was just out of college around that time, I got a call with the radio was left on, and it was Art Bell, I guess, and my mother was listening to that show. She went to bed, and my friend went home, and I heard on the radio this guy talking about Revelation, and I heard him talking about Russia doing this, and this war, and this involved this, and I just opened the Bible, and I happened to be in the book of the Bible, Revelation 22, and it curses and about adding to or subtracting from Revelation, and that came back to me at my mother's funeral, and I said something, and I thought maybe I shouldn't have said that, because maybe I was misinterpreting the current heaven for the future heaven, like described in Revelation. So anyway, I went through stuff with my eye and that, but I had signs that I was fine, that I had a cloud over one time, and a shape of something over my house, that I had something that just before that at the gas station where the wind picked up, and it kept picking up different weird times, and I was pumping gas, and all of a sudden the trash can behind me was lifted up and carried all the way to the front of this gas station and thrown over there. So I said, oh, the presence of the Lord, you know, so I went home and I looked at these clouds going over there, and I looked and looked and looked, and just before I went in the last cloud, just the way the Lord does it, you know, it's always maximum, what would you say, just when you're not sure, you know, your faith has to still be there.
love you and you love me? Yeah, just sing that line. I love you and you love me. Sound like Barney when you do that. There you go. Let me text it to you. What do you got? Sorry. Well, it was pretty funny, wasn't it? That's why I'm laughing. Marianne from Maui, Hawaii wants to know if you think we will ever colonize space. Yes, one day we probably will. And probably to a massive sized spaceship. I don't believe we'll go to another planet to live. Would you want to go to another planet and stay? No. You know what? Have you seen the movie Gravity? Yes. I just watched that again. That was George Clooney, right? Yeah, and I was thinking to myself that same question. Not too much can go wrong. Too much can go wrong. I want to stick it out on good old planet Earth as long as it's there. But it's so cool up there because there's so much, you know what I mean? I'd be bored out of my mind. Would you be bored as an astronaut aboard the International Space Station? Well, spacewalking is pretty cool. Yeah, but what are you going to do next after that? I mean, day in and day out, you would miss your Los Angeles Kings hockey. Of course. Yeah, there'd be a degree of boredom, I'm sure. All right, next up, let's go to Tom in Buffalo, New York. Welcome to the show. Hey, Thomas.
Wow, there's so many places I'd like to go after that last exchange. I was fortunate enough to get in with the guest who was talking about being under surveillance because of demonic observations that he had made. And I wanted to properly communicate the situation a little bit better. What your listeners need to know, and I owe you a tremendous vote of thanks. You had a guy on named Robert Duffy who had written a book, Emilio, Strange but True Story of Invisible Spies, Heroin Addiction, and Homeland Security. And what is amazing about that book is I'm a normal guy, relatively speaking, and I, back in 2013, realized, as crazy as it sounds, that I, in fact, had been placed for reasons unknown under surveillance. And I soon did a lot of research and discovered something called stealth personnel technology, which would be more commonly known as invisibility suits. And what is very interesting is it's kind of tied into that phenomenon called gang stalking. And when you watch videos online about people who say they're victimized by gang stalkers, they're always portrayed as being neurotic, paranoid, mentally deficient. And I'm telling you, gang stalking is a real thing. And when I mentioned the license plates with respect to your other question, and that's a good idea, by the way. That was a great idea. Well, actually, it was such a good idea. Defense Intelligence Agency sent a lieutenant colonel to Buffalo to interview me about how I figured out how to break into forms of invisibility technology and how I identified the people who were perpetrating this around me in traffic and around my home. It's basically the same investigative work that was able to collar Son of Sam eventually, a license plate, and it worked out very well. But people need to understand that around the country, the government is using law-abiding American citizens as guinea pigs for so much technology, including stealth personnel technology or invisibility technology. And the problem is, when you speak out about it, unless you have corroborating witnesses or evidence, I have both, people think that you are somehow mentally deficient. And the technology itself is fascinating. I don't know. Some people think it's alien technology. Some people think it's demonic technology. But it is eatable. And I just thought I wanted to communicate with your audience. Do not automatically dismiss people who claim that they are being gang stalked. Shakespeare wrote, "There's more in heaven and earth, Horatio, than is dreamt of in your philosophy." And this whole experience that I went through, that almost cost me my job, was a real
the problem is a lot of people don't get it. Don't you find that to be the case? Well, you know what? It's funny because my photographic and videographic evidence is so good, and the report I filed with FBI naming the individuals whose cars were around me, different days, different times, different locations. I might have some police friends who did some great checks for me. You have to have evidence to corroborate your claim. And the biggest issue, and I don't know the answer to this question, George, is, well, why you? What makes you so important? That's important. That's the important thing. Tom, I got to take a couple other calls before the break, but you're on to something, and don't stop. Next up, let's go to Phil in Seattle. Welcome to the show. Hey, Phil. Hey, George. Thanks for taking my call. Hope I get all this in before the break. First of all, I want to also add the fact the first 20 minutes of your program was the best, and if I miss that, I'll wait for it to come back on, and then it goes off in the morning. Yeah, we'll rerun it. That's right. Your analysts and the people that have on there for that. Second, I wanted to add on is the guys on it and rest in peace. I think it was a fantastic host. The real shocker of the death is none of the guys who were in the audience, those people, knew he was even suffering. Well, we didn't know that until he started. I didn't know that until he started to cancel some of the shows that we had him booked on. And then I finally called my executive producer, Lisa, and said, what's wrong? He never calls him sick. And she said, there was something serious with him. She goes, something's happening. Not a voice is dying, but you're such a rock, Seattle and West. Counselor interviews and all the people we had on the block there. He loved that. He loved rock music. He loved rock music. So my regards to him is just that voice and that personality. Now the last on the Planet X thing, remember when you had David Mead on there several times? Yeah. And he was giving dates for this when it was going to come around, and when it was going to be here, and the effects on Earth. And he actually really went around saying, hey, the sky's back. And every time he had a date, he changed it, and nothing showed up. And so I kind of lost, credibility to his reporting. He had a guy on there after that to talk about the South Pole being pulled up by Planet X and it close to another. And then, the equator being north and south. So I was going that direction, thinking maybe this guy's got the right statistics. And then the guy on the team had a lot of it used up with theology, or life biblical connection. But yet, George, where are the pictures? Where is the proof of this time? Now, unless they're hiding it, Phil, that's a great question. Now, Zechariah Sitchin said that Planet X Nibiru comes around every 3,600 years. Sitchin's not with us anymore. The guest I had on earlier said it was every 2,200 years. But that's still, 2,000 to 3,600 years. That's a long time. I don't think they've seen it. I don't think modern technology has been around at that time when it came by one of the other times along its revolution. But maybe next time they will. Hopefully. Let's grab Curtis in Tyler, Texas, real quickly. Hey, Curtis. Hey, Greg. How you doing? Great. Thanks for holding in there.
Okay. I think I have, and I know this is weird, I have a plausible explanation for the alignment of the three right here in the disease.
What happened?
Okay. Like I said, they reflect the calculation of the Orion, correct?
That's what they said.
Okay. Our celestial bodies are moving in relation to each other, right? So if you were to take the alignment of those two figures right now, and compare them to the alignment that when they were built, you would think, but it is there's a drift, celestial drift in those fractions. It's actually flat. It's concavities of when those pyramids were created because of that.
That's intriguing. How'd you come up with that?
I don't know. I'm telling you, guys,
You're doing a good job doing it. Next up, Linda in Clear Lake, California. Hey, Linda, go ahead.
Hi, George.
Hi there.
I don't know what happened to my cell phone.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I would for you. I believe in that guy. Listen, weeks ago, and when I was 3, I saw a figure in church that I thought would possibly jump us out of Egypt. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. What I'd like to tell you about guardian angels. I've had a guardian angel that has helped me through a lot. And
We all have one.
this happened a few years ago that my brother-in-law had passed away, and my adult daughter and I, we were cleaning house, getting his home ready to be put on the market to sell. And we had been working all day, and so I had to go and pick up my son, who was working at the local movie theater. And so I pulled up down there in the car, and he came out and said, "Mom, can you wait just a little bit, because I'm not quite done with my paperwork." And I said, "Sure, we're tired, we'll just rest until you come out." And my daughter fully reclined. I partially reclined. And then, I don't know how long I was asleep, but the voice told me, a very strong voice, said, "Wake up, there is danger." And I said, "No, I'm asleep, I don't want to wake up." And the voice once again said, "Wake up, there is danger." And I said, "Okay." I sat up, shook my head. There was a man walking towards the car. And I told my daughter,
You got saved by that, that's for sure. We're going to come back and wrap things up and talk about Satan next.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Brooke Walker, the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Bethel Clergy Group and community organizations plan to show their support for 9th District City Councilman Jerome Price Monday when he is scheduled to be arraigned on corruption charges. Kevin Hart, Peter Brunson, Taraji P. Henson, and Nathan Marine are among the nominees at the TRILLIONAIRE 2022-23 Creative Arts Emmy Awards. Begin today at the Peacock Theater at LA Live with awards for scripted programming presented in 49 categories. Most of the awards today are in various technical categories, including hairstyling, makeup, costume, production design, picture editing, sound editing, and visual effects. Southland weather from KFI clear and sunny with highs in 50. A wind advisory is in effect. Right now, 43 in Virginia, Miguel, 42 in Fullerton, Forecast 44, and it's 40 in Encino. Daily local. In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Brooke Walker.
Two cars crash, 14 North Avenue as the left lane is out. So the people are there on the 605 freeway, solo injury wreck, south of the Francisco Bethany Boulevard, highway off the road at Coach Sky. Also, injury accident on 53 Fontana, and car and figure mixing up on the right shoulder. This is on the 15 northbound, 47th Avenue. Can't find your sky, I'm sick of it faster. I'm Harold Wood.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 15% on select sanctuaries like green fiber, blown in insulation when you buy 30 or more. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Select a varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Are you a business owner, CDO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, I heard media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers to walk off effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how our media can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. Hosted by true crime author and killer storyteller Mary Kay Prayer, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers riveting narratives about killers, families, criminals, and offenders. Learn from years of research, this podcast reaffirms
authorities have exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to the greatest true crime stories ever told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. At Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance, you can save up to 60% on select mattresses. Plus, store a free adjustable base on qualifying purchases. Here's for better sleep in 2024. The right mattress matters, and Mattress Firm will find yours.
Here's almost the hero today.
Did you save a baby?
I didn't stop.
You didn't stop?
Well, here's the thing. I'm doing 70 miles an hour. My goal is to avoid what's happening directly in front of me. Gary and Shannon, one eye is on this car that's traveling across all lanes of traffic.
This is when your lazy eye comes in handy.
Exactly. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Even a moderate amount of alcohol can be linked to brain changes.
Stop it. What are you doing?
Cognitive decline.
I don't want to hear about cognitive decline.
7 or more units of alcohol per week
Stop it.
is associated with higher iron levels in the brain.
Well, iron's good. Not in the brain. Oh,
Gary and Shannon.
I forgot. What are we talking about?
Cognitive decline. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Noory, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
Beyond Belief, that's our television program. It sure is. Head to beyondbelief.com right now. We've got some ad-free episodes. Scroll down just a little bit. You can take advantage of that 7-day free trial. Beyondbelief.com. There's something for you to lose on.
If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to Weight Magic drops and capsules.
Here's product creator Dan Hunt to explain how insulin management
is the key.
And a big thing for weight loss is it's focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things to control insulin levels. When we eat, it's going to first go through the liver, then it goes to the muscles, anything more than that, then it goes into the fat. If there's insulin present, the body thinks that you get paid. So the body has a mechanism that it actually shuts down the energy in the fat. So you have to be able to control that insulin, or it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to burn the fat.
Dan, so tell me about Weight Magic drops.
We have an absolutely amazing Weight Magic drop. The concept of this is control insulin, makes body insulin sensitive. Also has an exact diet to control your insulin levels. So by using these drops to follow this diet, it's putting the body into the fat burning mode.
Dan, Weight Magic capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against them. What is that?
Their true body temperature is less than the people after I grow weight. That is your metabolism. So just in summary, we created the Weight Magic drop that helps control the insulin, also cleanse the liver, and then the Weight Magic capsule to increase that metabolism. It's not uncommon for somebody to lose a half a pound to a pound a day. So it really is the perfect duo for fat loss.
Buy George's Weight Magic drops and capsules now and shed those pounds. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code George. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. George's Weight Magic from healthylooking.com.
Personal safety for you and your family is a year-round priority, and if you haven't developed a plan, put buying a Byrna system at the top of your 2024 resolution list. That's BYRNA. Byrna systems are reliable self-defense weapons that have formidable stopping power, very easy to use. Byrna provides different ammunition options such as rounds filled with tear gas, mixed with pepper and rock-hard kinetic rounds that can incapacitate attackers for up to 40 minutes. Do you work the night shift? You can need some protection there too. Byrna is your solution everyone can live behind. Legal in 50 states, no permits or background checks required. Must be 18 years or older. I own the Byrna SD launcher. And as a responsible gun owner, I fully understand the adverse ramifications of using a firearm, so you need to be smart by using less lethal. You do that with Byrna. Proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Louisiana. Visit Burner.com/stores now for an exclusive 10% discount. It's Burner, BYRNA.com/stores.
Real people, real things. And I cost you choice so 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk past my door without literally coughing until I was gassed. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped. In fact, taking the carnivore. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "My husband, why are you not coughing?" I told him what I'm doing. And he said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it." Well, 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. So visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com.
And welcome back to Coast. Robert Frazee is the founder of the Traditional Church of Satan and wants us all to understand what that means. So let's talk a little bit, first of all, of when people are called Satanists. Right. And you're a Satanist. What does that mean?
It depends. Let me get to a term so you can hear me better. There is various forms of Satanism. Some Satanists believe in an external deity. Some Satanists believe in Satan as an image. Myself, I am a theistic Satanist. I recognize an actual external deity.
I can barely hear you, Robert.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Much better.
All right. Yes. So, first I'll define what the word Satan adversary. So, I am an adversary against the whole mainstream culture. I'm an adversary against the tyrannical government and those sorts of things. Being a Satanist, for me, I recognize an adversarial deity. Some Satanists do not recognize an actual Satan. They recognize Satan as an image and symbol.
I'm going to assume that you're a nice person, that you don't hurt people. Pretty good assumption?
Yeah.
When you were a little boy, let's talk about when you were much smaller, 10 years old. Tell me about your upbringing. Were your parents into this, into being Satanists? Were you raised Catholic? What was your upbringing?
Well, I was baptized a Presbyterian, but my family never actually went to church. We never really had, kind of religious. Well, we celebrated the holidays, but more just a feast in the image of like Easter Bunny and things like that.
Yeah.
We didn't really have a whole belief system of Jesus or the devil, so we never actually went to church, and my parents never really preached to me that whole concept.
Did you believe in God at the time?
When I was a kid, I always have believed, and I still do, I still believe that there is a force that I call God.
Would you call that a good force?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at what point in your life did you begin to migrate toward Satan?
Well, it's a series of events. When I was a young kid, maybe 5 years old, I had a paranormal experience which my parents were helping their friend move, and I was in the basement playing with some toys, and for whatever reason it was, I felt this strong urge to turn around, and I looked up, and I was in the basement, I looked up to the basement window, and I saw it was what looked like a typical gray alien.
Okay.
And ever since then, I've been seeing shadow figures. I've had many experiences with spirits and that kind of thing. So I want to find out more about this stuff. So I decided to research UFOs, aliens, and all that different stuff. And I got to see a cult by doing that. And that's a really, that's what opened the door for me.
Okay, but at that point, because I did that too when I was your age.
Right.
I was into UFOs, I was into magic and all that, but at no point did I ever think of the devil or Satan. So there must have been a turning point for you when that occurred. Do you remember when that was?
Maybe when I was probably about 12 years old. I was, I'm going to say, I was haunted by spirits, very dark spirits in my household. And I got into some occult magic, and I decided to not really, I guess you could say, make a deal with them, saying that if I accept them, they'll accept me, and they will leave me alone.
The entity called Satan has many names, of course.
Yeah.
Satan, Lucifer, the devil, Beelzebub, you name it. We've got all these names. Yet the common denominator is that the entity was a fallen angel cast out of heaven by God. Do you accept that story?
I personally do not believe that, no.
You do not?
No, I believe that my Satan, the Satan I worship, is Tiamat, the Babylonian deity, who represents chaos. And that whole comes from, the Enuma Elish, which predates the Bible.
Okay. Is there evil in this entity that you accept?
I do not believe in a universal good and evil. I believe it's all subjective. And I mean, let's say to a farmer, all right, and a mouse. Let's say the mouse sees a cat, and the mouse will say that cat is evil. But the farmer will say it's good for taking care of that mouse.
That's right. So what I would like tonight for our listeners to get a better understanding of who Satanists are, what they do, what they believe in, and then of course to educate all of us in this, because I've got to be honest with you. When I hear the word Satan, I was raised a Catholic, did not spend a lot of time going to church, as I got older, but I'm a believer in God.
Good.
My impression is that there's good and bad in this universe, and the bad part is Satan. That's how I was raised. That's how I was brought up.
People are God.
And I guess you're saying that's not the case.
No, that's not what I believe.
Okay, but you do believe in good and evil.
It's subjective, yes. What I may see as good, you may see as evil.
You don't believe in heaven and hell?
No, I don't really believe in heaven and hell. I believe that there is a form of an afterlife, but I don't believe in heaven and hell.
If you believe in Satan, then you have to believe in the other force that you called it. You called it the force, I call it God.
Well, that is what I call Satan.
So you think we're dealing with the same entity? You are and I am?
Yes.
One and the same.
The creator.
All right, now this is an interesting take.
Right.
Why do I think the creator is God and magnificent, and yours is perceived to be the evil? Not from your perspective,
right,
but from all.
Yeah, from the mainstream. But sure, because that's what people are taught. I mean, that's what for thousands of years, the ancient religion has been corrupted and turned into something different than what it was. And, they demonized Satan and Satanism, and this is what it is. So now everybody believes that these entities are totally evil, which is not true.
Some Satanists have been accused of doing some horrific things.
Yeah. And Catholics have been accused of doing some horrific things also.
Okay. Got me there.
It's true. I mean, no matter what, you got to think about it. Every group of people, you're going to have people who do, good things or bad things. Like I said, it's the way you look at it. I do think raping people and murdering people is bad, obviously, because that goes against people's freedom. My whole thing with Satanism is all about freedom and individuality. So to hurt somebody else for no reason at all would go against my whole principle.
Tell me about your church. What do you do
reach out to Satanists all across the world. We give them the resources and the tools that they need to start their own legalized, church organization. And basically, we go to the public and educate the public about Satanism. I'm going to be giving my first lecture at the public library here on Halloween.
Well, that's the perfect time to do it, I guess.
Yeah, possible.
Do you generally dress differently? I mean, are you in certain kinds of garb? What's a Satanist look like?
Whatever they want to. There's really no uniform in Satanism. I mean, sometimes I may look like stereotypical Satanist just because I grew up into like punk rock music and heavy metal music. I've been in many bands. So
you got that gothic look.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, there's other times basically I wear flip-flops, a t-shirt, and shorts, So it's like, whatever I see on my drawer, open up my drawer, and that's what I put on.
If somebody saw you walking down the street, and someone pointed and said, "There's a Satanist," but most people say, "What are you talking about? That's just a normal-looking guy."
No.
Would they say that?
It depends on the time of day or what I'm dressed like, I guess. I mean, around here, I haven't really had too many, I haven't had too many bad experiences in this city.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you get accosted by people if they find out what you believe in?
Yeah, sometimes I do, but I haven't had anyone in this city. In my old town where I used to live in, the people, they persecute me, and I got a lot of negative attention. That caused a lot of PTSD issues and social anxiety issues that I have now. But in this city, no, I don't really have that many issues with people. They're pretty accepting.
When's the last time that you were in a church?
The Christian church?
Yes.
Let's see here. Probably 2005 when my father's funeral. We had a funeral at a Catholic church.
Sorry that you lost it.
Yeah, cancer.
When you were in the church, did you feel strange?
No. Not at all. I felt comfortable. I like going inside Catholic churches. I like the art. I like the architecture.
So if somebody tossed holy water at you, you're not going to throw nothing.
Right? I've gone into churches before and washed my face with holy water. It's a little hot outside and need a refreshment.
In your book, Satan's Bible, what's the message that you want people to grab from that book?
I want people to realize that Satan really is not the bad guy. Over the years, as I've already said, it's been corrupted, turned around, and I want people to realize that, I believe that things have been turned around so much that the majority of people who are worshiping what is called God, in my opinion, could be considered evil ones. I mean, if you look at it, that Christian God has killed millions of people over the years, and I mean, that's just what it says in the Bible.
It's the Great Flood, according to the Bible.
Yeah, according to the Bible, the Great Flood, and he's always going out and saying some people should die for this, and he caused plague. What else did he do there? He killed firstborn sons, blues, things like that. So I mean, in my opinion, that to me is evil.
I can't argue with that part.
Yeah,
and I've always been baffled at how a loving God could do horrific things.
Right. I mean, how could, the supposed loving person, God, the creator or whatever, kill his own, creation just for little disagreement? I mean, it's kind of petty.
What about the story of Adam and Eve and the devil visiting them, Lucifer, and that thing?
Well, I don't really, like I said, I don't agree too much with all the stuff, and I like the mythology of it.
Do you think it happened?
I believe it's true stories like that. I believe that something similar may have happened.
So some kind of visitation.
Yeah, there's always been visitations all throughout history by higher forces that I wouldn't really call maybe spiritual, but I believe they're aliens.
I was going to say, could Satan be reptilian, some kind of something like that?
Definitely. That's what I believe.
Tell me more.
Yeah, okay. So, since my belief in Satan comes from Babylon, of course you know about the Anunnaki. So, Tiamat, the dragon of chaos, is the creator of all things. And that creator then we just, they've been higher powers. Those higher forces have ruled the earth. But there's an issue with it. The problem is not all of those reptilians all agree on the same thing. They all have different agendas. And they use religion and they use politics and things like that to separate people. And that is a big problem.
Some Satans perform very bizarre rituals, which could include animal sacrifices, maybe human sacrifices.
Yes, some people who claim to be Satanists do those things, but they're what I call Marduk worshippers. And Marduk is the solar path that succeeded Tiamat. And I really honestly believe that is where the corruption comes in. Marduk later becomes, Moloch and various other creatures and deities, and also known as the Jewish deities. And over time, he has corrupted society to think that the devil, not the devil, but Satan is bad. And has used big religions to separate the people so they can conquer them.
Do you pray to Satan, Lucifer, the devil?
I do pray to Tiamat, yes.
Well, I never knew I had Martians in my garden, and I never knew there were aliens on my roof. I got shadow people, and they're living in my basement. Got a funny feeling, Bigfoot's gonna get you soon. I was so blind before, I was so nowhere. But now I swear I'm seeing Sasquatch over there. I turned on my radio in the middle of the night. I heard things I need to know. Now I can see the light, and I hope to see us go. 'Cause I'm listening to Cthulhu Code. Well, you never knew that your baby was a hybrid. But as you grew, you began to see the clue. Now you know the signs, 'cause you learned it from your story. Even while you sleep, you got Martians watching you. I turned on my radio in the middle of the night. I heard things I need to know. And I can see the light, and I also see us go. Listening to Cthulhu Code. Good morning or good evening, wherever you may be. Whichever world you're living in, whatever century. Your voice is always welcome here on my radio. Call me with your transmitter or your telephone. I turned on my radio in the middle of the night. I heard things I need to know. Now I can see the light, and I also see us go. Listening to Cthulhu Code. Listening to Cthulhu Code.
For Dan Galante, John Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Longwood, Sean Martisor, Stephanie Smith, Chris Sproles, Tim Bonneau, George Knapp, Richard Serrett, and Lisa Gard. I'm George Norrie. Somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
In this week's Marketers Report,
Executive Vice President of Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. We have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Good morning, my friend. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. It is just about 6 o'clock on this Tuesday, Saturday morning here in January 2024, which means for the next 2 hours, I am here for you as your personal guide to turning your ordinary house into an extraordinary home. We are talking about the four types of American houses today. Yeah, there are only 4, and it all gets started in just a couple of minutes, so stay tuned. Welcome home. This is KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Critical thinkers. Quantity.
KFI.
And the KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Not going anywhere. I'm Brian Berman, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Alaska Airlines is downing all of its Boeing 737-9 MAX planes. Alaska Airlines flight 1282 was en route from Portland to Ontario last night. Residents at Truman are not happy about a monorail system proposal between the San Fernando Valley and the west side of LA. Monorail
West side.
quicker and less expensive solution for
The shit.
The Truman Neighborhood Council favors heavy rail fully underground and strongly opposes the elevated train in the valley.
Lindsay Hooper is the president of the Truman Neighborhood Council. She says the monorail system, which would allow the route which would follow the path of the 405 freeway, will be considered as one of 6 potential options. But she says an underground system, though more expensive and longer to build, might be a better option to serve commuters into the next century. Reuben's Bakery, a Mexican restaurant in Compton, has reopened after it was raided by looters.
The business was ransacked after a car crashed into the storefront during a street takeover last week where people were caught on camera taking what they could. Ruben Ramirez says the damages and loss of inventory have cost his family at least $70,000.
One meat case that we have to throw away the meat because we don't know what's in it. Somebody must have touched it or whatever. So we got rid of everything and we pretty much started from scratch.
Ramirez reopened his boarded up doors yesterday with major support from the community who showed up for food as if business never stopped. The LA County Sheriff's Department says some people involved have been identified and will be held accountable. Chris Adams, KFI News.
The state has placed security guards at 4 storage sites under the 10 freeway in downtown LA that were leased to the same business. On November 11th, the 5th site, leased by Ahmad Nawad, caught fire, forcing the temporary closure of the 10. Governor Newsom says the state has been trying to evict Nawad for some time, as well as the dozens of subletting tenants that were illegally rented from Nawad. Security guards have been told to watch for anything suspicious, including plumes of smoke. The Biden administration says it will award $1 billion to the city of Inglewood for a 1.6-mile people route.
Officials say the train is designed to move 11,000 people an hour and is scheduled to be finished before the 2028 Summer Olympics. The total cost of the project is $2 billion, with other funding coming from local, state, and federal resources. Local leaders say they hope the secured funding will help leverage their ability to raise even more money to pay for the rest of the construction, maintenance, and operating costs. The people mover will connect the Metro's K line to the Forum, SoFi Stadium, and the soon-to-be-completed arena for the LA Clippers. Steve Royler, KFI News.
The Supreme Court has agreed to hear arguments over
leader of the NRA has resigned just days before the start of the trial in New York. Queen LaPierre says he's been a card-carrying member of the National Rifle Association for most of his adult life and will continue to support its fight to defend Second Amendment freedoms. LaPierre and 3 other NRA leaders have been accused of violating nonprofit laws and misusing millions of dollars of NRA funds to finance lavish lifestyles. The trial starts on Monday. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we've got a full closure of the 14 freeway in Antelope Valley. Traffic is working all lanes on the 14 freeway northbound in Avenue J and Avenue H to capture that freeway special remain closed until 7 a.m. Got a solo right now, 605 freeway in Whittier, south on 605 past Tech Road. This is actually on the right shoulder and good through Corona. A crash that knocked out all lanes on the 91 westbound Main Street has been cleared. Can't find the sky up, get there faster. I'm Aaron Rule.
Most borrowers want home equity lines of credit for putting a couple $100,000 in the bank, but still preserving the ultra-low fixed rate of their first mortgage, which makes sense. But most banks love HELOCs because they can raise their rates as high as 24% by varying what they call the lifetime cap in their loan documents. Not at the Loan Exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to get our home equity line that protects you instead of the bank. We make the start rate of our equity line equal the lifetime cap, so your rate can only go down, never up. The Loan Exchange guarantees the security in our loan documents. The first 5 years of the loan is interest only, which makes payments cheaper while you wait for the first rates to come back down to consolidate that into one loan. Call the Loan Exchange at 855-752-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com today.
Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Finance Law, NMLS 1637539. Definitely weather from KFI, sunny skies, then partly cloudy, low to mid-60s at beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro LA and OC, low to mid-60s in the Inland Valley, mid-50s, low 60s in the Antelope Valley, and low to mid-60s in the Inland Empire. There's a frost advisory for Riverside County and the Inland Empire. It's going to last until 9 o'clock this morning. And there is a wind advisory starting tonight at 7 and lasting until tomorrow night in large parts of LA County and Orange County. Right now it's 44 degrees in San Clemente, 44 in Brea, 45 in Sherman Oaks, and 46 in Pasadena. We need local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsrooms. I'm Brian Bruce.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. AM 640 and live everywhere with the iHeartRadio app. Hey, welcome to Home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I'm sorry, I couldn't get to just he just gave me the weirdest look on his face. I'm being stared down by a semi-conscious beagle. That's what it is. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer, and your guide to turning your ordinary house into, yes, an extraordinary home. Whether you're listening to our local broadcast right here in Southern California or streaming us digitally from anywhere across the country, or if you joined in for another episode of the House Whisperer On Demand podcast, I am just so very glad that you are here. The gang is all here. It's time to do our roundtable, find out how everybody's holidays were. Sam is on the board, wrestling our live studio audience. They're particularly scary this morning. They're very scary. Oh, call security. Got a guy with a laser in here. All right, Sam. How were the holidays, my friend? Fantastic. I got to hang out with the family. I got some really cool. I got a plastic axe throwing set. It was great. Oh, yes, axe throwing. It's the new thing, isn't it? Right? We haven't. You got to come out here, when you're out here at your brother's restaurant, down the street from Tarantula Hill is Dan's Marketplace. There's a new Axel place that came. The Mighty. Really? I gotta give that a shot. I was actually up there the other day. I should swing by there. That sounds like fun. It's 3 blocks away. The Mighty Axe. We should go together because I haven't been yet either. Excellent. I'll let you know. We got to do this. All right. Sounds good. Producer Misty is actually in studio near a microphone. Good morning, Dave. OMG. Yeah, your voice on the air. How you doing, Misty? How are the holidays?
Great. Got to spend time with family as well, and that was really nice.
And you're in studio today working with Kiana. Kiana near Mike too?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome aboard the Crazy Train.
I'm excited to be here.
You know what? It's really not that crazy. It's just early, so everything seems a little whack. But, things are pretty mellow. We are so glad that you are here, and I'm so thrilled that I literally heard Misty's voice on the air. It's just, I'm waiting. I'm terrific. What David? All right, good. Brian Berlin at the news desk. Hey, Brian. A very subdued Brian Berlin. How were you holidays, my sir? They were great. I can't talk what I got to say, but they were great. We can't talk an axe, a plastic axe. I actually had a plastic, second cousin got a plastic bow and arrow kit with a little baby down. Well, who actually is good at a plastic bow and arrow kit? I mean, you think, oh, I got this one, and then, it kind of just flops out there in front of you, hits the floor. So I'm just glad that the team is here. Hey, sitting across the table. Look at that. Whoa, I don't mean the beagle. No, I don't mean the beagle, not the beagle. My better half, the co-owner, the co-founder, House Whisperer, my design partner, most important, for the world. How are your holidays? They were great. Yeah, lots of family.
Suck dick, spend with you.
Lots of uncle.
Yeah.
Any new dating prospects or anything?
Maybe.
What?
We'll see.
We'll see how the show goes. All right. Now would be a wonderful time to indulge in a warm comfort beverage. Do I have, well, you know what? Let's just do this instead. Good morning. 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 It's great to stay up late. Good morning. Good morning to you. There you go. That's your lovely awakening. This is our first show of 2024. It's our first show of 20. This, by the way, for those of you who are keeping up with show numbers, which I don't think any of you are, but just so you know, this was weird. I was literally logging in the show this morning. This is show 801. You know what that means? Season 8. Season 8. We're beginning our 8th year. Not technically. Well, I should say, we start the season at the beginning of the year, but technically, our 8th anniversary will be at the end of this month. I think on the 29th of January is technically the end of 7 years at the beginning of 8. But this is the beginning of our 8th year on the air. And you know what's so amazing about it is I haven't gotten any better at this. Literally 8 years, and I just rigging my way through. But I tell you what I do know about. I know about your home. And today on the program, here's where we're going. In addition to calls, by the way, I'll give them a number. Come back. In addition to your calls today, and yeah, we will take calls. We're going to talk about the 4 kinds of American homes. This is a House Whisperer exclusive. You're not going to hear this anywhere else. And I'll tell you why, because I was driving through neighborhood a few weeks back, and I thought to myself,
it just dawned on me, you know what, there really are only 4 kinds of homes in this world. 4, not hundreds of architectural styles, well, that's true, but essentially, experientially, 4 homes. What are they? Well, we'll get into it when we come back. I'm so glad you joined me this morning. There is so much more to come. You are home in 2024 with Dean Sharp, the house whisperer, and Brian Ruiz. A woman has been killed and 3 other people were hurt in 2 crashes in Anaheim. Police say they're still trying to find the driver responsible. Several clergy groups and community organizations trying to show their support for 9th District Councilman Curran Price. That's LA 9th City Councilman Curran Price at his arraignment on corruption charges on Monday. And Nigel Lithgow is reportedly stepping down as a judge on Fox's Still You Think You Can Dance after a sexual assault lawsuit filed by former judge Paul Hadid. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 5 next.
I'd like to welcome a new sponsor to the show, and it's Next Week by ViralRabbi. And this one really resonates with me, because no matter what business you're in, technology is simply part of it. And that's where a customized solution with NetSuite comes into play. What NetSuite does is help you do what all of us business owners want, make more profit. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins, drive down expenses, increase revenue. Download the NetSuite checklist designed to help your business perform, and it's free. There's no downside on this one. Go to netsuite.com/KFI, netsuite.com/KFI.
Hey, look at KFI traffic now. We've got some emergency repairs going on the 5 in Will Heights. This is the 5 South 100 Texas Highway Avenue, South End Street during emergency guardrail repairs over on the right shoulder. It looks like they might have closed the right lane in their office up about occasionally shutting down all of them. So people be aware of that. Severe control crash with the 911 westbound on Main Street at 1 time all lanes were blocked. And the shoulder injury crash still being kept through in the rigor. 605 South Tech Road is over on the right shoulder. KFI was trying to help get there faster. I'm Arrow Cool.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Shop the Joe's out of there now at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, take an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Valid 1/4/24 to 1/24/24. Selection varies by location. Plus supply class. See Lowe's.com for details. Hey, Nova here. Are you like me, struggling with back pain, suffering from herniated and bulging discs, neck pain, sciatica, tingling and numbness down
The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time, every time, automatically. Go to PetNets, get your PetNet Smart Feeder, plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey, petnet.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use code word church to save 10% on all of their
technology called non-surgical spinal decompression. It can even treat the most difficult and severe causes of back pain. Anatomy knows how to get rid of your pain. That's what they do. No surgery, no opioids, no injections. Phone up and make an appointment today. Stop with the pain. Call 844-640-PAIN. 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 Or spinatomycenters.com. SPINATOMY. Spinatomycenters.com.
So right now, maybe the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it
Hash Monday. It's always Hash Monday.
It's always fucking Hash Monday. And this, of course, is direct from my sister, the One-Eyed Jew. I love it. This fucking other shit. The crystals of death. Look at this. It won't even fucking fall on the side. Look at that.
Jesus.
It's like mixed opium and hash and fucking
Straight from Bin Laden's asshole right there.
This is the shit. We came over. What's happening, Lisa? You up in Toronto?
Yeah, I had a great weekend.
Telling people how to do a podcast. You're like a regular fucking Simon Boston.
Who's that?
Some fucking superhero from the 70s.
It was great. I went to the underground for the night before after Steve shows, and I met Puff Mama, who knew you from before. I had a podcast. I've never had my name on anything before. Like, I've gone with you to things and it's fun, but like I started getting really nervous after I dropped Paula off the night before I left, because I realized I was packing, and like my name was on it. And it was it couldn't have been more fun. We did dabs. I met this great guy, David, who works for like the biggest pot grower in Canada, and he was telling me all about it. And then the next day we had like 20 people at the podcast seminar. It was great. It was the coolest thing about it was there were people there who didn't know me from the podcast. And I got Like this one guy was there. He was like 80 years old. Like when it started podcast, it was great.
That's kick ass, man.
Yeah,
I love Toronto, man.
Oh my god, it was. I've never been to Canada.
Oh really?
I've always heard everyone was really nice, but it was just so much fun, and the food was great, and it was
The Chinese up there.
Fuck yeah,
They
man.
don't fuck around up
Peking
there.
duck.
They ain't fucking around up there.
They got birds in the fucking windows, man.
They were shooting everything up.
Yeah, that was good because you go one street and it's New York. You turn another street, it's fucking Chicago. You go in one place, it's goddamn Philadelphia. I mean, it's fucking the greatest town to shoot in, and the people are amazing, man. No, they don't. I think the dollar got weaker against the Canadian dollar.
But not anymore. Now it's like 130 American for every dollar Canadian, so maybe more stuff will go on.
I remember being up there at the comedy club chorus.
Yeah, Underwood. Yeah.
No, Hollywood.
Yeah. Comedy Wood.
Comedy Wood. It was 2 weeks for 1,200.
Yeah.
For a week the headline.
Brutal.
And you lived over the bar. But then the second week, you went to the other club, and you lived in a house with this crazy brother who was a driver for a hooker service.
Yeah.
And he would wake you up and like, listen, this woman beat up. She's bleeding from the head. She'll suck your dick for the small 15. It's crazy.
15 Canadian.
I had to keep the door locked. It was
It's
horrible.
US.
But I remember being on that block, walking down the block one day and seeing Anthony Garcia, the guy from fucking Cheers, the fat guy.
Oh yeah, George Wynn.
Oh my God, John Boyd, Mark, they're all staying in the same fucking hotel. Here I am, sleeping over a fucking bar.
I know, man.
Down the place, the little weed here doing those days, 5 and 8.
Yeah.
Those are good. They had a movie theater. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they had a movie theater with some couches with waitresses.
Really? Yeah.
15 years ago, they were
There's rooms, and the beer there is so fucking good. You know, when last time I played that, I was at the downtown room, and Mitch Hedberg was at the uptown room, and then we flipped. So we went from Bathurst and Steeles down way the fuck down there in downtown, and that's when Mitch met his wife, Lynn. It was a crazy fucking time. It was a blast.
Mitch and that crazy kid Josh got arrested.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Right before he met Lynn.
Yeah.
Right before he met Lynn. That club was okay, but then he got the money. And
Right.
got the money, and it was weird. I like, and I used to
You know
say,
what I think? I think that fucking I think he got pressure from the Russian mafia.
Well, he had a partner. And they were always there. They were like Russian Jews.
Russian Jews.
Chubby guy with glasses.
Yeah.
But it's funny because that whole town, it was 2 weeks ago, it settled in there. That was the only town that broke my thing about strip clubs.
Yeah, because they're dancing.
Oh my god. So
Oh yeah, we were fucking.
I went to this weed room the night, like the first night I got there, which they have there, which is I think the one thing that LA is kind of missing, just place you can go and smoke and hang out. And these 3 girls walked in. They were literally, one was just wearing, it was possibly the hottest girl I've ever seen. And right down the street, it was called like the Brass Rail.
Yes,
or something.
Yeah, man.
You were on Bloor Street.
Yeah.
You were on Bloor Street. That's where you were. I'm telling you, I used to go up there fucking. And here's how I used to do it. This is the craziest story. I used to go to the Improv. And at the Improv was a nice Irish kid from Manhattan that was going to the U of M and the U of Miami. He was working himself in college, and at night he'd work at the Improv. All right? He had a Puerto Rican girlfriend. This is how weird life is. We're at the bar one day. Roger Moore. And he wore as much as 2 weeks. I can't get the fucking cat. I just say this right in front of you. I go, they want me to go to Toronto. How would I get the cat? And she goes, I can just make you the cat. I do it every day. I go, you live in Miami? She goes, my daughter just moved down to visit this number. She was like from Buffalo, New York. My father's retired. And he's a professional gambler. And he gambles. And whatever. They gave him a pass.
Right there.
Right fucking through. So he would drive me to Ontario to the bus station. Then I would take the bus from Ontario to Toronto. Then I would stay there 2 weeks. But the beauty was on the way out. Because then I'd give him my ID. See him look at the ID. Like they would fucking look at the computer. And they'd look at me and they go, when did you come in here? And I go, last week I came from the other side. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. But it's too late. Fucking now. You know what I'm saying? It's too late, baby. It's too late. Somebody's being fired. So you want to arrest me on the way out? Be my fucking guest. I said I saw you and you gave me my ID and I said, don't come back. I came back 3 more fucking times in the next like year and a half.
Good time.
And the same way, but once 9/11 came, they locked that road.
Yeah.
They locked that fucking
Yeah, you
road.
can't really get over
What a
that.
fun city. Well, I miss it. What a fun. And now I'd love to go to Vancouver. But I remember 15 years ago. But I'm telling you, this is how long ago. Gavin was still married to his wife, and he lived on Martel. No. Yeah, Martel, because him and Keith lived on Martel. This has to be 2000, so it's 15 fucking years ago. 99. There was a girl that used to date Larry Vizeo. That was the fucking cutest blonde girl you ever saw in your life. And then she, like her parents were hippies, her grandparents were hippies. This chick walked around LA barefoot, 30 feet, with a suntan, and fucking never ended. You know, she grew up on the beach. But the story of where she grew up on the beach of Vancouver. Selling pot to these guys. Gavin was still with his wife. This is 99. This is 16 years ago. We're still not selling weed on the fucking beach. They were selling weed on the beach. Cookies. She used to bring it down. One night she sold me and Gavin $5. He went home and died. You ever know? Lee, can you get to one? Sure. Joey, great.
Never had this one.
That's a dud. That's a dud.
Oh, it's a dud?
Maybe that's been there for fucking 2 years.
Huh.
But just the conversation at the table. Got this girl to call her dad. And here's the best thing. I would take the flight to Buffalo. The dad would pick me up at the airport, take me to his house, let me take a shower, and him and the mother would cook for me Puerto Rican red beans with pork chops.
Fuck yeah, man.
And then they go, what do you want to do? And I go, nothing. He goes, you want to sit down and relax? You want to drive up? Let's go. There's a 2 o'clock bus. Right? That was it. That's how nice. This is what you, man. This is the people I met through fucking comedy. Like, this is what you have to write in your book. Like, those little stories that people got. This is bullshit.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
The little fucking road stories are the ones that still baffle me. That I just remember right now. Shit like this is what I just remember. Just talking to you guys.
Yeah, man. This all we need is you drinking on my orange juice, and this is 1440. This is fucking awesome, man. This is just like we used to do. Right there, looking out the goddamn window.
What was the Bloody Mary mix?
Oh man, it was Texas Pete's Bloody Mary mix we bring out from Houston, and it was deadly. It was so good, so spicy. And then we put pickled green beans in it, and shrimp, and lots of horseradish. Fuck yeah! And sometimes I'd fry up a whole piece of bacon and shove that motherfucker in there. That's how you do it, Lee. Put the Jew in your back pocket. I'm going to bring you back to life. That's what we did. We get fucked up on that.
I was having a talk with Rabbi last week. I said, you know what, Rabbi? Sometimes I just hold my eyes and go back to 1440.
Yeah.
Because those nights with no money were some of the best. Right? You went in your head. Scout.
Oh, my God. I burned my fucking hair.
It was a Chinese light. He was yelling at Jody. And his head was perfectly under the Chinese light. And I was about to say something, you know, man, look at me, and I go, let him burn his fucking scalp. So he goes, and Jody just busted out. I remember getting coked up with Jody and drinking the vodka and filling it back up with water.
I know. So funny.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man, how about the time you were over at Gavin's and you had the Bolivian flu and his little cocksucking male fucking pug dog ran up the back of the fucking couch, went to Coco, who's got his eyes closed, sleeping upright, trying to fucking, just reeking of pussy and fucking yay, and he had shit on his fucking shirt, and that fucking cocksucking dog pissed on your head. That was the fucking funniest shit I've ever seen. Good times. I always stayed out of that.
No, you never did none of that shit. It was around you.
Yeah.
I used to go to your house, drink Bloody Marys with you.
Yeah.
We do little tiny bunks in the bathroom.
Fucking hey.
Fucked up in that little apartment till 4 in the morning.
How much did you know, Ralphie?
All of it. All of it. Come on, it's Coco. You know what's fun though, Lee, is when he comes in with the rare story. All right, I started going blow with this chick. Turns out it wasn't blow, it was heroin. We fucked all night. It was crazy. I loved it. It was tremendous. All right, I think that was 2000. Okay, that was a great one. you did it. He ate an ounce of mushrooms, Lee. An ounce, not a fucking eighth. A goddamn ounce. He ate like a pig. He fucking smoked the best reefer.
That's what used to have a jar.
Fuck yeah, big ass jar. Pound jar. Let's do this. And let me tell you what. I've never seen anybody been able to do that many drugs and stand. Coco not only stood, he went down to the fucking OR, got a big old fucking rock and 8-ball, all right, did that shit, and from what I heard, blew the fucking Comedy Store away.
I hadn't done the coke yet. I got the coke and took it home. I did the mushrooms and went to the store. It was fucking lit, and nobody showed up. So like, you gotta go up next. I was fucking lit on these mushrooms. And I went up there, and I just looked straight ahead. And the lights were turning purple. That's all I kept seeing was purple.
Right? And I heard you got a standing ovation.
Oh my God.
People were calling me from the store.
It was like 19 people.
Yeah, and you stood them. That's way more impressive than 500 people. If you're a comic and you're hearing this, you understand. To get a standing ovation from 19 fucking people is more amazing than getting it for 25,000 people. That's easy. Anybody can fucking do that. All right? These people were there on Thanksgiving night, and fucking Diaz blew them away. Fucking tremendous. What a night that was. Maryland was all fucked up. We had a blast. We all ate. It was a great time.
I was telling my wife that it's, we had our friend that called today and said there was somebody died. I'm like, I was eating with my wife. And you know what? I don't want to seem like, what's that word when people, you're not whatever, empathetic. Empathetic. When you're not empathetic, but life goes on. If I drank with you at a bar 20 years ago and you die, I'm very sad. What are you going to do? Stop my world? That is just, I think about Maryland a lot. It pisses me off when people talk shit. But I was telling my wife today, I see this girl all the time. It was Maryland's friend. I see her all the time at the store. And all the time I've said, yeah, she comes over and says hello, but she never pulls me inside and says, do you still think about Maryland? I think about Maryland.
All the time, man.
I light a candle for Maryland on Mondays. They have a candle for Maryland. I see
She's
her
a peach, man.
I changed the water for her, and it's weird how for years she used to call me a bitch. And I told her, do me a favor, man. Stop fucking bitching. Go out there and rock the world. You're always bitching about what you're not getting. It's not about what you're not getting. It's focus on what you're getting. And Minty's giving you 3 spots. You're getting 3 more spots than a lot of other fucking people.
Yeah, no shit.
So she was
so powerful. One of the most powerful women comics I've ever
she
seen.
would go on stage late night and some nights are fucking loaded with that Filipino dick. She used to like to suck Filipino. It was like little sausage. She's rolling around her mouth. And people, she fucking big guys would say, I lift 300 pounds, they would lift me, motherfucker. Dumb shit that would just make you laugh late night. What's up with you, Lisa? Yeah, you bad motherfucker. You want to double tomorrow. That's it. They make you do double.
I can't do double. It's crazy.
You missed last week. He called me today. Did he come last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he goes, yeah.
Lee, you've lost a lot of weight since I saw you last.
Almost 100
Kettlebells, jiu-jitsu. He's been stuck at 98 because of the wife for fucking savage.
Hey, it's not me and the wife, it's me and the fucking 200, 300 milligrams.
Oh, please. Please. Fucking, what'd you go to the wife's knee last night?
Oh, mole. Yeah, first time ever.
I know.
Oh, wow.
I know so many people on the mole diet. I know so many motherfuckers that include mole in their
But
diet.
you didn't put chocolate in it.
No, you don't need chocolate in fucking mole.
Yes, you do. That's the half. Isn't that what mole is?
No, that's just one part of Mexico's mole.
Right. They don't. Her mom and her don't like chocolate in it, so we just had to. It's just chicken. What's in the sauce? I have no idea.
Fucking amazing.
It's amazing.
It's a little bit of Jesus.
But yeah, but it wasn't. I'm getting used to spicy. No, it's not spicy at all.
It can be depending on the
I didn't, but now I do.
It's just flavorful. That's what, all these white people are afraid of Mexican spice. If you watch Mexican spice in food, they just put a little bit of salsa, like a little bit of, you dumb white people are used to fucking ketchup on their goddamn tacos. They're retarded. I was in Washington, and my fucking buddy goes, let's go to Taco Time. Okay, it's a shit chain up there. And the fucking lady said, do you want mild salsa or ketchup on your tacos? And I fucking laughed. I go, bro, if you eat that, I'm going to fucking fire you because I can't stand to look at your face. and we just left it there. We paid for it and left it. Fuck anybody wants
Taco
it.
time ain't no Taco Cabana. You
Fuck no, man.
some potato tacos for breakfast.
Oh, stop.
And then you stop at the motherfucking Kalachi fucking back.
They don't know, man. They don't know. We used to fuck it up.
What's been going on?
Man, the summer was a little crazy for me. You know, my PTSD I thought was being handled with antidepressants, but it's not. It wasn't. And now it is. And now it's antidepressants and mood stabilizers. And man, I feel fucking like I haven't felt in 5 years, bro. I don't hurt. I am up at 7, throwing sidekicks for Jesus. I'm fucking the wife real good. I'm putting her legs up. I'm hugging my babies. I'm playing with my babies more. I'm more focused on it. And it's like, you know, man, you were absolutely right. I didn't like the fucking truth being told to me, but man, it was the goddamn truth, Coco. When you broke it down, hey, pal, you've been slipping a little bit. You were fucking right. You were goddamn right. And I didn't know how bad it was until I fucking went to the goddamn doctor describing all my shit, and he goes, "You're under medicated for your PTSD. You are way the fuck under medicated." And now, man, I feel like I haven't felt in years, man. Like the whole world isn't closing in on me. Like fucking, like LA's not bothering me as much. Traffic doesn't bother me. Fucking nothing bothers me no more, man. I am fucking great with life. It is fantastic to not be pissed off, except for when deadly needed. You know what I mean? It's nice. It's hard. Nice.
You're always one of the worst people to get those truth bombs because you in the back of your head, you know he's right.
Oh, and that's the fucking worst.
And he's not right about it. Like I'm not saying you're right about everything because no one's right about everything. But when we've had a couple of those talks, and during it, you hate him. It's just brutal. You hate, and I think it's just anybody who you hate. Like when it's so.
Like the most 9 out of 10 men are mad at their dads because they confront the step our mirror.
But they're not doing that.
You hate people. Growing up, I hated my stepdad because he would break my shit. He would break whatever move I made. He was 2 steps ahead of me. You always don't like to be. I grew up around people that all those years have fucked up. At the end of the night, when I'm still down on the road, it's not this way. I'm great friends. So they came and told me, they don't let this guy rob the house. He can break this up, but they don't want to ruin your life last night. Sleep on the couch. They're not telling me what to do. They're not asking me what to do. They're kind of hinting to me what the right thing to do. And I get pissed. One of the worst conversations I ever had was with Matt. He looked at me and told me, Ralphie, 95. I'm ready to kill my ex-wife. I'm living in a basement. I have no food in the refrigerator. I'm sustaining just enough below. Paying my rent and paying child support. I'm lifting weights. I'm doing the right thing, but I'm a fucking bro every night. Then I would cancel all the time deal. This guy came up to me. He was like, "Oh, for a second." Hey, man. Just me and you. And the funny thing, all these open micers, God forbid you run a joke, and God forbid you show up. Look at your t-shirt. You have a white t-shirt on. You got a white t-shirt on my hands. I'm fucking clenching to punch this guy in the mouth. Because I'm not saying nothing bad about you. You're funny, and these guys just beating you, and you're throwing it away. I know you're doing blow. I know you don't leave it here, but I know you're doing it. This guy just read me to write it. I walked to the bus and down the route and walked back to beat him up. And when I went back, God let him know to get the fuck out. He got out. You know where I see the guy again. Bumped into the guy again. And I needed the brave bull. Wow. You know him. And I followed the guy that used to come up with the hat. You know, I was like my wife and I like red tents with brown coffee. I was like a detective.
Yeah.
Dwight something in the 80s.
Yeah, Dwight Slade.
No, Dwight Slade, the guy's from Portland.
Yeah.
This is a different guy. Dwight something, and I followed him and ripped the room apart. And he was back to Brian Double.
Oh.
They had just moved to LA together.
Man.
And he came up to me.
Dos pesos de la muerte.
And I pulled him aside. I go, "Wow." And he hugged me and goes, "Dad, boys, I'm really proud of you. You know why? Because that talk you had with me. Yeah, it took me damn settings. I was never more scared in my life. But you had to hear it. It was being taught. A bunch of comics talked about it. And Todd didn't have the balls to say some years after you were going to punch me in the face. I'm going to change my life. It changed who I am today. I'm in LA because of the fucking words you said. Yeah, as much as I hate them that night, you know, you are, in my eyes, when I talk about headliners of this decade, you're the top guys I learned from. You have no time to slip. And The Godfather, there's a line that every time I hear it, I want to punch myself in the face. And it's the fucking worst line you could ever say. But where I come from, it's true. Women and children can slip. Men don't slip. That's it. Yeah. Women and children can make a mistake. Men can't make mistakes. We don't have. I don't have time to make a mistake anymore. I do not have time to do anything. We've got handed the keys to the castle. Yeah. You and I have been handed the keys to the castle. Without a doubt. I haven't had a job in 20 fucking years. That's the reason I've never had a hand to somebody. After I went to prison, I didn't like a man kicking my bed. Never did again. I haven't had a hand to somebody. I haven't had a hand to somebody since I was 15. But for a job,
your help. And I can tell you that I have been a part of, not just one neighborhood program to address a house in the neighborhood that really, really needs a jump start of attention and maintenance. And once it was up and running, the homeowners, the residents, very, very happy that they got some help. So don't just curse it, but also consider whether or not some assistance could be offered. That's the house of neglect. Now, the second house, the house of bad ideas. It's going to take more than one segment for us to talk about this. The second house is likely to grab your attention, always an attention getter on the street. This house is not suffering from owner neglect. Although, I gotta tell you,
Yoshi.
in all the wrong ways. The paint color is weird and loud. The yard is full of stuff, ceramic animals, plastic plants, chalky Greek statues. I mean, there's one, I gotta tell you. I'm not gonna give the address, but there are some, there's a home around the corner from us. Same size house that we live, a little house, a 1,300 square foot house, okay? A humble little 1,300 square foot cottage. Giant marble lion at the front. Here's the glasses that we have to walk
10 seconds
by.
on the shop right here.
Huh?
Hey.
In the morning.
7.
Marble lion sitting on pilasters right up at the side, as if you were about to walk into the New York, public library, right? Giant marble lion, and so on. So I don't even want to know how much money they spent on these lions and these pilasters, but so wrong for the house. That's the house of bad ideas, okay? The paint's weird, you get stuff like that. There's one near us here. Wow, you live in a neighborhood full of bad ideas. Yeah, I'm afraid you do. But the house is so long in the front yard that you can't see the front door. Anyway, the house of bad ideas is the house where the owner is passionate about something, but didn't get the right advice or didn't take any advice. This is the kind of house that is, and not to be an example of things, clearly, but this is the kind of house that I say is suffering from post-traumatic design disorder. It has experienced trauma at the hands of its owners as they have attempted to do this or that. Now, it doesn't always have to be about bad taste per se, from the purely decorative or aesthetic perspective. It can also just be bad decisions. I'll tell you what the most common bad decision that people do Christine and I see it all every week. See a house that has had a bad window issue. Quite often in the back, right? Pushed out the back of the house. New family room. Needed more space for, X reason. And as a result, the new room, it's okay, fine. Maybe it's got a shed roof because you didn't want to spend the money to put the real roof over the new one. So that's a little funky and weird. And so the roof is a little lower and it slopes down weirdly. You still see the raptor tails of the eaves of the old roof line in the new room.
Well, look how cash it is. And shit ever do.
Plus, the old room, they used to have windows to the outside. Now it doesn't have windows to the outside, and it's darker and hazier than ever before. Yeah, it's just, you know what I'm talking about. Some of you are sitting in one right now. Here's the thing. I know they stir up all sorts of in us, but the fact of the matter is that this is one of the hardest components to deal with because before you start doing things right, you have to undo things that were done wrong. That quite often does not please people in terms of, well, I don't want to lose that square footage, or I don't want to, but there are times from a design perspective when I have to simply point out something stupid thing that was done wrong. There's no getting to the right answer here without getting past that first. The house of bad idea. Post-traumatic design disorder. Yeah, I trademarked that. This is a house that needs therapy, and it needs some time to work out its issues. All right. So much more to come. When we come back, though, you know what? We're going to go to the phone. Get some calls on the board, and we're going to take them. Your phone, the Dean Sharp, the house list for your calls up next. Brian DeRiven has the news. Police have arrested a man they say is responsible for a series of package thefts in San Marino that happened over the last 3 weeks. A revamped Golden Globe Award is happening at the Beverly Hilton under new management without the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. The broadcast is out all night. We're going to have a look at some trouble on 405 next. In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times from Allison Griffin, head of marketing.
Broadcasters.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. ION has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
On Mattress Firm's one-year sale in clearance, you can save up to 50% on select mattresses. Plus, store free adjustment qualifying purchases. Here's the better sleep in 2024. The right mattress matters, and Mattress Firm will find yours.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm. Now, whether you pay a fine, there is a cost advisory for Riverside County and the Empire in the last 9 months. This report brought to you by Mattress Firm. Taking a look at KFI traffic now, it's a bumper in the road on the 405 near LAX. We've got the family debris in Westchester. We're now talking about bumper-to-bumper conditions. We're coming with a bumper in the number 2 lane and right next to the left lane 4 from southbound for Hurricane Parkway, so you'll hang on and wait for your left to in that area. Trouble on the front for persistent left lane heading eastbound at 403 injury accident has taken out 2 left lanes down the state right that way. And go to Highway 1 in Ventura County, solo as to Highway 1 in North County, different lane road and car lane to the outside. KFI, let's get to that back. I'm Errol Bull. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, go to ForThePeople.com to see cases just like yours. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Morgan & Morgan. Visit ForThePeople.com for an offer near you.
And Mattress Firm's one-year sale in clearance, you can save up to 50% on select mattresses. Plus, store
fine purchases. Here's the better sleep in 2024. The right mattress matters, and Mattress Firm will find yours.
There's a lot of places to get your tech news. I know that. But there's only one website that tells you what the tech news is, and that's my site, Commando.com. Every day, you'll find breaking tech news, security tips, along with really useful tips and product reviews. Tens of millions of people just like you visit my site, and I'd love for you to become a regular. I bet you learn one great thing each day at Commando.com. And at my site, you also get early access to my USA Today columns, too. And to make things easier in your busy life, sign up for my free newsletter that gets delivered right to your inbox. You can pick and choose what you're interested in, whether that's smartphones or smart homes, Windows or Mac. In this way, you only get the know-how that you want. And I'll never ever send you spam, because I value you in your inbox. That's Commando.com, or a link at the top of the page to get my free newsletters. And also send me a personal message. Go now while you're thinking about it. That's Commando.com. KOMANDIO.com.
Soon as I answered Corey's trusted person on list, was brain tumor. Stay tuned in, popular, put away our fears. We have an amazing team that fights for the best outcome for breakfast. He has the best chance. Yes. I don't have to worry that how much is that bag of fluid ever costing me. Can I afford it to save my child's life? Innovation, they're paying for me to live every day with my son, stress-free, and enjoy every day with him. I wish there was a word bigger than thank you, more close to the heart, because thank you is not enough. Thank you is hope. Thank you makes me grateful.
Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at thankyou.org.
Hosted by true crime author and Hillary Day by American Slayer, the new podcast, the greatest true crime stories ever told, delivers riveting narratives about killers, scammers, journalists, and offenders. Drawing from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes. He provided investigators in Mountain City, Tennessee, with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to the greatest true crime stories ever told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention 91 drivers. Through January 24th, there will be weeknight full
Are you
closures
done?
of westbound 91, Monday through Wednesday in West
Oh,
Orange,
gee.
including westbound 91
Could be a
expressway
deepfake.
to Green River Road
Could have been a
onward.
deepfake.
Please
It's
only
around the
use
shots
yours.
already.
Visit RCT
But they don't want to get in touch on the decision.
7191
We're going to have to shop and not put
The
stuff.
iHeartRadio app has
But if you're not there, no, they'll fucking murder center the universe. You're also looking at the shop and pushing. I want to push the price. And then that's anybody can even share the time and give us fresh offers. Right? They got each recipe.
It's Soul Cow Saturday, where Southern California is the co-host. Send us your talk back using the KFI app and let us know what's going on in your neighborhood this weekend. Tune in, SoCal. We've got your neighborhood covered. So Walla Sharp this evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, King Sharp, the House Whisperer, with you on this beautiful, cold Southern California morning. It is Saturday, January 6th, 2024. With you, microphone. Hear that? Pretty sticky. I'm so easily distracted. Saturday, January 6th, it is to begin our first program of the new year. And we're starting it out easy and lovely, talking about four American homes, experientially as you drive through the neighborhood. Not styles, but types of homes that catch your attention. We'll get back to that in just a bit. But as promised, now it is time to go to the phone. I want to
Katrina and the rays of the good.
Thank you. Hi, I
What
live
is
in
it,
a
Katrina and the
two-family
ray?
townhome, and I have just started hearing water in my yard. I asked my neighbor next door, and it's not anything that's going on over there, so I turned my water off and it stopped, and I turned it back on and it comes back.
Your water.
Yes.
You turned your water off and it stopped.
Yes, and it's always coming from, let's see, you come in on our second floor, you go down 5 steps to our third floor, and then you go up a flight of steps to our third floor. And I'm hearing it in the master bathroom, but they're all the way down to the bottom floor where that is below. Below there is like a playroom area, but our kitchen is like right next to it.
Okay, now is this a lot of water or a trickle of water?
It sounds like a toilet is running, but nothing is running. There's no water I have found anywhere. I turned off the actual water to the toilet. It doesn't stop that.
The toilet water does not stop it.
No. Turning off the stove at the bottom.
And this is not a shared wall? This is not a shared wall?
Yes, it is a shared wall, and that's why I went and asked him, because he was gone for a while, and he said, no, there's nothing there. That particular wall with our neighbor is just taped into the down to his living. There is no plumbing or anything on his side of where our wall is.
And he doesn't have any room above that?
No, it's all open.
And when you turn off the water to your unit entirely, it stops. Now, is this water is it intermittent, or is it just constantly flowing when your water is on?
It's constantly flowing when the water's on. It sounds like, when you shut the toilet and the plunger doesn't stay down and it's just like constantly running. That's what it sounds like in the wall, but I have checked everything and it's not the case.
That is a mystery to me, because I was going to tell you, well, it's common. It's actually common because townhouse walls are notoriously, not well insulated. That you might hear the drains from your neighbor's unit in your shared walls, or you may be hearing your own drains from your upstairs. And this is definitely the primary bathroom is up above this, and you're hearing it down below. But you definitely don't have a toilet flapper that's leaking. Your toilet isn't hissing. You don't hear it refilling water or anything like that.
No, not at all. And when I go to like my other bedroom, like on the other side of the bathroom, I don't hear it. I only hear it upstairs in my master bathroom and downstairs in the kitchen/playroom area.
Okay. And nobody's below you?
No, nobody's below me. It's like 4 units and we share a common walkway right there.
Gotcha. But it's all you top to bottom where you are. You know what? That is a bit of a mystery, Katrina. I'm not exactly sure. Now, how long has it been happening, and have you seen any apparent water damage?
It's been happening for about 10 days, and no, I don't see any water anywhere. I checked underneath. There's a kitchen up there. I checked under both sinks, nothing. I checked around the toilet, which was 5 months ago, taken off, refilled, and put back on with no problem. Checked downstairs for the wells where the plumbing might be coming from, but nothing, no wet floors, no nothing.
All right. I'm going to pop you on hold because I'm looking at the clock and I'm like, oh my gosh, we're past due for a break. Let me give it some thought over the break, and when we come back, we'll see if I can come up with any other possible reason why you'd be hearing water in the
All right, first one. First call of the year. Selfie? I don't know. I'm going to process this a little bit more. Your home. The Gene Sharp's house was for 1K a pop.
You think we've got all the answers? Well, we can do for you, Pete. No, seriously, we can do right now. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the NR Radio app.
Off the show. I'm Brian Roman live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Angela Lithgow is stepping down as a judge on Fox's Citizen Dance after a sexual assault lawsuit filed by former judge Paul Abdul. Lithgow has denied Abdul's allegations that he sexually assaulted her while she was a judge. He was an executive producer on American Idol, and again when the two worked together on Citizen Dance. Lithgow says he's stepping down voluntarily because the show is about dance and dancers, and that's where its focus needs to remain. Caltrans have hired security guards to watch open-air storage sites under the 10 freeway in downtown LA. Officials say they want to keep an eye on the sites leased by a businessman that seems trying to event. On November 11th, one of the sites leased by a modular lot caught fire, forced a temporary closure of the 10 freeway. Cal Fire says the site was filled with flammable materials like tens of gallons of hand sanitizer. Governor Newsom says the state's been working to remove the lot and any tenants that were not allowed to be there. The security guards have been instructed to watch for suspicious activity, including blue plumes of smoke. Directly KFI News. Singer Michael Bolton says he's recovering from surgery to remove a brain tumor. The Grammy-winning singer said he discovered he had the tumor just before the holidays and he needed immediate surgery. He said his surgery was a success and he'll be taking a temporary break from touring while he recuperates at home. An oncologist in Orange County says new research proves there's no safe amount of alcohol that does not cause cancer. The New England Journal of Medicine study claims eliminating alcohol for 5 to 9 years reduced oral cancer by 34%, and a 15-year elimination cut cancer of the esophagus by 65%. City of Hoboken oncologist Esau Kareem says alcohol is a major public health concern.
It's not just these two diseases, there are also other types of cancers that we see that alcohol consumption increases the risk.
The study released last week claims drinking damages DNA, which causes cancer. In Orange County, Corbin Carter, KFI News. The mayor of Denver has called for a national plan to coordinate with migrants arriving in cities. Mike Johnson says Denver has received more migrants per capita than any big city outside of Texas in the past year. He says he's been lobbying federal officials for both cash assistance and work permits.
If people have the ability to work, that ain't theirs. We tell you we have more than enough capacity to put them to work. We just don't want people here with no capacity to work and expect cities to put the bill.
Johnson says 10% of Denver's spending is going towards migrants for housing, food, and other services. He says it's going to take a compromise on the federal level since congressional action is needed for a comprehensive immigration reform. The Fed has pledged $1 billion for the construction of a people mover in the city of Inglewood. The 1.6-mile project will connect the Metro's Blue Line to the Forum, SoFi Stadium, and the Suzy Community Arena for the LA Clippers. The total project cost is $2 billion with additional funding coming from local and state resources. It's expected to be fully operational before the 2028 Summer Olympics. Two motorcycles running into dirt and mud means more cars around Angel Stadium today.
Thousands are expected to turn out for the AMA Supercross event today at Angel Stadium in Anaheim. Legendary rockers The Eagles take the stage at PGA Forum in Inglewood for their final long goodbye tour. You can expect some extra tracks around Hollywood, WeHo, and Beverly Hills for last-minute preparations and events leading up to tomorrow night's Golden Globe Awards at the Beverly Hilton. With your weekend watch-out for traffic trouble spots, we're Volkswagen, KFI in the sky.
Taking a look at traffic right now, the 14th freeway is reopening in Lancaster. Captain Food Chicken working all night long in all lanes on 14 northbound between Ashley Bay and Ambulance 8, but they are looks like they're picking up their traffic right about now in the Davis drive-through in Northtown. Still have big trouble for the freeway in Redlands. An injury accident that took away the two drivers. Penny Mountain has 4 street will hit the station on Cypress Avenue. And also in Boyle Heights on the 5 freeway, down there to the guardrail over there, 5 down 22nd Cypress Avenue is on the right shoulder. Can't find the time, stick to that answer. I'm Aaron Ford. Every time the Fed has raised interest rates this year, credit card rates have gone up too, as high as 29%. Yikes! At that rate, how will you ever get this paid off? Here's how. Home equity line of credit with the Loan Exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com. Not only could you get a much lower rate to pay off those cars, but mortgage interest can be tax deductible. Credit card debt isn't. check with your tax advisor. They'll tell you. Plus, at the loan exchange, your rate on an equity line can never go higher than the first day. No matter what the Fed does, the start rate of your line is also the life cap of the line. Call the loan exchange at 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to find out how to exchange your credit card debt at much cheaper mortgage rates.
Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection Recommendations under the California Finance Law. NMLS 1637539.
That's 855-752-9944 or theloanexchange.com.
Some weather, AFI, some skies, then partly cloudy skies, low to mid-60s in Beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro LA and OC, low to mid-60s in the Inland Valleys, mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, and low to mid-60s in the Inland Empire. There's a frost advisory for Riverside County and the Inland Empire. It's going to last until 9 o'clock this morning. There's also a wind advisory starting tonight at 7 and lasting until tomorrow night in large parts of LA and Orange County. Right now, it's 45 degrees in Irvine, 42 in Fountain Valley, 44 in Culver City, and 43 in Woodland. Evening local, live from the KFI 24-hour interest at Brightwood. You're listening on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
She had 2 vaginas, or at least 2 holes. Bowling, they call this fish bowling ball. Uterus didelphus.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am Dean Sharp, the host whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend. Saturday morning from 6 to 8 Pacific time, Sunday morning 9 to noon Pacific time. We are spending this first weekend in 2024 talking about the 4 different kinds of American homes. Just tuned in, you're like, wait, this guy's off his rocker. There are way more than 4 kinds of American homes. Are there? Are there? I'll explain. And if you've been listening, we will continue with the list in just a bit. But right now, top of the hour, we have been going to the phone and are going to continue taking the calls here. Katrina is on hold. She and I were talking before the break. Katrina, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So Katrina lives in a townhome and she's hearing water going through the walls. No, it doesn't seem to be drain lines from her neighbors. And it's about 10 days old, this condition. And it's a 3-story townhome, 3-level townhome. And when she turns off all the water, it stops. And then it keeps going again when she turns it back on. But she's seen no evidence of water damage anywhere in the house. So it is a mystery, one that must be solved. And Katrina, so I was thinking during the break about this. This is why I had you pulled over here. There's only a couple of things that comes to mind, and this is a tricky one, especially with apartments and condos and townhomes. Sometimes this can be compounded because it could be somebody else's issue or something outside your unit that's actually causing the residence of water running inside your place. But I don't want to just persist, okay? So I'm going to give you 2 or 3 bits of advice because here's what we don't know. What we don't know, what we have to do is we've got to make sure that, just like somebody who's sick comes into the hospital, comes into the doctor's office, when you put duress and eliminate the most serious possible threats first so that we know at least as we continue to solve the problem that your townhome is not at risk, okay? So I didn't ask you this before the break, but I'm going to ask you now. Have you guys turned off all the water, everything, nothing running in the house, and gone out to your water meter and actually looked at the water meter leak dial?
we haven't done that yet.
Okay, so this is tantamount. This is the next thing I want you to do. Okay, so everybody, your fans of the show, you've heard me give this advice before, but this is the reality. The water meter, on the water meter dial, okay, you flip open wherever the water meter is buried, the black widow spiders and all of that stuff, and you get that concrete lid off there or whatever is covering it. You flip up the little cap that's covering the dial. Looks like a little odometer reading there, and somewhere on that dial, usually near the bottom, there is another little device. It's usually in the shape of a triangle or a star-shaped device. It's a tiny little thing. And in order to understand what this thing does, so before you turn the water on, turn a faucet on in your house, and then go out and take a look at it, and you'll see that it's spinning really fast. Okay, because that little dial, that little indicator, is super sensitive to any water passing through the meter whatsoever, any demand. That is essentially a leak detector dial for your home. So the very first thing we've got to make sure is not happening is that you don't have an actual leak in your pressurized water line, because that's potentially what could cause the worst damage to your home if there was a real problem here. So what we want to do is we want to go out, we want to find that little dial, triangle, star, whatever it may be. Watch it turn, and then go inside the house, go ahead and turn the faucet on so that you understand that that's the thing that you're looking for. Make sure no water is being used in the house at all, anywhere. And then go out and take a good, long, like 2 or 3 minute look at that dial. It should not budge. It should not be moving at all. If it's creaking, if it's rotating at all, with all the water off in the house, then there is a leak in the pressurized plumbing line somewhere, and it's time to call a plumber. Okay? And so that's the number one. This is the first test that I want you to do. Now, I'm guessing that it's likely not that, but I want you to absolutely make sure, because I don't want a pipe bursting in your house and you have suddenly tens of thousands of dollars of water damage because a pressurized line has given way. So do that first. It's a very simple test. It takes you 8-10 minutes to do the whole thing, and it is well worth the peace of mind. At least you know that, okay, our pipes aren't leaking. Okay, good. Now, there's a couple other things that are the most common, the tricky little culprits to this. Number one, and this is a bizarre one, but it does happen. Sometimes you get a clog or a partial clog in a drain line, okay, leading from a toilet or a sink or something like that. And what happens is, if you get a partial clog, then it's somewhere down the line, maybe a few feet down the line. Let's say from the master bathroom, the primary bathroom. If there's a partial clog there, then water builds up on top of that clog. Now, it doesn't just sit there and back up into the sink or the toilet or the tub. It sits there because it's not that bad of a clog. But what it will do is it will allow the water to trickle through, and you hear the trickle of the water down through the pipe. If it is a partial clog, though, it should, after a while, resolve itself. You won't just keep hearing it, but you'll hear it for a while, because essentially the drain line is letting the water out gradually, and it's trickling instead of one whoosh of water and then it's done. Okay, that's one thing. Okay, so that's something to consider. The last thing, though, whenever these things happen, I know you mentioned that you had the toilet reseated a while back. Okay, it's not so much the reseating of the toilet on the floor that I'm concerned about. It's about the flapper, this little $3 part inside the tank, not the bowl, the tank. The flapper that actually causes the water, it's attached to the handle. So when you flush the toilet, you're lifting the flapper, and all the water in the tank rushes into the toilet bowl and flushes the toilet, right? So when flappers degrade, they leak water into the toilet bowl. But here's the thing that most people don't realize. When your flapper is leaking water in your toilet bowl, because of the
construction of your toilet. The water doesn't rise. The water just pours out the back down the drain line. It doesn't make your toilet bowl water increase. In fact, you can test this out right now. You can take a big old bucket of water and walk into your bathroom, pour it into your toilet bowl, and guess what doesn't happen? The toilet bowl does not increase in volume. You just basically, with that big bucket of water, have pushed that amount of water down the drain from your toilet bowl. I know it's weird, but that's the way toilet bowls are constructed. So what that means is that if the flapper is leaking water from the tank into the bowl, then the bowl is constantly dribbling water down the drain, down the wall, okay, inside the wall. So this is what I want you to also try in another very simple test. You can go grab some food coloring from out of the pantry, right? A blue or a green food color, and I want you to put a few drops into the tank water. Lift up the lid of the tank and put a few drops. Basically, do the Chicago St. Patrick's Day Parade river color on your toilet tank water. Make it green, and then don't do anything. Wait to see if green starts leaking, seeping into the bowl water. Then your flapper is leaking on your toilet tank, and it could very well be the reason that there's a constant dribble of water down the wall inside the drain pipe of the drain. Beyond that, I don't have an immediate answer for you. I'm just giving you from number one, make sure the plumbing pipes, the pressurized pipes aren't leaking to save, to make sure that the house is safe. Number two, could be a slow draining clog in one of the drain lines, or most likely a toilet flapper condition. Apart from that, I'm shrugging my shoulders. I don't know, and that's about the time that I would call it one.
Okay, I will give those three things a try, and hopefully it's something simple as the flapper.
Yeah, there you go. And that food coloring test, believe me, it's a brilliant little test. You'll know within a few minutes or so. Come back a half an hour later. If there's green in the toilet bowl, then, because water is not supposed to be moving between the tank and the toilet bowl unless you actually flush the vehicle. And the good news about that is like a $3 part to pick up at the hardware store this afternoon. All right, Katrina, thank you for your call. Great question. When we come back, I want to take another call. So we will do that when we return. Your home, Sharp, the house with the blinder with absolutely. A woman in her 90s has been rescued from a collapsed house in Western after a massive earthquake hit there. Hezbollah in Lebanon has fired dozens of rockets into northern Israel, and Israel says it struck back at the site where the rockets were launched from. And a global supermarket chain in Europe says it will stop selling PepsiCo products after what it calls unacceptable price increases. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 10 next. Business owners, large and small, I want to talk to you about emergency backup power. It's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down in your business, and with your power so goes your business. So it now happens in the best of years. El Nino could be whipping up some moisture for us in the next 2 or 3 months. So there may be some serious challenges ahead for your need for emergency backup power. There's only one thing you need to know. Duck Power. Since 1965, Southern California business has relied on Duck for power in the most critical situations. Hospitals, high-rises, data centers, school districts, restaurants, retail, and homes. Every form of business, big or small, whether it's time for a new generator or just legendary 24/7 repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered anytime, all the time. Learn how to protect your business from the next outage and all the ones after that at DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUFIE Power.com. Taking a look at KF5 traffic, we've got some slowdown on the 10 in Montclair. Also, Caltrans has shut down the off
That was an SNL
Yeah, wasn't it? It was Michael Bolton, one of the things I've ever seen, describing all sorts of strange situations. All right, well, good luck to him getting recovered from all that. I hope things go well. But we will, in honor of the boat, Sam was great this morning. KFI Team Sharp South was for at your service. We're going to get back to the 4 kinds of American homes in just a smidge. I just want to take one more call. Just stuff like this. And let's talk to Frank. Frank, welcome home.
Team Sharp, cement, radius floor leads be put into an existing or new wood subfloor, and also the pros and cons.
Okay. Well, the short answer is yes. Yes, it can be put into a sub. So, now, describe the situation that you've got. You have an existing home with a subfloor, meaning a raised floor. For everybody, that's a raised floor with crawl space underneath. Quite often, radiant heating is something that somebody wants, but there are basically 3 or 4 ways to go about doing radiant heating. There are 2 main categories, electric and hydronic. Hydronic meaning the tubes that you run in and out all around in a coil. The question is, when it comes to electric, they don't normally recommend that people do large areas of their home or the whole house or the whole floor in electric, only because it's the least expensive, least invasive stuff to put in, but the cost is much higher down the line. Hydronic is extreme when it comes to long-term savings. I mean, massive long-term savings. There's no question there's the better long-term value. But putting the tubes in means, if you do it in the simplest way, means raising the floor level, because the tubes themselves take up space. You're going to be raising the floor level up probably, a good inch and a half, or if not more, in order to accommodate that if you put it on top of the existing subfloor material. I'm assuming, Frank, that you're asking whether those tubes can go underneath the existing floor down in between the joists.
That is correct for the existing, and for a new subfloor, because I'm a designer, but I have a lot to learn, and you like the USC Harvard University professor design, put radius flooring into the new wood subfloor, which will be the new edition, but I'd also like to put it on some of the design for the existing subfloor.
Gotcha. Okay, so, yeah, absolutely. The question, the answer to both is yes. I'm actually looking up a brand name for you to check out here. As far as the new stuff. As far as the old existing stuff, just do a search on this. There are several companies that specialize in running hydronic tubes underneath, in between the joists on existing subfloors. The key is that they're attached properly, that they're running the right pattern, and then there has to be an aluminum energy baffle that's put up there in order to distribute and direct that energy into the subfloor itself so that you get the most value out of those tubes. But yes, absolutely. It's one of the things that we do on century homes, meaning homes that are older than 100 years, that we're restoring, and the owners are like, yeah, let's do the radiant floor. We're not going to tear up a 100-year-old oak floor in order to put down radiant heat. So we go underneath the house and we do it down there. Absolutely, it can be done. As far as the new goes, that's even more exciting, because the key for the new subfloor, my friend, is to get the radiant barrier heating for the new subfloor. Okay, radiant barrier heating. Okay, warm board. That was I was just trying to do a search here. I was trying to remember. I want you to look up warm board. Warmboard.com. One example, and there are a lot of them out there, quite a few these days. But we're talking about structural heating, the plywood or the OSB kind of put on top of your new subfloor. The structural sheathing itself already pre-glued for radiant tubing so that you don't have to, accommodate and raise the level of the floor because the sheathing itself
Yes.
is ready to receive
Shinosh. Did you ever call him Yoshi Koshi? Yoshi Koshi, Yoshi Koshi.
This is without question the way to go.
And the aluminum kind of backing that goes on the
Very.
board or the plywood, that's like
Very
the bottom of the wood subfloor, and hydraulic piping goes on top of it, correct?
The baffles two different kinds. One, yes, keeps the heat trapped up in the upper layer, but the aluminum, there's another baffle that actually goes up against the top of the floor, and that is to take the heat from those tubes and evenly disperse it across a higher level of the underneath side of the flooring material. You'll look it up. Go online, you'll see what I'm talking about. Subfloor radiant hydronic. You'll see the situation. Different manufacturers have slightly different setups, but it's all basically the same in general concept. So the good news is, Dean's favorite kind of heating for a house, radiant floor heating, yeah, you can do it just about anywhere to any kind of floor. If you have a subfloor, you can do it with a minimal amount of disruption. Frank, thank you for your call, my friend. Check out that new
I have to take a shit.
as well. It's brilliant. All right, when we return, we are back to the fourth
Kobe.
of American home. Your home.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man does want to. Radioactive superstar.
Photos posted by passengers last night show a large hole inside of the plane and oxygen mask being down. The flight for Ontario before it returned to Portland. Fortunately, had minor injuries. The airline and national transportation board say they are investigating. Regis Bakery in Compton has opened its doors for the first time since being ransacked by looters. The owner of the bakery, Ruben Ramirez, says the community has been overwhelming. They started getting phone calls from our neighbors saying, if they could come help clean, what can they do to help? And it's just the feeling that everybody is just has our back is just amazing. Ramirez says his parents put 48 years into the bakery and it was destroyed last week in minutes. The LA County Sheriff's Department says some people involved have been identified and will be held accountable. The Supreme Court has agreed to weigh whether former President Trump can be kicked off the ballot in Colorado. The state leader Trump from the presidential primary after a judge ruled he engaged in insurrection. The High Court's announcement that it will hear the Colorado case next month effectively puts a pause on efforts in other states to take Trump's name off the ballot. ABC's Stephen Portnoy says Trump will remain on state ballots until the Supreme Court makes a final ruling. He says the court will hear arguments on February 8th to determine whether Trump can run. And Verizon wireless customers could be getting $100.
The class action lawsuit claims Verizon deceived some customers by charging them administrative fees that were unfair and not properly disclosed. Verizon denies the claim, saying in a statement that it clearly identifies and describes its wireless consumer admin charge multiple times during the sales transaction. Now, as part of the settlement, Verizon says it's made changes to how those fees are described.
Can't be able now AFI traffic. San Monica Boulevard is closed in Beverly Hills because of the closing of Williams. Santa Monica Boulevard in Beverly Hills will be closing down tonight. This is between Central Park East, between Central Park West and North Boulevard, and Santa Monica Boulevard will not be open until Monday morning because of the closing doors. Catherine still doing work to guardrail repairs. Doyle Hines is on the 5 southbound or second southwest overhang to the right shoulder. And we're being improved just a little bit with lessons 10 feet on that 4 speed with interactions off of the visit in the 2 right lanes. See if I'm trying to expect their answer. I don't know. All right, let's talk about that new green kitchen that you've always wanted. That's why we send you to the kitchen store. For over 50 years, it's the one place where you find every casting style, finish, and accessory on the market. Everything from entry level to ultra custom, 12-month savings plan financing. They'll be your best price, including the big boxes. Best quality, expert kitchen designers with state-of-the-art 3D design software. You'll see every detail of that beautiful new kitchen before they build the first box. That's the kitchen store, Southern California's largest cannabis design showroom right off the 405 in Culver City. Just go to 310kitchen.com and book an appointment for a free in-showroom design consultation. Book your free in-showroom consult now at 310kitchen.com, 310kitchen.com. Sunlight weather, AFI, sunny skies, then partly cloudy, low to mid-60s at the beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro LA and OC, low to mid-60s in the Inland Valleys, mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, and low to mid-60s in the Inland Empire. Really local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Brian Blue.
It's pouring rain at 2 o'clock outside. Your heart starts beating really, really fast. You've never done anything so hard in your life. This is the camp. This is the real thing now. It's such extreme pain. You don't understand how you can feel it. I began to feel that there was no way I was ever going to have my title, U.S. Marine. It took special inner strength, courage, and desire to do this. I was just thinking, I'm so close. I'm so close. And when I finished, I was like, I'm done. I did it. The moment I will never forget is when this drill instructor that I admired so much comes up to me straight in front of me, put her arm on my shoulder and said, "Good morning, Marine."
AFC Summer Broken became a Marine. Can you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Looking for savings during this time of high living costs? Look no further. At the Monitoring Center, we offer the lowest cost monthly rates for your home or business security. No long-term contracts and the best customer service in the industry. Trusted by thousands for over 20 years. Switch to the Monitoring Center today and get 6 months free. Save your money. Call today. Certain conditions may apply. 1-800-24-999. This is Jacob Amrosky. You've been involved in a motorcycle accident? Call 844-24 Jacob. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. AM 640 live everywhere. Happy New Year to you. This is our first program of 2024. I know it's been sick. Everything is pretty much wrapped up now, right? Last night was 12th night, right? The 12 days of Christmas, so if you celebrate Christmas all the way into January, today is it. That's the wrap up. Pretty much lights are coming down, trees are headed out, and winter is still here. So we don't have to give up winter. In fact, winter just began. And a lot of people don't realize that. Or they don't think it starts. They think, well, winter starts in November, and we get here in Southern California to the end of Christmas and into January, and that's pretty much around. No. Winter just started on the 20th of December. Not going to end till March 20th or something like that. 20, 21, 22, I don't know. I haven't checked the date for this year. But we're well into it. Plenty of cold weather ahead and all of that. But yeah, the holiday decorations, they're coming down. And it's time for us to transition into looking black in the year ahead. And my predictions for 2024, by the way, as far as homeowners are concerned, I think it's going to be a big year of homeowners modeling, renovation, rebuild, and so on.
Hey, athletics. Did you just call yourself athletics? Yeah. Why?
2024 is going to be a crazy hectic year.
Very fun.
Enough said about that. It's going to be a weird election year as well. Right now, it looks like the two front runners, the likely two front runners in the presidential election, 2/3 of the country doesn't want them to run. Anyway, I don't want to get into that. craziness lies ahead, no doubt about it. But putting all those things aside, all other indicators would imply, regardless of the chaos of other situations, that people are settling in. And you know what happens? You know what happens when chaotic times kind of just stick with us for a while? But then change. I think this is the time that we saw COVID economy up and down, the market up. Now this election year and the craziness, people eventually settle in and say, you know what? All this stuff in the news, we're just going to settle in and focus in on what we're doing. And I highly recommend it. I don't want you to withdraw from the culture. No, of course. Stay abreast of everything that's going on. And when you are called upon to do something like vote or what have you, get up and do your part. Otherwise, though, stop driving yourself crazy with all of the headlines and focus in on what's going on with you and your family, your life, and your home. And for that reason, I think it's going to be an actually pretty good for renovation, building, remodeling. And we are starting it off with describing the 4 American homes, by which I mean, of course, experientially, the kinds of homes that really grab our attention when we drive through a neighborhood. Now, we've talked about 2, the house of neglect, the neglected house in the neighborhood. Everybody knows where it is. And, you win every time you go by. The second house, the house of bad ideas. Everybody knows where this one is, too. And it definitely catches your attention. And you win a little harder with this one. By the way, tomorrow, I'm going to be taking a piece of these now that I'm introducing you to today, and we're going to be turning them inside out so that we can see a path forward from each of these homes to the idea. The third kind of house, the third American house, everybody loves this house. It's also a standout house, but for all the right